It has become a tradition. The International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe.
Welcome to the International.
For 5 days, they battle. For 5 days, the crowds cheer. For 5 days, the world watches. And when the dust settles, the champions emerge. A year has passed, and as the teams gather once more, the stakes have never been higher. The Dota community has made its voice heard, pushing the International to incredible new heights. 16 teams will battle for their piece of the largest prize pool in esports history, over $2.6 million. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International 2013 Dota 2 Championships for Day 3. Currently, we have 8 teams. We started with 16. We're on Day 3. We only have 8 teams remaining. All of them have got some prize money, but they're all going for the championship. And that is, of course, what we want to see today. Which teams will advance, who's going to succeed, and who will unfortunately falter or fell, maybe, under the pressure. Because there's a lot of pressure here, guys, even on me hosting. I'm sick today.
Very sick.
Yeah.
Indeed.
How are you, though, Jacob and Ben?
Doing pretty good. Got a good night's rest last night, even though it was a super long day.
Well, you know, I've been cuddling up to you, so I'm sick as well, so that's very unfortunate.
You have the same symptoms as me.
Most definitely.
There's, yeah.
How about yourself, Bruno?
I'm
looking
great.
spiffy?
Yeah, I'm here. I love Seattle. I like basketball, so I wanted to bring the Sonics colors back.
Yeah, you know, Bruno, I'm still not sold on your shirt, by the way.
Why not?
But you know what, Bruno? I'm prepared to deal with it here at the panel. Can we deal with it, guys?
Definitely
I'm dealing
deal
with it.
Yeah, we're dealing with it, Bruno.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
gotta tell you, outplayed.
Where did you get that from? Jesus Christ. That kind of matches the... well, these shades are actually quite useful because it tones down my headache when I look over. But I don't know why I have a headache, by the way. It was probably something that happened. But either way...
Whiskey?
Damn it, Bruno. Where'd you get them from?
I'm always prepared.
I got these guys' shades, and then you just one-up me. You didn't tell me.
I know.
Yeah,
It's about live TV. You never know what's going to happen.
I hate you. All right, then. So, yeah, welcome to the panel. And, of course, it is Day 3. You know, of course, my pronunciations on my THs are amazing, so make of that what you will. We should take a look at the brackets, because that's what I do. I'm taking a look at the brackets too good. And we can take a look at first, of course, the lower bracket. The games today in the lower bracket are going to be Orange versus Fnatic, and then Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Both of these are going to be a best of 1 today.
A lot on the line. I don't want to say that the fun starts now, but the fun starts now. This is going to be some really good games today. Liquid, we saw them beat LGD yesterday, and now they go up against IG in the best of 1 again. I think they can do it. I think they can go all the way in this game.
To the end of 1 game, you mean? They'll be able to complete 1 game. Yeah, I think actually the TL-IG game does somewhat give TL, not an edge, but a better chance of winning, as opposed to if it was a best of 3. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think Liquid has the upper hand because of the success they've had going through the loser bracket, but also because it's best of 1, so they can come up with anything. And they've probably, like we were talking about yesterday, they've been doing the most different strategies throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and of course the other game that we're going to be seeing today in the lower bracket is going to be Orange versus Fnatic. Now, I spoke to Cinderin a little bit earlier on stage, and Cinderin did say that he thinks Orange are the top 3 if they perform to their standard.
Yeah, and he was citing the performance against Na'Vi, where they just absolutely destroyed Na'Vi in Game 1 in very convincing fashion. That's something that we haven't seen outside of Fnatic taking them down in the preliminary
Exactly. These are 2
stage.
teams that has actually been beating Na'Vi. Fnatic going 2-0 in the preliminary stage, and then Orange taking a game off of them yesterday, or the day before yesterday, in the actual tournament.
But those are both early on in the preliminaries and early on in the winners bracket. Na'Vi, I guess, has this tendency to just drop the first game, maybe 2. But after that, they I wouldn't say look immortal, but they've been destroying people.
I think it's going to be a close and good game. But like Sønnen pointed out, I also had Orange as one of the favorites going into the tournament, so I definitely think they might come out on top against Fnatic.
I don't know, I really like Fnatic's chances. I mean, they came as the underdog. You said how Navi started losing and then they came very strong, but who did they lose to? They lost to actually Fnatic, which some people expected them to be bottom 8. They're showing that they're really strong. They still have Meepo under the sleeve. We might not see it in a very crucial match, but I mean, if everything fits, why not, right?
Didn't we hear them say they're not going to pick Meepo?
Yeah, and then they picked Bane and had them micro the Visage familiar. So I'm not sure I trust Hani that much.
All right.
Are you calling him out again as a liar?
No, I'm calling him that he's trying maybe to deceive his opponents into a false sense of security. We're not going to pick Meepo, please. And then suddenly, bam, suddenly Meepo.
Mind games.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if that's going to happen. Also, though, in the upper bracket, we're going to be starting today with Alliance versus DK. Will be the match to kick us off. So we're going to be going to the lower half of the upper bracket. Alliance, a big favorite in the tournament thus far, haven't dropped a single map. Up against DK, that should be an amazing game. And then the other upper bracket semi-finals is Na'Vi versus Tongfu. Also should be an absolute thriller. And these are our first 2 games. They're best of 3. And if you win that, you're in the upper bracket finals, where I believe you secure yourself at least 3rd place. So what have you guys got to say about the upper bracket matches?
Well, these 2 teams, Na'Vi and Alliance were the 1 seeds, Tongfu and DK are the 2 seeds, and we haven't seen any of these teams actually play against each other in the international thus far. So I'm really excited to see how Alliance will fare against a strong team like DK.
I think all the games are obviously thrillers. Alliance versus DK, I'm going to give it to Alliance. They've just shown sublime play throughout so far, and DK was a bit shaky yesterday, especially with the game they lost against ID. I was a bit disappointed.
They should have won that game, though.
They should have won it, and that's exactly why I don't think they're going to beat Alliance, because their decision-making isn't as good as Alliance. Meanwhile, Alliance were looking to drop a map yesterday, but then turned it around through excellent fighting and decision-making. So I just feel like Alliance is probably the better team.
Yeah. Right, but when you go to a 90-minute game, you're liable to make more mistakes than I think the other one was like a 45, 50-minute game. They were just waiting a little bit too long. Maybe after that long, it's really hard to keep your concentration and still make good decisions that far in.
Maybe they should have just ended it 50 minutes earlier.
Is that statistically correct, Bruno? The longer the game goes, the more mistakes you could potentially make.
Potentially, if the game
I went out on a limb there.
time, you will end up making mistakes.
Is that so?
Well, I mean, it's just the law of large numbers. The more time it passes, something that has a 0.0001 chance of being true will happen.
All right, well, these are the matches that are coming up. But, of course, for those of you who are joining us now and didn't get to see day 1 and day 2, we've got some highlights for you.
Bringing down Na'Vi, game number 1. To Rabbit and the silence. Na'Vi are into the winner's bracket semi-final. Out of nowhere, Dignitas aren't going for the jugular G. And it's a GG. Rattlesnake, the first team knocked out of the International 3 main event. Mouseforge just didn't have it in them in the end. LGDN knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they were ready. The crowd is wanting it. Load up.
LGD Gaming versus Alliance.
The bait! What's happening? The bait is currently being sacked. Bottom lane, Admiral Bulldog's in here. Sylar, he's trying. Oh, it's GG. Alliance, they are into the winners bracket semi-final.
What can you say about this?
Best game so far. Sick game.
Wow. I mean, it was just as Lotus said, gold doesn't matter, kills don't matter.
Almost dead. Not yet. Sideline of fall. Liquid are doing it. They're going to take it. LGD China are going home. Oh, my God. And Baba is on his feet.
There it is. This is now the longest game in Dota 2 history. Team DK knocks down the defending champions.
This is going to be more destruction, annihilation from IG. Absolutely slaughtering Zenith. It looks like the defending champs are staying alive and will move into the top 8.
So there we have it, day 2. That was just yesterday. It feels quite a long time away, actually, for some reason. But it was full of just so many magical moments. The storylines were so amazing. You had DK knocking down the defending champions of the International, Invictus Gaming. That was one of the big storylines.
In the multiple record-breaking game.
Yeah, we had the longest game of competitive Dota.
The most farming game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The highest, what was the amount of gold?
60 plus thousand.
Yeah, just over 60,000 on Burning. We had Alliance still undefeated in the tournament.
Yes.
Just imagine if Alliance are able to go through the whole tournament and not drop a single map. I don't think it's possible, but I guess anything's possible. Even LGD, who didn't drop a map in the group stages last year, they had a real tough time when it came to the main event.
I think that if any team of the ones remaining can take a game of Alliance, that's going to be DK. Navi versus Alliance is a very, very hard match to predict. If it was in the semifinals, I wouldn't be able to know what happens. But DK, I think that they have this ability to at least take one game from you. I'm not saying they are going to win it, but I was saying the same last time. I kind of want Alliance to lose a game because it takes pressure off you. If you're going to win, the more time you are without losing a game, it's not about winning the whole best of 3, but also we can't drop a game because everyone's looking at us. The moment you drop one, you just feel more relaxed, and I mean, if they're playing great now, they're going to play even better.
I mean, what about Tongfu, though? Tongfu in the group stages almost took a game off Alliance in game 1 of their best of 2 series, and it kind of reminded me of the DK-IG game. It wasn't as long. I think it was around 78 minutes long, but it was very similar, where I feel like DK had the lead for the majority of the game, or Tongfu had the lead for the majority of the game, but just didn't execute.
I think Tongfu is going to be the team that's going to just improve with each passing game now. Everyone else has been performing really great. DK, maybe not as great as Alliance and Navi, but has still been performing very, very good. Tongfu is just only going to get better from here, and I think they could very well go ahead and beat Navi.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case. That will be our second game here at the International for day number 3. But also a fantastic storyline yesterday was Team Liquid causing a huge upset, taking down LGD China. They're still in the tournament. They're currently top 8. How far can they really go?
Are you asking me? I think they can take another game, and that's about it.
One more. So they have to face IG next, and then after that they have to face the
loser of Alliance and DK.
Ooh.
But that's where we go into best of 3 against some of these juggernauts. I don't think Liquid is going to...
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Liquid beat Tongfu 2-0 in the group stage?
Yes.
And they won versus LGD. And maybe if they win versus IG again, they will become public enemy number 1, kind of.
Well, IG 2-0'd them in the group stage.
Right.
They were under a lot of pressure too, because Team Liquid was on the borderline. They were in between 4th and 5th, and they had to win at least one game to be in the winners bracket. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that's as much pressure as it is now, because one loss will take them out of the tournament, but it's still a lot of pressure. You want to start off in the winners bracket if possible. Yeah,
Team Liquid have been great under pressure. They've really performed well, and actually yesterday, there was just so much pressure in all the games. There were so many tight games, and really it created some amazing moments. So we can take a look at some of them with the top 10 plays of day 2.
Alliance have to do something. The Familiars have already done their stun, and Sylar wants to open up again. S4, he's going to jump in here. Oh, Sylar! Blinding light!
Needs a 4-star.
He's been pushed up. Somebody get him down.
Be bad for them.
Here we go. QQQ. Looking for a target. Poked his nose up. There's the hook. Caught a Familiar. Trying to do what he can. Ferrari's locked down. Black hole. Gonna catch. Oh! Everyone caught that was down in the river. And now there's a swap from Faith. Ends up giving himself up.
Throw off the Ori with the Nova's better, and S4 jumps in but hit himself. Wonderful spy Carapace, and then skewer up. RP drags a man, but RK with the ulti from the tree line. LGD slowed, damage. It's even held in place by RK. Bubble double kill for Admiral Bulldog.
Rockets a fly. Hook's there. Where's the hook?
He cancelled the last second. Boba is hitting it home. BKB coming out from Sylar. 4-step out, and Sylar just stuck there, hitting cogs like a madman.
He's got no TP. He's got no way out. This is a massive kill if they can get it on the run. Dusted up. All the damage stolen, and Sylar just has no way out. Boba's done it again. Ice, if he gets lifted, he is so dead. Arsar gets Homestep under the tower. Now driven back low and dead. Ice, finding a kill. 1v2, juking in the trees, still alive, standing strong. He's done it. This guy is so hard to kill. Roche is low. Are they going to contest or not?
You gotta do it now. You gotta do it now,
BKB from Korok. Not being used. Caught by the song. Roche is low. Grand Theft Agents from LGD. Picked up by Yao. Hogan from Boba. RP catches a few, and it's chaos in the pin. Still standing strong.
Second RP. It's gonna come right now. That also catches 3. Sylar with the right clicks. He gets up by X-Mike. He's low. He's gonna get one, but he's dropping. Korok wins the man fight. Yao comes back in. Hooks back in by Boba. They win the team fight. TC grabs the cheese.
On the other side of the map. Here, though, comes Yamate, rather X-Freedom. Surged in, looking for a net. Can't find it yet. Now, a beautiful steal. Steals Manager Image. Will it matter? Doesn't look like it. One more hit. Yes, it does. He's going to live. Yep. Might catch a straggler here. X-Freedom by himself. Nets in. Crazy. Held in position. Familiar stuns. Dropping fast. Ice jumping forward. Is he going to fall? He does. Barely killed off. A great anti-mage ult. Picks up a return kill. Will Zenith re-engage. Where's that call down? Ice is here. No gyrocopter just yet. He's still bottom. Now in comes a deafening blast. A few heroes to fall. KSI driven off. These minions are just doing too much damage.
Oh my god. See? Sunstrike. He nukes them down.
S4 being stripped up. The base. What's happening? The base is currently being sacked. Bottom lane, Admiral Bulldog's in here. They have to defend. Colobomb back. And now your secondary RP. Familiar finds in space. Sylar beats down Admiral Bulldog. And Loader, nightmare up. Concoction. 1 stun, 2 stun. Hold. Slides. Loader, he's gone.
The mid-racks, the only one standing.
98 seconds. They have to hold the mid-melee. The Familiars will die as well. If they lose this mid-melee, we got mega creeps for Alliance. 61 minutes in. Even Beastmaster now buys BTs. LGD must
Travels
push.
on everyone.
Ace will take the win here. Loader and Bulldog in through the rear. There's just not enough deeps. Sylar, he's trying.
Slow.
62 minutes, 46 seconds. 31-30 kills mean nothing. Throne means everything. Alliance, this is game 1.
You have BKB available on Alchemist. He is by far the strongest here. They are going for the throne. They say no more messing around. Will LGD make a great play? Sylar coming in. Vivo goes up a huge long stun. Live on X-Mike.
There's no RPs here. Can they really stop this fight without any RPs? The throne's going to start dropping soon. Tier 4's to fall. 1's down. 1 to go for Liquid. LGD could be going home. Now another home.
He's going to delay another 2-man cog. And now Sylar needs to fight. Does he have buyback? He got a buyback now. The throne under siege. Tier 4 towers going down. BKBs are all over right now for Team Liquid. And Sylar, this gotta be his last hurrah. Boba, he's looking for more hooks. He finds 2 more. Now Sylar, man fight. Cheese gets pop on TC. They're going for the kill. We have RP in 20 seconds. Will there be 20 more seconds? I'm not sure. Sylar going for DC. They don't get DC, but look at
Throne's low. Throne's almost dead. Not yet. Sylar to fall. Liquid are doing it. They're gonna take it. LGD China are going home.
Oh my god.
And Boba is on his feet.
Did you ever dream of this happening?
I mean, the tournament's still not over, obviously, but this is a best-of-1 game versus LGD, the team
the players that I've always looked up to, Yao, Zhao, and beating them like that. Like, we all played so amazing, and that was the best, one of the best, probably the best time of my life, that game.
Wow.
So there we have it, the top 10 plays of day 2. I think you could got easily a top 20 out of yesterday. There were some really fantastic plays. But what for you stood out in terms of a match?
Definitely
a team
Liquid. I think Bulba, especially on his clockwork, obviously, man of the match, but also the team on a whole played so amazingly well against LGD. There's really nothing to say about that game other than Liquid deserved to win. And I think I saw a tear of joy in Bulba's eye at the interview with Casey, and with good reason too.
Yeah, that was against LGD's most comfortable strategy, too. Alchemist Mac, they played that over and over. It was fist-hitter playstyle, and Liquid just completely took them out of their element. Bulba, I think he had 2 plays in there.
So do you find that Team Liquid were the most impressive team of yesterday? Can you say that, even though Alliance,
It's been the only upset of the tournament.
It's the first upset of the tournament, yeah. And I think they're looking strong. We talk about Bulba a lot, and the rest of the team, everyone did their job, especially Fluff and Stuff. He was not the highlight part of the replays because there was Bulba doing so much work, but his freezing fields were always on target. You could see his emotion. This is a very collected and calm guy. He never shouts, he never screams. You could see his face. He was out of his mind there, having so much fun, and I think that guy deserves a little bit of recognition as well.
I mean, everyone on Liquid's lineup did amazingly well. Even Ix Michael with his spell uses on the main elemental was easily overlooked a lot in that game just because of how great his teammates also were.
And TC's Razor, I think, carried them to the early game with his pretty good skill build, too, and item build.
Yep, you guys said it, and Bruno, you said it. They deserve some recognition. They definitely got that. But for some other people that deserve some recognition, well, they live backstage, and we're sending Casey in to talk to him.
Good morning, guys. We are here in the backstage area. I'm going to show you the kind of backstage area in a second. This is all the way back, and this is the video village where basically all the magic happens. And Chris is going to explain to us kind of what we're seeing behind us. Good morning.
Good morning. So right here we have, well, I'll start in the back over there. In the far back, we have Game 5 from China.
Let me get out of the camera way. There we go.
They're doing a full production for China over there. We have...
I'm very excited to be on TV.
Yeah. A little bit closer, we have all the people who are doing the video encodes and the YouTube uploads. And then we have actually TV6 right here. They're from Sweden. They're doing a production. And then this is the main streaming area over here to the left, where we've got our 4 languages streaming, the crowd cam and the pod cams both right there.
And if we could just scan back up just so you can see the delay. There we are. Kind of creeping me out, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
So yeah, that's what we have right here. And then over here is the big station where we're doing all the on-stage part of the show. The pod cams, the screens in front of each of the players, and the big screen that we have for everyone in attendance here.
I know you guys are hard at work back here, but when you're watching everything that's happening on the stage, you're getting excited too.
Yeah, we get pretty excited back here too, but we try to pay attention to make sure everything's still working right.
You can't get up and run around the stage like Bulba.
No. We just do little dances in our chairs.
You might miss a few buttons if you do that. All right, continue the tour, please, sir.
So yeah, these are the guys that are doing all this. You can see all the front screen, what we have in front of each of the players here. Setting up the lobby, getting ready for the game.
Yeah, so these guys they're controlling not only what the audience is seeing right now on the big screen in front of them, but out in the lobby. So this is a lot of having to really stay on top of things.
Right, we're showing all the upcoming events, what games are next, who's signing what when, everything that's happening around here.
Chris, thank you for the tour. We're going to continue the tour a little bit. I want to show you, we can't come too far because we want to be very careful, but I want to kind of give you a perspective from the players. You know, obviously we all know what it's like to watch them, but what is it like to be a player and to actually feel the energy as you're walking through the backstage area onto the stage itself? They come out from down the hall. Then we have 2 green rooms back there where each team can kind of sit and chill out, and there are TV screens back there where they can kind of keep an eye on the action. And then they walk through here. Back there's the interview room where you see a lot of our interviews happening, so that's where we head them to as soon as they come off the stage. But if you follow me, please, this is what it looks like as a player. They file through here, past the lovely screen, and into the darkness of the side stage. Now, I'm going to follow the cable. I hope I go through the right curtain here. Pull it aside. Here we go. See how that works? And here they are. And there you are. a lovely looking audience, and you guys have so much energy, and I'm so impressed. How many people were here until midnight or later last night? So exciting, and so exciting to see how the energy is still up. See, now you can see what happens to try to make me look presentable for television. I'm followed around by a light. So this is kind of the behind the scenes for those of you watching on the stream. And for people watching and for you guys too, I just want to, in case I forget between now and Sunday, thank you for being so supportive. There are a lot of people who are just learning about Dota the way I am, and I really appreciate you guys being so kind about it and bringing me into the family. And really proving to people that gaming is a sport that can't be ignored. And hopefully this is what will show people that they need to give you guys the respect that you deserve, because this is amazing. And I'm going to send it back to you, James. We'll show you more behind the scenes stuff coming up in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah, was it a backstage tour or was it a game of Spot Ice Frog? I got him twice, Bruno.
I actually was surprised that they weren't trying to hide him this time. And I also want to, yeah.
They're really slacking off.
I was expecting Casey to actually go for an interview. But also I want to thank Based Bot Guy for showing everyone around. Now you can put a face to the bots.
There we go. So, you guys, have you guys been backstage as well and seen all the work they put in, or have you been watching the games in the
I've been
auditorium?
testing Half-Life 3 backstage, and that's about it.
Just testing,
just
not
testing.
breaking.
I didn't shoot anyone.
Oh, they've removed guns.
Yeah,
I've
they've removed guns.
It's just portals.
You just jump around in portals.
It looks good. Okay, so the games today, of course, the two that we're starting with in the upper bracket are going to be Alliance and Team DK and Na'Vi versus Tong Fu. Let's get just a little bit more in terms of, we will talk individually about the matches once we get to introduce the games, but we can bring them up and say, Alliance DK, what's going to happen?
I'm not exactly sure. I think Alliance looks like the stronger team at the moment, but DK, they looked pretty strong versus IG, but I don't think they'll be able to take a game off. DK hasn't had like a really predictable playstyle, like let's say LGD China, and I don't know what they're going to bring against Alliance today.
I think Alliance is going to 2-0 DK simply because they've been looking so incredibly strong. They have their early game down. They have some of the best strategies so far, and they just look so much in tune with each other. I don't think DK can actually cause an upset here, unfortunately.
I mean, they really relied on. They really relied on Enigma yesterday, and I think it like plays into some of the games that they like. It was like a 3 to 5 minutes in between each skirmish, but Alliance likes to fight a lot early, and a hero like Enigma, I don't think is going to work out for them. It did very well in this particular series, and that may have been a strategy targeted against IG, but I don't really know how they can target a team like Alliance.
I think Alliance might even bait out the Enigma pick and then go with an Enchantress Venomancer combo and play really aggressively. We've seen them do that in the group stages, so I would really love to see that again.
Bruno, give us some percentages, some stats on what's going to happen.
The thing is, Alliance has been winning everything, right? So you start to think, maybe I should stop banning the things that everyone bans and try to stop Alliance from playing their strongest heroes. Right now, there are 9 games won with Furion and 6 games won with Furion, with Gyrocopter and Naga. So maybe we just take those away from the equation and give them some of the metagame stronger heroes, but something they don't play much with. And in the case of DK, they're unbeaten with a lot of heroes as well. They're 6-0 with Weaver themselves, and they're 3-0 with Chen and 2-0 with Bad Rider, Tinker, and Bane. So the game was going to be which of these heroes are they going to pick, and they're going to try to keep their winning streak going on.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going to happen in that match. I know that everybody has turned up in force to make sure they're here for the Alliance and DK game, and that's, of course, where Casey got to meet the fans coming into the tournament today.
We're here in the lobby once again for day 3 of the International. We've been chatting with a lot of folks that they've been coming through the doors, and despite the long days and despite the fact that yesterday we had a match that hit the record with, what was it, 98 minutes, people are still energized, and we're seeing a lot of caffeine too. You are really all out.
Yes. Yeah, well, Team Liquid's still in the race, and we just got to up the game every single day.
How cool was that?
You weren't screaming loud enough.
No. Oh, I wasn't?
No, you can still hear what you're saying now. You got to have that nice rasp.
Exactly. That's what we sound like. I'm drinking about 5 pounds of honey with some amount of TNNs. If Liquid makes it to tomorrow, we're bringing a boombox with 80s montage music.
No, you're not. Seriously? Hey, guys. How you doing? Were you here yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah? What'd you think?
Awesome, but the DK and IG game was so long. I missed dinner. I missed dinner because of that, but then I just like picked up something at the nearby shop.
And it was worth every moment, right?
Totally. That was Dota history right there.
Do you think DK and Alliance are going to go as long today?
There's no way they're going to let a game go that long.
What is it going to be like? Because for me, I like watching the different styles of play as I continue to learn. What's it like with those two oppositions?
Western styles are more aggressive. They want to end it fast. They don't believe in a long game. They want to end it in the early to mid game.
Sure.
I heard you're a great rapper.
Yeah,
and actually Luminous is also a great rapper.
Really?
You guys should team up.
Seriously?
I'm dead serious. You should go rap.
Okay, I only do freestyle nonsensical things.
Don't worry, he does too.
Okay.
But yeah, you want 2 minutes.
I'm ready. Okay, all right. Whack. Thanks, guys.
If that rap battle doesn't happen, I'm going to be very disappointed. Luminous, my money's on him. But so far, the two people we really should be betting on, or two teams we should be betting on, Alliance and DK. And speaking of the two teams, let's meet the first one up in the first game of day 3. It's Alliance.
And S4, the captain of Alliance, is with us right now ahead of the match. And I wanted to, first of all, congratulate you on beating LGD yesterday. How did it feel?
It felt really good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And you're on kind of a hot streak right now. I understand you're undefeated in group play. You're coming off of another big win. How are you feeling this morning?
We're feeling like the upcoming match against DK is going to be one of the hardest in this tournament. So we're pressured right now.
How have you prepared for this one versus previous matches?
We're going to stick to our style. We're not going to change. I mean, we're winning, so why change?
Yeah, why change anything? Yeah. S4, thank you. Best of luck, and look forward to chatting with you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
Henrik Arnberg, Admiral Bulldog, Trollhättan, Sweden.
Joachim Achterhall, Aki, Gothenburg, Sweden.
Jerry Lundqvist, EGM, Sweden, Västerås.
Jonathan Berg, Loda, Gothenburg, Sweden.
Gustav Magnusson, S4, Stockholm, Sweden.
Alliance, all members from Sweden. A huge amount of support for them out there over in Europe. And Admiral Bulldog, S4, Ake, EGM, and Loda make the team. S4 in the interview said, well, we're winning, we don't need to change. It doesn't mean they're going to do the same thing, though, because Alliance seem to come into every game with a clear-cut plan, and they execute it perfectly.
Yeah, Loda was talking about that the other teams think they know what Alliance is going to bring, but they always think one step ahead. For example, the Roshan behind, they just seem to have everything prepared. And I don't know. The one thing I wasn't too convinced about was them actually picking LGD, because the first game was really, really shaky. And if you pick the 4th place team, you'd think that they can just easily 2-0 without either of the games looking close.
I think one of the things they do really well, when he say that they don't need to change, they still don't get complacent. They still do new strategies. They have a lot up their sleeve. So in a sense, they do change, because none of the teams actually know what to expect other than having to put up a hard fight. So I think Alliance is standing a really good shot at just taking the entire thing, which is also why I have them as a favorite going into this game.
I'm just thinking that I want to see a level 1 Roshan, even from Alliance or DK. If it was Alliance, it'd be like saying, yes, we did it to you before and we're doing it to you again. And if it's DK, it's like, we can also play your own game. So whoever's going to get Dire, watch for that hero picks, because if you get something like an Ursa or even a Lone Druid, it's pretty sure that they can go for that level 1 Roche.
And it's a best of 3, so teams can afford.
Right.
Oh, DK are looking forward to this best of 3, I'll tell you that, because, of course, as you mentioned, they did get level 1 roached in a best of 1 versus Alliance. So let's meet the team that Alliance are going up against, which is DK.
And DK Super joins us now, along with the help of Josh, our translator from Dotaland.net. And I want to start off by asking how you have relaxed and prepared after yesterday's mega match.
就是问昨天打完很长的比赛，然后之后怎么休息，然后怎么准备今天比赛。
打完比赛我们就回酒店吃了个饭，开了个会，然后就聊一下今天BB 上应该怎么应对 A 队吧。
They just went back to the hotel after the match. They had dinner and then they held a team meeting and they discussed how to address the bans and the picks.
So what we saw with you and IG yesterday, we're probably going to see a very different match today with Alliance, a very different style of play. What might we expect from the team today that we may not have seen yesterday?
那觉得今天你们跟 A 队打的话，可能跟昨天与 IG 打的比赛风格会完全不同。那你觉得主要会在哪里不同？
比赛我觉得不管对手是谁，我们打出我们自己该打的东西，战术就差不多了。
He says maybe it doesn't really matter because as long as they as a team play to their own style, then that's how it'll go.
Well, a lot of people in the lobby are very excited to see what happens. Good luck, Super. Thank you for talking with us.
徐志雷 ，Burning， 安徽 ，China。姚毅 ，QQQ， 安徽 China。
白帆 ，ROTK， 陕西 China。
谢俊豪 ，Super， 广东 China。
雷生荣 ，AMI， 广西 China。
Team DK, in the interview, they seemed confident, and they should be confident. Yesterday, they beat out Invictus Gaming, the former champions of the International. Now they go up against Alliance. Burning, MMY, QQQ, Super, and ROTK complete the roster for Team DK. And this is a tough one for Alliance. Now, Alliance's hardest game in the group stages was against Tongfu, who had a record of 8-6, and the third best record in the overall group stages was that of Team DK. So this should be the toughest match that Alliance have yet in the tournament.
I should say so. I mean, they picked LGD for a reason. We saw them come out in top 2-0. So, in a sense, DK obviously should prove a harder match because they beat IG, but I'm not sure. I think LGD might have been the better team of the two. I'm not too convinced in DK. I'm very skeptical after the game 2 yesterday. I'm just very disappointed in what DK had to show.
Yeah, but what about games 1 and game 3? I think they look very strong in those, and even though they should have won it, you can't. I wouldn't say they're stronger than LGD.
I honestly think that they were just playing the game 2 for the record. You know, like, we want to be longest game, most fun. We don't care about. We can lose game. We can always win game 3.
Praise Burning.
Yeah, just I mean, he's allegedly retiring after TA3. He says he doesn't want to talk about it. People don't know, but I mean, if it's true, they want to play for him a little bit, and that will bring a plus to DK as well. I think they'll be extra motivated because Burning. So many important matches for him. The rest of the team doesn't want to disappoint. They will step up their game playing against Alliance, and everyone wants to be the guy that's unbeaten.
What I do love about DK's play and strategy is the fact that they pick Enigma, for instance, and just choose to go with their own play style. Sure, they pick Visits, they pick Weaver, but aside from that, they go out of their way to just be unique in their strategies, and I like that a lot. I don't think Alliance is going to give them Weaver, and that's why I think this match is going to be really, really hard on them.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case. I believe the game will be starting in just a moment, so I've just got one question for you at the panel, guys. Rather than pick a team to win and why they're going to win, I want you to pick one player and why he is going to be important to follow for either team,
but
only one player.
Ake for Alliance because I feel this is his time to prove what Enchanted Enchantress can do. I've been praying for this all tournament. I hope this is the game they're going to pick it. And for DK, I mean, Burning is the obvious choice, but I was really impressed with Super yesterday and his Racer especially, the most farmed Racer I've ever seen.
You're breaking my rules, man.
Yeah, it's
one player.
One player.
I'm going to go with Super.
No.
Super and Ake.
No.
No.
Only one team.
You
have to pick now.
Do you know what one means, Jacob?
Shut up. One for each team.
I think you're going with Ake, Ben.
I'll go with ROTK. I think he's really cleaned up his play as an offlaner, and as an offlaner, you're the secondary solo. You usually have a big impact in team fights. You have a lot of experience. You can't afford to give up kills like he did before, and he's really seemed to not get caught out of position, teleporting behind enemy lines. He had a really impressive Enigma yesterday, and I'm looking forward to see him.
Who should we watch out for, Bruno?
I'm going to go with EGA, the player from Westeros, because he's been amazing in his Naga Siren. His Wiz play is also very, very interesting to watch. I mean, he is a support player, but he's always next to the people that makes things happen, and he's delivered so far perfectly.
All right, well, we'll see who is going to make the difference in the match, because we are going to go to the hall for the first game of day 3 at the International 2013 Dota 2 Championships. Look at that. Said it all. It was easy. Hope you guys enjoy the game at home. Best of luck to both teams. It's Alliance versus Team DK.
DK's turn to...
Welcome back to Benaroya Hall, home of the Seattle Symphony. It's time for our winner bracket semifinals. The first match, DK versus Alliance. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Luminous.
I know there's picks and bans on the way, but can we take a little bit moment and talk about either of these teams? Alliance, we know what they've done so far. They are undefeated, but this is standard fare for Alliance. I know their player intro, team intro said they're the dark horse. I'm not sure what that's about.
The dark horse?
Okay,
Have you been under a rock? Come on.
All right, I'm going to tap out here because I got notes prepared, right? So let's talk about some of the victories they had. Now, online tournament, TPL, undefeated victory. 2 Star Ladder victory. These are LAN tournaments. 2 DreamHack wins. And of course, the most amazing victory, going to China, winning G1 without losing a single game.
Undefeated.
You know, earlier asked if there's a team that could win TI without being undefeated. This is a team.
If anyone can go undefeated, well, it's got to be Alliance. Everyone else has lost so far. Yep. And on that note, coming into this match, I actually had a chance to talk to Kuroki in the hall as I headed down to the backstage area, and he actually said he thought it was 50-50. He felt Alliance was the slightly better team, but in terms of who could win, he really felt it could go either way. The teams are super evenly matched, and if he thinks it's close, then you know it is. So I'm looking at this one going 3 games and being a really back-and-forth series.
Kuroki and Navi in general really respect the Chinese teams. He thinks that particularly that the Western teams that are underestimating the DKs, your IGs, your Tongfus, they are shooting themselves in the foot. And DK walk into this series, I guess, as an underdog, but you could never count these guys out. Burning, you know, reportedly perhaps retired. There's rumors of MNY and QQQ. These are veteran players back in the dominance days of, you know, eHome 2010, 2009. These players could be retiring as well, so they want to go out with the bang. They don't want to disappoint their fans. They don't want to disappoint themselves for not trying their hardest, and they will give us their A game today.
They're legendary players, and Alliance quickly building their own legends. They've got some really old school players, Ake and Loda, and then the 3 new guys have been impressing. S4, EGM, Bulldog, a really back and forth match. And with that being said, we'll jump into the draft now. The draft started off with an Alliance first pick. DK, I like their bands a lot. The Bulldog, Lone Druid, and the Wisp. Just don't want to give those away. Pretty standard stuff from them. For Alliance, the first pick, Bat Rider, DK do get the Burning Weaver. Melk thought it might be banned out or denied to them. It's not, at least this game. They followed up with a Darkseer, so very elusive heroes. But then Alliance goes back for a Bulldog Prophet, and this is always hard to deal with.
Yeah, I think DK starting out with a hero, they have a 6-0 record. The Weaver is a very, very big deal, but they have to deal with a solo mid Alliance, or solo mid Bat Rider. A lot of other teams like to run Bat in jungle or off lane, but S4 Bat is probably the single Bat Rider player that I've never seen him actually get this hero and ever lost a game. Like, I think he has an undefeated record on this hero. The way that he plays and the way that he concocts pushes for his team is just marvelous, and I'm happy we're going to be casting a game with Bat.
Yeah, S4 Bat Rider, his movement has just been pristine throughout every single match. Even the games where they fell behind early, S4 just fantastic puck initiations. He dragged his team back into it, kicking and screaming, and they really rose to the occasion. I'm also interested to see if we'll see some Crystal Maiden here, Lumi, because Ake has been delivering an absolute laser light show in terms of those Crystal Maiden ults. We've also seen some big ults from other teams. It's a support on the rise, but if they want it, they probably won't go for it now. So we now enter the second stage of the bans. If you're DK, you've got 2 of your cores. Alliance actually banning out, I guess, potentially that solo mid for Super here in the OD. OD's normally been banned in the first stage, but he slips through.
Yeah, he slips through here, and a very smart ban coming out from Alliance, because OD is kind of a true counter to Bat Rider. Because Napalm and Saki doesn't really care. You Firefly on him, he just orbs you out or Astros you out, and you back off. So, very smart ban coming out from Alliance. Meanwhile, DK banning out Keeper of the Light. I know a lot of players are saying, you know, you gotta ban the PL because Loda's been doing really well on the hero, but I really think it is actually Keeper because what Alliance really like to do, and you'll see it from Nature's Prophet, Bat Rider, and every Alliance player this game, is that they will stack the neutral camps all day long, and when you have Illuminates and things of that nature to clear through those camps.
I think it's fair to say that they probably are the most efficient team in terms of if you let them farm, because not only do their support stack and move well and check the runes, but also get the stacks off, but you'll even see Bulldog get involved, especially on Prophet. He'll TP to the Ancients, he'll stack them. Some teams do this occasionally, but they are very religious about it. So, with that being said, we don't know what Loda's going to play yet. None of his heroes banned out. They're focusing for the time being on the Keeper of the Light, and now Alliance removed actually a Treant Protector. Something DK, I think, has run occasionally, but I wouldn't say it's really a go-to for them. The one Chinese team that has been running a lot of Treant is IG, but they're not in this game.
Traditionally, in the past, Alliance has been going for 1 or 2 core strategy where you have Loda and sometimes Admiral Bulldog doing a lot of the physical damage. And Overgrowth is actually surprisingly powerful against that kind of lineup where if your BKB gets popped and he just overgrowths you and suddenly your carry is not attacking. So it's a ban that perhaps is directed a little bit more towards the later game. And obviously, there is the Tree and Weaver combo, allows you to dive very effectively. So a little bit of an awkward ban, but you know.
I mean, and we actually saw in that Tong first Alliance game, for those who missed it, it was the prelims. There were a lot of matches going on. I think it was like 75 minutes, and Overgrowth won them the game.
Overgrowth was the amazing ultimate, and I always think that it's one of the worst ultimates in the game.
When everyone's got BKBs, if they're forced out, you root everyone, can be the difference maker. No damage, but if Loda has his 6 items, you don't need damage. All you need is lockdown. So now DK will ban out a Naga Siren, something Alliance have turned to a lot. Also a very annoying hero around the Roshan pit. And for DK, I do feel like securing Roshan in the game, they're on the dire side, is going to be one of their key objectives. They have an Alk now. They've got their 3 cores. They have no support, so they'll definitely pick one up. And we're going to see it. Milk should be excited. Here comes the Ake Chen. Oh boy.
Ake, sometimes known as the best jungler player in Europe. I think Puppy and him might have to contest for that
Puppy might raise his fists at you when you say that.
They play a very distinctive, different style of Chen. Puppy's going to be focusing a little bit more on ganking as well as level earlier on. Puppy likes to sacrifice himself for the team a lot more. And Ake really kind of drives early game pushes for the team. So kind of similar, kind of different. We'll see how Aki plays it today.
Yeah, Ake will adapt though. So if DK goes aggressive tri-lane, you'll see him pick up a Wildkin, a Satyr, and early on he'll try and zone out the enemy supports, secure the pull for EGM. So if he needs to get involved, he will. But yeah, if he's got his choice, he'll sit back. Whereas, like you said, Puppy likes to go for the early ganks and really create space for Dendi.
Speaking of Ake, if I could give him a little bit of personal shout out, is that he's been with this girlfriend as of today for 10 years.
Boomy.
So, I mean, that's a long time.
And they're still together.
Yeah. So let's see if he's gonna have a Last time when they won G1, it was his birthday. So I think he's like have this next level hack and planning all these LAN events around big kind of personal dates, and you know.
I gotta say, I mean, with the kind of world traveling schedule that he has, that takes some commitment from both of them. So that's nice. But back to the draft. Now a DK working on that next pick. They will go for a support here. What do you think the support choice is? Okay, Darkseer, Jakiro. We've seen this combo. It used to be incredibly popular. Jakiro's Ice Path got nerfed. It fell off a little bit. But if you get it right, if you throw out the vac, you follow up with the Ice Path, much easier to do in a LAN environment, by the way. That can be huge. And he's also nice against Chen.
He's decent against Chen, he's pretty okay against Nature's Prophet Treant, but what he really provides you is a way to drag the creeps off the tower. For example, when they're pushing you with an army of creeps, you drag a couple off with your Macro Pyre and things of that nature. It could come in from a very far range. Ice Path, for example, Macro Pyre again. You want to defend towers, but not doing, or you want to do so by not putting yourself out of position against that Bat Rider, because you know S4 is going to be always looking for a kill. I was somehow expecting something like a Rubik, for example, because when Bat Rider jumps in, you lift them up, and suddenly S4 is out of position. So that's my guess for the last pick.
That's actually a good point. DK doesn't have a great way to deal with Bat Rider initiations right now. Weaver can maybe time-lapse back or Sakuchi away if there's no gem, if he's really quick, but none of these heroes have a blink to speak of, and there's no disruption, there's no glimpse from a disruptor. I think that second support will see something that can help deal with the bat initiations. So if you're Alliance now, you don't have Lotus hero and you don't have EGM's hero, which one do you go for?
I think you want to go with EGM's hero first. Loda, well, never mind, scratch everything that it's going to be Anti-Mage.
Well, the fun might end here, at least for DK, burning up against his favorite hero in the Anti-Mage.
Yep. And of course, this is a very, very good matchup for Anti-Mage. Darkseer versus AM. If AM survives that early 1 or 2 level, and he will do that because he has Chen support, he will have EGM support, Darkseer's there's no way for him actually to really contest. Even if it's a 1v1 matchup, we've seen players in the past, Black, if he's watching from the audience, really love to take the fight straight up to the Darkseer, burn away all his mana and says, hey, I just got this lane 1.
Yeah, you win the lane at level 1. That's pretty much the goal. Take the mana burn early, and he'll have help too here. So now the next set of bans are going to come out. I think Alliance will be banning that Shadow Demon. Probably the best support remaining in the pool. Maybe a Rubik to deal with the Anti-Mage. So they've got one ban to ban out a support for DK, a support ban for them as well. The draft nearly complete. Do you think DK have enough lockdown here? Because we're obviously up against a great split push lineup from Alliance. They don't have a Storm Spirit. They don't have a Puck. How are they going to deal with this Anti-Mage and Prophet? Do they need something more?
I feel like they do need more lockdown, but they're banning out Bane, which is a hero that they could pick up themselves and give them a ton of lockdown. So I'm thinking they're angling for something that has both counter push and lockdown. So perhaps Rubik, for example. Shadow Shaman is a hero that they've preferred in the past, although kind of very, very level dependent.
And it is worth mentioning that Rubik's really nice against anti-mage, because if you can steal Blink, you can initiate on him and you can run. You become very hard to kill. It's a slightly weaker laning support and less defensive than, say, a Shadow Demon. Actually, though, Alliance are going to ban out the QQQ Enigma. We've seen ROTK play it as well, so it could go either way as far as who handles it. But DK have turned to this a lot. They've gone for that more greedy 4 position, and they've been happy to trade. And when you have Black Hole and you're on the Dire side, your ability to control the Roshan pick gets so much stronger, especially with Acid Spray, Vacuum Wall already. So DK won't have that massive combo, at least not on a greedy 4 position support.
Although with that said, I think Ben Wu brought this up, or was it Milk out there, that Alliance like to fight a lot, and you're not going to have Black Hole for every one of those fights. So perhaps Alliance, if they see Enigma a little bit later on down the road, they could definitely take advantage of the long cooldown of the Black Hole. But for now, they'll take it out. DK looking for one more support. Is it Rubik or is it something else? No, it's going to be Shadow Demon. So it's going to give you a 2-pronged thing. First, very, very good against Bat Rider. When he initiates on you, you could disrupt whoever he gets dragged on, or disrupt the Bat Rider even. Or if you want to use it late game, pop it on the anti-mage and make his Mana Bird hurt him instead.
This means no matter how big Loda gets, they can create 3 copies of him. So Alliance are going to have a hard time taking the fights if it's just sort of an organized engagement. But they have Bat Rider and they have Prophet. And the mobility of this team with an anti-mage as well is absurd. DK, pretty mobile lineup in their own right for some of these heroes. The Weaver, the Darkseer, but the other 3, Alchemist, Jakiro, Shadow Demon, DK. And we're going to see, I think this is like the most standard Alliance draft you could ever see. EGM on a 4-position Windrunner. Keep an eye on this guy, because generally we see Windrunner as a farmer, but he really finds a way. Ake and work well together to set up shackle shots and to just get a very fast pair of arcane boots, work towards the mech. He has a big impact.
I was staying with a friend for TI3, and he walked up to EGM. He's a support player. He says, EGM, can you teach me how to play support? And EGM says, I play carry, and you'll see a carry Windrunner, even though it's going to be on support role. It's like a 14-15 minute Orchid even. Maybe, I think that's like only 1 game, but she gets it very, very quick. And we'll see how it's going to be laning. What's your expectation here for the lanes?
For DK, I mean, you look at their draft and they've got a lot more options here. You have a Weaver, a Darkseer. If they wanted to go aggressive tri-lane, they in theory could with the Alchemist. Burnings on that.
5 seconds remaining.
Looks like a mid-Weaver, but the question to me is, do they contest? And I think contesting against Alliance and against Ake's Chen is almost impossible. Ake seems to always just find the right creeps. They could go for it. They definitely have kill potential here, but the big risk is if you go aggressive, you could be trading with Alk. It's time to get into game 1. DK versus Alliance, and on the Dire side, we've got Team DK. It could be Bernie's last international. It could be his last tournament. Can he bring home a trophy? We're going to find out. Burning on the Alchemist, ROTK on the Darkseer, MMY, or Die, going to be handling that. Jakiro, Super, the Weaver, and QQQ on the Shadow Demon. And on the Radiant, the Juggernauts, undefeated in the International 3, the big dogs on the block, Alliance, S4 on the Bat Rider, EGM, the support Windrunner, Loda, the anti-mage. We do see an aggressive movement here from DK. Ake, going to be handling that Chen. And last but not least, Bulldog, going to be playing that Nature's Prophet. So DK, aggressive foray into the enemy jungle.
There's one more being dropped down. Makes me think that they're at least going to be...
I'm shut down Ake's Chen, it looks like.
I mean, you could... Well, ROTK is kind of standing awkward spot.
A big investment, but Alliance did see all of their movement through the jungle, and Ake's got a pair of sentries. Let's see how on the ball he is.
Ooh, keep walking deep. It's going to be warding another one here as well, so may have sentries, but you only got 2, and there's 3 wards down so far.
Yeah, 275 gold already invested, or actually, yeah, 275 from DK, Alliance. They'll go for some quick D wards. Ake trying to find the right position for this one. EGM rotating around, the rune's gonna spawn, and game 1 is underway. DK versus Alliance, here we go. Admiral Bulldog heading towards the top lane, Burning. He'll be there as well, so they're gonna run, looks like a defensive try. And I think when you have Alk, you don't have to contest Alliance. I mean, it sucks not to, because they've got a lot of heroes that can really maximize that jungle, but you are running a safe lane Alk, and if you give him that free farm, you can do a lot in the mid game.
It really depends on what Bernie goes for a skill build. We've seen in the past that teams have actually preferred only 1 point to Grievous Greed and get a very kind of combat-heavy build. If you look at Loda, you know what he's saving up for. He didn't even spend all of his early starting go. He's going for a quick Hand of Midas, an item that will at least help him, keep up with the Alchemist.
It could be a quick Hand of Midas, or maybe just the Battle Fury Rush.
That's always
but
the
if they don't contest Loda, he will go for the straight into the farming items. And now, the middle lane, we can look at this matchup. Super on a Weaver, up against S4's Batrider. Pretty aggressive early on. Generally, Batrider has the edge in 1v1s, but trying to kill a Weaver mid is pretty tough.
So if your Flame Break have to be completely on point. In fact, if S4 might not even go for the Flame Break at the standard level, maybe he's going to just say, you know what, let's just try to outfarm Super instead.
I want to point out, Alliance, they're going to go with what works for them this game, and like S4 said, we're winning, no need to change. So it means they know S4 will be mid, and they know he'll be mid on the bat. Super starting with the Magic Stick. If you don't start this, the matchup can be a little bit tougher, but he should have a very easy time getting his farm. So mid lane looks pretty even for both teams. It's more down to what do those heroes do in the mid game. And then I guess the big question is, what do you think about the trade-offs elsewhere on the map? The jungles and the offlaners.
Jungle historically should favor Alliance, but with these kind of early aggressive wards, which I think 2 of them got dewarded now, I guess should be okay. They're not really stacking the jungle right now, so I guess advantage to DK. With that said, you can see that ROTK is slowing down the jungle because, well, Mike Golem spawn. It's always the very sick feeling that you're a Darkseer and you see, Mike Golems.
Burning missing a few CS here under the tower. In fact, quite a few. I mean, he still's farming pretty well.
Here we go here. We're going to see initiation right on Emerald Bulldog. Is he going to be the first blood? He has no mana TP out here, and we're going to see the rotation coming out.
Creeps,
oh,
the
blocks.
Denied by the neutrals. Bulldog gets a big bailout from the stack.
These trees are coming. He's going to go for the kill. Or we're going to see a suicidal TP coming in from Emerald Bulldog. Nothing, but of course, great deny, great aggro tricks. I mean, he drove the aggro from the neutrals and killed himself. Great play.
That's a big bailout for him. Nice job running into the neutrals, but just unfortunate. Burning, unable to get enraged in time for the stun. He is going Grievous Greed, but now takes 2 points in Unstable Concoction, so it's not a Grievous Greed first max.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what skill build he wants to go for. I think this is going to be a quick Shadow Blade. You've seen a lot of teams in the past have really said, quick Shadow Blade, give us a way to kill that Anti-Mage. If you just want to go farm, and trade, Anti-Mage in theory not only farms faster, but he pushes faster as well. Speaking of push, Loda and his team on the bot lane is going to get a tier 1 tower, and there's just no response coming out from a Darkseer.
Yeah, you look at DK right now, no TP up in MMY, QQQ, only 1 point Shadow Poison. They have a decent counter pushing support here, but the first tower is going to go.
Mid lane here, Super finds a kill using Swarm, Sakuchi, double damage, and I've never seen S4 die here on the mid as a Batrider.
Looks like he just bought his bottle, but a fortunate rune. It was spotted out by the Alliance. They had an Observer Ward bottom, so Super just outplaying S4 mid, finds the solo kill. Can he do it again? DD's still up. Gonna be wearing off fairly soon. S4's gotta be careful here. He'll be okay for now. Super already almost has his time lapse, so once you have that, and Batrider doesn't have lasso, you can really drive him off the lane.
I just want to stress that solo mid Weaver against Batrider, very smart matchup. He's never going to kill you because you have Sakuchi. You check
unless you waste your Sakuchi.
And Super hasn't really been doing that. Of course, now here is some very aggression. Immediate Firefly. Super is going to be trying to run. There's any Flame Break. There is a single point. Not going to be dropping just yet. 2 stack on Super. Still taking a ton of damage. There's 8 magic wand charges though, so he should be fine.
While top lane, they're wrapping around. Bulldog hiding in the trees. Nobody's scouting him out yet. Burning. He's actually quite low here. Will there be a TP reaction? He's actually eating through the trees. He seems to know something's up. Now Bulldog will spawn some trance. He'll back off. QQQ, meanwhile, trapped a bit by S4, but should be okay.
Top lane here, Burning, getting blocked by those treants tower, not focusing on him. Emerald Bulldog making the best of the lane here, and now hits level 3. And if we look at the off-lane comparison, Emerald Bulldog, suicide to the neutrals, and Darkseer not really doing much. And I think Alliance is in the advantage.
Equal levels from these two Prophets, definitely the better comeback hero than a Darkseer. Both heroes farm well, but I just think the Prophet puts a lot more pressure on the map in general. And on top of that, he's slowing down Burning. He's stopping the tower push as well. So you have to say Bulldog is doing more for his team now than ROTK, but where that could change is in the mid game if ROTK decides to take some fights with a level 3-4 vacuum, and you see the Ice Path follow-up. So far, pretty close game. I'd be a bit worried if I'm DK because S4's farming well. The Blink Daggers, despite the death, isn't that far off. And Loda's getting complete free farm as anti-mage.
Yeah, nothing too much you can do about that. Super coming in. I just want to kind of commend on his item build. A single bracer up. Generally, you don't see this item on Weaver, but he just respects the killing power of S4. In fact, S4 walking forward.
Tank mid. S4, Fireflight up. He knows something's coming his way, and it is QQQ. And he's going to dodge it. Smoke gank off the mark. And S4 dodges a bullet. Still, driven off the lane. He will be able to go into the jungle and clear up some camps.
Got a regen rune, so he should be fine.
It's close so far, Lumi.
Super's actually doing great on the mid lane. You can't really stop a bat from farming because he has so much base damage because of sticky napalm. You gotta just, you know, make sure that you get your own farm, and if you get a free kill on him in the mid lane, that's a kill that Super will be happy for.
They have fantastically individual talents on their support roles. QQQ and Dai, legendary players in their own right, but we have seen them struggle a bit with some of their early movements and success on ganks, and they do tend to fall behind in levels, and you see that here. 2 on the Shadow Demon, 3 on the Jakiro. On the side of Alliance, you have 4 on the Chen and the Windrunner, and they're not Alliance not really suffering too much for it. So I do worry about DK's mid game because you want some items on levels on these heroes. Now S4 gets disrupted, caught in the river. Ice Pet to fly, it's too early and it's off the mark. S4 is gonna live. That's 3 heroes, and he gets the rune and gets out. Or actually RTK does, but S4
It's
living.
a reason why the Alliance supports are leading in terms of experience. If you look at what they're doing in the jungle, they're stacking relentlessly, they're jungling, they're pulling. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're seeing these gank attempts. They're not really happening, and they're not really being successful. Meanwhile, they haven't been stacking. Forced to kind of fight with Admiral Bulldog on the top lane as well, so they're not really getting as much out of the jungle, and this is where it goes back to Alliance being the most efficient team in the world in terms of stacking, in terms of pulling, in terms of just supports pulling ahead.
I mean, if you're DK, you need multiple heroes to get significant farm. Super's doing pretty well so far. 29-0 is not bad. Mid, the Darkseer's farming well. But if you have anyone who's just completely under level, doesn't have boots, against a Bat Rider, a Prophet, and an Anti-Mage, these mobile, bursty type heroes, you're going to die and you're going to feed in the mid game. So it's going to be important for them to secure some support farm, and they'll try to do it now. DK looking for a tier 1 top, trying to match the one that Alliance took earlier. The glyph is popped. You can see some illusions from RTK, just scouting out the Ancients, and DK will answer Alliance back. No TP reaction. Will Burning get the last hit? He's going Battle Fury, so this matters quite a bit, and he will. The tower to Burning. He's got his Claymore now. It's going to be a Battle Fury rush. Greevil's Greed max.
Yeah, he's gone back
Alchemist. For that. And I guess my question is this enough? Or are the supports of Alliance getting too much, and is Loda getting too much?
And you say, hey, tier 1 tower went down for Alliance, and then if you look at the other side of the map, S4 isn't pushing. Loda isn't really harassing the tier 2 bot. You say, you know, perhaps Alliance got the worst end of the trade, but if you look at the jungle, the supports are farming well, both solos are farming extremely well. I think Alliance giving up a tier 1 tower like that, it's completely fine, and they're not going to force. I mean,
gold is pretty even here, but you just, again, it's a very big disparity on DK. Their carries are getting a lot. The supports are getting almost nothing, whereas Alliance is spreading it a lot more evenly. Still a level 2 Shadow Demon, still a level 3 Jakiro, and I just think against the kind of pick-off lineup that Alliance has, you can't have heroes that are just walking liabilities in the mid-game. We'll see though. Now I think they'll go back and catch up, and they are stacking, they are pulling. We'll see them focus more on their own level progression, and there's a smoke from QQQ. Shutting down S4 before he gets a blink is the ideal thing to do, but S4 has shown some great map awareness. Will he get caught? That's the question.
I really don't think so. I mean, sure, you have supports with boot to speed right now, and of course with the smoke at the seat, you can make that play. And generally, it's a very good time to smoke during the nightfall. Well, it's not too good to smoke in the nightfall, because sometimes you get fogged by night, your smoke breaks, and you don't even see the hero. So let's see how DK use their first smoke. They're going to steal a little bit of RTK's experience, but back to your question, I don't think they can get a kill on S4 unless S4 misplays a bit.
Remember, they do have a surge to set things up here, so they can surge into a disruption if you get the ice path. But then the question is, will Ake be ready? And Ake, already anticipating that gank towards mid, he's parked behind S4. Alliance, they just seem to understand what they need, which is right now, the most important thing is securing S4's Blink Dagger. If we lose our anti-mage, if we lose a tier 2 top, that's secondary. Here comes Super. Already a Sentry Ward plopped down. They're just not going to catch him out. Alliance, they're just understanding what they need right now, which right now is the S4 Blink.
Let's look at the race to the Battle Fury, because Burning's working towards his, meanwhile Anti-Mage is... Anybody truly ahead here on that race? It seems pretty even.
Burning Ring of Health for him, Broadsword and Claymore, so he's really close. Loda, Ring of Health up, 550 gold. There's got to be something on the current, and there is.
He's got Power Treads.
Yep,
so.
He's got Power Treads, so he'll have a slight farming advantage once he gets his Battle Fury, but Burning should have his first. Despite 10 less CS, he is up 300 gold.
And that's what Greevil does for you.
Now, when you go Battle Fury Alchemist, though, because you keep on bringing up, and I think it's a great point, how Alliance are stacking the camps constantly, DK's not really doing that. I mean, there's a few stacks here, well, just one big stack right now, but the Ancients aren't getting stacked. I think that's super important for them. With the Tier 1 down bottom, though, it's going to be a lot harder to farm those, even if they do stack it.
It's picked up here by Super on the top lane here. DK, they want to play a very slow-paced game, but I think this game is about to get a little bit more exciting. S4 picks up a Blink Dagger. The mid lane completely warded down, so DK is playing blind, and I think Super might be the first target. They do have enough chain stun. They do have enough lockdown to get that kill. S4 thinking about that jump.
They could even get Burning if his Chemical Rage is down. He can't be too greedy here. And I do want to point out, Bulldog, oh, here we go. Blink, initiation, Super's caught. They need the chain stun. Stomps. Blow and he's dead. Never had a chance. Alliance, quick and efficient. No mercy.
Very, very important in the Nightfall to make sure you have a ward on the enemy hill, because those are the plays that's going to happen here. It looks like we have a little bit technical difficulty, but that was perfectly executed. We saw a Blink, Flaming Lasso, Chen Creep clap, and then you have your Ursa clap. Wrath of Nature came, and of course the Flame Break to seal the deal. Everything on top for EGM and the entire Alliance team. Very well played.
We'll have a quick pause here, but right now it's a very even game in terms of gold. Experience is going Alliance's way pretty heavily, and this just goes back to how well they use the jungle. But for me, it's all about just the mid-game movements of both teams. On Alliance, so far they haven't moved much, but they have a smoke on Ake now, and he's level 6. Already Arcanes are up on EGM already. He's level 6 as well. Actually, by the way, he's holding on to quite a few skill points. Wants to see if he, ideally I think he'd like to level up the Shackle if they go for that gank, but if he gets into trouble, he'll skill up Windrun. But I think Alliance is going to go for that gank soon, and it might be successful here with such a highly leveled Windrunner.
See a gank attempt coming to Loda. Loda disrupted. He's going to have Blink, so your stun. Ice Bath's got to be perfect. It will hit here. And look at the damage output. 3 illusions just burning Anti-Mage away. And that's the reason why you don't level up Mana Break against a Shadow Demon, of course against the Darkseer as well, because the Mana Break will be applied to the enemy illusions and will be dealt back to you.
I like what DK did there, because you want to at least put some pressure on Loda. They dropped the wall, which in some situations could be disastrous, but it's early game. They're probably not going to need that wall for some time. It was a nice thought. They don't have that much lockdown for an anti-mage now. Burning will provide the majority of it in the mid game with a Shadow Blade to set up his unstable concoctions, and then eventually we assume with an Abyssal Blade. But without Burning, they can't really kill Loda unless he's low or he's overextended. And again, that's where having Ake is your insurance policy. Alliance do a really nice job, I think better than any team, of protecting their carry.
But it goes back to your say, DK doesn't need to get that kill. Sure, they will be happy to have one against Loda, but just forcing him off the lane a little bit, make sure that he's not kind of going crazy with the farm. Speaking of Burning, he's got Treads up, he's got his Battle Fury, he's got his Quelling Blade. It's farm time, baby.
You talked about those carry supports. I do want to point out that QQQ is level 3, Dai MMY is level 4, and both of Alliance's heroes are already level 6, Ake and EGM. Now we'll see a smoke from Alliance rotating through the river, S4 in the front lines. Looks like they want to have a go at Burning, but they're not going to find him because Burning has rotated bottom and his team smoked up behind him. Both teams going to be off the mark with their smokes. In this kind of situation, I think Alliance is going to come out on top here. They've got the better pushing lineup. Well,
don't forget the fact that ROTK has a mech. I'm not sure whether Alliance want to defend. If Alliance is trying to defend, they're in for a rude surprise because they haven't seen that ROTK mech just yet. They're not actually pushing. In fact, it's Ake in the enemy jungle. I think Tier 1 Tower is going to fall for free. The first time I've seen in a long time that Alliance gets somewhat outmaneuvered.
Well, Alliance was doing a really smart thing, though. They were scouting the jungle to see if there are any stacks. And if there were, you could steal the Alchemist stacks. That's a huge loss for him. But there aren't any stacks to steal. Now they'll wrap around mid lane. It looks like they're waiting for a TP defense. S4 is ready to leap. This will be a really dangerous tower to TP into. If DK want to defend it, they should TP to the tier 2. But DK, one tower down, looking for their second bottom, and Alliance are just going to go for a trade. They've got the Windrunner, EGM plinking away at it, and now with Bulldog TPing in, the tier 1's going to fall soon bottom. It's going to go to Burning, and DK want to defend. Here come the TPs, a rainbow of them. ROTK surging forward. Back is there, not going to be nearly enough, though he couldn't even get close. In the end, though, tier 1 going to Burning, and Alliance not getting a trade yet. But that tower's low, and against Anti-Mage and Prophet, it's only a matter of time before it falls.
A very smart play here by DK. They noticed that the Firefly was used, and such that once a TP came, they're...
Burning. He's just TP'd in top. His teammates don't have them. This could be a kill. This will be huge if they pick him off.
There's no teleport scroll. Keep in mind that all of them went to the mid lane. Burning does not have his ultimate just yet. He'll have it in a couple seconds.
And they're diving mid now. They have caught out S4. Shackled, nope, not gonna latch. S4 low and S4 dead. But if Burning falls, it'll be a great trade for the Alliance. And Burning is gonna fall. 1 for 1, but when you get a Battle Fury out, you gotta say advantage. No, maybe
EGM
not.
In huge trouble. EGM gets picked off here.
2 for 1, and maybe then it's DK's trade, or at least an even one.
They're going to work on that tier 1 tower. They have the siege unit. They're going to blow through everything, and of course, they have mech available in about 30 seconds. Let's see if Alliance can make this defend. They don't have Glyph, and really they're going to go for a 1-for-1 trade. In fact, DK, we don't expect this team to play aggressive. Traditionally, they only play defensive 4 protects 1, but this team has evolved over the past couple months, and now they're kind of piling the aggression against Alliance.
It's really an even trade, and now Loda gets his Battle Fury. The reason I think it's so even is also because DK supports desperately needed levels, and participating in 2 kills there catches them up a lot, especially that Jakiro. Suddenly up to level 6, Super now, Perseverance for him. So we haven't talked too much about Super. Obviously, he got that first blood mid, fantastic play. He hasn't farmed that great, but this is a game to me where Weaver absolutely must get a Lincoln Sphere. Otherwise, he's just food in the mid game.
Sprout into a Shackle Shot is not what you want to deal with. Of course, Flaming Lasso, we saw him getting killed earlier. He's not farming particularly too well, but it is a solo mid-weaver against a Bat Rider, so he's on track. Of course, he's 2-1-1, and we're going to see a little bit of smoke here coming out from DK.
DK is just not putting much priority on stacking their jungle. Roaming is 4. You're running a Battle Fury Alk. I would like to see more of that. It just seems to me...
Maybe they realize, you know what, if we lose a fight, we're going to lose that stack. Like, it is kind of a, iffy situation.
If that's the case, that's certainly next level. Maybe it'll be previous level. We'll have to see. Big smoke. In come the Chen creeps. They'll reveal. They'll be revealed. DK here, still smoked up. Creeps do not reveal smoke, but Alliance should be very suspicious now. Ake, though, coming back. No, where's he going? Looks like they're trying to steal Lotus stack. Oh, Grand Theft Agents. Here we go.
I'm not sure whether you want to take this fight against 3 Chen creeps over there. Dual breath gets dropped out here.
S4, Flame breaks in. Lasso's burning, pulling him back. Burning's trapped on the far side of the cliff, but running for dear life. Mech's there from RTK, already used. Burning still alive. Wall deployed. Bulldog low. Bulldog dead. QQQ the trade. Lotus standing strong. Burning on the run. Alliance seeming to pull ahead here. 3 dead. Could be 5 soon. Burning will fall. 4 heroes dead. You can't even take their Ancients without paying the price, Lumi.
That is not a good position for DK to fight when the enemy team have perfect vision of you because of Firefly, and the fact that you're in a very concentrated Shackle Shot on the mid lane. Super hits it back to the trees. Can they get that kill? Nice time lapse in the back. He's gonna try to kill that F4. There's a net Saguchi back out.
Close.
Dagger being disabled here by those. He's in fact thinking about going back. Super is like 1v4.
Team stack up. S4 sticking around for a while. The tier 1 fallen made it goes to Alliance. Now they got to get out. They surge in Super. Not that he needs the move speed. Now with an Ion Shell trying to burn 2 supports. He wants 2 kills. Ake's gonna fall. Look for EGM to be in a lot of trouble here soon.
Oh.
And another pause from DK. Unfortunate timing. EGM, we could take a quick second here. He does have Shackle Shot. Super's not really lined up for one. At least not easily. Looks like EGM might fall. Is the S4 in position? No lasso.
But whatever the case, it's going to give EGM a little bit of time to spend his 1,000 gold because you definitely don't want to lose it.
I mean, Alliance is just more efficient this game. I think that's really the story. Their efficiency is unparalleled. They've stacked their Ancients. They got more levels on their supports early. The smoke ganks of DK did not work, so they fell behind. They defend their own Ancients, and when they're fighting, Loda's getting killed, so he's not wasting time there. And they have the better split push lineup. Anti-Mage and Prophet. I mean, not that DK's is bad, but when you've got the global mobility of Prophet and the best split pushing carry in Anti-Mage, outside of Phantom Lancer, ultimately this tempo and just finding these small pickups with Bat Rider, chaotic fights, I just feel like this is Alliance's game right now, and DK are being forced to react.
I agree. I feel like in this high-level play, when you're playing your winner bracket semifinal match, whoever makes fewer mistakes wins the game. And so far, we see DK walking up a hill, trying to take the enemy Ancient. One big mistake. I don't think they have lost a game or anything like that, but it definitely sets them back a little bit. You say that Alliance has been a lot more efficient in terms of pulling the camps and stacking, and I absolutely agree. I think DK has been a lot more efficient with pushing. They have knocked down a lot of towers. They have defended their own towers, so I think DK edges out Alliance on that part.
One issue with the tower advantage is nice, but when you're against a Prophet and an Anti-Mage, it's pretty...
Yeah.
Eventually, you're going to lose your own towers, right? So that's only a temporary advantage. When you secure it and when you focus on it, you've got to turn it into something else. And so far, we have to see if there's anything else coming. Not on pause just yet, but overall, Lumi, the other thing for DK, they will have a Shadow Blade on Alk soon. They are on the dire side, so Roshan's always going to be a concern, and I think that's where those tier 1s really matter. Because now Alliance, great lineup to fight in the pit with Bat Rider and Prophet, just good split push, and that great initiation, but if you don't have the tier 1s up, it's much easier for DK to sneak it.
Well, let's look at the goal graph here as we have a little bit more time. Well, it doesn't see anything. I think it's like near 0. Meanwhile, the experience graph is obviously a very clear advantage going towards Alliance because of the stacking, because of jungling. And for those of you guys who are watching at Dota TV at home, don't forget about the F8 button. That will give your fantasy points. How many of you guys have Loda on your fantasy team? Anybody in the crowd? I got him too. He's been earning me a lot of points.
So far, Super's our leader here, 11.5. Solo kill at S4. He's had a lot of impact on this game.
Yesterday, he hasn't died at all when he was playing Magnus.
Yeah.
I mean, when you are playing the sometimes suicidal initiator to set up a team fight and you don't die throughout 3 games.
His mag, honestly, this tournament, better than Yao's. Best mag from China so far.
So far, yeah.
Beating the son of, can he beat the son of Magnus on mag? We'll have to see.
He definitely killed him in the mid lane, so.
Because right now Alliance is looking to beat Burning with Anti-Mage. So if they do that, then I think DK have to respond in the interest of good competition by beating S4 mag.
I think the Alchemist is the new anti-mage of some sort because he farms a lot faster, he's a lot tankier. Less flashy though, I feel like, as a hero.
Well, not when he starts making chop suey out of you. I mean, there's nothing better than just seeing him swipe those machetes and instantly slice you up. In a man fight, there's not too many carries that can beat Alk, but Anti-Mage with his pretty low base attack time and his illusions might be one of them.
I'm just watching the DK booth, and every time I look over there, there's more and more staff employees trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
Yeah, guys, Valve is not having a coffee break, having a smoke, AFK at the wheel. They are working to fix the problems as soon as possible.
Right, of course, you are joining Alliance versus DK. This is the first match out of the best of 3 series. Coming up next, we have Na'Vi versus Tongfu. That should be exciting. But personally, I want to see some lower bracket matches because we had some USA Miracle yesterday, and let's see if the dream continues.
No, it reminds me just a little bit of that. What was it? The Olympics, I think,
or
the American
Miracle
Swan.
on Ice.
The Miracle on Ice.
Yeah.
It felt a little bit like that. The thing though is this wasn't the final, so Liquid's work is not done, and they've got IG.
I just had a mental image of Ike's Mike skating in his basketball shorts, and it's just like a very awkward combination. Can you imagine?
I don't even want to imagine that, man. I like IX Mike, but that's too much. Look at that match though, because that's one of the most exciting matches to me. IG crushed Liquid. They 2-0'd them, and it was in a pretty dominant fashion. 430, out of control Shadow Female in one game, and the other game Liquid just had a really weird draft.
Yeah, they were like being offensive trialing tree or something like that.
Yeah.
But Korok, he told the interviewer that, you know, that's the matchup they want to play. They want IG to win so they can face them because it's revenge time.
Yeah, this is about pride. Got to defend your home turf if you're Liquid. DK versus Alliance, though. I mean, how you feeling about this match, Lumi?
I mean, we had the analysts make the predictions. We don't generally get the limelight to make the predictions, and now we have a big pause. So your prediction, LD?
Safe and smart money is probably an Alliance. Hey, they're undefeated.
They haven't lost any games, yeah.
I gotta go with Burning here, man. This guy, if anyone deserves a championship, it just might be him. He's worked hard. Burning your soul for life. 2-1 DK. That's my prediction, but we'll have to see. Alliance is looking really strong right now.
So normally, right, when you make the prediction for DK, I'm supposed to say, oh, I'm going with Lions, but I'm going with Burning as well, because, I mean, this is the last tournament. I mean, this could be QQQ's last tournament. This could be MMY's last tournament.
Yeah, I was talking about Burning, but it's not just him. It's the whole team that many of them could retire.
These are the veteran players that have been playing for a long while. They, of course, won big championships, but this is the biggest stage.
Alliance, they do have Loda and Ake, the 2 veterans who have been around for
Living
ages
legends,
as well.
as they call themselves.
As Loda calls himself. But they also have 3 really young players. So I feel like for Alliance, even if they don't win, they'll have their shots. Whereas for DK, this could very well be their last.
Well, I mean, S4 and his team has won a lot of tournaments this year. Aren't they the winningest team this year?
He's running out of fingers to put those reins on, you know. That's a first world problem.
That's a first world problem. 16 minutes in, we're 6-6. Do you feel like any team is really far ahead in this game so far? If we want to jump back into it for a bit.
Again, I think like you look at the numbers and the sort of strategy of the game, and I think it's pretty close. But I just feel like Alliance has sort of the emotional momentum. They're in their comfort zone. None of the Chinese teams, in fact, really nobody has thrown Alliance out of what they want to do.
Right.
It's hard to ban them out, and you know, I see some people in forums like, oh, ban out Bulldog, get rid of Prophet and Lone Druid. But then you're giving out the Wisp, you're giving away anyone that S4 wants.
No way
you can't ban out Alliance. What you can try to do is just choose your poison. So DK chose their poison. They said no Bulldog, Lone Druid, no Wisp. But they'll give the bat. And here we go. The game's unpaused. Game 1 back underway. It's going to be a quick death perhaps for EGM. Dodges the swarm, still running, but they surge in super. He needs a shackle here. He's running close to the tree line. He's low, and he is going to fall. Killing spree for super. The snow flying high. Delivering what looks to be a Yasha for Loda. Buckler coming as well. Courier not going to get sniped. So Loda, Battle Fury complete, now a Yasha out. And I gotta say, the one thing that does concern me for DK is you're running a Battle Fury Alk, Max Greevil's Greed, and you're not massively out farming Loda. You should be.
unfortunately he's got died twice thanks to Alliance great gank and great focus fire during these team fights. The Shadow Blade's up, and that means going to be a little bit more survivable in these team fights, and also that means Burning could start looking for some solo kills, perhaps on Admiral Bulldog.
Yeah, Loda's 2-0-2, Burning 0-2-0. Definitely he's had the stronger start. He blinks into the trees. He's hiding there for now, and it looks like these supports aren't going to find him. They're actually scouting in a different direction. Loda, he'll TP out towards mid, and now he'll go and clean up his Ancient. So we reset and we reload. And when we talk about Loda, we also want to talk about Bulldog, because it's a dual core for them. His Prophet, if you let the game go on, will get 6 items, and he'll get them very quickly.
Yeah, one of the things that I actually got a chance to talk to Eternal Envy, which is a former teammate of Admiral Bulldog, he said that one of Admiral Bulldog's strongest strength is that his map sense is immense. After a chaotic team fight, he knows exactly where he needs to go for a TP, for a base push, or for just a tower kill. So look towards Admiral Bulldog making big split push plays throughout the entire game. He needs some items. He needs to finish his Shadow Blade first, which is very close to do so, and after that, you know, the entire map is his.
For DK, I do feel like they have this problem right now where their best ganker is Burning, because he's their longest duration stun, their most damage, and the only one who can get in sneakily. Well, here we're going mid. We'll hold that thought. Disruption to start. S4 caught in it. RTK back in, but 4 stepped away. Will it be enough? Sent home as well. He gets out, and the wall was dropped. DK just cannot find these easy kills. Great support play from EGM as well as Ake yet again.
That's 2 ultimates being dropped, your wall, your macro pyre, and they can't even say, hey guys, he ported back, let's go Roche, because that was a Chen TP, so he could TP right back.
By the way, that was S4's 4-step, not EGM, so
okay.
To correct myself, great play from S4 as well.
Where's EGM's carry items? Like, what's going on
that
here?
Rapier.
Yeah.
Come on, EGM, get your act together, man. Well, he's not impressing me yet with his carry skills.
Well, here comes a big smoke coming out from Alliance. Now, generally, they don't like to smoke during nighttime because you see very little, but you have Batrider.
This is the beauty of Batrider. So much easier to find these initiations, and they're going to find QQQ now. They want the courier as well. Disruption's there. Dead, so QQQ will save his courier and give away his own life. That's actually a pretty level-headed decision, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of players would have disrupted himself
and died anyway,
and then lost the courier. That would have been a double whammy. But QQQ says, "I'm the 6-row support here, man. Gotta protect my courier."
EGM's a 3-roll support, and meanwhile, we see the other end of the spectrum. They are getting close to more items on DK. I think one of the biggest ones is Super's Lincolns, because after that, he's got a chance to fight. Maybe he doesn't get lassoed, not shackled, can go in and do some damage. But to me, DK, just when you run an Alk, you want to be really ahead in farm. He can get 6 slotted faster than any hero in the game if he gets that farm, and he's not ahead. And they're also not using him to fight early, and he's a better early fighter than Anti-Mage. Again, I just feel like DK, with this kind of lineup and the way the game's developing, they got to be the ones controlling the tempo, but it seems like it's slipping away from them.
I don't feel like they are going to be wrestling the tempo back anytime soon. As we see S4 jumping back in, nice defensive force that right back out, but here comes Super with the double damage. You don't want to mess with this guy. Vacuum back here, S4 taking a ton of damage, sent back on EGM, but it's still chasing at S4. S4 does not have Blink because of the swarm. Here comes the Iron Shell, but the right clicks, oh my god, Super just melts him and pick off these Chen creeps. These Chen creeps are absolutely huge. If you kill these Chen creeps, I mean, Ake is going to have to waste a ton of time rebuilding that army.
There was actually no TP on Ake, but still, that's a big kill there. They get the creeps, they force Alliance back, but meanwhile, Loda is farming in the middle lane, uncontested, and Bulldog is as well. It's Whack-A-Mole Dota, and you do kill the Batrider, but already S4 is 2 of his biggest items. From here, BKB and Boots of Travel, probably the 2 main ones he'll want, and beyond that, it's all luxury. You gotta say right now, nice kill, but still Alliance in control.
Meanwhile, we're going to see a little bit of split pushing from our Anti-Mage and Admiral Bulldog. In fact, RTK aggressive forces out an activation from Admiral.
So Bulldog is a player that really seems to favor Orchid on his Nature's Prophet. Here we go. Sprout on RTK. He mechs up, but now he's shackled. And no, he doesn't even need the shackle. Now a disruption. QQQ, too late to the party. Loda will fall low, but he will not drop.
Well, we've seen the first of many Sprout into shackle shots. That thing's going to be an issue. But going back to what you were saying earlier, what are they going to do with this Lincoln Sphere? I feel like DK is going to just farm with this Lincoln Sphere. Sure, it helps him survive and helps him play a little bit more aggressive during the team fights, and he's very aggressive in the enemy jungle right now. But I really don't think they could win these fights. It's Alliance advantage by quite a bit.
Yeah, DK can definitely take the slate. They've got the perfect heroes to punish a farmed Anti-Mage in a Darkseer as well as a Shadow Demon. They've got amazing late game between Weaver, Darkseer, and Alchemist. They've got lots of AoE. I don't feel like Alliance clearly has the late game edge in terms of their ability to fight, but it's just their ability to choose when they fight that's way stronger. With Batrider and Prophet and Anti-Mage, you have way more mobility. So DK, if they make the right plays and the right moves, they can take this late and they can win it late, but they have less tools at their disposal to make it work.
I almost want to say that mobility is a little bit more important than kind of head-up team fight, because when you could take the fights, when you could defend your base and then siege right back instantly, that's a little bit more importantly, at least in my personal opinion. If you see Emerald Bulldog says, my jungle looks a little bit dangerous, let's farm the enemy jungle. You generally don't see any other kind of hero that could do something similar, minus an anti-mage.
They are going for Roche here. S4, fire flying in. He's got a lasso available. Starts with a flame break. QQQ on the high ground. He can't get caught. He needs to be there for the disruption. Roche dropping low. Here comes your Prophet ult. They will disrupt S4. Now the blink initiation prevented. Chen Creeps coming in. S4 driven back. They are taking it tier 1 top. MMY low. Chen Creeps almost killing him off. Drops some macro. The Aegis will go to Burning. Not denied. But the tier 2 falls top. Alliance give away an Aegis, but they get something decent in return.
DK can TP back instantly. I thought Burning was going to die to the Chen Creeps, and when Anti-Mage destroyed the top tower, I thought it was...
or die, rather.
Right,
yeah.
I thought it was Aki destroying the Aegis. I was about to go crazy, but Burning picks it up.
Yeah, I could hear you winding up to yell there. DK, 8-8, 23 minutes in, very close for them. Alliance the favorites, but in terms of gold, it's even. Experience, 5,000, not that big of a deal, and they're going on Bulldog. He does have a TP available here. Do they have detection? The gem's there. He's got a TP soon, Bulldog does. He gets back, no way out! And Bulldog will fall. Another kill for DK. Starting to find their footing here, and what a time to start finding it. But
very, very good patience from ROTK. If you use that vacuum a little bit too early, Bulldog's going to wind that TP and probably makes it home, but he waited until the last moment, and then there's that kill.
So it's ROTK who has the gem now, and I think if you're Alliance, you say, okay, you got us once. We're going to gank you when you're off on your own. RTK is known for his aggressive play and take that gem away. It's very important for DK to have one, not just for ganking the Prophet, but when you're up against this Batrider pick, you need vision to be able to see him coming. And, well, the gem is going to allow you to deward and maintain map control for that.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Gem is somewhat dangerous to hold as well, because you have a big target for S4 in your head.
That's why he's a target.
You get initiated on, and ROTK is already a huge target. Oh.
Blix, he forced stats, and he'll break the linkage, but Super's still alive. Shackle's there. He is going to fall. Burning, throwing out a stun. Coming in, he's got Aegis, but he's got no mana and no Chemical Rage. It's just not a good time for him to fight. In fact, he's in trouble. Netted up. Lotus thinking about initiation. Mana Void, a huge ult. Now on to QQQ. Sprouted up, held in position. Alliance standing strong against an Aegis. They want to pick this fight. Bulldog on the run. There's no detection. No, there is. Now Bulldog caught. They answer back. 10-9, but Vice Pass there, not enough. Too low for DK. Loda still at full HP. Burning, netted, held in place. Blinking forward. Loda cleaning house. And Burning just can't get a hit off.
Oh my god, the team fight's not over yet. S4, he Fireflies over the death of an ally.
It's that damn mobility for for Alliance. They're picking everyone apart. They jump on the supports. Burning gets netted. Burning gets isolated. He loses his Aegis. He can't do anything in these fights.
I think Aki won that team fight for Alliance. 4 nets on the enemy carry, just using it whenever it's coming off cooldown. Milk says this guy can micro. Now we see why.
In the clutch, Ake delivering, and Alliance just in control of this game.
Not done yet.
Here comes Burning, he Shadow Blade, but he didn't channel his stun yet. Now he'll try to, but he's revealed. Lasso's up, Burning could be caught here. No, slap and chop, 1 to fall, and now DK are on the offense. Ake running for his life, but meanwhile, some illusions of Anti-Mage doing work. They'll drive some heroes back, but they won't stop Super. Ake, once again, no TP, another flame break from S4. Alliance retreating as a unit, but it looks like Ake's going to be left to his own devices here.
Yeah, okay,
probably dead here. He's still running. He's got a mech. Where's the TP? Here comes Loda. Now the swarm to fall, and a time lapse out. The mech is there, and DK can't even find the kill.
Yeah, they can't. Although they're not losing much by chasing too deep here. Because there's no pushing to towers, so it's okay to chase a little bit. In fact, they're pushing for that tier 2 as well.
But if you're DK, like, you just got Aegis, right? You just got it on Burning. You wanted to fight. He didn't even have mana for Chemical Rage. He didn't use his Unstable Concoction before Shadow Blading in. It feels to me like DK, I don't know if I'd say they're on tilt, but they're not as polished as they need to be. They can't be making any mistakes against lines, getting picked off, taking fights when they're not in a good position. If you do that against Nature's Prophet and Anti-Mage, they are going to punish you, and they're going to do it heavily.
DK does have a Blink Dagger on Darkseer, picked it up after that team fight. I think they're actually looking to take a team fight. Although here comes S4, he's got the Blink, he's got the Force, he sees QQ a little bit lagging behind, but no, he's going to just deward.
There's now an Orchid on Admiral Bulldog, and there's no BKB yet on Burning, although he's got the gold for it. So he might not be an easy gank, but this puts a lot of pressure on everyone else. Nobody else has BKB, nobody else has Manta. There's a Linken's on Super, but you can break that with the Force Staff, the Sprout as well. A lot of these other heroes are going to struggle to find farm and to deal with the split push, and when they do try to deal with it, Alliance can punish that with now 2 ways of initiation. The Bat Rider as well as the Nature's Prophet.
So far, only a lone Force Staff here on EGM, but that just adds you so much more. I mean, a lot of the damage coming out from DK right now is your wall into your, standard AoE wombo combo, that kind of thing. But when you can Force Staff your ally who gets caught, suddenly that guy's completely fine.
Yeah, Alliance they already have more mobility and they keep on adding to it. The Force Staff's coming out, the Blinks they already have. DK, they still have this amazing team fight. They have insane damage output, but do they get to put it out? That's the question. And I do have to say, I feel like QQQ has to be there at the right moments. They need some clutch disruptions. If they can bait Alliance into a bad initiation, be it disrupting a hero after he gets lassoed, be it disrupting the Bat when he tries to jump in, even catching Loda, then I think these fights can go their way. But a lot of it rests on a very underleveled and underfarmed Shadow Demon. It's hard to be in that position against the Alliance lineup.
Yeah, very aggressive smoke coming out from DK. I think they want to kill AM, but how do you kill AM? There's no real lockdown. You got to disrupt perfectly into an ice path.
He's got BKB now. I mean, they have to just jump him. If he actually sees them coming, there's just no way.
Surge,
there they go. Disrupt the start.
They
need this ice path to land. It will. EGM.
No, BKB!
From Loda. He's pumped. It will still slow him down even after the BKB. Now Blake from RTK. Loda driven back. His 10-second BKB not doing much now. Burning. BKB up as well. His also wasted. The Dire Courier has fallen. I believe Bulldog sniping it at the Secret Shop during that time. Big plays from him.
Both carries losing.
What was on that? Nothing on the Courier, but just losing it hurts.
Yeah, both teams losing their 10-second BKB charge, but that was a big smoke gank that failed. Nobody was farming on DK's side. Meanwhile, of course, obviously, Aki and the rest of his team is farming, so Alliance advantage again.
Neither team was farming. Well, Bulldog was ganking the Courier, but the thing is, Alliance can go back to farming quicker because they have a Prophet and an Anti-Mage. Right. They get to the creeps faster. A lot of these DK heroes got to run there. Even if you're surging or Sakuchiing, it's not a global TP. Alliance, they just have more options here. They've got more ways to take fights, more ways to avoid them if they want to. And right now, although DK are fighting decently, is it going to be enough?
Sees all. Firefly thinking about trying to set up.
This is really hard. He's going to lasso RTK, the one who has the mech, shackled and pulled into the pit. And there's just no way. And this is why Batman is so hard to play against. And Lumi, he lost the gem. That's huge.
S4 cancels the smokes here as well on the way back.
They have no gem against the Shadowblade Prophet, who already is just very hard to gank. This is a big problem.
Earlier, I felt like DK was dictating the pace of the game. They were pushing a lot of towers. In fact, they were forcing Alliance to defend the tower or forcing Alliance to go for trades. Now, 20 minutes later, I feel like Alliance says, we're going to go for random pickoffs. We're going to drag the game out. We're going to Prophet TP for kills. We're going to anti-mage blinks for creep kills. And slowly, I think DK is going to get outmaneuvered and outfarmed.
Yeah, that's what we see right now. Loda pressure in the bottom lane. The tier 2 falls. Alliance starting to cinch that noose a bit tighter. DK not out of this yet by any means, but now Alliance work towards their next big items. S4, 3,000 gold, Boots of Travel, BKB, Shivas, it's all soon an option for him. EGM's got money. Hell, the entire team's sitting on some decent gold. Aside from Ake, he just picked something up.
Basher. And that's going to be an issue for Super. I mean, Lincoln Sphere, that's nice. He's working on BKB, or maybe that's later. Either case, Basher is going to be a big deal against you.
Oh, no Butterfly. Now, the nice thing with BKB and the Abyssal Blade is they don't make your illusion stronger. So, against the Shadow Demon and Darkseer, it means that you'll be much stronger as your main hero relative to your own illusions.
Just give them a way to kind of fight head-to-head against Burning. If Burning slow down or trying to run away for whatever reason, then he's going to be in trouble. But I just want to kind of point ourselves what kind of game we got here. 12-11, complete even. The goal difference sort of close, 3,000 goal lead, and of course experience 7,500.
Alliance advantage, but it's not an overwhelming advantage yet. Will it get there? That's the question.
Late game mobility is just simply a lot more important, I think, than straight up head-up team fight, which I think DK still has the advantage in, but they really can't fight a team fight or find a team fight.
Alliance are just doing a nice job controlling the map, constantly scouting with the Prophet Trance, the Ake creeps. They pretty much are keeping tabs on DK wherever DK goes. Whereas if you look at DK, I mean, just compare the fog of war for these two teams. You just look at the mini-map here. It's night and day. DK see virtually nothing. Very limited map control because all three lanes are pushing and they lost their gem and they're pretty much fully dewarded. Whereas Alliance, they mostly see whatever they need. So with that kind of map vision, you have a lot more confidence to be aggressive.
Well, Burning adds a Basher to his list of items. Once he gets Abyssal Blade, I wonder if DK start gonna make a run for something. Also, keep in mind that Roshan is coming back very, very soon. A couple of AM illusions getting disrupted. But here's a big thing. We haven't been talking about these huge items that are slowly being accrued on Alliance. We have the Force Staff up on the EGM for quite a bit. He's sitting up 1800 gold. We have Nature's Prophet finishing or working towards a Cypher Vice. He's going to have that in like the next 3-4 minutes. And of course, Anti-Mage working on his next item. I think Butterfly is in order. A really, really good item naturally against Basher. And obviously, we're going to see S4 probably going to be going for something like a BKB himself.
Even a Scythe of Vice could be nice for him, but I think you do want that BKB first. Then you can jump in against almost anything. Demonic Purge is going to slow you down, but you can still Force Staff out of that after the leap, and a lot of this magic damage that you can use to even Shadow Poison can stop the Blink Dagger won't be effective anymore. So BKB is your go-to item, and S4 will have it soon. Boots of Travel is an option as well. Overall, Alliance, split pushing on the lanes, you can just see the way the game's going right now, where DK are always reacting to Alliance, they're always defending the push, they're never starting the fights. Roche is back online now. They'll try and force a fight at the Roche pit, but we saw what happened last time. Will DK get burned again? Immediately, Alliance towards the pit, scouting it out, it's falling pretty fast, but Burning's getting bashed. Alliance know what's up, and now we keep our eyes on S4. He's got a leap, he could come in soon. Loda's there as well, and they need to back off. Are they already too late? There's a net on Burning. Where's that lasso? S4 looking, leaps and catches him. It needs to be marked. Blake, back from ROTK. Ice Pad as well, but Loda with a BKB is gone right now. They just can't touch him. Standing strong. He gets bashed though. Now stunned. Loda in trouble. We won't try to match out. Not enough. Loda falls. Immediate buyback. Now Ake goes sceptered and driven back, and ROTK with that big vacuum may have just turned this fight.
DK don't want to make a chase. I think they should straight go into the Roshan pit and finish it. They have so much damage output on DK, but they're afraid. They don't have sight, and that goes back to what you're saying. There's gem on one team, no gem and wards on the other. Super pops his head out. Really no lasso to be fair, but there is a shackle shot. There are things like Orchid, so gotta be somewhat careful.
It's a lot of cooldowns right now for both teams. BKBs are cooling down, Lasso's cooling down, Wall's cooling down, Vacuum is back up, but I don't think either team really wants to fight now unless they just catch someone out, because they don't have their best spells to do it, their best item cooldowns to do it. Burney's up to 4k. If he gets this Aegis and an Abyssal Blade, then it might be the point in the game where DK can force something, so Alliance will continue to contest. Lasso, still 5 seconds off, but S4 is prepping to go. Power shot into the pit, Roche is low, but will DK get caught? In comes S4, lassoing Burning, and he's stunning right now. There's your Ice Pad that's pretty good. He gets off the stun, and it's a Bulldog. Top locked in position for now. Burning still running. The Aegis, though, it has fallen, picked up by Super, and give DK a nice little victory in that fight. Loda, BKB leaping in, but a Ghost Scepter from Dai keeps him in fighting condition. If he gets bashed, Loda is dead. He'll blink out. The stun flies. S4, Force Staff to freedom. Down to the low ground, and he'll live. But they only lost the Shadow Demon. They forced out a BKB, a buyback on Loda, and they get the Aegis. Big win for DK.
Huge win for DK. I mean, you're going to the Roshan pit against many things I could sell here. Treants, Chen creeps, power shots, and of course, the biggest of all, the Firefly. But they just knew that they were stronger in a close-up team fight, in a team fight where there's a lot of choke. And here comes the Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, this is that point where Burning is about as big as he's going to get. He's pretty much 6-slotted at this point. Sure, he could buy a new BKB later on. He could replace the Shadow Blade. He can get Boots of Travel. But there's no huge items he can really pick up now that won't cost a ton. And it's not a lone druid this game. He's not a 12-slotted hero. They can't sit back and farm on this lead forever unless they're going to get farm on the other heroes. If Burning keeps on taking farm, at a certain point, it's just going to hurt his team.
Although Super, of course, the big survivor in that team fight, getting an Aegis on him as well, that should kind of influence his item decision. If he was thinking about BKB, maybe he wanted to say, maybe I go Desolator now. I have an Aegis to protect me, of course, with all my spells as well. I think Desolator will be a pretty big pickup, especially to that 15 armor anti-mage, who's tanking quite a bit, to be honest.
Loda's tanking quite a bit, and the Desolator, as well as the Swarm does go through magic immunity, and that minus armor is going to really hurt because the BKB blocks everything else, right? So they really rely on it, aside from Abyssal Blade. And here we go. Up on the high ground comes EGM. We'll clear out an Observer Ward, QQQ, scouting out, but again, the gem. 2 gems still in Alliance. They never lost one in that fight, and they're using them along with illusions to de-ward. DK have an Aegis, but can DK force a fight? Super coming in. Aegis online. Wants to go, but he's not going yet.
His team was a little bit too slow. I wonder what DK is going to do with this Aegis. Are they going to sit back and farm for maybe a 100-minute game, or are we going to see some sort of timing aggression?
If they want to, again, if they want to go really late with farm, they can't put it all on Bernie because he's already maxed. You have to find ways to give farm to your supports, and when you're up against Scythe Device, Orchid Prophet, and a Bat Rider with Blink Force, good luck to any of the supports not dying if they enter the lanes to farm.
Well, they're smoked up right now. We see a gem being delivered to ROTK. And looks like we're going to see a huge smoke gank attempt. They see the Ancients.
Number 3 of this game.
Yeah, not being stacked.
Good smoke from DK, wrapping through the enemy jungle. Not spotted out just yet. They'll rotate around. They're going to try to backstab Ake. But losing your Chen for this kind of commitment is not a big loss. Still, though, he may fall. Burning. RTK grouped up.
I don't know where he is. They ping him out, but he's too far away.
There's a Radiant Observer Ward, and RTK.
I felt like if they picked off Chen there, sure, you just lost your support hero, but at the same time,
that's good for
the
Alliance.
creep wave is so close to the tier 2 tower that I think DK could maybe force something. In fact, they're going to just force something, despite not even taking out Chen.
Just only 3 minutes left to reclaim. Bulldog as well as Loda pushing out the 2 side lanes for now. Air Team H top, Prophet bottom, and soon this tier 2 will fall. DK, they do take a tier 2. They're first of the game, 38 minutes in, but can they fully breach the Alliance defenses? Alliance still, map control going their way, 2 lanes pushing in, only 1 against them. It was a nice tower kill for DK, but their work is not done yet. They've got to find more.
Yeah, they need to go for some key pickoff. You gotta kill Admiral Bulldog, you gotta kill Anti-Mage, because if either one of these heroes is alive, they will just make this game a nightmare. You can see that they're not, despite getting a tier 2, they can't really advance on to get more. They can't really go into the enemy jungle and farm, because they have to go back and deal with these creep wave that's constantly being pushed in. Again, to me, the game is really in Alliance's pocket in the sense that right now they're dictating the pace of the game. They're saying, we fight here, we fight there, and DK, really, they're just dancing to the tune, I want to say.
Took a tier 2 mid, but Alliance are okay giving that up, because it means at least a minute or 2 of your Aegis is going to be wasted. Then you TP back to defend. The Aegis will soon fall. And for me, we've talked so much about the carry item pickups, but I do want to go back to the supports, because Alliance are getting much more important items on some of their supports. There's an Ultimate Orb up on EGM. He's working towards the Scythe Device. S4 just got Boots of Travel. So sure, you could have Super maybe picking up his third big item soon, I should say. Burning's already 6-slotted. That's great, but you can have a 6-slotted carry, and against the Bat Rider and against the Scythe Device, double Scythe Device in fact, if EGM gets one, you can just get locked down and die from full HP to none.
Yeah, I do really like the Boots of Travel picked up on Burning though, because that will allow him to spot Admiral Bulldog somewhere on the map, TP, wind up a stun, and probably go for a solo kill. He should be looking for solo kills, probably even on Anti-Mage.
DK, for the time being, sitting back mid. Super will push into the middle lane. He's got now a Demon Edge up the Aegis. Not too much time left on it. And DK, with that first Aegis that went their way, well, we'll have to see if they actually get anything important. Tier 2 at this point in the game is not the biggest deal. So you got to say for Alliance, they've held the wall. They've held the line pretty nicely. Still standing strong, defending the lanes. Even game, definitely still in the balance. Close in terms of gold. That 12,000 experience lead, not too big of a deal at this stage of the game. It's anybody's ball game, but it's Alliance's tempo.
It's not smoked up yet, looking for some sort of engagement into the enemy jungle, but Alliance, or DK wasn't smoked up, Alliance is. Rico.
Poison scouting things out. QQ breaching high ground. S4 lurking. Firefly online, and they will back off. Looks like Alliance just dodging all those bullets. DK though, Aegis about to expire. In fact, already. No, it's got like maybe 30 seconds left at most.
It's a pretty big deal. DK spots out that Firefly's on cooldown. That means that for 20 seconds, there's no way you're going to force a defense on the bot tier 2 tower. And I think DK will get one for free.
Trade is there though, as Loda's already pushing in the top lane. There is a glyph for DK. They'll take a tier 2 uncontested, but the Aegis now goes down. Alliance, they will force some TPs back. The glyph gets popped. Loda's still going to work. He's going towards the butterfly now. Gets, almost caught by an ice path. Not quite though. If he actually gets caught by that, Alk has an Abyssal Blade. I mean, that could have cost him his life, to be honest.
Yeah, earlier what we've been seeing was disruption into Ice Path to kind of get you up the perfect lockdown. I don't know particularly why, but you can still pop BKB when you come out of the disruption before you get stunned by the Ice Path.
Yeah, it seems like it should stun you immediately, but it takes like a split second to kick in, and he's able to BKB.
Yeah, BKB is instant, so a little bit of a kind of interesting mechanic having.
So what you're saying is they either need to initiate with his Abyssal Blade or with the Scythe Device if ROTK can ever farm one.
Or an Alchemist Stun if you think that could land. So yeah, SD Disruption and Ice Path is not going to work.
And Alliance just doing a nice job controlling the map. They're farming their own jungle. Loda, he's taking the dangerous farm. He pushed in the top lane, uses his illusions to harass supports. Good micro and just good mobility from him. He'll have a butterfly soon, and Burning doesn't really have room for an MKB here unless he wants to sell his Battle Fury. So his ability to kill Loda is highly contingent on his team getting a Scythe device. And right now, nobody's close to one.
Super's giving a little bit of damage. He's got a Demon Edge, so I imagine he's going to upgrade that to MKB, but Super by himself is not going to do it. Burning is definitely by far the biggest damage. Another tier 2 tower being taken for free. Again, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. DK seems, the game plan this game says, we're not going to just lose outer towers or just give them to you for free. In fact, we're going to be aggressively seeking for them. And from minute 2 to now, they're actually doing a pretty good job in terms of knocking down Alliance towers.
A deliberate chess match of a game 1 from both teams. DK and Alliance, blow for blow, not forcing too many fights. Both teams very methodical in their play thus far. 42 minutes in, your score 15-12. Game 1. It's always so important in these best of 3, setting the tempo. If DK somehow did manage to take it, that gives them so much confidence going into game 2. Because Alliance is undefeated. If you take that first game, well, then the ball game is wide open, and you got to feel like you can take the whole series. But right now, it's hard to see how they do it, at least unless Alliance forces that fight. Alliance sitting back, pushing out the top lane. Dodging fights and biding time, because Loda, Butterfly's coming now. In fact, he should have buyback on top of it.
I imagine the next fight's going to occur around the Roshan pit. DK seems like they're very confident, thinking they could win a fight. And when you have heroes like Darkseer, when you have heroes like Macropyre or Jakiro, you should be able to do it. Although dealing against S4 bad is always dangerous.
Yeah, if they get off that combo, back into Ice Path, into Wall, that's a very hard fight for Alliance to take, but do they get it off? Alliance so mobile. It's just, can you catch them? That's the question. Right now, Loda mentioned he had buyback, but he doesn't have any reliable gold left, so, well, actually he's got 600, not enough. So he needs to farm a little bit more to ensure his buyback, but he's close, and DK are not heading in the right direction to pick him off. Illusions into the enemy jungle. Again, he's just, they're denying every bit of farm they can.
Burning, I mean, he sells his Shadow Play. It's an MKB.
It's gotta
yeah,
be an
I know.
MKB,
like,
right? Love to see that Divine Rapier, but to be honest, MKB, there's 35...
MKB actually gives you more damage against a Butterfly than a Divine Rapier, so...
The Butterfly gives you 35% evasion, so if you don't have MKB with True Strike, you're missing so many hits that it doesn't necessarily matter. And there's your MKB. Burning, pretty much 6-slotted, right? Where else can he go?
Traded for a new BKB, doesn't need to do it anytime soon. Maybe you replace a Battle Fury for another big item a little bit later on. But yeah, he's pretty much done. Losing your Shadow Blade is actually a pretty big deal because it allows them to chase if they're winning these team fights. It allows them to give you free pickoffs against Admiral Bulldog. But going back to Admiral Bulldog, his previous map sense, it's just so good. Has he actually got ganked and got picked off this game yet?
I mean, he's pretty much 6-slotted as well. Alliance, you look at this Alchemist for Burning, 33,000 gold. It does start to remind you a little bit of that DK versus IG game. Burning had more money than God, but ultimately, Dota's not a one-hero game.
Yep.
Here comes the smoke from Alliance. This could be the tide turner. EGM's almost got a Scythe device on that support Windrunner. Maybe trying to snipe the Roche. No, they want to pick off. Super, Lincoln's up though. Shackle to fly. Now they need a lasso. Super BKB though. He might end up getting S4. It comes Burning, focusing S4, but he already lassoed, using his BKB for that nice start, but they need something more. I mean, to be honest, they got the bat, but he already unloaded his spells. They need more than that. They want EGM. They'll blink and back. Hey, lasso's down.
They should go for Roche. Yeah, they should go for Roche. There is no buyback on Bat Rider. It'll look like a good initiation, and of course, using all your stuns for a Bat Rider.
Can they Roche? They're going to get ratchet if they go for this. Look at the tower fall. Alliance just maneuvering around and forcing on the reaction from DK. Now, though, they've got Loda. He blinks south, and he will end up escaping. So Roche not being claimed.
BKB, he wants ROTK. The bashes are coming out. Defensive disruption. He now wants Super. Nice backtrack. Huge ultimate. That's a kill. He gets out alive. Loda buying so much time for his allies, and there is no Roshan going on despite S4 being dead for about 15 more seconds. Are they going to go back for the pit? I think so.
It shows you one thing, which is that they need Burning to kill that anti-mage. When he's BKB'd, they can't do it. And now S4, he's got Boots of Travel. There should be some Ake creeps near the pit, and there are. So this Roche will be contested. Will it be in time? Alliance, they don't want to give an Aegis and a cheese away. That's a lot. And here comes EGM, scouting out with the power shot. It's too late. Roche has fallen. Cheese on the deck. S4 though, disrupted. He could fall after this, but BKB lasso's burning. Where is Loda? That's the big question. Oni now joining the fight. Burning though, no chemical rage. Loda focusing him, steals the region, bashes him as well. He still has Aegis. Abyssal on Loda, but now the Aegis is down, and no, Burning didn't have it. He actually is gonna fall. Super driven back. Alliance finding a way once again. Now the Aegis falls. The cheese is up on QQQ. Alliance give away Roche,
Ice Map
and they
here,
win
and
the
Super,
fight.
he's gonna try to fight his way out there, gets silenced,
No
gets
way.
shackled, and Alliance, somehow, some way, gives up the Aegis, wins the team fight. They're not done yet, looking for Pickoff, looking for Raxus here. They see MMY, Ghost Scepter, BK, Burning buys back for himself. ROTK with the blink while Loda in huge trouble. He just melts, and DK Burning rallies in defense for his team.
Immediate buyback from Loda. A rare misstep from him. He's been really good at not getting picked off. And you know, the thing is, Burning doesn't have an item slot for it. I just thought he picked it up because he's the carry, but couldn't. And then the Weaver picks it up. But you can really see that this Weaver just doesn't do enough damage to deal with Loda. At this point, Loda will 1v1 anyone except for Burning. And Burning didn't have Chemical Rage, ended up dying before he could even pop it off and couldn't get back into the fight. Now, it looks like Alliance want to take a first lane of income Anti-Mage Illusions. Burning, sights up, BKB from Loda, straight onto ROTK. Mana Void's there, slam and jam and brings him down. Burning now, BKB'd while lassoed. He can't really fight, or can he? Now he's channeling a stun, could go on Loda, he'll unleash it, but Alliance are not going to fight a fair fight against Burning. They're just kiting him, surrounding him, and away. Alliance leading now, 24 to 16.
There's no buyback.
Burning is dead, and that just might be
There's
game.
no buyback, and right now DK dead for 90-second on the strongest hero.
That's mega creep, so I mean, that's GG. DK are going to fall in game one of this best of three. Alliance have stood strong. Why mess with the winning formula? They won't mess with it in game one. They're going to take 2 lanes of Rax. DK will try to defend. There's a frantic TP from Super, but S4 says, I'm just going to scare you off. 2 lanes of Rax down. DK may fight on, but I guess they have 1 GG fight left in them. If Alliance doesn't take 3 lanes of Rex, maybe, just maybe, they 5-man smoke. But Alliance, they want to finish this right now. Cut off the knees of DK. Straight back into the middle lane. No, they're going to send him back.
Off. There's no reason to take this fight when everybody's half HP.
Remember, Loda just fought back. If he dies, that could cost him a lot.
Well, they say that, but they're going to keep pushing on the top lane. Loda pops his Manta as a Butterfly. Also, 3K on the bank. And of course, since he has no buyback, that's going to get instantly upgraded to a Abyssal Blade. And that's the weapon that he needs to be burning.
I just have to go back to what we kept on talking about, because having those items on supports, the Scythe of Ice on EGM, all the additional lockdown from a Bat Rider and the Prophet with Orchid and Scythe, it really makes a difference, because you can see Burning just never got to fight. Here we go,
S4.
on to die, lassos him up, S4, he's pulling that Jakiro out of the base. Here comes Loda, he wants some kills, focusing Super, backing off now though, Burning's coming soon, they get the Jakiro, they may not even go for that 3rd lane of Rax yet, but Alliance now with 2 lanes down. I mean, this is like having 1 finger and trying to plug 20 holes in a dike. It's just not going to happen.
Well, see, ROTK still got that wall. I mean, wall could actually do a ton of damage against anti-mage. If you have enough lockdown and you drop a wall on top of him, some magic could happen. We casted some games where we thought it's completely gone, and things like wall, replica just... Mouseport versus Fnatic a while back.
Could happen, but I don't think Alliance is going to make those mistakes. And that's the thing for me, is Alliance, to win this game, have to make big mistakes, whereas DK have to count on mistakes. Before, maybe they had a slight chance at controlling their own destiny. I still feel like Alliance just had the tempo in their grasp, but at least they had a decent shot. Now, leaving the base is virtually impossible. They have to rely on Alliance overextending and doing so in a big way. Loda buyback cooling down. I think if you're Alliance, you secure those buybacks from Prophet as well as Anti-Mage, and then you go for the win.
Yeah, the buyback on Prophet is especially important because he's a hero that can instantly come into the team fight after dying. And we saw him doing that in the previous team fight at the Roshan Pit. Was able to do a ton of damage against Burning, focus him down with this massive array of lockdown spells and items. Meanwhile for DK, they're definitely not leaving the base. They're definitely staying in the base until they find buyback timer or cooldown and or gold. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, Loda, he's got 1 more item he can buy here, and that's the Abyssal Blade, but the buyback is way more important. They won those fights without his Abyssal Blade. He'll save for the buyback here, and then if he's got the gold, then he'll pick it up and still have it available. Now Alliance just sitting back. If they really want, they could wait for the next Roche, but to be honest, I think all they need are buybacks to win this game.
Right, so, but if we look at, double racks down, I don't think DK is actually in that much trouble. I thought they were going to lose the game right then and there, but DK made some fairly good defenses and was able to repel them away. Yeah. I mean, two lanes of big creeps actually doesn't mean anything to Burning, right? He just leaves them down very easily.
They can't leave their base though, and you're against the
cannot.
Prophet.
Yep.
You can never. Sure, they might not lose now, but how do they win? That's the question, and I just don't see it.
Well, let's see how deep Burning will go. Are we gonna see some divines?
I don't know. I don't think he just doesn't have an item slot for a Divine Rapier.
Sell your
Maybe the Battle Fury. Yeah, you could sell the Battle Fury because, to be honest, he's against the mobility of Alliance. You're probably not hitting more than one hero anyway, but he needs Battle Fury to help deal with those creep waves. There's no Empower for him, so I don't actually know if he can sell it, Lumi. I think he just has nowhere to go except a fresh BKB, which he's already got.
Already got that. It's got 4K go. We have to kind of question what the late game creativity that Burning could cook up. But we talk a lot about Burning and say, what can he do? I really can't. I mean, I don't think he could do anything, even with the Divine Rapier, because sure, you can Abyssal, for example, Loda. But if you look at the amount of Force Staff on the Radiant team, he'll just get pushed around that team fight. Loda will, and he should be fine. EGM's got one, or Chen's got one. And yeah, I think 2 will be enough when you have things like Hexes, Silences. Hard to find a kill against these guys. Of course, S4's got one as well.
It's tough to beat DK. Now, if they do lose this game, it's a best of 3, but they'll be 1 game away from being knocked down to the losers bracket. If you win this best of 3, you are guaranteed top 3 at the International 3. So it's a massive game. The stakes here are huge. And after that, I mean, you're really in the money in the top 3. So I wouldn't say the teams relax or let up, but they feel a lot happier knowing that no matter what happens, they've done really damn well.
But a lot of these teams are coming not to get top 3. They are coming to win it all. So this is the first step. DK walking up the top lane. I think it's very smart for DK to take a fight outside of their base, because if there's a prolonged team fight within the shadow of that tier 3 tower, the towers and even the racks could go down. So DK...
And they have to make sure not only that they take the fight outside their base, but that the creeps are outside of it, because otherwise Bulldog can just, if let's say he dies, buys back, and just straight onto the racks. Yeah. And you also have Chen creeps to worry about. You can even Boots of Travel in your anti-mage for Loda. So yeah, they have to take the fight outside of their base, and they've got to keep the creeps out. And against Prophet and anti-mage, that is nigh impossible.
Oh, you have 3K gold on Spur as well. I think most of it's safer for a buyback, though.
They need him to have 2 more items at least, I feel like, to have any shot, because Burning just can't do it alone. That's the beauty of Batrider and Mass Scythe of Ice, Mass Force Staff against the melee carry in the late game. He just gets kited. This is not a ranged hero. This is not a hero with Bling. And Alchemist, as amazing of a farmer as he is, he does have his limitations.
I almost think that Super is going to have to be the biggest and the strongest hero for the team, because, like you said, I don't think Alchemist could really do too much damage.
I actually think it comes down to RTK, because we have not really seen a good vacuum wall from him. And the reason is Alliances have so much lockdown, he's always getting caught. He's getting caught by Orchid. He hasn't gone for the BKB build that we've seen a lot of the other Darkseer players favor. I think Yao's a good example of that. He's gone for the Scythe of Ice build, but he keeps on getting locked down and can't get off his vac wall.
At the same time, he's dealing against multiple BKB. Anti-Mage got one, S4's got one, and you can see they're how afraid of these Anti-Mage solutions. They're trying their best to kind of slow down these push by disrupting it, purging it, things of that nature. And
Jackal the Fly is going to latch on Burning. Do they jump this? S4 says, hell yeah, there's your lasso. No disruption from QQQ. Where was the disruption? Now he's full. He can buy back. RRTK will be disrupted. Buyback from Burning. And Alliance have forced out a big one right before Roche as well, and they will retreat out. Super giving chase. DK know that they have to make something happen now. They want Bulldog, but he's going to BKB, dodges the stun. Do they keep on fighting Loda? He really wants to leave.
He gets shackled. Oh my goodness.
Disrupted. Meanwhile, it's just illusions cleaning up the racks, but here comes the TP from Bulldog on to Die. Now sprouting Burning, he's isolating everyone. Loda. Oh, Burning trapped. Just completely trapped here. Now a back wall, but it's great force steps. Everybody's spreading to the winds, and Alliance are just completely juking the pants off of DK.
RNGesus Loda. Oh my god. They will force out GG from DK.
And that was a GG. Alliance against DK. Impressive, to say the least.
S4 remains undefeated on the Batrider. You do not give this guy his bat, although again, it goes back to the draft. If you don't give bat, you have to either give Wisp or Lone Druid, and that doesn't go well for you either.
Can't ban this team out, you gotta outplay them, and it's tough. And with that being said, we'll throw it back to James and the rest of the analysts.
Thanks, LD and Lumi. Ben, that last team fight, unbelievable.
It was so ridiculous. It started off with a shackle onto the disruption illusion onto burning, and then we had S4 blink in, get double force tapped out, and there was no disruption inside. It was actually on cooldown,
yeah, it was on
like
cooldown,
you pointed out. And they immediately picked off burning, and then like the vacuum, and they immediately 3 of them split up. I thought they were going to get 3-man walled and an ice path, but Alliance had just such perfect execution in those team fights.
Yeah, exactly like Ben said, Force Staff, again, coming through big for Alliance. The way they utilize this item is just ridiculously good. And as Luminous was saying, kiting around, burning especially throughout the entire game, there's nothing DK could really do. And with they didn't even have to split push. They could actually fight them straight up despite fighting against the Darkseer with wall.
Yeah, I heard that it was said on the Russian stream that Light Earth Heavens thought that Alliance were going to win and they were just going to split push to victory, but they did an amazing job controlling burning on the Alchemist. Mid game it was Ake. Late game you saw in the final fight it was Admiral Bulldog actually came in and sprouted him, and you can see that. Look at that, instantly all 3 members looking to get walled and get away.
And Admiral Bulldog sprouting him,
sprouting him.
Them BKB, that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was a very nice reinitiate after the original, and they went for the original kind of initiate onto Burning playing the Alchemist because I think they obviously knew that disruption was down.
Yeah,
that was a big factor. You saw disruption used to make anti-mage illusions from Loda. You hear the shackle, you take him away. Double Force Staff.
Alliance's lineup is just so deep. They had 2 Sights of Ice, they had 2 Force Staffs, even Aki, he had Vlad's, Arcane, Mech, Ghost Scepter, and Force Staff, and he's supposed to be the poorest player on their team. And on the flip side, they didn't have any Force Staffs. They need to be able to push Burning out of the Sprout, and there actually is something as having too much gold. Burning had 10,000 gold, and they just let him free farm, but eventually, if he's the only one with items and he can't buy back, I think he uses buyback, he was still sitting on 6,000 gold. And that's just gold gone to waste. You need Super to have a couple items. I know you were talking about the BKB choice on him, but he still died even going BKB in Lincoln's, and even if you leave him alone, he doesn't do any damage.
Exactly, he didn't have any DPS items to really come through in the fights, and that's what they desperately needed. But Alliance is just so super scary. I don't think we've ever seen such a high level of technical play ever before. The way they use Force Staffs, the way they utilize cooldowns of the enemy and on themselves, it's just ridiculous. There's skill shots on everything. The Flame Break from Bat Rider, we saw it at the Ancient spot in the mid game. We saw all the shackle shots from EGM. It's just so ridiculous. It's perfect execution.
They're also ridiculously good at letting the other team make mistakes. They had a Manta style on the Nature's Prophet too, a rather unusual pickup, but they would just kept sending illusions at the tower and force them to come out, force them to make a mistake. Burning's like, okay, I'll come up and hit some creeps, get shackled, and that's the end of the fight. And they did that with the Phantom Lancer earlier too.
They love to rely on this movement. When we talk about, for example, Dendi is one of these players that wants to go Blink Dagger and Force Stuff on everyone. I think this is the mentality of everyone at Alliance. It's all about relying on moving the opposition, getting them. That's why S4 really likes the Bat Rider, because the lasso can put you in crazy. And if you get like 2 or 3 Force Stuffs, or even if you get Aki playing the Keeper of the Light, and that blinding light also moving people away. They did something like that yesterday versus LGD China. The ability of this team to actually put the opponent in positions they don't want to be is amazing. And I want to point out EGM, he's a 5-position player, but he always manages to find some fire. He was a Wind Runner that had Shipstick and Force Staff and a gem and Arcane Boots.
It's pretty ridiculous, because in comparison, the Shadow Demon had Brown Boots and an Urn, I think.
Shadow Demon, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they had 2 MKBs too, so it's not like Windrunner was helping him that much.
No, exactly. And I'm actually a bit embarrassed, because I saw the drafts and I was like, Alliance did get one of their dreamy lineups, but DK's lineup was so very good against it. You have Darkseer that can vacuum into Ice Path and Macropyre and Alchemist Stun. You had the Shadow Demon to counter the Bat Rider and the Anti-Mage. And it just felt like, oh, DK might actually stand a chance here. And then Alliance just went ahead and proved to the world just how good they are.
Yeah.
Yep, so there we have it. They Alliance go 1-0 over DK. This is going to be a best of 3. But while we wait for game 2 to start, we're going to throw it over to Casey, who's sneaking around everywhere.
Yeah, try to find me now. I'm going to give you 3 guesses. No, I won't give you 3 guesses. We're standing in the loading dock area of Benaroya Hall. Exhibit A, and you can see all of the brains from the area we showed you before coming out here to the production truck. And this is something kind of interesting. This is how large the production truck is. It's actually jutting out onto Union Street. So that is life passing us by right out there. They have no idea all the cool stuff that's going on in here. So I've gotten permission to take you inside the audio truck. So let's go up here. Here we go. This is Glenn. He's controlling all of the audio. Say hi, Glenn.
Hi, everybody.
What's up? And now we're going to open up the production truck. See? No food, no drink. Oh, except for bottled water. All right, here we go. Ugh. Oh, see? Now we are in the truck. This is, oh yeah, put that away. What are you? Careful, guys. Did they not tell you were going to be on television? Oh, hello, it's you. So everybody in here is making all of that happen, everything that you're seeing out there, and so many different things that have to happen to make it look as smooth as it does. And Rick is the director of it all. So Rick, how's it been for you so far? Has it been pretty stressful?
It's been exciting. It's been exciting. We've been like 24 hours a day, it seems like. It's a lot of games.
What's the hardest part for you being back here? Is it all the different moving parts? Is it people like me having to work with me? What's the most challenging part?
You're easy, but we've got, as you see here, we've got about 80, 90 monitors, different sources we're watching, and we're also switching in with English, Korean, Chinese, Russian. There's Bruno right there. James.
Careful, James, you're on.
So we basically communicate with them. We have John here who's switching in this big switcher. If you can, let me just move out of the way here a little bit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And John Burns, keep John's name. John's name's in right there.
Oh, look at
He's
that.
switching. I'm directing the show here. Watching the monitors and talking to everyone, queuing everyone in. Carol here is producing the show. And she's also assistant directing there, and Carol. Allie back here is the Team Valve.
An award-winning smile.
And Keith is the basically the graphics Chiron guy. Puts in all the stats, puts everybody's name in, all that stuff.
And all that stuff.
And this is only part of the truck, believe it or not. As we're queuing the truck in here, we're watching the game, and we're deciding what's going to happen next on the show. There's another area back here. If you want to just move back in another hallway here, Casey.
Oh, you want me to go back there? I was told we couldn't.
Why don't you
just a little
camera back there, Casey?
So Myron, go ahead. I'm going to stay here. You tell me how it looks, Myron, because I can't.
Part of the truck back
can't
there.
actually.
And so back there you have another part of the truck, and you have Steve and Gary and Matt, and everyone's back there basically doing replays. We're putting together packages to play back. We are really busy recording and playing back there all digital. So, keep Matt in, yeah, Chiron in, hit it.
Matt,
for
wave.
Matt, wave. Go ahead, hit it. There's Matt right there.
There we go.
There he goes.
I see what you did there. How long have you had to prepare for this? How long does it take to actually get everything set up and to get everything ready to go for day one?
Quite a few days to get this truck, wired and all the cabling in, and it takes months of preparation to plan the producing of it and directing of it, because that just takes a really long time, and where to place the cameras and how we put the whole thing together.
So who would be telling me that it's time for me to wrap up and move on to James?
Go
ahead, do it live.
Send it back to James, Casey.
Back to you, James. Right behind me.
Thanks, Casey, and thank you, Carol. There we go. That's the voice of God to me, Carol. She's lovely and been doing a great job. Yeah, you guys on Reddit/r/Dota2 have always said, "Oh my God, production value, # production value." Well, that's what makes this event so amazing. The team back there and just the preparation is outstanding. So thank you so much for showing us around, Casey. It's always a pleasure. So let's go into talk about game number 2. What do DK need to do? What do they need to adjust? Because Mount, you said they had a good lineup. They had something which looked good on paper.
I was a bit scared when I saw the Weaver pick, because I was under the impression that Alliance would definitely ban out the Weaver because it's a very hard hero to play against, and DK is undefeated with it up until the game we just saw. But Alliance didn't really seem faced with anything DK had, and they just went ahead and played their own game. And that Loda gave the interview to GameSpot a few days ago saying we dictate the metagame now. We don't have to follow what LGD or IG does. We just play our own style, we do our own strategies, and it works.
Have they got more Alliance in them, like in terms of stuff that we haven't seen yet? Or do you just think they're just so solid with what they got?
I think they're so solid with what they got, they don't need to bring anything but their typical playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, they gave DK pretty much a draft that they wanted, a very heavy farming hero on Burning, and then they had the Weaver, and really good support too, to combo with the Darkseer, but they didn't get hit by the combo very many times. We saw a couple of them close to the Roshan pit, but it really didn't matter. I was surprised that Alliance did so well, considering I thought the drafts were pretty equal.
Yeah, I think equal describes it best, and Alliance just played that wee bit better, because DK still played really good, don't get me wrong. Alliance was just on another level.
I think I want to see DK put a little bit of fear factor in their lineup in terms of a big ultimate. You know, Darkseer wall, it's great, but you saw how it was countered. What about if you had a Magnus with RP? We saw LGD play with a very strong farmer on the Alchemist, Sylar, and they had Yao, I believe it was, on the Magnus, and that was the key factor. It was like, if the RP is good, the fight could be good.
You want to bring out the Enigma like yesterday?
Yeah, that's what they had yesterday. Bruno, any kind of thoughts on my rambles?
Well, I think that...
Does it match up on your stats?
Well, yeah, no, the thing is that it's really easy to talk about stats with Alliance when they win every game, but as hard as it is to pinpoint a particular player from that team, I kind of think that the important matchup in this kind of scenario is going to be Burning versus Loda. We saw them farming head-to-head to each other, Burning with the Alchemist, farming faster than Loda, but Loda with the best execution, the better late game in terms of what he could do, where he could jump. It's going to be an amazing showdown between these two. I hope they're putting together, someone tries an offensive trialing so we can see them struggling for who gets more last hits. But unfortunately, based on the playstyle of these heroes, it's going to be more who is going to get more out of their free farm lane. And that will be key in the late game to see who wins.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, Burning's Alchemist has 76 CS, and I think Loda had around 70. But even with almost free farm, I think it's about 8 creeps a minute. So Loda had almost perfect CS. He still went for a very safe build with the power treads before the Battle Fury, and it just really shows you the discipline that he has, because he would have died on the one time there was a gank on bottom lane, and if he didn't have his strength treads on, he would have died. So it really takes a lot of discipline to just not get carried away with the greed as a carry player, and Loda really shows the reserve.
Yeah, we can actually see some of the GPM down there that they actually finished.
Look how Burning out-farmed him in GPM and XPM. But of course, Loda's better teamfight decision, or the ability of anti-mage to just be on your face, jump on those supports, that as we talked about before, they were severely underfarmed. He got all the kills, he died way too little, there was nothing they could do to stop him.
Well, personally, I felt that, like what you said earlier, Burning as a carry, sure, he got a lot of gold, but he didn't really need it. I think Super at one point in the game had 4 to 5 kills and almost no deaths. So he was doing quite well. He went for the Lincolns, which is a pretty expensive item, and then went for BKB. If they prioritized him a little bit more, because he was mobile. Like, for me, he was the hero that could actually hit the targets they wanted to hit. And the Alchemist, a lot of teams have been letting the Alchemist through, and they've been beating the Alchemists, in all fairness. Maybe we can get some stats on that, Bruno, in terms of how Alchemist is done. But if Super was able to participate damage-wise in the fights, he would have been able to get onto the targets, and they might have focused a little bit control on him, which would have freed up Burning. So
definitely, I think if he went for the Desolator instead of the Black King Bar, he might have picked off a lot more kills in those mid-game fights that we saw. One thing I want to point out is how good Alliance is in utilizing the support and optimizing how much farm and level they get. We saw it very early on. They had level 5 on both Chen and Windrunner, when Shadow Demon and THT had both just hit level 3. And that's a huge difference. Like Bruno was saying, EGM got a Scythe of Vice, a Force Staff,
Arcane Boots, and a Gem
on his Windrunner, on a 5 Windrunner. DK just didn't have those supports to back them up with, and I think that plays a huge difference when you have 2 sets of late game heroes that goes toe to toe. It's all going to come down to the support heroes.
Yeah, I think the supports finished like something 0-8, but either way, it looks like the game is just about to start. So what do DK need to do to bring this one back? Bruno?
I think they need to. I agree with prioritizing Super. It's a shame to have a Weaver hero with such high impact and not give him the farm he deserves. Otherwise, we'll be struggling. This team is not all about Burning, although he is the key part of the team. give something more to Super, and maybe expect something crazy from our OTK. Maybe he can get the Nature's Prophet this time and make these crazy teleports that he surprises us with all the time.
Or be the ones to initiate on Alliance, because what we just saw was that S4 pretty much dictated every fight by blinking in, four-stepping out a target. Maybe if ROTK got the clockwork we saw yesterday, if they had an Enigma with a Blink Dagger and a BKB, if they dictate the fights instead of having Alliance take the fights with them, I think it might turn out better for them.
Yeah, I would like to see Burning on a more aggressive hero, maybe Weaver, just not a super heavy farm. I know he's like well known for his Alchemist as well as the Anti-Mage, but I don't think he'll stand up to Alliance's playstyle.
Yeah, and I personally think, you know, a little bit of fear factor in the team fights wouldn't go amiss either. So we'll see what DK are going to do, because that's where we're going. Game 2 is ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the match. Best of luck to both teams. It's DK versus Alliance, Game 2, and DK need to win this to stay in the upper bracket.
Alliance's turn to ban.
Alliance.
DK's turn to ban.
Game number 2 of DK versus Alliance. Can we get some hype? This is the winner bracket semifinals. DK down 1 game, but they are striking back because Burning, B-God, Living Legend, and now his Anti-Mage.
Yeah, Burning gets his Anti-Mage. That could be the difference, but Alliance, they knew they were giving it away potentially. You do see DK, same bans for them. They ban out the Lone Druid, they ban out the Wisp. It's what they did in Game 1. Alliance, though, when they don't have first pick, will not give away Batrider. We see that here. There was an OD available as well, something that Super has played in the past mid, but I wouldn't say a signature hero. Instead, what happens with Alliance is you try and ban them out a bit, right? So you remove some of their strongest heroes, the Wisp, the Lone Druid, but they're going to get something. And they get the Prophet here, and we actually see a support that was banned in the second stage last game picked up now. They'll go for a Naga. I feel like this is a deterrent to an Enigma pick later on.
All right, OD, I'm going to let you finish. But Alliance on Dire.
Yeah.
Let's story time. Take it back to G1, okay. G1 when the opening match was Alliance versus DK. DK on the Radiant. They did a draft near standard, I think Anti-Mage, yeah, whatever they were doing. And then Alliance on the Dire. They pick a couple of heroes. There was some Ursa or something like that. And then 5 teleport squirrels right to the mid bot towers, and they just went for the Roshan. Can we make it happen again? I mean, Alliance, this is the same opponent that they did against. And in fact, after that level on Roshan, they didn't even just roll the game. It was a very, very hard push. They eventually taken out. Alliance wants to kind of maybe knock DK again with the same strat, or?
I mean, you beat DK standard, playing your standard game. Why change? Why risk it? Because I think what we...
Because they can.
Because they can. That's
They're
true.
Alliance.
But I think you force DK to beat you, and then if you want to cheese, maybe you consider it. Because to me, when you go... The reason that game they had so much trouble was because the kind of lineups they can do level 1 Roche aren't generally as good at breaking high ground. Because you have a hero like Ursa, who, you know, you have to spend a lot of item slots on a BKB, on a Blink Dagger, these types of items. You won't have a Wisp to move him around. And he's not the best hero later on. So I think if you're Alliance, just stick with what's working. You can win in a split push war. You can win in a farm war. We've seen they can take DK late. It is Burning's Anti-Mage, but I think if there's one team in this tournament that should not be afraid of DK's late game, it's probably Alliance, because they're winning most of their games pretty late.
DK's turn.
It looks like Alliance want to challenge the late game of DK.
Can they still Roche with this? There is Acid Spray. There's some decent minus armor here.
Throughout this draft, we're going to say, we're going to keep track. Yeah, we're going to keep track on Roche, because all you really need is like an Ursa. Maybe we in the past they have gone a bait to Roche. I mean, we saw in the group stage where they show Treants, walk it in and out of the pit, where you're smoked up, and then you go for a huge backstab. A little bit more difficult to do it against a team with blinks. So we'll see what Lions have up their mind.
Burning can definitely scout this out better than most. But even the threat of that, if he has to skill Blink at level 1, it still ultimately helps Alliance, because that means Burning doesn't have Mana Burn at level 1. He can't really zone out the Prophet of Bulldog as effectively if he's in the lane. They'll go back for a Nyx though. Great burst damage, great pick-off potential, and they did get a first pick Visage this game. Now let's not forget, Visage has been doing a lot of work. Even in defeat, this hero is like throwing his entire team on his back and flapping those wings and making things happen around the map.
Whoever that's playing the Visage, whether QQQ or MMY, that is going to be earning some fantasy points, because those solo assumptions are going to be flying fast and hard. I really like the support draft of Team DK. Last game, they weren't really doing too well because they were forced into a defensive position. I think Shadow Demon and Jakiro both very defensive support, and then on this game, when they have the initiative to draft early, they're going with a support that could do a ton of damage, a ton of burst damage at that, to pick off heroes like Naga Siren and Alchemist.
Yeah, their pick-off potential is way stronger this game. and also Alliance, their split push isn't as scary. Like you have Alku could definitely split push, Prophet can as well, but they don't have an anti-mage Prophet. That's much stronger. They don't no Keeper of the Light, so I think in terms of keeping the creep waves pushed out, DK will be in much better shape. Plus, they're the team that has the scariest ganker, at least for the early stages, which is the Nyx Assassin. So Alliance will be deterred somewhat from that aggression, but they get so many signatures. They get the Bulldog Prophet, they get Alchemist, one of the many carries that Loda can play. He's pretty versatile, and now the Chen. So the one question that remains is, what is S4 going to play? There is a Puck in the pool. I feel like that's the obvious choice here, but what do you think?
With the OD ban now, I think Puck is definitely one of his definitely go-to heroes. Sets you up for team fights. Between Naga Siren and Puck Ultimates, you have a lot of control, a lot of crowd control dealing with things like Visage and Nyx Assassin. We have seen him in the past play Timbersaw, which I'm not sure how he actually matches up against Anti-Mage, for example, but he definitely can shred these two supports quite easily. They may be good at nuking people down, but they're not too good at running away.
Yeah, the one issue with running to Timbersaw is he doesn't actually give you any lockdown versus anti-mage. You have the Chakram slow, but that doesn't really count. So ultimately, it's massive pure damage, but then they really count on these supports, like the Naga Siren to get some farm, the Prophet for Bulldog to get a Sight Device, and it means no pressure on Bernie until later on. So I still think Puck's the choice, but we'll see what DK bans, and now they work on their 4th pick, and they'll go for a Darkseer. RTK, I have to say, I was kind of underwhelmed by his performance last game, and I don't think it was that he played poorly, it was that Alliance had great heroes to punish him. Anti-Mage versus Darkseer with an Abyssal Blade, very, very hard to deal with. So is a Bat Rider with Lasso. I look at Alliance right now, and I don't feel like they have quite the same level of lockdown to really just pick them off. So we could see more from RTK this game.
Well, I mean, a lot of it's going to come from items. Well, we looked at Alliance draft last time. It's like, oh, you only have Flaming Lasso and maybe a Shackle Shot, which is not really reliable. But they pick up Orchid, they pick up Scythe of Ice, and then like there's 25 Force Staffs, I think, and suddenly it gets really hard. So I think Alliance is a team that could get farmed very quickly. We saw the early game jungle stacking, we saw the Ancient stacking, and I think it's going to be the standard fare. Of course, let's not forget about Alchemist Asher in the late game as well. That's an important lock-on item.
We have seen with Alchemist, though, that you've got to send so many inventory slots on items that don't help you lock down the Anti-Mage. Like, you get your Shadow Blade, that doesn't really help you too much. You have whatever your boots are. Anti-Mage can get the Butterfly, the Heart, the Manta, the BKB, and the Abyssal Blade, or replace one of those and have boots. And ultimately, I think Burning can take this late. It really is going to come down to just the early movements of both teams. You have a Chen up now for Alliance, and we'll see a ban coming out from Alliance. It's going to be a Mag, so Alliance, they want to secure the late game a bit. They'll remove probably the strongest solo mid that could take it late. It's not out of the question it could be a solo mid Nyx, but I lean towards a DK going for something else here for Super.
10 seconds.
I think the Mag's a pretty decent ban. Right now, DK's okay in teamfight with the Darkseer Vacuum Wall, but taking out Empower as well as RP away from DK is pretty big. We've seen in the past Empower plus Anti-Mage farm really powerful. Of course,
I like
DK did their homework, gonna ban out one of SF4's best hero, Puck.
What's he going to play now? S4? Normally his hero is picked up by this stage of the draft, and I mean, I don't know, we've seen some Storm from him, not really the best Storm game against Anti-Mage as well as Nyx. What are you thinking, Lumi? There you go.
Something tanky. Dragon Knight in front line.
Dragon Knight's nice against Anti-Mage because he has a low mana pool. So even if you lose all your mana, Mana Void's not going to hurt you too much. You have high armor, so the physical damage isn't as big of a deal. He can push early. He doesn't need a whole lot of farm to get involved. And if you get a few towers, that means Loda's Midas, Bulldog's Midas, are going to be coming out faster. And then all of a sudden, let the farm begin. Alliance, although there's an Anti-Mage on DK side, they're not that good at farming outside of the Anti-Mage, whereas Alliance have, I'd say, 5 heroes that are all quite good farmers.
This is where you go Timbersaw, because for DK, because it actually matches up quite well against DK on the mid lane, Dragon Knight in the mid lane.
I think it might be a nice choice. There's some high armor heroes on Alliance, and having pure damage that is magic based and doesn't care about your armor value is a great way to bypass that.
Early game defense Chakram, we've seen a lot of time throughout this tournament. They're going to go with the Beastmaster instead, so this is as one core as it possibly gets. This is for Protect 1.
Protect 1, DK live by, die by it. They tried some different styles coming into this match, but here we are, and they're turning back to the old staple. It's going to be a super Beastmaster mid. And so for DK now, do aggressive tri-lane with this. I mean, is there any way they could do that with RTK, or are we just going to see them give away free farm to Loda, allow Ake's Chen to do whatever he wants, and just hope that Burning can get too fat to fail?
I think DK traditionally they're going to go with, as we have Hala, thank you for putting that Prophet Pulsar up. Traditionally in the past, and Burning has played the style for what?
we've been
100
alive.
years. He's been playing 4 Protect 1 for forever. And the way that they love to do it is, ROTK, you're on your own up top. You're doing your own thing. Burning defensive tri-lane and get him farmed. So let's see if we can be doing that.
Don't forget that DK actually beat Fnatic decisively with an early triple kill on Burning in the tri-lane. So if he has that kind of an explosive start, you can just erase everything we've talked about because the mid-game matchups might not even come to fruition. But now it's time for Game 2 of DK versus Alliance. Alliance leading 1-0. And the champs, well, right now they're looking like them. Alliance undefeated thus far, and they're on the dire side. You've got living legend Loda handling the Alchemist. EGM going to be playing the Naga Siren. Loda is rushing that Midas, you can see, sitting on 450 gold. Ake the Chen. S4, the solo mid DK, rushing a bottle. That leaves Bulldog as your offlane prophet, not spending his gold just yet. And then on the Radiant side, it's Team DK. They'll be spearheaded by Burning's anti-mage here, starting with the Tangos. The Poor Man Shield as well. QQQ the Visage. That puts ROTK onto the Darkseer towards the middle lane. Super, the solo mid Beastmaster, and then in the secondary support role, we'll have Dai or MMY on that Nyx Assassin.
Standard item choice coming out. In fact, Admiral Bulldog going to be jungling it up, it seems like, as he has opened up with Glove of Face. That's generally a build that you just sit in jungle, AFK for a bit, and then rush for Hand of Midas. But I think what I've taken away from the draft is the fact that Burning says, hey man, Loda, beat me with AM. I'm going to pick AM. And Loda says, I got you with that Alchemist. Let's swap, and let's see who's going to take the game.
I mean, what we also saw is that Loda just has more backup. At least he did in game 1. So what we're going to see from Bulldog here is he's going bottom lane. He'll spawn at least one more set of Trance, and what he wants to do is just stop these supports from getting their stacks off. He'll try and block the pulls. You can see Burning doing a nice job of body blocking, but with no Quelling Blade, he should get one Trance into the lane. Now, actually, he's just going to mess up the pull, it looks like. He'll spawn another set soon if he'd like, and in fact, he's sending one in. And this is why he goes to the lane first. He'll slow down the jungle. You just want to delay the Nyx Assassin and the Visage, maybe 1 or 2 creep camps. Then he'll probably go jungle. And he will rush for the Midas. So both teams, very defensive start. Who do you favor here?
After that block went successfully, I got to go with DK, at least in the first couple of minutes, because that's how Emerald Bulldog generally wins the lane. You get a couple of simultaneous treants pulling. He is going to block camp, very good micro here, but he generally gets a quick level 2 or even level 3 because of those pullings. DK supports just on top of it, using their spells, using impales. A lot of supports like, oh, let's save my spell, let's go for that first blood.
It's not enough though. In fact, he's going to magic push them. He's going to block, well, this camp already spawned, so it doesn't really matter, but he still blocks this camp again, and they're running a Nyx and a Visage. These supports need levels. They need level 6, and already it's dramatically delayed. Now Bulldog goes into the jungle. This is just Alliance really understanding how to use Nature's Prophet, slow down the enemy supports. DK heavily rely on level 6 on theirs. Alliance will find their level 6 uncontested. So I got to say off the bat, Alliance to me, because of that, have a bit of an edge.
Let's see if they were actually aware of that Prophet has left the lane and see if they could get a little bit of early game tower damage, although QQQ a little bit of spotted out by, again, Treants. How does Bulldog always have lone Treants just running around the map?
Yeah, and still he's jungling. Now you can see he's just farming the small camp. His supports are grouped up top. Ake, as well as Loda, and EGM, maybe looking to force this tier 1 early. RTK could TP in, but if he, well, not now. I mean, if he wants to defend this tower, though, it's a tri-lane that can easily kill a Darkseer. Naga, as well as Alk, and a Troll Trap. This is pretty much indefensible to DK.
Yeah, it looks like this is a little bit of nostalgic back to TI2, where we saw a lot more early game tower pushes. Nobody making a rotation just yet. Obviously, though, Nature's Prophet could make the rotation if a push comes to the bot lane because of his teleport. And I think we're going to see a push pretty soon.
As early as this is, you know, there's that compendium prediction. It's a sub 2-minute tower. Do you think one will ever happen in TI3? I mean, it's already past 2 minutes. That's how early a sub 2-minute tower is. But the first tower uncontested will go to the Alliance.
Look at Loda.
And this is so big for them because they're going to run a double Midas strat. Already one Midas is up, and now Bulldog, not far off of his, they could have 2 Midases by like 4 to 5 minutes.
Loda's gonna have like a 3-minute Hand of Midas. Like, can you just wrap your mind around that? Standard timing for players like Black, it's like 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But Loda with the tower lasted, not missing a single creep kill, it seems like, is gonna have a 3-minute Hand of Midas.
The Jinx is strong here. He'll miss one, but there you go. He'll have his Hand of Midas, like you said, around the 3-minute mark. If you're burning, you're getting free farm, but this is the difference between how Alliance and DK have managed to play the Alk. Alliance are ensuring that their Alk will be incredibly far ahead for minute 1, whereas when DK were playing the Alk, Burning actually was just keeping up. He was never dramatically outpacing that anti-mage until it was too late.
It's really the difference in terms of playstyle. DK relied on burning actually doing the damage in terms of spell and as well as ganking. Meanwhile, on your alliance, everybody's farmed, so everybody could participate in those ganks, everybody could participate in base defenses, whereas it seems like Burning had to do everything by himself.
Well, yeah, and it also just goes back to the fact that he kept on getting picked off. Right. 2 deaths on an ALK early game is, I mean, it's only 2, but it's a lot because it means you have your battle fear up, you're not stacking camps, you're not farming camps, you're not getting Greevil's greed stacks, and it's just a very, the farm accelerates dramatically. Now a smoke from Ake Alliance, they've secured their double Midas, 1 already up, it's already been used, the other coming pretty soon, and now they want to secure a good start in the mid lane, but QQQ is there, and he will block the smoke gank. Nice early movement from him, super safe. And that means a quick level 6.
Yeah, back in mid lane here, we haven't looked at it too much, but Super leading in terms of CS. S4 generally known as one of the best solo mid in all of Europe. And I thought he was going to beat a lot of the Chinese solo mid, but Super got the best of him, it seems like. I
mean, S4, he's a fantastic mid player, and it's not that he's bad in the laning stage, but he excels in the mid game, man.
Yeah,
his movement is his strongest suit, and it suits Alliance perfectly because he's always finding the pickoffs, creating space for Loda and Bulldog. Their 3-position player is, to me, really their secondary carry. S4 to me is really the 3 role, even though he goes mid. He's always setting up the kills, creating space for Loda and Bulldog, and trading in this mid lane, to me, is going to favor Alliance there as well, because I'd rather have farm on a Dragon Knight than a Beastmaster. It all comes down to that movement, though. Can Super set something up early? If not, if Alliance aren't getting caught, then Alliance are getting better trades here as well.
Yeah, also, S4 is hitting the level 6. Once he gets it here, he's going to allow his, for example, one of the Centaurs to catch up after his initiation stun, and then perhaps you could set up a kill. Obviously, he's Super playing on a very tanky melee strength hero, so he should be okay, especially with the magic stick on top.
Tier 1 bottom, DK looking for their first tower of their own. It's falling fast, there's no glyph available. Alliance, though, content to have secured the early Midases, will give it up. So Burning strikes first, or second, I should say, and now he's close to a Claymore, up to 1,400 gold, but generally, we've seen he won't get too greedy. He'll go for power treads before the Battle Fury.
Sometimes they go Battle Fury if you want to kind of go really, really offensive, if just kind of angle for kind of a cheesy build in a sense. But
I mean, Alliance are being greedy, and they've got a dual core lineup at least. I mean, you can even call it in some ways a tri-core, or even 4 heroes that can dish out the damage, because Naga's a pretty strong late game support if she gets farm, and Alliance like to get farm on their supports. Right. So I think Burning has to be super greedy here. If he's not, then you could get him farm, but if Alliance have 2 or 3 heroes who are close to him, then there's not going to be enough.
And the second Hand of Midas just got picked up here on Namor Bulldog. Naked Hand of Midas even, but 6-minute Hand of Midas here on Nature's Trough. You don't get that kind of timing without having some spectacular micros and spectacular lasting when he's in the lanes.
This is another reason why picking Chen is so strong, because Ake can go to the jungle, he is not a support who needs to use the pulls, whereas the Visage and the Nyx are. So, because he's not using the pulls, it allows Bulldog to use them. He saves a little bit of mana. If you've ever jungled Prophet, you'll know that you often have to TP back home, heal up, get some more mana so you can summon more trance. When he's using the pulls, he doesn't have to. It gets him a faster Midas. It's just everything fits for them right now. Okay, so we've talked a lot about how efficient Alliance is. My question to you is, what's the game plan for DK? What are they going to do here?
Well, the first thing of all is get your support to level 6. You see QQQ right now, level 4. I mean, last time they were level 4, what, 12, 15 minutes in?
It's already a lot faster.
A lot faster, and Beastmaster were on the mid lane here. They want S4 dead. Do they have the follow-up chain stun here? Iron Shell even on top. Magic Wand not really helping out. Botto through a couple more right clicks. Yes, they will get the first blood, and it's going to be MMY. And that just goes back to the point of getting level 6s on your support, because these kills get a lot easier when you have Vendetta, when you have someone from there. Look at how aggressive they want to put very offensive war behind that tier 1 tower. They want more kills. They want more towers.
EGM's already level 5. He's getting close to Song of the Siren, and if DK do overextend, it could go south for them in a hurry. But a big first blood, slowing down S4, and frankly, just getting a bit of confidence, because Alliance might have them rattled here. Burning up to 2,300 gold, he's sitting on it, Lumi, and it looks to me like if Alliance doesn't gank him very soon, he's just going to pick up a Battle Fury and go for it straight. He'll get boots maybe, but that's about it.
Think it's going to be Battle Fury, or maybe perhaps Shadowblade?
On Burning?
Oh no, sorry, I thought you meant talking about Loda.
Oh no, Loda Shadowblade. Loda always goes Midas and Shadowblade. He doesn't go for Battle Fury build, and I kind of think this is the best build, because the way they do it, they get the Midas really fast, and then you go straight into a map control item that puts pressure on the enemy team. Battle Fury is kind of passive. We saw that from Burning, that he just didn't get involved.
Oh, look at this mid lane, under siege by a ton of creeps as well as S4's Dragon.
Now driven off the lane for the time being. The tier 1 glyph forced out, but Loda pushing in the top lane up to 300 gold. Burning, getting close to the Battle Fury. I believe he's got Broadsword and Claymore. He does. Still needs the Void Stone though.
It's almost getting a tier 2 even.
I mean, it's going to be a really fast Battle Fury for Burning, but if there was ever a time to say in Burning we trust, it's got to be now, because they find 1 kill mid, but still, you look at these supports. 4 Undyne, and meanwhile in the enemy team there's a 5 Chen, there's a 5 Naga Siren, and they're not really finding that many kills. First blow was nice, but that's been it. They've been quiet.
They gotta get some kind of really good smoke ganks rotating in. Oh my goodness, Chen creeps D-warding. And well, the lonely sentry stands here on the mid lane. Super does have the Beastmaster Roar on cooldown. Needs to get a smoke here with MMY and get something going.
There's a dire ward here though, and meanwhile Bulldog finds a tower deny. Now S4 hunting Burning, but he can't kill him by himself. He'll need some backup. Meanwhile middle lane, Ake slowing down the push. S4 just gonna body block the camp. He'll stop a stack here from Burning. Just the small economic damage for him.
Yeah, and those small things add up. You talk about pulling on the other side of the map here by Alliance. They will prevent the stacking here on Anti-Mage.
This is not being stopped. That's going through freely. And DK, when you run a Beastmaster mid, when it's at its best, it's when you just keep on finding pickoffs. Every time Rose on cooldown, you go for a smoke or you just go for a TP gank and you set up kills, but there's nowhere to go.
I mean, if you look at S4's build, he's respecting the nuking power coming out here from Super and his team. Belv Giant Strength, Bracer, he's sitting at 1100 HP with 6 charge on the Magic Wand, which is going to get ticked up if he gets initiative on. So I don't think Alliance is going to find a kill on S4, not without level 6 on your Nyx Assassin, not without level 6 on your Visage.
His job is not to die this game. As long as he doesn't die and he farms up the most basic items imaginable, the treads, the BKB, maybe a drums along the way if he likes, that's all he's got to do, because there's absolute free farm on Loda, and in fact, he's almost got a Shadow Blade. It's going to be around a 10.5, 11-minute Shadow Blade by the time it's delivered. Burning will match that with around a 10-minute Battle Fury, but this is a lot more aggression available to Alliance, and Burning, despite having a fast Battle Fury, if Loda finds him, he can almost solo kill him. Anti-Mage is pretty squishy at this point to that right-click damage.
See, DK, these two heroes been smoked out for quite a long time now. Vendetta not being used, but if they're going to run through the mid lane, they're going to run past the Central Ward, and S4 should notice that. Or to actually find any kills here for DK.
It's almost the time for DK to fight, right? Because they have the mech on RTK. Well, he's not level 6 is the problem. QQQ is level 6, you've got Roar. I feel like they need to prioritize getting Die level 6 a little bit more. MMY still grouped up with his team mid. They just haven't done anything. There's 3 heroes sitting mid. They're not pushing the tower. They're not finding kills. And while that's happening, Alliance are farming everywhere. They're still defending the tier 1. Burning is getting farmed during this time. Now the pressure will mount, and DK will cluster up mid. But Alliance looking to reply. They've got a song. They've got a Loda Shadow Blade. Is DK ready for this? They are. Sentry Ward in the lane. In comes Loda, but straight into Dial Go. Gets up the stun. There's no parapet in time. Now a Roar on Loda. Dropping fast and furiously. He'll fall. There's not your Chen ult, but it's a bit too late. EGM. Well, can he duke it out? RTK will fall. 1 for 1 so far. Another Impale on EGM. Low, but not dead yet. So is the song. Can't get it off. He's going to die as well. Rare mistakes here from Alliance.
Here comes Burning on the backline. Sees Emerald. Does he have mana? Oh, Manavoid misses! Oh, he's not going to get the kill. They want S4 instead. The stop from the Centaur is going to delay S4 on the run. Does have Magic Wand charges. Will pop it. In fact, Flame Brave back, and now Super taking a ton more damage. Body blocking coming out from Centaur. They're going to get the kill. The micro from Aki is just doing it. Burning still back in the fight, but without Mana Void, and he's, man, he did not have boots in that fight. He would have got so many kills.
Rushed to Battle Fury naked, but he had to farm the boots first. And where's that out? Loda does run in directly to Central Ward and die. I mean, that's the perfect way for DK to start the fight. Loda gets picked off. He's not getting experience. He's not getting gold. He dies immediately. It was a 3 for 3 there in the end, but they forced Burning to TP. He doesn't really collect anything for his trouble. And he's not farming or putting pressure on the lane, so I'd say fairly even there. Loda dying, though, is a pretty big deal. He's got a Shadow Blade up, but the thing is, Loda can die and catch up a lot faster because his team stacked for him. Alchemist has Grievel's Greed and the Midas, and look what they're doing now. They're farming the Ancients, they're giving the jungle to Loda, and the tier 1 stands mid for Alliance, so DK just isn't enough. I feel like they're not, they traded there, and it's nice to find some kills, but to me they need to come out on top and take some towers. They do, however, soon have level 6 on Die, and that might change things.
I feel like that's actually okay team fight for DK. Anytime that you take an even team fight and your anti-mage doesn't die and gets a little bit of EXP and gold, you're happy, because if Burning doesn't join that team fight, he's pushing Raxus. If he does join that team fight, well, ideally you get a Mana Void kill, but he missed that on the last
he was really close. I mean, he almost had a double kill with that Mana Void, instead got nothing. It's just Alliance, like that's the difference with having 1 extra level, maybe 1 extra, set of stats even an additional item. Without that, they probably die. But you look at Ake, level 7 Chen. EGM was pretty highly leveled, had an urn. Oh, I don't know if he had the urn, but he definitely had the magic wand by then. Those small items and the incremental advantages kept them alive. Without them, they would have died.
Well, I think it's all eyes on Burning now. He's very close to that Battle Fairy Treads and Quelling Blade Tricore, if you call it that. And once you get that one, look towards him blinking and slamming in every jungle camp and going to work, because his farm will try the best to match up against an Alchemist with Midas and Grievel's Greed.
Profit. Again, it's not just the Alch this game.
Right.
That's how Alliance play. It's always Bulldog finding a lot of farm on a carry. And we'll have to see, can he do it? DK, they've got the 5-man lineup that wants to be forcing fights right
Burning
now.
on the bot lane here, gets stunned up. Minus armor, right click, not gonna get the kill. Blinks back out. Are they done? Wrath of Nature comes. Oh my god.
Miss bouncing to him there could have been the difference, and this is why he goes for the burning build, right? This is why you take those points instead.
Later, S4 trying to get sent back. The song and the sent back. S4 back home safely.
If the song is down now, does DK try to force this? They did drop a wall. They've got a Dragon Knight illusion. They'll look to clear out the camps, or rather the catapult, and do they push? They're not going to. Now a net and RTK. Loda joining the fight. RTK caught. Netted up a nice impale. Catches Ake in the river. He's going to go down for RTK. Now Bulldog comes in looking for another trade. Soul Subs is there. Not enough yet, but Bulldog low. Where's those last hits? Uphill miss. Too much. Bulldog's going to live. Now Alliance. Defending Bulldog. What he did. What's he doing?
Bulldog. Aggressive play, gets punished. I think he
missed control there. I think he wanted to move
I think so
in.
too.
That like never happens to Alliance. When's the last time they've made a mistake like that?
I'm not too sure, but teamfight perhaps still going on. S4 does not have too much mana on stun, although does have 10 charges on the Magic Stick Loda out of mana as well. By the way, Anti-Mage says, I come in, get a kill, and now I keep rolling. I keep getting more creep kills, and soon he's going to join the bot lane and get even more pressure. Again, even teamfights favor an Anti-Mage. Keep in mind that Loda joined a teamfight. He wasn't farming, he didn't get any kills, and now what an early Acceptor up on Beastmaster.
We've seen this early Ag Scepter build a lot, and the one thing it is weak against is a team that can just protect that hero while he's roared, because you buff up your roar, but if your roar is not good enough to find kills, doesn't matter. Alliance don't have a Shadow Demon. They do, however, have the mech. They've got some good counter-ganking prowess. It's a nice item, but you gotta find kills with it. So far, DK 6-5. They've done a decent job, but I feel like an even game is an Alliance game, the way their games have been going. DK, they need to strike soon while the iron's hot, find that critical advantage, and they're going for it now. Super up to the high ground. Hawks there scouting out EGM. They're going to force the fight mid a bit, but Alliance are a strong defensive lineup. Do they look to contest this? Glyph is up. They're starting to wrap around, but Dai is scouting things out. There's no sentry ward in the lane. We've often seen that. In comes Loda, dropping the acid spray, prepping, and just delaying here. Now a Carapace. Could have been an opening, but S4 will dodge away from that. Will Burning get the last hit? Yes, he will. Did I even have to ask?
Beastmaster Roar comes in right now. We need a send back. S4 dropped a corner. Here comes the send back. Will he make it back? I think not. No! What a kill! EGM gets caught out. So ROTK finds a double for the team. They could be chasing for a little bit more. Great micro here from Aki, as per usual. We'll save the Centaur at least, but a huge advantage goes to Team DK. And Teammate says, I'm done here. Let's go back to farm.
He's going to go back, and not only is he going back to farming, but if he wants to just steal Alliance's Ancients, that would be nice for him. The other thing that's great about the way DK is playing is Loda's coming to fights. Even when he's not dying, his supports are also coming, and they're not stacking camps for him. So it's really slowing down his farm. I mean, at this point in the game, against a lot of other teams, you'd see Loda close to like 200 CS a minute. He's only sitting at 119, and Burning once trailing him by nearly 2.5k net worth. Now it's down to only 1.5. If they win a fight or two more, this could be DK's game for the pickings, because once Alliance lose all their outer towers, they can't really leave their base against a Nyx Assassin and an Ags Beastmaster.
Again, what we saw from the analysts last time after game number 1 is, sure, you have Anti-Mage very stacked on one side, you have Alchemist very stacked on the other side, but as the game rolls on, as a team fight happens, it really comes down to support. Who nukes harder, who has more stuns. It was Alliance support that really got the edge in the last game, and right now, if you see Visage, if you see the Nyx Assassin, they're getting so much done. MMY participated in every single kill that his team's got. QQQ, it's missing 2, but he's right there for most of them, so DK support on top of things this game.
We'll have to, oh, they're going in now and Die. He's got Vendetta, he's gonna run, and there's a sentry, but it's just in range.
He's out of range.
Actually, he's in range. There's another sentry, but Roar and S4, here comes the cavalry for DK. Double stun into a back. S4 low, and S4 will fall yet again. QQQ, however, there's your trade. Where's Burning? He's pushing top. Not available to help in this fight. 1 for 1. They got the DK, and Burning's farming. call it a win here for Team DK.
Trade here. Obviously, Burning gets a last hit on the tower. They know that the Roshan won't be coming because there's just no damage coming out from Alliance. So they traded a support for a solo mid. Obviously a great trade. A tier 1 tower on top. They even dare defend a tier 1 mid, or at least try to do so. DK getting humongous lead. And well, we've seen Alliance just rolling hard in the early game, getting your ancient stacks, getting a ton of farm on Loda. Can they play from behind? This is a testament whether they could take TI3. Can they go undefeated? I mean, a lot of things are riding on the line.
Loda though, here comes your net, but Bernie blinks away. Loda can't find him. He's got a TP here as well. He's trapped in the trees. Loda trying to stun him through the tree line. That would have been an unbelievable play from Loda. If you're close enough, the self-stun will hit him, but couldn't get him in the end.
Burning says, young Padawan. Actually, I mean,
Loda ain't young,
yeah,
man.
Loda ain't young. Loda's old school as well. Burning's, who's older? In esport age, I guess.
Loda's definitely older. I don't know who's older in esports years, but that's how many years you've been winning games. They've both been winning a lot of games for a very long time. Yasha's coming for Bernie now, but if you're Alliance, they are a decent comeback team. They've got pretty good, they have the profit, and to me that's the big thing. So even if they lose some towers, Bulldog can let them out of their base sometimes. But I feel like Alliance is 1 or 2 fights away from giving up Roche, from giving up their tier 2 mid, and if that happens, then I think DK have this game firmly in control.
Yeah, one thing that DK has to be very careful about is taking Roche without BKB and Burning, because you don't know when EGM's gonna roll around with a Song of Siren and suddenly you lose the Aegis goes to Loda, and the teamfight could go the other way. I'd like them to see, just slow down a little bit, make sure that they get the map advantage, make sure they knock down the last couple of tier 2s.
Smoke, they're looking for Bulldog, there's your roar! They've caught him again, another kill. Burning there as well, and DK, is this Roche? I'm not sure. It is a profit, and he can always buy back. Not this time, though.
And there's a rare scene at Bandit Roy Hall. They are cheering for Burning. They're cheering for DK.
DK, not quite the hometown favorites, but they definitely have some devoted and passionate fans here. And they've got some momentum. It's one of the few times we've ever seen Alliance lose the laning stage at all.
Yeah.
And they didn't really lose the laning stage, but I guess you could say like the 5 minutes after it. And now, well, they're trailing in terms of gold. 2,000, 1,000 experience as well. DK, right now, they're lead.
They are. We do see Loda going for a plate mail. Probably a Soul Curious. That's going to give him a ton of man fight power. No, he goes back for a BKB.
Just a casual BKB.
Okay.
Why the hell not? He's still out farming Bernie, by the way. Burning's got 48 more CS. Burning is 0-0-3. Loda's died once, but still Loda's ahead.
Rodrigo OP.
But I think to keep perspective on this, like you kept on pointing out, it's about these supports for Alliance, and I remember how fast those items came out. The mech was there by like 12 minutes for Ake. EGM had a really quick 4-step, and look at what he's sitting on now. Just an urn, a belt of giant strength. It's the pressure that DK is putting with their, this is 4 Protect 1 at its finest. 4 heroes forcing the enemy to react, so they're not stacking camps, they're not farming, and all the while Burning is, the more mobile and the harder to kill carry is going to get more in this situation, and that's what Burning's anti-mage is.
And now Burning, not only farming, he's applying so much pressure by farming. He's pushing up top. It's hard for anybody to rotate to defend. Alliance, they're getting no trades. They're going to try to get Roshan. The damage is not there, though. They do have BKB. That's really not a true damage item.
It might be there. They've got acid spray. It's dropped by Loda now.
Here comes the entire DK lineup.
Oh, this is going to be tough. ROTK's got a blink and a vacuum. The tier 2 falls top, and Alliance really gambling on this. If they lose this fight, this could cost them a lot. Alliance, though, standing strong. Roche dropping fast. Here come your familiars. Stun number 1 to fly. Now 2. It didn't clip Loda. Die waiting. Where's that initiation?
Burning's getting your racks up top. I mean, if you take long, he's working on tier 3. Aegis gets, and everybody TP back. Good gamble by Alliance. They know they have Song. They know even if the blink wall comes in, they could just reset and run the hell out. But tier 3 damage, kind of fatal up top.
Yeah, DK definitely could have fought that. I mean, they had Blink Vacuum Wall in the Roshan pit. They have Aghanim's Beastmaster, so they had familiars nearby. Dai was available to jump in. They're basically saying, we're not afraid of your Aegis. We can beat you even if you get it.
Aegis on Loda does kind of mean a couple of things. It means you can't really Beastmaster, Roar, and Nyx, Assassin, Vendetta, Impale. If you blow everything on Loda and he comes back alive and drops stun on one of your carries, you are actually losing a team fight because you're out of spells and Alliance has all of theirs. Meanwhile, you can see that Burning continue to apply pressure up top. That means just that Alliance always is down 1 hero on the other side of the map because Burning will just force you to TP back.
Yeah, there's no Keeper of the Light though, so Burning's not going to be in the fights either. Not yet. He'll wait for at least one more item, maybe two, and they're probably going to wait out this Aegis to me. I think DK, they don't want to fight now, so they're fine that Alliance has the Aegis, and if Alliance tries to force fights, Burning will just split push. So unless he gets caught, they'll be in good shape. DK, they've had a great start, right? They've found those pickoffs. They took out a lot of early towers. Alliance normally has a massive tower lead. In this game, they've only got a tier 2 mid left standing. But what's the next step for DK? Is it just the clock ticking on the anti-mage, or is there something else they should be doing?
I think you make sure you defend the tier 1 tower, but yeah, it's a clock ticking on AM. Very smart item choice coming out here from the Beastmaster Vlad's. Great item for anti-mage for lifesteal. They want to take a fight mid. No, if TP being forced back here on Dragon Knight.
And now they could fight mid if Alliance stick around, because remember, they just TP'd one off. Burning can TP back. No, they want to go bottom. Watch out for Super. Roar jumps in, slamming a gem, and there's a Mono Void here. Uses it. It's not enough, though. S4 is going to live. That's your Hand of God from Anke, but now it's down.
It was Hand of God at 15 charge magic wand, brought him up, and he used it right before the Mono Void came. So without those two things, and both of those things, it was necessary. DK Burning was going to get a kill, and if you get a kill on S4 there, perhaps Rax was going to go down.
Yeah, what definitely happens is he forced them to TP back bottom, and everyone just barrels down mid and does a lot of damage to the tier 2 mid. And that matters for the next Roche. There's no glyph on Alliance. That's a big win for, well, it's still a decent position for DK, I feel, because Roar's got a 40-second cooldown. You just do that whenever you want.
And of course, Hand of God is definitely a very long cooldown. The only thing they have lost on that was AM's mana, which is, you know, dropping precariously low.
Precariously low. Very precarious. So DK now, we're into game 2, and they need this win. If they lose this game, they drop down to the loser's bracket, and that's not where you want to be. You win this, you're guaranteed top 3 finish, which would already be better than last year for them. But they're trailing 1-0 in the series, and Alliance are not a team that you can say, we're ahead, we've won. You got to kill their throne, because otherwise these guys aren't giving up.
Going to see a slow siege perhaps coming to the mid lane. The power of that Beastmaster Aghanim Scepter, we've been seeing it more and more in this game. Not only is it allowing them to initiate and counter-initiate very far away, the second thing that allows you to really do against a lot of melee Chen creeps, melee heroes overall, is the push aside ability.
Here we go. Onto the top lane, they're looking for Bodog. Dai springs the trap, he was waiting in the trees. Now he impales him, there's a Mono Void here. No Mono Void, he's even on Intredge and he still doesn't have it. Self-sprouting, back. There's no escape for Bodog. Now goes down again. Song was wasted by EGM, or maybe not. Here comes the stun from Loda. Can he set anything good up here? RTK running. Only stunning QQQ. The Visage, though. Chain stun up. Loda with the BKB. One to fall. Now a net on Burning. They're bringing him down pretty fast. He mantas, but still he's caught. Now he's Dragon Tail, and Burning's gonna die. What a trade.
Double kill going on on Loda so far. Impale, nicely done, but they will find MMY. One more ensnare is going to do it. Off getting fogged. There's the ensnare. And MMY, no, Loda stuns himself, but it shouldn't matter too much as I have 3 heroes surrounded. No buyback coming out from anybody. MMY delays it for a long time. He will go down.
Look at the song wasn't going to do anything, but it ended up being huge for them. And this is one of the big differences between Dota 1 and Dota 2. In Dota 1, you can manta out of that net and you live, but here you can't.
Yeah, and also there was no really defensive spells, defensive force staff to make sure that anti-mage survived. Last time when anti-mage came, was under heavy focus, when Loda was playing the AM, we saw multiple force staff. You see S4 thinking about backdooring, but he says, oh, Beastmaster, we're dropping on the bot lane here.
You can't run if you're Bulldog. They're just hunting with the ends of the earth. Bulldog is not going to have the kind of game he did last time. Shut down again, picked off again, make it 1-4 for him, and Super just keeps on rolling. Still, though, if you're Alliance, you did take a tier 1 mid. And I think the way that fight top went overall, the past 3 to 4 minutes have been very good to Alliance.
I also think that Anti-Mage died in that particular team fight because he had a ton of gold, but never really had the time to buy something. So once he comes back alive, he buys a Reaver, or he buys a BKB, or he buys a Vit Booster, whatever tanking item that he wants, he's going to get. But meanwhile, the dual prong smoke gank, or the dual prong invis gank coming out from Loda and S4, not going to find too much.
2 Shadow Blades there. I also want to point out, because we've been talking a lot about support items and how the supports matter as the game goes on, Super's gone for Vlad's, and this frees up Burning a lot. Sometimes we see anti-mages will go for ones, but this means that your Beastmaster's already tanky, he's got good base armor, now he's got more Vlad's armor, he's got a lot of HP. He's standing in these fights for a while, and he's making sure that Burning can lifesteal. So the anti-mage will live longer, will do more damage, and I think once Burning gets his next item, Roche is coming back in a couple of minutes, Aegis about to be reclaimed. The next Roche will be very heavily contested by DK.
He's thinking about heart recipe already purchased. I mean, once you have a heart on burning, with the backup that he has from a mech as well as a blink wall vacuum, does this guy die? We saw him getting focused, getting netted and things like that, but it seems very, very difficult to eye armor, Manta style, heart, and now of course his ability to kind of jump away in anywhere he wants to go.
It's going to be hard to kill him, but you can also win these fights if you kill everyone else. And there are some heroes that are very vulnerable to getting caught. MMY is an easy solo kill for the Alk. So too is QQQ. And like we've talked about, the support items, there's no Ghost Scepters, there's no Force Stabs. These heroes getting caught means they're dead.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see what this heart's going to do. Meanwhile, slow siege from DK looking for a pickoff. If you get a pickoff against Alliance right now, you get that tier 2 free. So
that tier 2, it dictates the Roche positioning. If Alliance don't have their tier 2 mid and they try to defend Roche and they come from this avenue anywhere down the middle lane, then there's a high chance that they just get caught by a Beastmaster gank, by a Nyx gank. It's very dicey to do it. So you can see they really need to defend this tier 2, they're focusing on it.
Yeah, the state of the game is that if nothing happens for DK, they're applying the better pressure as they're farming. Admiral Bulldog has been trying to do the same, but every time he's tried, he's getting roared, he's getting ganked. Burning sees the top lane, and look, they're doing the exact same thing that Loda did against them last time, sending illusions, just harassing your buildings.
Last game, Alliance had the split push advantage. This game, it seems to be DK burning, slowly doing some damage to that tower. There is no living armor this game, Lumi, so every bit of damage on the towers will stay there until they fall. DK now grouping up and heading into the dire jungle. Super, Gem online. I gotta say, I love the way they've used this Beastmaster. Because we've seen some teams pick Beastmaster like LGD did and didn't really use it that effectively. But DK is complete map control and they've got the perfect supports to roam with him. Gets the early gem, constantly scouting and applying pressure, and now the full might's there. Blink back from RTK, slightly out of range for an Impale. Almost though, if they get that pick off, they might force a buyback, at least.
Back on cooldown, they could actually make a defense. There's a Psalm Siren to initiate Burning, getting low caught out. He does not have BKB disperse, trying to get some stuns. He does get one off Burning, gets sprouted. He should be... Goes the other way here, Loda, 1v4! He's going to work right now, but he's surrounded by illusions. He's still not going down. Where's Burning? Burning getting bashed! Burning goes down! Admiral Bulldog with the double kill. They see ROTK, he blinks away. MMY, can he use Vendetta? No, Admiral finds yet another one. TPL attempt, the stun, the mini stun. Loda finds the haste as well. They will get him and they will keep on moving. MMY, survivor in this particular team fight, but that was a huge victory for Loda and Alliance.
Chain stun from Alliance is unbelievable. It's immaculate. I mean, every single stun is necessary to get the kills. They're chaining them perfectly. They're not overlapping them. If they do that, Burning probably lives there. They actually didn't even have a Basher. That was just perfect chain stun. Now the Basher comes out for Loda. And the other thing is, that fight was different because Super's always been starting the fights for DK this game. But that fight, it's the Zon that starts it. And every time Zon starts the fights, Alliance have follow-up. We've talked about Naga as a support. Sometimes she feels weak if Zon isn't really used to maximum effect. But it's to maximum effect this game. And all of a sudden, Alliance, straight to the bottom lane. They say, Burning, you better buy back, buddy. He doesn't actually have it. They're trying to breach the high ground here. Load in the front lines. Basher's coming. Roche up soon. If they get this lane of Rax, Roche will be much harder to contest for Team DK. Will Alliance commit? No big commitment yet. Just sitting back. Now looking for a net. Super's really far. QQQ, BKB for Loda, one's down, now he's gonna run. Bulldog will as well, they back in, Bulldog, still Loda retreating out, roaring Bulldog, looks like it might be a kill. Bulldog gonna fall, there was a buyback on this, it's Bulldog dead. Sending home the Alchemist in the end. They do defend their racks though, Burning not able or forced to buy back there. Roche is coming soon, Lumi. This next Roche fight, this could decide the game.
Yeah, this is a very, very important defense. Alliance did a ton of damage, but I'm not too sure whether that damage is actually worth it. There is buyback available from Admiral Bulldog, and I think it's actually baiting it. A lot of Prophet likes to buy back immediately to basically get map control back with using your ultimate, using your Midas, but I think they want to bait DK into the Roshan pit. They have the buyback ready on Admiral Bulldog. They have Naga Siren sleep. Watch Alliance as they try to set up a big counter.
There's a Song of the Siren already online because EGM's level 13, so they have Song to contest this. There's no BKBs on DK. Look for an Aegis snipe here from Alliance. Already the Song to fly. Roshan comes out of the pit, but the big boy's still pretty tanky. Loda prepping to stun. It could hit 3. It could hit 4. Oh no! F4 trap though! Burning strikes first! Everyone in the pit's fine! Now roar on Loda! Beautiful focus fire! DK are winning this fight! Loda now driven back for the time being, comes through the wall. 3 to fall! DK overrunning Alliance at the pit! And they might just get Roche!
Forget Song! Forget Loda, forget S4, Super initiates or counter initiates. Now H just goes for burning, and they need to push quick and hard. 30 seconds dead here to S4, and the DK chants keep on coming in. Loda, very smart play, goes on the top lane, gotta split push, gotta apply pressure, and Burning pushing his own creep wave there on the mid lane as well. If the next item comes out on Burning, that's gotta be difficult, because once you get Butterfly and Heart on anti-mage, oh god, he's unkillable.
There's no MKB on Loda, and even if he wants to buy one, he's still quite a ways off of it. He's close to the Abyssal Blade if he purchases it now, but this is also where if DK are applying pressure, Alliance really have to fear for not having buyback. So they're going to save for the buyback. The tier 2's falling mid, burning onto the high ground, leaping forward, searching for a game 2 victory. If they do win this game, it'll be the first time that Alliance has lost a game at the International 3. And to the high ground they go. There's no glyph here. There's no song here. The tier 3 has fallen. Will DK commit? No, they'll back off. They do take a tier 3, Lumi, but they're not ready to breach that high ground yet.
They're thinking about going back in, putting back up.
That smoke. Did they lose their gem earlier? It looks like they might have lost it. RTK did lose his gem in that fight, so
yeah, it's on EGM
if
now.
you smoke up, it's pretty risky because they could have an observer ward spot of you.
Warded, immediately warded in the mid lane here, as EGM does have that gem. One thing to keep in mind that there is a Heaven's Outbreak up on EGM, which means that if you drop it on anti-mage, you cannot manta out of that. So I think a BKB perhaps is in order for Burning. He's got 4.2k gold right now, unless he's spending it. I think he's actually thinking about going to Butterfly.
The problem with that is that if you go for BKB, I mean, it's not the best item against Alliance. They've already got the Naga Net, and they also have the Alchemist Abyssal Blade. So wasting a precious inventory slot on something like that means Burning's not getting an MKB, or no, sorry, not an MKB, but a Basher to man fight the Alchemist perhaps. His inventory slots are running out. He's got room for 2 more items, assuming he gets Boots of Travel, because otherwise he'll want a TP scroll. So yeah, maybe he has to go BKB, but the fact that he does is a big advantage for Alliance.
Right, that's the thing though. Like, you can't man fight if you can't attack, right? And exactly that's what Disarm does for you. So Burning, he's gonna be pick up an Eagle Song right now. There you go.
It'll be Butterfly first, and then that next item is where he's got to say, what do I do here?
See. Now the other interesting interaction is that Song of Siren, despite doing a lot for Alliance so far, keep in mind that they will sleep only non-magically immune units. So BKB will allow Burning to attack within it if he wants to go for it. But the other Q interaction is that your familiar birds from QQQ, he's been actively stunning during the Song of Siren, trying to prevent the initiation, prevent the setup coming up from Alliance. So look towards QQQ to continue to make those big plays. He has been making big stuns in these team fights already.
They're one good fight away from Rax right now, I think. Alliance, so looking at their buybacks, they actually have none. No buybacks available for anybody. They've all spent their gold. So if they do lose this next fight, the Rax are exposed. Sure, there's a glyph, but you lose that fight, you lose Rax. And now Burning about to pick up a Butterfly. I think this is the time. This is the timing for DK. You could wait for the next Roche. You've got 3 minutes. He's got his Butterfly. If you don't go now, then Alliance will pick up at least 1 more item on everyone. That means load is pretty much maxed. Bulldog's going to have his next item, and then the DK might actually pick up an AC or start to pack a punch in these fights. So to me, this is DK's time to shine. Go for the high ground. You've got a Blink Scythe on Darkseer now. They are 1 fight away from taking Rax and quite possibly game 2.
I think they just need the anti-mage Butterfly to be delivered. He's got everything. It's coming back now from the Secret Shop. Here we go. Once you pick up the Butterfly, you do go for the high ground. And, of course.
Oh man, and a DD. And a DD. And now he'll go into the pit, and he'll blink forward. Now leaping up, Burning says, it's time, guys. The fun ends here. Here we go. Burning, heading towards the high ground. They'll wait for the creep wave to commit. They can't go on him, not with this Aegis. There's no Tiri here. There is a Son available. In comes S4. Burning trying to clear off a Chen creep. He does get stunned. But remember, he's got Aegis. They'll Dragon Tail. They'll slow him down, but with the evasion, he's hardly being scratched. Loda, reluctant to go in. And EGM, are they going to leap for this? They are, but unfortunately he's been pulled away. Can he get off the song? Where's that Mono Void? He's changed the no, he gets it off! But the BKBs for Alliance are down. I don't know if this is their fight, Lumi. A lot of wall illusion. Burning leaping in. He's jumped into 5. He's got Aegis, but he's going to fall. For Alliance, now they need to get the hell out. Burning's coming back. 2 heroes sprouted. Is Alliance actually going to hold this? Unbelievable.
Getting stunned up right now. He's still dealing with a whole bunch of Chen creeps. Force that forward. They gotta say, oh, why? Let's actually go for the Rex. MNY in huge trouble. They are trying to run out. Alliance makes the defense. Another stun goes on Burning. Half HP. The birds are coming in, trying to. Oh man, Tasao comes back out. He will blink away, but that's Aegis used. on a huge advantage and not getting a single Rex. Can they make it out alive? That's a question. Or will they turn Burning? Is he going to wait on the high ground? Beastmaster Roar, they see ammo. No sneaky point for you, and now DK Burning. His HP's back up to full. He thinks he can make some big plays.
No song now. Bernie might just be able to do this. Sure, there's no Aegis, but there's no song either. DK just one fight away. They've got a Blink Scythe. They could jump Loda here if they want. They're trying to bait him a bit farther out, though. Not going yet. Lumi, I mean, I think you got to say overall, that's a huge win for Alliance. Aegis was burnt. DK don't end up taking racks. The top lane pushes in. They didn't use any buybacks either. Sure, they had some deaths, but they withstood the torrent, the deluge. Now does the tide recede?
It's a huge miscommunication between Burning and ROTK. Burning blinking forward to focus on Naga, but Naga gets back. And once you get out the song, everybody resets. I think DK Burning had blood in his eyes. He was just says, I got a double damage, let me chase for kills. But I think
they had that Naga kill, and that was almost certainly racks.
Right. If they did, after the song went off, if they just focused on the racks, there was nothing actually stopping them. There was no stuns or anything. So DK making a rare late game mistake. Let's see if it's going to cost them at all. They are still very ahead, but Aegis is down, and the next Roshan is going to be back relatively soon. Burning, applying pressure up top. But that was a big advantage lost by DK.
DK are, sure, they're one fight away from taking racks, but Alliance are one fight away from suddenly getting a lot of map control back. The tier 2 mid will probably fall off of that. They can get some wards up. DK might lose their gem if they lose a fight, and that means, again, map control to Alliance. Neither team out of the woods yet. It really comes down to, I think, just one more fight. It's so close. 39 minutes in, 17-15. These opponents very evenly matched.
For trying to get up his next item, you talked about Soul Curious being a big, or any kind of armor, real armor item big. Obviously that we already have AC on Loda, but S4 hasn't been really finding his farm this game. He's been dying quite a bit. 4 def on S4 is unusually high, although...
So like you put it out, there's already an AC on the Alk, which I forgot about. What do you think he goes for instead? Is it a Heaven's Halberd here?
Heaven's Halberd, yeah. Definitely do. Force out that BKB, force Burning's hand, make him buy a BKB, take up an inventory slot, and I think that's the best he could do for his team. You expect Loda to do all the right clicks, and he's going to be the annoying Frost Dragon, throwing out stuns, throwing out disarms, and of course, slowing everybody down.
Here on the side of Team DK, what other items should they be going for? You were so close to taking Rex. What is your game plan as we head into the next fight? Well, it's going to be a BKB for Burning. That's the game plan.
Yeah, now with the BKB on Burning, you can go for the Roshan very safely. Song of Siren is nice, but when you are BKB, you don't care about that Naga song.
They want to pick on Loda. He stops to kill off the courier. Nah, I'm not going to be able to get in range for him. So Burning doesn't have room for Aegis. Who do you give it to?
That's a good question. I think you give it to Super.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Super as well, because Roar has a 40-second cooldown, 45. Yep. If you get off 2 in the team fight, that could just change. That's probably the team fight going your way.
Roar is also huge. I mean, he has a Vlad's aura for you. He has an Inner Beast aura. This is attack speed, damage, lifesteal, and armor. Like, that's a ton of stuff that's on a very key hero. So I think he would get the Aegis if they get it.
So DK now, maybe they wait for the next Roche. 2 minutes in. Until that happens, Burning pushing out the top lane, has 1600 gold. He will want Boots of Travel buyback, ideally before that next climactic team fight, but beyond that, there's not many places for Anti-Mage to go. Maybe he can sell his Battle Fury, but you want that to push out the lanes. Burning's pretty much maxed. It really comes down to what other items can the other heroes get. Super, sitting on a Vlad's right now, 3.4k gold. I think something like a Blink Dagger or Boots of Travel could be pretty huge here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Burning's Anti-Mage slots, and I'm quite concerned because once Anti-Mage hits his peak, he's pretty much done. Like, he's not going to get any stronger.
By himself, he will not put out as much damage as Loda, S4, as well as Bulldog with similar farm. Here comes the team fight though. Burning, lunging forward. He's going to get stunned to start this fight. BKB from S4. They need the chain stun, but they've isolated Loda. Ward him up. Now Burning marching forward. BKB from both. Who's going to win the man fight? Ashes from Loda, Burning's driven back. Loda though, dropping low, now sights up, Impale to fly as well. Burning jumping in again, one more over the breach, on to Faki, they'll go, 2 will fall, Loda will buy back, and now Bulldog tries to run away. A song was used for this. That means no song now, Lumi. This might be high ground for DK. This might be Roche.
Well, do you go Roche or do you go high ground? That's the big story.
Oh, yeah, I think because of the buybacks for Alliance, Roche is the safer play. Because if you have to back from that, you kind of can.
Go for Roche. The cooldowns reset. You see Ammo Bulldog trying to push in. Darkseid buys back to make sure they get the Roche, but...
Surging and heading directly towards the bottom lane. They're trying to apply some pressure onto Bulldog, push that lane out. Burning now up to 4k gold. Roche about to respawn, and he can definitely solo this. Familiars will be there. Alliance, though, I feel like they're not going to let this one go down without a fight.
Felt like that was one of those calls that it's hard to say within the heat of the moment, but now after having perfect vision as an observer, maybe they should have gone for high ground. With S4 being dead for such a long time, with BKB it's still cooling down for Loda since they used it, died, and bought back. I think they could have made a play on that Rax.
Yo though, Loda trying to go into the pit, the boar, doing some annoying scouting here, and Rocha's gonna fall. DK are gonna claim it. Uncontested. Aegis and Cheese. Burning's maxed. You have Aegis, you have Cheese. This should be enough. If it's not enough, then you just have to take your hat off to Alliance, because they truly would be unbeatable.
Well, do you have buyback as well as Breach of Travel and Burning, so look towards him playing very aggressive. If he thinks he could end the game right now, there's no reason to hold anything back. Tier 3, or Raxus, only 1,000 HP.
There's a glyph. There's a lot of buybacks here. They'll net Burning to start. Loda thinking about going in. Now it's S4. He's got a Dragon Tail. They're kiting Burning. The Rax not dead just yet. Slowly healing up. Now a BKB from Loda. It's been forced out.
Wasted.
And he got nothing. He got nothing. But now, can they
Great
fight?
QQQ bird drops here, making sure that no Alliance members were able to chase out. I think DK is going to be angling for a fight right now.
They take one lane of Rax. Can Alliance stop them from taking two? There's no BKB. It is cooling down. They'll Dragon Tail Burning. They'll slow him down. That stun only hits one on the Visage. He is pretty low. But Burning is just immune to damage.
Oh my God!
Get it back! Oh, DK delivers! But a beautiful song from EGM, buying him time. BKB Burning. He's isolated during this song. He's dropping fast. No, but he's still alive!
Burning says, let's right-click. I got plans. I got everything. S4 buys back. He TPs and pops the BKB, and Burning just right-click the Rex. He's found it. He's got it. Keep in mind the tier 3 towers up top low. Are they going to go for buybacks coming out for here from Alliance? But they just can't get a kill. Everybody's alive. They see TK. He uses the cheese. He's back alive. Burning, looking for more.
Here it goes. Double familiar stun on S4. Backed in. Dropping in a hurry. Sent home. But EGM, no such luck. His fate is death. Burning seals it with a Mana Void, and DK, one lane of Rax down, pressing for two. This could be the end of the undefeated run of the Alliance. Unstoppable they look, but DK have struck back. They're gonna take game 2, it feels. Alliance not dead yet, but close to being so. Burning now, 3 lanes of Rax. He wants the win, and he wants it now.
DK Burning trying to get a scintillating victory for DK. Representing China said, we can't beat Alliance. This is the first match. Here comes S4. The sun goes up, but that's the melee Rax. The range Rax soon to follow. That's going to be Mega Creeps. And the question that we are all asking is, can Alliance come back from Mega Creeps?
Even gods may bleed. The Alliance unstoppable thus far. 45 minutes in, just got Mega Creep. DK, they kept on beating their head against that wall. And finally, they've broken through. Even ROTK isn't an easy kill. Heading towards the north. And you got to go back to that fight and say, ROTK. I mean, Bulldog did get 1 lane of Rax during this, but that's Mega Creeps. From here, DK should be able to win.
Well, they should, but because there's no GG coming out from Alliance.
I think they got this, is there?
I mean, if you're Alliance, right, you don't have anything to lose at this point. You just go big. You go divine.
Even if you lose this game, there's a game 3. Right. You don't have as much pressure on you as DK. DK has to win this to stay alive. They'll stick in it. There's 10k gold on Burning. I'd like to see a fresh BKB, although his is already 8 seconds, so maybe not. But all you have to worry about from DK is some horrible team fight where you get picked off and Alliance is in position to take your Rex. But they still have a tier 2 mid. So for Alliance to take 2 or 3 lanes of Rex is going to be way harder than for DK to go for the throne. Can DK just do something like a smoke and just head straight down mid?
I mean, they can. They don't need to. All they have to do is make sure every member of their team have buyback. In this situation, the only thing that's going to beat them is perhaps a mass backdoor into on the top lane and into the throne. But of course, they have 2 fresh tier 4 towers. That throne's still obviously a fresh HP, 4 HP. So DK, maybe they're going to go for a pick. They say, you know what? If you find one, we go for the pick off. We win.
He just spent some gold here at the side shop. It's a Demon Edge. What's he going for here? Is this an MKB? There's a Talisman of Evasion on Loda, so it looks like an MKB.
Burning says, I mean, is he going for the ZSMJ play?
I think he's going to sell the, what do you think, Rapier and then just straight for the throne?
So you jump in a team fight, you die, you sell, oh no, okay, never mind. All right, there goes.
And you buy back, you pick up your Rapier.
yeah, pick up your buy back Breach of Travel in, but picking up MKB is not too bad against now a Talisman of Evasion on Loda.
The thing for Alliance now is even though they want to split push and backdoor, normally Prophet's great at that. When you're up against mega creeps, Bulldog can keep one lane out, but DK should be able to keep all the lanes in general. At best, they get to about the river. So if Bulldog tries to trade, the tier 4s can be focused now since there's the tier 3 down top, but he'll need a lot more backup if they want to win in a base race. So they'll be forced to fight, and they'll be forced to fight against a buyback Anti-Mage, a buyback Beastmaster. In fact, everyone is buyback right now, aside from that Darkseer. The key hero who can't die is RTK. Aurora to start, on the Lotus Zone, immediately preps. EGM with the counter initiation.
The birds are keeping him locked down.
They're keeping him locked down. Burning now, the song's expended. Will he go for the Rex? No, he goes for the kills. On to Bulldog. Oh, now Loda's dead, and it looks like the Swedish Giants may yet fall. They're dropping fast. Burning's out of control. GG! And DK are going to take game 2 and knock down the undefeated Alliance, their first loss of the International 3.
DK has done it. Nobody believed that Alliance could be defeated, but DK says, on a day's work. On a day's work. They're not even excited. Oh my God, DK.
And they're on their feet here. This might be North America, but there's a lot of DK fans in the house. Outstanding performance from DK. They stay alive, and now, Lumi, it comes down to a deciding game 3. And with that being said, we're going to throw it back to James, Bruno, and the rest of the analysts. Guys, what do you think?
On a day's work. On a day's work. They're not even excited. Oh my God, DK.
And they're on their feet here. This might be North America, but there's a lot of DK fans in the house. Outstanding performance from DK. They stay alive, and now, Lumi, it comes down to a deciding game 3. And with that being said, we're going to throw it back to James, Bruno, and the rest of the analysts. Guys, what do you think?
So then it's going all the distance with our first match of day 3 between Alliance and DK. And, well, obviously, first of all, let's give props to DK. But also, Mark, I'm going to have to give props to you on this one. We went round and asked how DK are going to be able to come back in the match, how they're going to win. You said they need to start initiating the fights. What did they get? Beastmaster Ags on Super. And he was, for the mid-game, amazing for them.
Just saw how many kills they can pick off through the vision of the birds, both from Visits and Beastmaster himself, and with that axe there was no escaping him. Really great execution, but Burning, I mean, wow.
I doubted it before the game.
As the best carry in the world, possibly. That Anti-Mage just went toe-to-toe with the entire Alliance lineup, and he died in some of the fights, but in other of the fights he was standing there fighting 3 people at once, surviving, killing them. That was spectacular.
I mean, they had so many stuns and disables for him. They constantly kept him netted. They sheeped him. They had Dragon Tail. They had Alchemist stun. They had such good chain stun with the Centaurs too, but they just could not take him down. He was just way too far, way too tanky, and it just really pays a tribute to how good of a carry player he is. Notice the time on a top lane. He blinked into the trees instead of blinking into Loda's stun, and not that many carry players would do that.
No, that was definitely great play by Burning. I'm still a bit shocked with how well this Anti-Mage was. I think it was probably a better Anti-Mage than Loda's last game. Anti-Mage 2-0 in this series against the Alchemist.
I think this was the part of Burning where if they actually did kill him, it would have been huge. But
look how Burning doesn't die here. He survived so low.
They had such good counter initiation, and Alliance had no force steps this game. I'm very surprised. It served them very well in each of the previous series, but EGM instead opting for a Heaven's Halberd. Alchemist got a Heaven's Halberd too. Shen did not have one. I think they could have saved a couple people from the Primal Roar. It's really good versus it.
What they did have this time around was 3 Shadow Blades, despite the fact that Darkseer actually picked up a gem very early on. Or I think Visits bought it for him, but they had a gem 16 minutes into the game, and still they completed 3 Shadow Blades. That was a bit odd to me. I think I prefer seeing them when they have like a steady amount of 4 staff heroes on their lineup rather than having both DK and Alchemist and Siren on the same team. Just doesn't seem to work out all that well for them. They can't really juke the enemy around.
I'm going to actually ask you, Ben and Jacob, about this game ended in 48 minutes and 19 seconds, so not a fast game. It's not a super 99-minute game, but it's not fast game. And Alliance had 3 cores. They had the Dragon Knight, they had the Alchemist, and the Nature's Prophet. 3 heroes that can scale very well, and by this time 3 of them are farmed, while DK only has 1 carry, which is the Anti-Mage. Of course the other heroes really help, but they are not able to input that amount of right-click damage. So why do you think that only Burning, just by himself, was able to consistently beat the other three in team fights, even though he was just one versus. It was a problem with the execution of Alliance. It was just Burning being a person that comes from another planet.
Well, let's not discredit the rest of DK. He still had a team behind him.
Well, Visage as well, right? The amount of damage Visage was putting out in the early to mid game, it was sniping off heroes. The tier 1 tower mid, there was a really good fight where they did snipe off some heroes. There was a big mistake as well. I don't know if you noticed, Admiral Bulldog was not on top of his game. He actually ran back in, miscontrolled his hero when he escaped a fight. He also wanted to chase a anti-mage who was leaving the base with hearts, and then he found the anti-mage. That was good for Burning and DK. But yeah, overall.
Yeah, QQQ's visits was really spot on, especially with the bird micro. I was very impressed with some of the landings they did, especially on DK. S4 did not have an easy time. The birds would just constantly land down upon him, and Burning would just sweep in for the kill.
Maybe No Tail was sitting next to them.
Maybe No Tail had the micromanagement going on.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure. But I think this game proves that this tournament is not all about having 3 cores, because that has been the trend of the tournament, basically. Yeah. You divide farm onto several heroes. We saw it the last game. It didn't really work out when there was only one hero to get all the farm on. We desperately needed some farm on the Weaver on Super last game. Yep. We saw LGD yesterday. They went all out with just having one Alchemist and relying on that, and that did not work out for them either. But this game, does it take a Burning to be able to play 4-1?
I mean, they had Super on the Beastmaster. He had a Refresher at the end. He had Scepter, Refresher, Ghost Scepter, and Vlad's. And ROTK and MNY on the Darkseer and the Nyx Assassin, respectively, really turned those team fights around in the mid-game. They had some really, really nasty vacuum into 3-4-man impales that just was great counter-initiation to the Song of the Siren setup by Alliance. And I think he just had a lot more support from the last game, than the last game. The Burning on the Alchemist, he just didn't have any support. No Force Staffs, no real good counter-initiate. It was just Burning versus 5. And this game, it was like Burning, and then he had a lot more help from his team and the visits that you talked about.
One of the things that I would have liked different from Alliance in terms of this draft, I felt like, okay, the DK, Dragon Knight this time, sure, you're going to be able to have some additional pushing power when you play with a Chen, but I just felt that hero, going back to the Tricore thing, didn't really need to be there in a lineup, because obviously you're going to go for a Shadow Blade, but you've already got one on your Alchemist as well, right? So your Alchemist is a good enough initiation. Obviously the Dragon Tail is more stable, but if they actually had something that could initiate well, like a Puck, and could still play that mid lane by himself, so S4 could be pretty comfortable, like surviving. That, I think, could have worked out differently for Alliance, because they were really quite greedy in terms of how they had their lineup. They sometimes had just everybody in their jungle pulling, while the DK was mid and the Alchemist was just free farming top. And if you put a Puck there, that's where DK, in the early stages of the game, were meant to make something happen with their Nyx Assassin and also Visage. They needed to smoke up and they needed to get kills. They can get them onto a DK. Sometimes it's a little bit harder when you play a trickier hero, and I would have liked to have seen a stronger initiate. I don't think DK offered enough.
I think you're definitely right. Admittedly, I didn't see the bans. I was busy doing interviews. Don't get me wrong.
Something like a Puck.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, was Clockwork banned? Was Puck banned? Heroes that could initiate, like you were saying, could have been very, very useful here. Even a Queen of Pain that could work up for a Hex later on. Something like that would have been a lot better than the DK. I feel like they went overboard on the strength tanks. They really didn't need both Alchemist and DK. And I think S4, much like Dendi, plays better when he has a hero that does stuff. I didn't want to say
does
shit.
Stuff.
does stuff. Well,
as opposed to heroes that don't do anything.
It didn't have the same impact as S4's Bat Rider last game, that's for sure. And
yeah.
I do agree with you. They seem to do better on, I don't know, just the more flashy intelligence hero, the more skill-based ones. DK just kind of like sits there, throws Dragon Tails, and survives, sometimes beats down on towers. There's not really too much skill involved. S4 does really, really well on the Puck, on the Bat Rider, on those really, really difficult, I wouldn't say difficult heroes, actually.
Bruno, any information on heroes, or what have you got for us?
I actually, last time we analyzed the duel between Loda and Burning. They had the same heroes, different sides. Now it seems that Anti-Mage wins again, but it's Burning playing the... Yeah, this was last game. Remember, Burning won in XPM and GPM. Loda had the better kill potential. This game too, it's a little bit different. As we're going to see right now, Burning beat him in gold per minute and experience per minute and had most kills. He was being completely dominant, and people are saying, is Anti-Mage stronger than Alchemist? It's just like a good matchup, and I checked it out, and surprisingly...
Isn't that a really good matchup, I would have thought?
It is a very even matchup.
Is it even?
Yeah, I was checking, and they're 24-22 favoring the Anti-Mage. It's just 2 matches ahead. It seems that it's very, very even. Particularly, it's pretty much like the average for both the Alchemist and the Anti-Mage in general. So this is actually very interesting. It seems to be a matchup where the best player wins, and it's not the best hero winning here.
Can I just swoop in and say this is a 5-player game?
Yeah, I was going to say it's more about like what heroes are behind, because what can the Alchemist do?
The thing is that when you have so many
AM
matches, you kind of can extrapolate that the heroes are going to be better sometimes for one another, and when you get a big sample...
I think to prove this, we're going to have to extend the international, and every team is going to have to pick an AM and an Alchemist, and we're going to need 100,000 games to get relevant information.
10,000?
10,000, okay, yeah, we can do that.
I'd like to change Gods in as an analyst now.
I think he'd be pretty happy with that. Gods is playing the international how often can you get delayed on flight game. And he's doing great. He's winning.
He's ahead by a lot.
Hopefully we'll see him by the end of the event, though.
There's no Meepo yet, though. He'd be disappointed.
Is he a Meepo fan, God?
He's a huge Meepo fan.
Yeah, Gods plays a really, really good Meepo.
Oh.
Okay. Tell No Tail. You tell No Tail. Danish brothers.
Well, when they go into the best of 3s, I will.
No faith. No faith in the best of 1, Meepo?
I don't want to go against their strategy. Wouldn't it reflect poorly on the analyst if Fnatic afterwards say they forced us to pick Meepo in a best of 1?
You would just get flamed.
Yeah, I don't like being flamed. I can imagine the Twitch chat right now.
Yeah.
I could just imagine.
You do love flaming, though. He pulled me inside of the elevator one day. He's like, oh my gosh, I have to sit next to this guy? He had a look of disgust on Bruno's outfit, and he asked if we could switch seats.
Shots fired, Ben.
Your shots fired.
James, you want to...
So coming up next after this match, of course, we've got one more game, but we are going to be moving on to Na'Vi versus Tongfu. That's going to be the next best of 3. Winner of that is going to be in the same situation as the winner of this game. And, of course, the loser will go into the lower bracket and have to play a little bit later. Then we've got Orange versus Fnatic, Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Do you think we're going to get any games as good as this from today?
I think I can compare Team Liquid versus IG to this game, saving the differences between teams. Here it's DK, the underdog, the clear underdog coming against an unbeaten team. And down there we have Team Liquid, which is the underdog of the show, against the former TI2 champion. So I can see some similarities between 2 games.
Did you like the way I changed topic as well to break up the fight?
And now you're sort of leading it back onto it.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you guys see if you can settle your differences when I'm going to ask you the question before we go into the game. Now Alliance have lost the last match. It's maybe them to adapt. They've lost their first game of the International. What do Alliance need to do to take down DK?
I think they realized their mistake. I think they're just like we were saying and analyzing, they don't want to pick both Dragon Knight and an Alchemist. They want to go into their own kind of play with the 4-staffs and everything. So I expect to see the same alliance we saw in game 1.
Ben?
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. I mean, you have to respect Burning's Alchemist, or Burning's Alchemist and his Anti-Mage, though. That guy, just don't give him Anti-Mage. Ban him out. Simple as that.
What are we going to see, Bruno? Come on, predict the future.
We're going to see Alliance win this. I mean, I was saying that they were going to lose a match and then come back confident. I still believe that. This is Alliance 2-1, solid.
Give me a reason. You can't just say because they're going to win. Like, come on, give me the draft.
Okay, we're going to see for the draft. I have it here. Great. Alchemist is going to be there again. They're going to ban the Nature's Prophet, so they're going to
joined the game, haven't you?
No, I'm not.
No,
I think he's already lying.
I can't
I'll
cheat.
call you out on that one, Bruno. They're not going to ban the Nature's Prophet. They're going to ban the Don't Druid again.
Okay, you're cheating as well. All right, we're going straight to the game, guys.
What do you mean cheating?
Because I can see it in front of me. We're in game.
I don't have the draft. You can come
have
watch my screen.
Whispers banned out.
Alliances
Wisp and Don't Druid.
We're going to the game. Good luck to both teams.
DK's turn to pick.
It's their bans. Guess what they've banned?
I'm not sure if there's a surprise anymore, because how can you not respect Burning's carry power? In Burning we trust, a lot of us trust, and they came off with a win.
They ban the anti-mage here. They get that S4 hero in the Batrider mid. I completely agree with what the guys at the desk were saying, what we talked about during the game, which is S4 is just better on those tempo controllers. We've seen it a lot in the past. He's so good when he can make flashy plays. Batrider is definitely a hero who can get the ball rolling for them. If you're DK now, you're on the Dire side. You generally we've seen.
Okay.
Is there a Darkseer now? Where are we going with this, Lumi?
I think you gotta go Darkseer. They are made in heaven, but once these two heroes get selected together, I'll talk more about that. Want to go back to Alliance Bandao. They also have taken out Visage, which was a lot of early games DK's or early offense for them. They banned out game number 1, picked up the bat. Same thing here, and let's see if they can repeat the game 1 performance. But they're gonna go with Chen. Really different trends.
They're gonna pull the Chen away from the Alliance. I mean, that's what we've seen from them a lot. Is Ake just dominant on that hero. Do Alliance try to contest this? Do they go for a jungler of their own? Do they maybe look to go aggressive tri-lane here? How are they gonna play it?
Alliance should actually pick up either Darkseer or Admiral Bulldog's Nature's Prophet. One of those heroes.
Do you want to go for a Prophet against the Chen and the Spectre? Because in the laning stage, an offensive jungle Chen can easily shut down a Prophet if he's by himself, and assuming they don't go defensive tri-lane. And in the mid game, Spectre can really punish a Prophet pick.
I absolutely agree. Every time I've seen this matchup, I would say, you know what, you cannot pick Prophet here, but Alliance do it.
But this is Bulldog
right,
Prophet.
Bulldog Prophet, he may not have the best micro, he may not have the best farm, but what he really excels in.
Wait, did you just question Admiral Bulldog's micro skills?
Sometimes he missed micros. You remember that game number 1, he kind of walked his hero in? Rare mistake.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, rare mistake, but sometimes it does happen. He's human, right? But what Admiral Bulldog really is good at is, you know, if the team is running away, he TPs behind to go for a pick off. He TPs away away from death and then back into safety and keep on farming jungle. That's what he's really good at. And Alliance so far banning out the Darkseer, and the reason you ban out Darkseer is because Spectre and Darkseer a deadly combo.
The reason is that you can surge the Spectre, you can give him Ion Shell, and when Spectre lacks in early game damage, sometimes he more than makes up for with the help of the Darkseer. Plus, you get an early mech, and the way these two heroes works is Darkseer discourages you from clumping, and Spectre punishes you for spreading. So either way, you're in trouble. But it is banned out, we won't see the Darkseer. Alliance went back for a Naga, and we've seen them favor the support. It didn't work out for them last game. It was banned in the second stage, I believe, by DK in game number 2. It was or game number 1. In phase 2, it was definitely banned. Not sure who did it. But Naga's pretty good against Chen, because she does a lot of damage to the creeps. They lose armor. It's a pretty good counter pusher.
So I guess this is a question to K-pop Toastus, even though in the grand stage and we should know these kind of things. But here's a question to our stat man is, how will Naga Siren, Song Siren work with Spectre Ultimate? Like, can she haunt, or when she haunts in, can Naga Song sleep all the illusions? And
I'm pretty sure she can.
Can you still reality in? I think you can.
Well, you can reality him, but then I think you just get hit by the song.
Okay,
so
okay,
pretty
good.
sure.
So I was wondering if this is a next level counter of some sort to the haunt.
It could be. I mean, we've seen Naga is generally a decent way to deal with those kind of global gank strats if you get the, like against Wisp. We've seen some of the Western teams have experimented with picking Naga to punish Wisp picks. Against Spectre, though, it's hard because Spectre can go any one of a number of places, and it doesn't have to be where the Naga is. You haunt, and then you choose where to go in a lot of cases. Whereas with a Wisp, I mean, you just see they're going one place, and you can kind of react to that.
Right, right. Well, they just want Naga for frontline support. I mean, it's fine.
It's tanky. It's good against Chen. But where do they go from here? They haven't tipped their hand yet. We don't know what Loda's going to play. There's an Alchemist in the pool. DK started by banning Gyrocopter. Will they go for another Loda ban, or is there some other direction they want to take this?
There's always PL. That's the hero that he...
There actually is Coddle PL, and they're on the Radiant side, the better jungle for farming. I think Alliance might look to Coddle PL this.
I mean, I think DK is going to use one of those bans, either on the PL or the Keeper.
I think you ban the Keeper, though, because...
Number 1, yeah. So... It depends on where the bans are coming in from. OD to banning out here to protect Batrider, give him that easy lane. Although with that said, Weaver actually did okay against Batrider on the game number 1. So yeah, it's back to DK. Let's see what they're afraid of. I think you ban out the Keeper.
I really think you do, because not only is it gives them access into a lot of split push, which goes really well with Bat. No, they're going to ban Lifestealer.
Okay, definitely respecting the ganking combo of a Bat Infest Bomb.
Actually, we're just so used to him getting banned, but he was ignored here in the first stage, slips through, and now will be removed.
And Lifestealer had an interesting storyline. We talk about players, we talk about teams. Let's talk about Lifestealer and his storyline. He's kind of the big boogeyman as of late. Even after his nerf in the recent patch, he still does a lot. But in this tournament, it seems like teams are finding out a lot of ways to deal with him. We saw multiple, like Razor, for example, is a big one that's coming out. The multiple SD, OD combo where you just disrupt him or Astro him. Lifestealer kind of Miss him, right?
Well, he can be dealt with, but you need a plan. And now DK will go back for an Alk. A pretty greedy pick. It's got to be a solo mid Alk with this.
It is solo mid,
and, I mean, solo mid Alk against Batrider, you're going to lose that lane. You can still get some farm, though. You can build the early mech for your team. Chen can go Arcane Boots, or you can go straight into Shadow Blade. I don't know if I like this, though. There are other kind of stronger mids to me. Like, there's still a Puck available that they skipped out on. I feel like Puck actually goes really well with Spectre, too, because you Dream Coil them, and, you know, they're trying to run, but the more they run, the more the Desolate affects them. I don't know. The Chinese, a lot of these Chinese teams do like their solo mid Alk, but we've seen it be rather underwhelming at times.
And
here comes your Coddle PL.
This
is your Coddle PL.
A lovely foreshadowing of the Keeper PL. We'll see. But, I mean, obviously, the DK drafters, Burning, they know, right, that Alchemist is going to do poorly against Bat. In fact, they would lose the lane very, very badly against Bat. Despite knowing that, why are they picking this hero? Like, what is Alchemist actually giving them? He's played as a support, or sorry, he's played as a solo mid, so he's not going to be your big carry. I think he's really picked for the Acid Spray to slow down those push, because so far, you have Fabled, you have Acid Spray, and that's not really even that good, because Spectre is one of those heroes that takes quite a while to get going, but once she gets going, she is almost unstoppable.
You know, the other option, it seems like DK is really worried about an aggressive tri-lane. I mean, that's one big reason to ban out Lifestealer and Gyrocopter is they don't want to get, they want to secure Burning's farm. But, I mean, I think you can trade Coddle PL Batrider farm for Spectre farm. I honestly think that's fine for Alliance. In fact, they might come out on top. So, DK, I think a lot of how this game develops just comes down to their Chen and Rubik play. Do they find those early ganks? Is their movement successful? Because we saw in game 1, consistently QQQ and Die, their smoke ganks failed. They fell behind, and no surprises here. Backs against the wall. The Swedes do what we knew they would, which is Coddle PL. They're going to go for some split push to take game 3.
Nobody's liking this.
Well, I'm pretty sure if they win, they'll all be happy.
Look, I mean, come on, guys. Don't we want to see an 80-minute farm fest?
I do
too. So
I was so
glad
we weren't casting that DK versus IG game.
Man.
So much theory craft they missed out on. So much.
I was waiting for the map to blow up too. That never happened. So
not enough spells used apparently. You have to reach a critical mass of spells, and then Hellfire erupts from the ground. Things get a little wacky and weird.
Oh, let's talk about this game. Are there enough spells to be used this game? Like
there are.
All right.
I think
Radiance
so.
Particles.
Timbersaw ban.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I mean,
it could be an S4 bat actually. I mean, we haven't talked about. Or sorry, an Admiral Bulldog bat.
I have never actually seen him play bat.
He does. He plays a pretty good bat actually, and it seems like they think it's going to be one. I could see just a. I think
it could be Timbersaw
that's
offlane.
True.
That's a thing too. So.
And he's good against Vector. He's good against pretty good against Chen creeps too.
Actually, that was a great ban because Timbersaw offlane against Spectre Rubik. What's Rubik going to do? Hit you against reactive armor? He's like, yeah, okay, I'll hit you back now.
So for DK to take fights right now, aside from the smoke ganks, they pretty much need a Shadow Blade on Alk, right, in the mid game. And the chances of Alk getting a Shadow Blade versus a Batrider getting a Blink Dagger, the Bat's going to get that Blink Dagger way sooner. So if those smoke ganks aren't successful, if they don't put pressure on the map with the Chen, then Alliance are going to have all the tempo control and just be able to dictate the flow of the game. Depending on this last pick. This last pick could change things.
I think DK's got to go Profit.
You think? Profit?
Because if you don't take Profit now, Alliance is going to take Profit, right? And they're dealing with so much blood. You talked about...
Yeah, you're right. I think
Profit is really weak against Spectre early, but I feel like Alliance with the Batrider, with the Naga Siren, they're on the offensive. They're going to be dictating the tempo of the game.
Yeah, they definitely have the more aggressive mid-game solo mid right now in the Batrider. DK waiting for their last pick. The first team at the International 3 to take a game off of the Alliance, but we've seen Alliance lose a game before in a series. We rarely see these guys lose a set. They're not easily rattled.
I haven't seen them lose a game for a while, so I can't even say.
I'm going back to, I think there was a Star Ladder where they dropped a game in a best of 3 to Quantic, I believe, or that was DreamHack actually, but it does happen once in a while.
Yeah. Although shout out to Quantic because they did some crazy strat in that game. It was Dazzle, Pugna, and some Naga offensive tri-lane. Beat Alliance in like 16 minutes. But
there was that one Tree Weaver game. I don't know if that was against Alliance.
Yeah.
But, well, it's DK versus Alliance.
I mean, if you have to think like 3 months ago until they lost the game, then suddenly it's like, oh, whoa, you know, these guys are pretty good, right?
It kind of reminds you of IG, who went 8 months undefeated, but they were playing a lot less tournaments. So Alliance going undefeated in the Western scene for 3 months or very close to it in terms of actual tournament wins is hugely impressive. Now, though, we return to the draft. 13 seconds left. The clock's ticking down, and they'll go for a clockwork. Okay, so this is a good hero to counter split push.
Good hero to counter split push, and more importantly, gives them initiation power. I think what we learned from last game is when you open up the gank with Nyx Vendetta, when you open up with, for example, Beastmaster Roar, you get those kills. And obviously, You're going to nature profit. All Alliance needs to do is shore up their early game and then split push the hell of DK. And I'm not sure whether DK has enough. Unless Clockwork goes Boba mode and keep poking profit.
RLT, I don't know if he has to go full Boba mode. I don't think he has to completely carry this game. I mean, they have a Spectre. They've got pretty potent late game, but he needs to have some big team fights for them. He's got to shut down this Nature's Prophet of Bulldog. And we know what Alliance is going to do. We saw their recipe for success in Game 1. You'll secure your, or even in Game 2, where they'll try and take a Tier 1 pretty fast if they can. They'll stack the camps. They'll allow Prophet to clean them up. They'll get that Hand of Midas for Bulldog as fast as humanly possible. And Loda will probably go for one as well. Because DK have a Spectre, they're not going aggressive, and knowing that, Alliance are going to get greedy with those two heroes. So if you have to be on the mark, because otherwise Spectre will just get out-farmed.
We're back for game number 3 between Alliance and DK. DK has done something that no other team in this tournament has done. They have taken one game away from Alliance, but that doesn't matter. Can they take 2? Can they take the series? S4 on the Radiant side, playing on the Bat Rider. So far going on the bot lane here. Is this some crazy lane? We'll have to talk about that later. Aki on his Keeper of Light. EGM running after on the Naga Siren. Loda following up with the Phantom Lancer. And last but not least, Nature's Prophet being handled by Admiral Bulldog.
On the Dire side, you have Team DK starting, of course, with Burning. Might be retiring. So too might a lot of his teammates. DK, they took 1. Can they take 2? We'll find out now. ROTK, the Clockwork. He had a great Darkseer game. Can he do it again on the clock? We'll find out. QQQ, your Chen Super. Alchemist rushing the bottle, hiding in the jungle. Dai, the Rubik, sitting back for now. He does have an early smoke here. In fact, they've got 2. So DK with 2 early smokes. How much do they gank? Do they go like almost LGD int style level of aggression, or do they just sit back and wait until the mid game?
I think you just chill, right? You have Spectre. I mean, you can actually pick off some kills, and that's actually a good point to start discussing what skill build Spectre was going to be going for. A lot of the more Western teams prefer maxing Desolate by 7 because you haunt in and you are just chopping for 60 pure damage per hit. But your DK Spectres, your IG Spectres.
Oh no! Dai's gonna back off.
Yeah, your Chinese variant, if you will, is they love to max their Spectral Dagger because it's a defensive spell. It allows you to slow down push at the very least. So
this is big for Alliance. They get an Illusion Rune at level 1, so they can block Chen camps here. They can block the Pole camp. They can hold off on putting the Observer wards. And what's worth mentioning here is they're not choosing to go defensive trialing. They're going aggressive. They want to shut down Burning, and while they do that, they'll give Admiral Bulldog a 1v1. But actually, Bulba's talked about this matchup a lot. I've had the chance to speak with it. I mean, we talk about him because his Clockwork's been incredible, and he believes that Clockwork should be able to win a lot of 1v1s, and I think this is one of them.
A bit of trouble here as those Koreans are going to be harassing away. Here we go. That's the way you want to start. Burn away a Bulldog's mana. You want to take your battery cell early and do some damage. Back at the top lane, Spectre. Is he going to give up the first blood? Dropping quick, dropping low. He's salving back up here, and
the Lance, no, yeah, he canceled the salve. Massive damage to DK, even though they don't get the kill. And they can just keep on doing it, Lumia. They've got Keeper of the Light. They'll Clarity up here. Loda's out of mana for now, but this tri-lane is way stronger than DK. Sure, it's a Phantom Lancer, but this is how weak Spectre is in the tri-lane. PL is stronger than him.
PL's got a very impressive nuke, actually. If it sets up your Illuminate, it's a great follow-up or a great setup to the Riptide. So, I mean, once the line hits level 2, I have no idea how the DK tri-lane could actually handle this.
Burning's not going to get any CS, so their solos have to do well. The mid lane, though, is an S4 Bat against the Super Alk. Bat should have the CS advantage, and so far that's what we see for S4. So I feel like it's RTK's game, man. He's got to have a big performance. DK, lots of mid-game gank prowess, but when Alliance gets a lead, they don't give it up easily. And if DK falls too far behind, I really do worry for their chances.
I mean, speaking of which, Loda's actually not farming too much. He's got 5 creep kills and 6 tonight, definitely a lot better than Burning. But here comes the Chen creep. That's going to try their best to give a little bit of lane back towards DK's side.
Dewarded the pole camp for now. The 2-minute creep's about to spawn the rune as well. And we'll see what that rune is. It's bottom, so a bit of luck towards Super. A DD rune for him. They did deward the pole. Can they actually... The thing is, do they even want to pull? Because I feel like Alliance probably just farm that.
Yeah. I mean, if you pull against the Keeper of Light, he's going to come in, he's going to illuminate, and he's going to steal your creeps. So it's very hard.
Adder Blast here, though. A lot of damage to Lights. This is up. It's QQQ has to kind of do his best Ake impersonation, right? Chen against aggressive tri-lane. Use those creeps to zone out the support, secure Burning's farm. Because if they do manage to secure it, which looks very hard right now, then I think it's okay that Chen's underfarmed. They need Burning to farm and at least get levels and not die. So I like the way QQQ is playing this. He's going to leave the creep there, but he's sending his hero back towards the jungle. Might be going to stack for a Wildkin, and we'll see if he gets one.
Yeah, it is a huge concern that Burning has basically no CS. He's sitting 4-0 right now. Forced to pick up a magic stick just so that he doesn't die to the trialing as easily. I think he's also forced to upgrade to a poor man shield a little bit later on. So Burning playing very defensive. Mid lane obviously huge advantage going to the Bat Rider. There's no way that Super should be able to win this matchup just by the hero potential alone. And of course, I mean, is the Boba clock coming here, or what's going on in the bot lane?
Yes, is even. I mean, if you're trading farm, you feel pretty good about that for Alliance, but RTK, the kill potential is there. Bulldog's out of mana. If he does somehow get cogged and battery assaulted, we'll see. But he's actually going for a rocket max, not for the battery assault max. So I don't really think he can get kills.
It feels like DK is saying, you know what? We're losing the early game stage. You have it. It's yours, Loda. We're gonna just play play for mid game. We're gonna just get all these defensive capabilities. Because maxing Rocket Flare against a pushing base lineup, that's not too bad. But at the same time, that just means that you're not gonna do anything in lane.
RTK spamming the rockets, but without battery assault, he can't really threaten Bulldog. I mean, he's got 1 point in it, but he's not maxing it. Now 3 points in the rockets, just a more defensive approach. They had 2 early smokes, and they're not using them. QQQ will rotate down into the river. He's spotted by Radiant Observer Ward. He's waiting for the 4-minute rune, and it will be a regen. Super is getting the runes, but still he's getting out CS. 17-1 to the 23-4 of S4. He's holding his own nicely with the rune control, but S4 still winning.
The big issue right now here for the DK lineup, especially against a Bat Rider that's farming really well, is the way that DK defends. They defend very slowly. You send a Rocket Flare, you send a Fable, you send a Spectral Dagger. You don't blow up these creep wave instantly like if you have Illuminate. So what that happens is it gives S4 a ton of time to just find the angle that he needs to, Firefly over, and then go for a free kill. Because if you lose a DK member, whatever tower the Alliance is trying to push, they're very likely to get it.
Everyone, all 3 cores on Alliance topping the CS charts, and you look at DK and they're getting some decent farm. I still think a lot of it's just up to your Chen right now. QQQ, sending in a Dark Troll Warlord. They've got some okay nuke damage, but initiating into Alliance is so hard when there's Illuminate. And so far, well, Alliance is in the dark a bit. Dagger will fly from Burning, securing a little bit of CS. In come the Skeletons. Now they're going in. They've got a net, not throwing it yet. Just trying to zone Burning off the wave while Loda deals with the Skeletons.
Oh, back in the mid lane here, S4 doing a little bit of harass. He's trying to run down Super 6 stacks here. Right clicks are doing so much damage. Oh, that's gonna be it, I think. Yes, that's first blood. S4 outplaying Alchemist mid as expected and draws first blood.
As expected to outplay him, but to solo kill him, I mean, that just really shows his understanding of the hero. 3 points in Napalm. He didn't have Flame Break there. Like, often, a lot of Bat Riders would just say, I can't get this kill, but with 670 stacks, you just run him down. And Super almost turned that. If he had like a half second more stunned him, I think it actually goes the other way, because Bat Rider would have been stunned under tower, probably would have died at least 1-for-1, but S4, he's a playmaker, and he's doing it here again, and now even more pressure on RTK. He's got to step up to the plate.
I mean, he's got his level 7. That's where he's really starting to hit his peak, and he could start walking around getting some kills.
Keep in mind that he could, sure, maybe he doesn't kill Bulldog, but if he TP's top and just gets 2 or 3 kills and secures Burning's farm, that could blow this game wide open.
Exactly. He's got his bottle coming. I think that's his, in fact. Or is that his Ring of Basilius? No, that's his bottle. I think he could bottle up, TP the top lane, and set up some kills.
There's a Chen Ring of Basilius, and now Burning's getting aggressive. Now he's going to dagger in. They're looking to go here on EGM. He throws out a net. He does get clapped. He's thrown back in. They'll trade nicely. DK strikes back. Still, a very tense game for both teams. Rocket flares flying north. It'll hit Loda. No, off the mark. Just hitting Ake.
Here, just how much a level 1 Desolate even that's already doing, because he just went straight up to a Naga Siren with like 6-7 base armor. I was like, oh, there's no way he's gonna get the kill, but the nuke came, and the Chen pure damage nuke was insane.
Yeah, the test of faith there as well. Again, these pure damage nukes are really coming into vogue lately. Timber saw now the Spectral.
We even saw MUFC Purification from Omni Night yesterday.
Pure damage is in. It's fashionable. Maybe Bruno should start wearing some. I don't know how you wear pure damage, but if anyone could find a way, he will. For now, ROTK sitting bottom. He's going to have his Arcane Boots soon, assuming he wants to go for those. Phase Boots is sort of your more snowball-y build, but now throwing out Cogs, just zoning Bulldog off the lane. Getting that kill was nice, but Burning's still struggling to find farms. 16 CS. I think the big thing, Lance is there, now a net to fly. It's a little bit too far to dive, and they're respecting this RTK TP. They're also respecting Super being off the map. If they weren't this highly leveled, I think they would have dove that.
Super. They're one rocket away from giving sight. There you go.
One hook away.
Oh, here we go. They see Emerald.
Oh, he could have gone, but he's going to TP out.
I mean, that's what I mean by map sense. He kind of knows when the rocket flare goes out like that just to scout, you know they're trying to kill you. So Bulldog says, yeah, let's not do that. And TP's back. And TP's back instantly. Says
he's coming right back into super. Oh, he says, okay, let's go for round 2. Wrapping around the trees right now.
It's
Bulldog.
so smart to
oh,
kill
he's
these
in the
trees.
fog. Now he's going to be revealed. Will there be a TP reaction? Self-sprouted. Here comes S4. Are they going to commit for this kill? Bulldog's low. Burning's here as well. It's going to be a 3-on-1. Not a good fight for S4 at all, but more support is coming. Burning lassoed up. Cogs are there. There's still a hook available if S4 chooses to dive. He's going to get stunned again, but Loda's into the fray. Where's that stun going? It's on to Loda. RTK wants to hook and kill him off, but not able to. While that's happening, though, it looks like your Naga dies top. Ake's low, and still S4's chasing.
TK
He's
drops
gonna
the cog,
pay for this.
and it will push back S4, and now the game goes the other way because Burning is doing so much less damage. Oh my god, Burning with the cleaves. With the right clicks, and Burning joining these early game kills, getting a ton of experience.
TK, well, the Prophet ult, it didn't actually do enough. He cast it on the clock, and he's not able to get the kill.
Has to cast on the clock there because if he just casts it on the mini-map, there's no sight there, so when he loses sight, he's not going to get the bouncer or TK.
Just didn't have enough. Every small thing, and they forced out a load of TP. The pressure's now relieved on the top lane. Burning can go heal and TP right back there. And look who's getting a lot of farm now. QQQ up to level 4, starting to catch up. It's a tense game, man. This one is both teams fantastic late game, great initiation. Lots of burst damage. They're very evenly matched, I feel, in terms of draft, now that it's 4-1 in favor of DK. I was worried for DK's lanes, but their early movements, which have usually been their weak point, are pretty good this game.
Yeah, the rotations of bot lane, very aggressive play by Burning has impressed me. I mean, normally, again, 4 Protect 1 says, you just stay up there, and we'll see in about 25 minutes, but he's aggressively joined these fights. Also, you know, we've seen what Keeper of Light have done for you in the past when you port your heroes around, you know, make sure they get enough farm. Let's not forget about QQQ being able to send back Burning, and then the fact that he can haunt back in these team fights, look towards them making some big flashy plays all over the map, basically deeper down the game.
I feel like DK's work is done though, because Loda has a lot more farm than Burning right now, and they have the better supports to get him additional farm. You can stack camps really well and farm them efficiently with all these heroes. Alliance still, I think, the better farming lineup for sure. DK, I'd like to see them force some towers, try and take some fights, find some more pickoffs, keep on forcing the tempo if you're DK, because if you just let Alliance sit back, then this happens. They'll jump in now. They're looking for S4. He gets lassoed and pulled into an Illuminate. Stopped in the perfect position. Bulldog's there, and they only want MMY. He ran in to save him, and now S4 will find 2. Alliance strikes back with a vengeance.
Man, even Burning uses Haunt there, so Haunt's going to be off cooldown for quite a bit. Blink Dagger gets picked up on S4. This tier 1 tower in
really
huge trouble.
hurts.
I mean, where's ROTK? He's thinking about joining the mid lane. At least Rocket Flare needs to be sent there. Yeah, there's a Rocket Flare. Here comes a Chen Creep trying to slow it down, but it's hard to defend against this.
Now you just have to compare the mid-game impact of a Bat Rider with a Blink and an Alk with Phase Boots in a bottle, and it's not even close. Bat will set up way more kills. Farming the Alk is alright, but he hasn't gone for any points in Greevil's Greed yet, so it's not going to be particularly efficient for him. And he's kind of a liability and doesn't do a whole lot until he gets a Shadow Blade, a mech, his next item.
I mean, even though that gank went up pretty okay as we see Burning threatening to make it go up top, I mean, they drew a couple of rotations coming out from DK. They killed 2 people, but they didn't destroy that tier 1 tower, so I think DK, despite not too happy with that engagement, they're okay with it.
Loda was farming. I mean, Loda's not coming to the fights and Burning is, so I think it's a pretty big advantage for Alliance, and it is. They're up by nearly 2,000 gold. Experience still close. All the towers standing. It's still up in the air, but we haven't seen any smokes. Now they'll go for one, the first of the game. DK, 3 heroes, heading towards Bulldog. He got caught once before. Will he get caught again?
Well, I'm not sure if
he's all the way to the left. They're going to find him soon. He's stuck around a while. There's a rocket to fly. Bulldog not reacting to it. Now self-sprouting. Will there be cogs? There are. S4's here, but he's lifted up in the middle of his ultimate. Too low. It looks like Alliance might lose more. Maybe not. S4 is doing way too much damage. Now Burning on the run. In comes Loda. EGM as well. Alliance with 5 heroes into the fight. They're going to fight 2. They might fight 3. Dai is in trouble, and Dai is dead.
Oh my god. Huge meltdown here for DK. Burning thought he was safe. Easy pick off on Bulldog, and suddenly Alliance, like ninjas out of the trees, they just came one after another.
A 5-man top with a Prophet, Keeper of the Light, Venom Lancer. If you don't expect that.
He's got the drums. He's joining the early game team fights, and there will be a tier 1 tower going for Alliance.
They want to contest
QQQ is one. Oh mana, here comes the song. Will they disengage? Here comes a Han coming in. Burning sees realities in, but everybody's gone.
He already reality'd in, and Lahan's gonna end. That was really unfortunate, and we see the power there of the Naga ult to just completely counter the Haunt initiation.
Maybe first picking a Spectre was overzealous?
Well, you certainly tell them what you're gonna do. It's like, well, you know what's coming when a Spectre's picked up, and Alliance had plenty of time to prepare for it. Now S4, Lasso cooling down soon. He's scouting with Firefly. Don't know if he'll jump, but I do have to point out, Burning continues not to really find farm. 750 CS. He actually even went for a bottle, or no, sorry, I clicked on Alk. But yeah, he's just got a bracer going for drums here. He's not getting the big items up, and by themselves, Phantom Lance is going to outfarm your Spectre without a Radiance, and then when you've got a Keeper of the Light as well, Loda's really going to pull ahead here. And it's not even all on Loda. He's got so much support.
It depends on whether Burning's finding these kills in the next upcoming engagement. Spectre's one of those heroes that sure you're not gonna farm that well in lane if you're dealing offensive tri lane, but at the same time he can pick up a couple kills if the situation lined up. We saw what he did on the bot lane, picking up one kill here and there. He just needs to use his haunt a little bit. Maybe have to wait out the song. That's going to be a little bit annoying for him to deal with. Whatever the case is, he has the haunt in. Make sure he doesn't die. Make sure he gets a little bit of Cisco. If he gets a last hit, he gets a last hit. Back in the mid lane though. That's a kill going the other way. MMY. Well, the song's stolen. Got the fire. MMY says,
What a player! Turn around from
thanks.
Super. Here's your stun. He throws it on Ake. Hook in from ROTK. Nails it, but now has to run. They're fighting the Fireflies. A lot of damage. Burning joining the fray. He's jumping in, but now he's backing off. He can't make up his mind. ROTK low. He's going to live. Hand of God thrown out just to ensure the safe retreat. In the end, they do get a Keeper of the Light, but they use a lot again to get that kill.
EGM's got to be very careful.
Oh, wow. Loda heading top. Burning backing off.
GM's got to be very careful in terms of giving away Song Siren. We saw exactly what happened there. In fact, MMY could have just stood closer to the enemy and even slept on for even longer to allow his ally to get the jump. But
the thing is, it's only a level 1 Song of the Siren, and it's a level 1 Rubik ult, so he's not going to have it for a second usage.
Still a good usage out of MMY though.
Good usage, saves his own life, gets a kill, and also puts the lasso on cooldown. There wasn't even a profit buyback in that earlier fight, but
back earlier in that top fight, so
yeah. But now he does have his Midas. Bulldog's starting to farm. You look at Loda, he's got his cores. All three of Alliance's cores. It has not been perfect execution by Alliance, and it's been great reactions by DK. Still though, they're 3 key heroes, all getting a lot of farm. In terms of gold, in terms of experience, it's in Alliance's ballpark right now.
And by far too. So it's up to DK in terms of rotating hero better. Sure, you're down by gold, you're down by experience, but if you have more heroes at the place of combat, then you're going to have the advantage. So when you have heroes like Spectre, when you have like heroes like Clockwork who could join in from afar, just have that momentary advantage, win the fight, and get out.
Or on the hunt again, he's found QQQ, pulling him towards his team. Lasso was stolen. Lasso was stolen, but will it matter? They get another kill. And unfortunately, Rubik doesn't have a Blink Dagger. No easy way for him to do what we just saw. This could come into play, though, if Alliance try to fight.
Again, the way that DK defends their tower is very, very slow. They throw out these measly nukes, and that's going to allow S4 to find these pickoff repeatedly. He's been on the mark. 3-1 and 4 is his score so far, again, on top of every single gank.
RTK and S4 both contesting the bottom room. There's more support. Oh, he went for the flame break up on the hill.
He can't get that kill.
Yeah, not going to happen, though. RTK okay, and he will run back towards the middle lane. He's got an Urn of Shadows now. Looking at DK, Burning's not farming well, so they need more from their other heroes. What's for them? Like, what is the next step for this team to start to make things happen? Because right now it seems to me like Alliance is just pulling farther and farther ahead.
I think it's a race to Relic. Is that a little bit too much of an ask for Burning?
He's just now picked up a Vitality booster, so any Relic is going to be like, I don't know, 21, 22 minutes at least.
This is a strong word, but let's say like a crowd to Relic maybe, because, I mean, I don't see a single item that could come back for DK. Like, you need something huge, and Radiance is the one to do it.
Seems like maybe they just need to find the better fights and maybe try and sneak a Roche if they get a kill or two. But Alliance, so many tools to find pickoffs with the Lasso, with the Naga Song and Net and the Prophet TP, and great ways to disengage as well. So can DK find those pickoffs and then transform it into a Roshan kill? It looks tough.
It does. I mean, at the same time, you look at DK, they're down by a ton of gold, ton of experience, but on the map, they have every tower alive. So on a Spectre team, that's all you could ask for in their early game.
I think that's just a matter of time, though. There gets to a point where Rocket Flare is not going to stop PL Illusions. It's not going to stop the Prophet, who's doing a lot more damage soon for Bulldog. And DK, they have okay counter push, but like you said, it's slow. It's not amazing, and eventually towers will fall. DK going for another smoke gank. They've also just not been farming as much on their supports in general. EGM now an Urn picked up. You look at this Rubik only boots in a magic stick for die, and now DK wrapping around towards the bottom lane. This is a crucial gank for them.
I'm not sure whether this gank will work, simply for the reason.
Look at that Spidey senses from Loda already back to the tier 2. That's impressive.
Yeah, Rocket Flare will show that all of them are fake, and that should be the gank. But even if Loda was here, an easy TP from EGM into a song would just seal the deal. So I think DK trying to go for these ganks are somewhat overzealous. I don't think they will work.
But I think they are just feeling the heat, because they know if they're not ganking and pressuring the map, then Alliance are going to outfarm them. So they have to do something, and this is their attempt. Bought it out now? Oh no, Radiant Ward's down on the low ground.
At least they're leaving very kind of offensive wards.
And he scouts them out with the illusion. Loda is just, they're playing hard to get here, Alliances, and they're doing a great job of it. This is impressive.
And it's very important for these teams that are going deep into the TI3 to have multiple playstyles. We saw, in the past Alliance, they're very versatile. This one just want to avoid the fights for now, wants to split push for a bit, and then they'll come back and get you big time with the PL later on. Can DK adjust? They don't have to farm like you said. They're down in gold and experience. They have the better late game. I'm not even sure how much it's better by.
I don't even know if it is better. Counter PL is pretty scary. And throwing a Prophet in, it's very hard to deal with. And I'll support Naga as well. And now a tier 1 top will fall to Bulldog. And those towers we talked about, Lumi, sooner or later, they're going to start falling. DK, waiting for the reply, not seeing one in sight just yet.
He says, yeah, we'll give a tier 1 tower. I see, 6 creeps at the bottom. Let's go farm. Up to 600 gold.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets enough farm, and you Radiance Haunt in, even if they saw him, it's still going to start to do a damage. Spectre is one of the scariest late game heroes, but it's a great combat hero. It's not a great split pusher, so they'll need to use that hero at some point to find kills.
Yeah,
Mine's just not getting caught again.
They're trying
try again. They'll succeed. Lotus run directly into 4. A beautiful gank. He's low. Is he going to fall? He is. DK 7-7. They notch a kill to their belt. They needed a smoke egg to finally connect, and Loda, the concentration lapses, and he does get picked off.
DK supports wanted to do there was to bait out a Blink Dagger smoke gang coming out from a Bat Rider going that way, but...
In onto Super, but he's got an Invis rune, and now he wants to turn it around, blinking away his S4. Super, self-stunning, will retreat out.
Loda walking up there for free. Ooh.
Oh, Bulldog.
Treants
with the tower last hit. Micro skills, telling you, man.
Come on, he box tracked those Treants and right-click the tower.
It works, though. It was enough there. And now Bulldog back to the top lane. He's also just limiting Burning's space to farm, and he's also freeing up a lot for his own team. This gives Loda a lot more freedom to move around the map. DK still roaming his 4 through the enemy jungle. In spite of that kill, you see the gold graph, Lumi. It's going one direction, straight up.
And I didn't think it was 75,000 gold lead. Alliance slowly but surely. I'm sure they're losing Loda here and there, but it doesn't matter. They're out farming the entire team of DK. And DK Burning, if you look at him, 1,600 gold. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Not quite. He's got a while to go before a Relic. By the time he gets a Relic, you're going to look at a Phantom Lancer who has a Diffusal Blade. Loda might have a Yasha and a Vitality Booster by that point. And can a Spectre with a Relic really do much? No, he needs the Radiance. So.
And even with the Radiance, I still don't think he does it. I mean, at the beginning, when you have just a naked Radiance, maybe with a Vitality Booster, a lot of your fight revolves around buyback and TP. Clockwork Hook hits Treants here on the top lane. He's going to go into Super. Here comes a Song. That will disengage. I think they could get the tower denied, maybe. There you go.
No. The tower destroyed by the Radiant. No deny either. Everything going DK's way, or rather Alliance's way here. Just outmaneuvering. And it looked like they almost went for they were going for a Blade Glasso, but Arctic actually hooked forward. Hit nothing but Treants though. Good for Alliance. It really is. 22 minutes in. They're getting critical masses maybe like 10 minutes off. Prophet's going to have his Orchid, because we know Bulldog loves that item, assuming he goes for it. Could go for Scythe. You'll have 2 pretty big items on Loda. Diffusal Blade's already coming out now, or it will be in a moment. The Yasha will be there. The Vitality Booster might be there. The Manta might be complete. The split push really heats up.
I mean, it's like you said, those earlier towers, the 6 towers that were still up, now there's only, what, 2 left here for DK, so a lot of their breeding room is now stripped away from them. You gotta keep in mind that with these towers going down, you limit Burning's farming. You can't really go too far away. He will not have to support TP. Burning 2600 gold again coming on the mid lane here. That's what happened when you lose early game tower. RTK, he's as disengaged. Nicely done.
Faded out Haunt, so I think that's a nice win for Alliance. There's no Haunt for a good 2 minutes here.
Well, is Burning actually going to join a fight in the next 2 minutes? Let's be honest here.
Well, the problem is, while he's busy not joining fights, Alliance is busy forcing him. DK now heading towards the bottom rune, 23 minutes in, maybe looking to go on Loda, but Loda throwing out a Lance, being recalled back, and this is where Connell PL gets very, very scary.
And very, very annoying. Yeah,
very
it's
annoying
actually thinking about Roshan. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon.
I love this from Alliance. Haunt is down. Let's go fight. This is smart. This is really decisive as well.
Despite not having Flaming Lasso, S4 is just saying, you know what, your jungle's mine now. Let's go in here and then set up camp.
By the time they get there, Flaming Lasso is going to be up, and DK will not have Haunt. They won't have Burning, at least not with most of his damage. DK will try to defend, but this fight could go poorly. There they go. They've caught out Bulldog, force staffed away though. S4, brilliant save. Now RTK, his own cogs turned against him. Illuminate on everyone. There's your hand of God. RTK to fall. Now they've trapped Super. Burning running out. Now running in. Can't make up his mind. EGM might fall. Was there a stun being channeled? Just now unleashed. Buyback on clock. They really want to fight, but Loda slowly and surely, along with Aki, driving them back, spamming the Illuminate, spamming the Lances, and now hunting for more kills.
Gonna get those kills just yet. TP in for EGM, trying to make those plays. Dream's being summoned. Bulldog. He's trying to 1v4. He sees kill, but no, Bulldog. Dude, they have protection. There's a dust. There's a Lance coming on as well. They will trap Loda in it. Nobody focusing. They want, but now they go back to Loda, but now RTK getting hugely focused. Defensive force staff. RTK's okay. Nobody's actually dying. How is this happening? Ammo Bulldog still going for the kill. He's not gonna find one either.
RTK, yes he will. Jams it in. They forced out an RTK buyback. Now he dies again. And what looked like at one point an interesting game. I mean, now it gets really tough for DK. Buyback on the clockwork. 12k gold lead for Alliance. Spectre, sure, he's got Haunt going his way. But Burning has no damage yet. Relic is getting close though, Lumi. It is getting close. Yes. He didn't die. Alliance looks so strong right now, though. Their initiations have just been pristine. I mean, he used Clockwork's cogs against him. First he saves his teammate, then he flame breaks you on the other side. Is there anything S4 can't do? This guy is a magician.
That basically means that Clockwork has to be forced to hook Batrider, and even when he hooks to the Batrider, like he's gonna force staff himself out, so your clock is still trapped. I'm not sure what RTK is gonna do, and it's not to say that he's not been hooking well. It's the fact that what he's up against, the multiple force staff, is really doing him in.
What has your solo mid Alk done for you lately? Super's got mech, but he feels like a total non-factor to me in these fights. He's
dropping acid sprays, okay? Like he's slowing down that push.
He's thrown out a few stuns, but you do feel like something like a Puck, something that's just got more control, more burst, might be stronger in this situation. Well, they don't have it now. They're gonna have to make do with what they do have. At this point, they have a Relic on Burning. 26 minutes in, it's a pretty damn late Relic, but he did go for a lot of sort of utility items first, and he has it now. Late game Spectre is one of those heroes that you just never want to count out. As far behind as DK are, Alliance should not get too comfortable, and they're not. I mean, you can see what they're doing, which is now they transition into War of Attrition Dota. Aggressive wards in the enemy jungle, farming your neutrals, zoning you out of the jungle. They're worried about lasso initiations. Alliance are just going to try to starve DK out. And now they're diving. Burning. At the base, the tier 3 isn't even safe. Burning will fall. Alliance having all the answers here, and DK, where is the reply? We've yet to really see
That is the worst thing for DK Burning. I mean, if they want anybody else to be niching on, you know, Burning could haunt back in and get a 5v5 team fight. But if you kill Burning like that, there's just nothing. You just have to back off and reset, and with Burning dead for 3-4 more seconds, he's not farming.
It's a delayed Radiance, even though he'll get it. Alliance are starting to get towards their pretty tank items as well. Multiple force stats, heroes that can run. Loda's now got a Yasha. The tier 2 mid, the second to last outer tower, is in jeopardy. Burning though, does he have buyback? He does not, so DK fight this 4v5. Surprised to see them defend, but they are. They'll throw out a stun, S4, lasso cooling down. And once again, Bulldog gets the last hit. He will not be thwarted here. DK just not finding any tower denies.
I don't think they really should have defended that one either. Lucky that S4 did not go in here for the chase and kill. Meanwhile, Burning is back alive, and the race to Radiance resumes.
Resumes, but he's getting lapped right now by Loda. Just look at the net worth. Loda's at 10k, and hell, Bulldog's in pole position right now. 11.5k up for him, 2.7k gold. When he gets a Sight Device, Burning can't leave the base. Neither can any of these other DK heroes unless they roam as 4 or 5. And Alliance will just farm the rest of the map. They're getting really boxed in. I wouldn't say they're completely cornered, but they're running out of plan Bs.
Basically what DK needs to do is try to do a lot more with a lot less gold. And if there's one hero and one player that could do it, it's Spectre. So he has to get his Radiance quick. And once you get the Radiance, your farm does accelerate by quite a bit. You can start ducking into the jungle and start, wiping out those creeps as well. But it's a far cry from catching up against PL.
Alliance, they're just occupying DK's jungle, sending in illusions. Loda's going to try to steal some neutrals, not really getting any replicates here, so the juxtapose not paying off. But Burning's getting close to the raids. Alliance are farming for their next wave of items, but once they have them, expect them to threaten Roche, expect them to force another fight. S4, Blink Force is there, 3.4k gold. He's almost got a BKB. DK don't have any answers for that, just a hook.
Yeah, and Hook is not really even a good answer to that. Maybe their answer is, hopefully whoever gets bat dragged, you send back with Chen and he survives initiation and it ends up back to base.
That's a lot of ifs and maybes. It's not. S4 he's the commander of this game. He's in control, the drafter, the leader. He's making all the plays right now.
Burning, he's like 300 go away.
Yeah, Radiance is coming. We can set the clock soon. It's going to be a 30-minute Radiance, one of the later timings. Definitely not the latest, but when you get it this late, well, by that point, one of the big reasons you want to get Radiance is to just punish squishy enemy supports. But you can look at Alliance's supports now. There's a Mech on Ake. EGM's got a Sanj. There's not too many just solo kills for Burning. So Radiance, great for farming still, but not going to be as effective in the team fights.
So what DK needs to do with the Radiance up is basically outlast the enemy lineup. Very, very hard to do against PL. Very, very hard to do against the initiation power of S4. Basically, your entire team, or a big majority of your team, have to stay alive and at healthy HP most of the time. So having things like Mech, Pipe, and just good movement like Force Staff, those items are effective. Here comes the Radiance, and I just want you guys to kind of memorize this time right now, 29:30-ish, and see how Burning will accelerate farm, and let's see if you could get up to some big items. He needs hearts.
Looking for a jump mid lane. He's going to self-stun soon, and he is, and he's revealed, but there's not a whole lot of backup. Looks like in the end, they'll just retreat.
What do you think Burning's looking for next? Are we staying at Manta style, or are we going to go straight to Heart? How defensive do you think he feels?
He's so prone to getting ganked. With Bulldog now about to pick up a Scythe device, and I mean, what does he need? 2,700 gold? A little bit more. Okay, he needs like 1,400 here. But once he gets the Scythe, I mean, I think he's got to tank up at this point. At the same time, Alchemist, Super's got 3k gold. Maybe he goes towards straight into an Assault Cuirass. I think for me, like, Burning's just going to tank up and then try to go for some damage, but can the other players actually be impacts right now? That's my big question, because you look at Dai, Arcane Boots in 700 HP, RTK has just been silent this game since a pretty decent early start. He's now 1-3, and then S4 is going to be a big problem for them. You know EGM is going to be hard to kill, and Song can turn fights. You know Alliance's supports will do a lot. I'm actually wondering if DKs can or will do anything.
You have a Rubik, so there's always a propensity for some high-level play. If you look at the skill build, he knows that he's going to be very, very defensive on the backline, even taking up no field. That's a drastic strategy to going for. Just pure defense on everything. Burning says, no tank for me. I'm going straight damage. Here comes the Blades of Alacrity.
So either Yasha or Diffusal Blade is going to be next in line for him, and with that, if supports do get isolated, you can purge off Ghost Scepter if Ake or EGM want to pick one up, and they can definitely get destroyed, but still he's going to be squishy. Still, if Alliance isolate him, Spectre's tanky, but he ain't that tanky yet.
Let's talk about Radiance on Burning. It's an item that we've been harping for quite a bit. What exactly does it do in this game, and comparatively, should he have gone for another item? No? Have Alchemist self-stun.
Throwing on the illusions there, super. He'll retreat back out.
So actually, to kind of paraphrase what Ben Wu has said, one of our analysts up front, is that Radiance actually pretty decent against PL, because if you just kill one PL illusion, they just keep repopulating. But if you kind of equally and, unfortunately slowly killing them, the ones that are going to be popping out alive is going to be weaker and weaker. So it's okay as an item against PL. It's okay against the Blink Dagger as well. So here comes S4.
For a kill, but he's really out on his own here, and looks like just simple zoning and harassment. No, he's jumping. He's gonna the backup though. Are they recoiling anyone in? Ake looking to go. In the end, it looks like he's going to live. Super throwing out the stuns on the illusions. Now a hook off the mark was RTK. That could have been a big kill right there. Lasso down. Batrider was in the river, but RTK just couldn't land it.
He had BKB. He should be okay, but you know,
yeah, you're right. Okay, with BKB, not an easy kill.
Again, if nothing happens, DK says, all right. I mean, they're losing still. They're losing quite bit. If you look at the goal graph, it's not going the other direction. Game's not definitely getting easier, but it's giving Bernie more and more time for him to have that one Hail Mary team fight where he has, ideally, an Ultra Kill or something like that.
If they somehow secure that. But Haunt's on cooldown now, so he's got 80 seconds to go. S4 only 30 until the next blink. Lasso. Hook's cooling down to RTK. To me, it's still about RTK. He's got to find a way to have a big hook, a big impact. I just feel like without that, Alliance have the perfect super. Burning can't join the fights for now. Where are those Clockwork hooks? When are we going to see them come out?
Clockwork hooks have to be reserved defensively. If they initiate, they die. I think DK has one team fight left in them. If they throw a team fight or just lose it like 3-2 or something, 3-1, they will get racks. And once you get racks, it gets so much harder. S4 looking up, flying vision, looking for super. He sees it on front. He's going to get for super. Super gets pulled back, and he is going to get melted. Does Yep. He uses a mech for himself as well. That means even if he buybacks,
Roche. Alliance going straight towards the Roche pit. No buyback on the Alk. And DK with no haunt for 30 seconds. No way to contest. Great pickoff by us. I mean, does he ever miss an initiation? Every single blink lasso is a kill.
So easy for them because there's nothing on the front line. Again, DK, when they're defending these towers, it takes them so long to kill them because Acid Spray is not illuminate. It does not blow up that creep wave, which allows S4 to slowly just wait and see a good opportunity. He does, and he goes in for the kill. And now Aegis goes on Loda.
And now an Aegis to Loda, and now the game gets exponentially harder for Team DK. Aegis up on Loda, he can split push more aggressively. He's got the Manta, he's got the Defusal too, and the next item is where it really starts to hurt. Probably going to skip the Boots of Travel. He may sell his Magic Wand at some point. Look towards him to pick up something like a Butterfly, maybe a Heart here. Either way, pain in the rear.
You should go HP. I mean, the way that Spectre wants to play these team fight is to outlast you, and of course having HP on Loda would kind of
help you outlast him. It also really negates that Radiance burn, so all your illusions will still be pretty healthy. Even if they replicate and they're not at full HP from Juxtapose, they'll still be pretty healthy. And
top lane here, Bulldog.
Go. They've isolated RTK, trapped in the jungle. He's going to go down. RTK falls, and Alliance moves one step closer to take it game 3. There's not many pickoffs left in DK.
I mean, Han was also used in that team fight. I think Burning's being very trigger happy. He's trying to use those Han to help out his allies, but without Han on this high ground defense, I don't think they could hold it.
Oh, Han for 100 seconds. There's no lasso, but who needs it? Here comes the siege. Here comes the full might of the Alliance onto the high ground, working quickly on the tier 3. There's a glyph. Super preps with the acid spray. Loda chilling like a villain. Now he'll back off. He does get stunned. But they'll keep on sieging this out. They know the Haunt's down. They know DK are not nearly as strong right now. It's getting closer and closer. Alliance, they can taste it. You win this, you're in the top 3, and you have the inner track to the grand finals. One best of 3 away from claiming it. Alliance not done yet. DK still hanging on. They will fight to the bitter end. This game means so much to both teams. And once more, they're going to look to break the high ground. As always, it should start with a Firefly Lasso. It's ready. If he gets this, probably Rex.
Why you want to go for Super. There is buyback available now on Super. Are they going to make the jump? Yes, they will. They find him. They lasso him back. And Clockwork disengaged perhaps, but he gets hexed. What a hex coming up from Ammo Bulldog. Easy cleanup. Burning huge trouble right now. Does he have buyback? Oh no. He's going to get picked up. Force that forward. Somehow Burning still alive. My goodness. They hold. They hold.
Hold, and actually they didn't use that much for it. There was no Haunt there. It's still cooling down. Clockwork's didn't buy back. They did throw 1 life away, and Alliance lost nothing. So, yeah, sure, they hold. Alliance, though, are going to farm your jungle. You still can't really leave your base. There's no Roche on the take. Still Alliance in a good position. But hey, DK's showing some fight in them for once, which they've really been lacking this game.
One of those team fights where you go like, oh, okay.
Lose, therefore, to us, that's a victory.
Let's keep farming. Burning says, okay. Yeah.
Let's keep farming. Burning always says, let's keep farming. Until he doesn't, until he says, I'm going to come kill you now.
Until game 2, Anti-Mage comes up and wins, so.
Then he goes full Dragon Ball Z mode on you.
So, well.
Yet, though. So, what do you think he goes for here? Diffusal Blade?
Go defensive, right? So Manta style is kind of it.
Okay. Manta, yeah, gives you some extra. It's definitely a tankier item.
It doesn't actually do anything in terms of, let's say,
Damage
it doesn't get you away from the Naga snare. Mid lane.
Lasso again, Super. He thought it was safe to leave his base, and he was very, very wrong. Now he's low, and now he's dead. And with that kill, there's still an Aegis up unloaded. Now there's a Reaver, and the Alliance will go again. Is there a buyback here on the Alk? There is, but even just forcing out, no. They get those back in. Haunt baited out. Now the song completely counters it. Nothing here for Burning. And they get a kill as well with the Illuminate. Canceling the song at the last second. That teamwork.
Finds EGM. Can he make it out loud? Trying to cast everything, but there's no cast when Rocket Barrage, or excuse me, the battery assault's on you. Now they're going to go for a little bit more chase. I think DK should disengage. Trade it 1-for-1 after a buyback.
Can I just say that teamwork between Aka and EGM, they have a mind meld going. Ending the Son at the last possible second so the Illuminate does damage instead of not affecting you. They get a kill. They do lose their Naga in the end, but hey, they still have Aegis. They've got it for a minute or two here, and Lion still. It's just that one convincing fight they need. Haunt is down. Do they just go mid as soon as this respawn comes from the Naga?
I'm not sure whether they can break it. DK somehow holding each and every time. I mean, they are losing.
Look at the graphs.
Right.
Like, they're still falling behind.
When you're playing Spectre, you toss out the graphs. It says, forget the graphs. I'm Spectre. I have Radiance. I've seen this hero historically 4 or 5 years of seeing this particular hero. She could just somehow give you those question mark team fights.
Not again. DK, they can't keep him getting picked up. On the run, but he gets caught by the lasso. S4 is literally everywhere. So too is Loda, pulled back in, and now the Alliance with that pickup and with QQQ. He's got a gem and he's gonna die. No way out against S4. Dropping in a hurry. There could be a mech from Super. It'll buy him some time. Actually gonna live. Wow, nice defense. They find the kill. No, Loda's not done yet. That illusion's tanky.
Ooh, the micro, the flame break. Oh my god.
So close.
Are we gonna see a profit TP?
But doesn't matter. Straight into mid. There's no Haunt here for Burning. 20 seconds off. The Glyph, Burning TP's in as well. He gets Lance, he's driven back. Bulldog's now got an MKB, and with the Glyph down and no Haunt up, this could be the Rax. Now they net him. Will they go on him? There's no lasso. For now, focusing him. The illusions are really hurting Burning. Driven back. He wants to defend. Super goes in, stuns himself, and now is in a whole world of trouble. Son on, son off.
Got buyback. Here we go. Burning's coming back. He gets one kill. He's looking for more. Burning in the middle team fight. He gets focused. He's got to survive. There's nothing else if he dies. QQQ getting focused. He's trying to run. QQQ also go that Burning's netted. They're going to focus him down. The last hope for DK. Just no. Yes, he dies.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he dies.
In the end, there is only the Alliance unstoppable. They march down the middle lane. Rax will fall. Burning buff back. Triple kill for Bulldog. Absolutely crushing performance, and DK will tap out, and the Alliance are guaranteed a top 3 finish at the International 3. You can take a game off them, but good luck taking a series.
I'm just lost for words. DK played well enough to hold on, but he just cannot stop this push. They repelled it once, twice, 3 times.
Here, DK made a pretty deep run through the lower bracket. They do drop down here, but there's a lot of teams who won't be happy to face them. Not that they would have been happy to face the Alliance. And the Alliance, the crowd's on their feet. They get a standing ovation from the crowd. They deserve it. It was a very impressive performance. And now, let's throw it back to James and the rest of the analysts.
Hold on, but you just cannot stop this push. They repelled it once, twice, 3 times.
Last year, DK made a pretty deep run through the lower bracket. They do drop down here, but there's a lot of teams who won't be happy to face them. Not that they would have been happy to face the Alliance. And the Alliance, the crowd's on their feet. They get a standing ovation from the crowd. They deserve it. It was a very impressive performance. And now, let's throw it back to James and the rest of the analysts.
Alliance with a 2-1 victory. It looked like it was going their way from the very get-go, really, that one. The farm on Loda's PL compared to Burning on the Spectre. They were just constantly getting ahead. But what have you guys got to make of the whole series, or at least the last game?
I mean, even before that, I think the draft was a little bit weak for DK. It was extremely greedy, going for a Spectre and an Alchemist, and they punished that with the PL and Caudle in the triple lane. Burning almost died. He got a flask off, but he just got his farm off a little bit too late. There were just way too many items on the side of Alliance.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of the element of surprise, but first picking a Spectre and then follow up with an Alchemist just seems like a bit overboard. Just like with the Lions last game, going for when they went with DK and Alchemist, I sort of feel like the same thing happened for DK this time around when they went for Alchemist and Spectre. You end up with two melee carries that don't really offer anything to each other. I would have preferred seeing a different pick than the Alchemist, so that DK could actually fight them throughout.
It's all about finding the farm when you're playing an Alchemist. Even if you put him in the 2 position in the middle, you expect him to eventually catch up and get something. But when you're playing with Burning, Burning has this ability to rotate all through the lanes and get the most out of it. So Super was kind of having it hard to actually get something going for him. And with Bad Rider there, all the pickoffs, every single time someone went to farm alone, there was S4 jumping there, getting the kill over and over and over. And when you're playing Spectre, you kind of expect to have to turtle a little bit because that hero goes online after 40-50 minutes.
Unless you play super aggressive with it. As we've seen some teams really just utilize Spectre where they just pawn in, get kills, and then go back to farming and just have the upper hand from the get-go. Because it's one of those carries that can actually participate in everything. But yeah, like you were saying.
Yeah, in this case it was like that, and you can't really turtle against a Bad Rider with all those items. Because once you're in the base, he will always jump there with BKB, blink inside, force stuff out, get someone, and when you're fighting 5v4, there's no Spectre to save you.
All right, and we can actually go to Casey right now, who's with Aki, and then we can come back and talk a little bit more about the game. But let's see what Ake's got to say.
All right, yes, he is here with me now. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So I have to go back to the second game and ask, I mean, you guys have been undefeated right up until that game. What happened?
The game went pretty wrong from start. They were able to win fights when they didn't even have the anti-mage with them in the fights. So it was really hard for us to come back. We managed to win a couple of fights, but yeah.
Did that affect your confidence going into the last game at all, or were you able to regroup?
It was kind of fine. Like, we won 16 games in a row, actually 17 with the first one. So it felt good, especially for the crowd, to get a really nice match, and all of the games were so even. So
I heard you got a standing ovation. Did you appreciate that?
What? Sorry?
You got a standing ovation. Everybody stood and clapped for you. Did you see that?
Yeah. So yeah.
Now, you and Loda, I understand, have been playing together for a really long time. What is that like to have that familiarity with each other, and how were you able to incorporate the other 3 players on the team into that?
It's just great to have such a good friend with me all the time when I go play and stuff. So, and I think it's, well, the rest, like, they fit really well into the team as well. So you don't really notice that me and Loda have known each other for so long. It's just like we have a really great team at 5 and really nice big family.
Any preference between Navi and Tong Fu?
I would say Tong Fu, because we faced them during the group stage and beat them 2-0, so yeah.
Well, we'll find out in just a few moments. I also understand it's a very important day. Would you like to say happy anniversary to anyone?
Yes, happy anniversary to my girlfriend. We've been together for 10 years, and I know you are watching now, so I love you very much.
Aww. I had a few people on Twitter, they wanted me to ask, and you can say that this is too personal, that's fine, but they want to know what the secret is to staying with the same person for 10 years.
The secret is to have a really awesome partner that you always want to be with, which in my case is so then it's really easy.
Aww, how sweet is that? Who knew we were going to have a little moment? Thank you, and best of luck next time,
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, James.
Thanks, Casey and Aki, and yeah, let's get back to talking about mythical creatures killing each other. That would be great. No,
what a player!
Yeah, no, he is such a great guy, Aki, and really deserves to be in the upper bracket finals. And you could see all the moments that came out during the game in game number 3. And really, EGM set that up nicely, but you could see they were just too far ahead. And obviously, we mentioned before we want to see S4 on a different hero. You said Bat Rider or a something like a Pug, but Bat Rider was a really good choice for this matchup. EGM again, just absolutely playing stellar. Ake, always on point. They had everything going for him in terms of the lineup.
How many 4-man, 5-man illuminates he got there? Even the one where he clipped after the song, it was amazing, doing a lot of damage in all the team fights.
I think a lot of players in this tournament, if you asked them who the MVP so far would be, a lot of them would say Ake, and it's really nice to see that someone who's as good at the game is also such a nice guy in real life. There's some players that aren't always the smartest or the nicest guys, and Ake is the exact opposite. Super intelligent and super nice guy, and probably one of the best players.
And that's why he's got a girlfriend for 10 years.
Yeah, apparently.
But he hasn't managed to get married yet. So
well, he's young.
How old is he? It's like
25.
25. Oh wow, I must have met at school. All right then, yeah. So I really shouldn't have brought that up. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him now. He's like, oh shit, not again. You know, let me just win the international first, like one thing at a time here. Yeah, so they've made it to the upper bracket finals. The next game we'll go to is going to be Na'Vi versus Tongfu. Hopefully we can bring the brackets up at some point just to show you what's exactly going to be happening. And also, because it's worthy to mention, DK still in the tournament. They are going to get knocked down to the lower bracket. I think they will be waiting for the winner of, I want to say, Orange Fnatic.
I'm checking right now.
But I think I could be lying. I think it might be. I think it's TL, yeah, Invictus Gaming. So, is that a repeat performance from the group stages? If they go up against any of those two teams, I can check.
No, they're playing versus Fnatic versus Orange. The winner versus Fnatic Orange.
Oh, are they?
I have it right here. DK plays against the winner versus Fnatic versus Orange.
Yeah, and DK, did they beat Fnatic in the prelims? They did play.
Were they in the same group even?
Yeah, yep. DK and Fnatic were in the same group. I don't recall
I think it was
the
even
result.
1-1. I
think it was 1-1.
I like the way I'm asking questions that we have to scramble over now.
Yeah,
we're getting in there. It's like a research group.
I'm just staying out of it.
Hey, we saw.
Yeah, they went 0-2 versus DK. My stat book never lies. They lost 2-0 versus DK.
Yeah, so if that's going to be a repeat performance,
we'll see.
Yeah,
it's a best of one this time.
This is true. This is true. And we've got a couple of best of ones coming up. Orange versus Fnatic, which you mentioned. TL versus IG. I was in the player area.
No, I'm lying. It's a best of 3. Orange versus Fnatic is a best of 1.
Oh, that is a best of 3.
That is a best of 3.
Yeah, it's making, to be able to fit everything in today, we got 2 best of 1s in the lower bracket.
Right.
Closing my eyes, concentration face. 2 best of 1s in the lower bracket, and then the next round is going to be a best of 3, but we play the first map of each game, and then we come back tomorrow and play the remaining either 1 or 2. Doesn't that sound exciting, Ben?
Yeah, so 8 to 10 games, I think, each day?
Yeah.
That's very strange, though, playing... I mean, how do you feel about that, Jacob? Like, is it,
do you mean playing one game of a best of 3 and then taking a pause?
On LAN. I think it's maybe okay online, but...
I don't really like it all too much. I think it sort of gives the loser an edge. Go back, look at their mistakes. What did we do wrong? What did they do right? Prepare for it. Whereas the winning team is just happy. Hey, everything went according to plan. Let's just do this again. So, I'm a bit torn on it. I like that we get a lot of games and that they're spread out on the days. But I prefer playing the match to an end.
Yeah, but it's also an even kind of way to go into the match as well. Like both teams get the same treatment in the same round, if you know what I mean. And they play the same day, the same amount of games, and then the next day they also play the same. And that's, of course, where DK are. They're in the lower bracket. So if you're rooting for them, you're going to be able to see them a little bit later. But a team that a lot of people are rooting for to make the winner bracket finals are one of the teams, who are going to be playing next, and that's, of course, Na'Vi.
I'm joined now by Dendi with Na'Vi. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Are you tired after the last couple of days? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, thank you.
I noticed your family's here. They've been roaming around. Are you excited to see the documentary, and how are they feeling about seeing it as well when we show it tomorrow night?
Oh yeah, we're all pretty much excited to see it, actually, yeah.
Do you notice how much the crowd goes nuts for you and Na'Vi? Do you feed off of that energy pretty well?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's a great feeling. It's just, you can't find it anywhere else, yeah.
Well, we're excited to have you in Seattle. What are your thoughts going up against Tongfu?
Oh, we have a lot of thoughts, yeah. We have a lot of different plans, how it will go, and I hope you will enjoy it.
I think we will, definitely.
Yep.
Thanks for chatting with us. Good luck, Dendi.
Thank you.
Clement Ivanov, Puppy, Estonia, Tartu.
Alexander Dashkevich, Hvost, Kiev, Ukraine.
Kuro Zalei Takhazomi, Kuroki, Berlin, Germany.
Gleb Lepatnikov, Fanik, Kharkiv, Ukraine.
Danil Shutin, Dendi, Lviv, Ukraine.
Na'Vi, 2011 champions, and they've got a run to the finals here, and they could do it. We'll see if they can. Got to take down their first opponents, though, in just a moment, which will be Tongfu in the best of 3. Hvost, Kurokai, Puppy, Dendi, and Funnick. So it is a slightly different team, but they've got some of the cores still in there, and they're very scary. You know, the Na'Vi story hasn't really come up a lot because obviously they played on the first day. They did have all yesterday off, and now they play today. So they should be really well rested and also well prepared. What do you think they're going to bring to this match?
A little stat on Dendy, whenever he says in a pre-match interview, when he says, I hope you'll enjoy, that means they're going to pick Pudge.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm expecting a Pudge to be picked in this series. Na'Vi likes to play aggressive, and they don't mind putting on a show despite playing with everything at stake, basically. And they've been down this road before. They've won TI1 with the Pudge pick. They've played Pudge at TI2 as well, and they went into the grand final. I think we can very well expect a Pudge pick to come out of them. It wouldn't surprise me the least bit, the way they utilize it, and I'm just very excited about this matchup. Tongfu was my favorite team from China going into this tournament, and I'm gonna have a really hard time predicting a win on this.
I mean, along with the Pudge, they utilize Potom a lot on Funnick too. Funnick usually does this trick with the Ancients where he buys Quelling Blade on Windrunner, Priestess of the Moon. I think he's even done it with Tinker, perhaps, and just jungles at level 1. Sometimes he goes on the Dire side, he cuts the trees on top of the cliff in the middle camp, and on the Radiant side, he cuts the trees around the Ancients and creeps those. And a lot of teams have been trying to mess with them because 3 heroes can easily zone him out in the lane, but it's really difficult to contest that sort of position. You have to like run uphill most of the time, and then your mid hero can rotate. And we see teams trying to ward it, but Funnick still usually tries and find some sort of farm. So I hope that Tongfu has a solution for this.
Bruno, what can you tell us about Na'Vi so far?
Well, we were talking about Dendy so far. We had an interview with him, and I decided, okay, this player is kind of good, right? So I'm going to check how good he is. And just to give you an idea of heroes in general, the hero with the highest global win rate in the game in all professional tournaments is Wisp with 59% win rate. So 59% of the time Wisp wins. So I got Navi's all of the heroes that are above 20 games. So he played 20 or more games with. We have Pac, 84% win rate. Queen of Pain, 74% win rate. Templar Assassin, 75% win rate. Patch, the fan favorite, 77% win rate. And he's really a noob at Storm with only 73% win rate. Those are his heroes. Those are the heroes he normally play. How do you beat the odds when he's so good?
I mean, sometimes they do draft him a Beastmaster, a Dragon Knight he's been playing a lot recently, and his Magnus too. And those are kind of weaker. S4 has sort of the same thing. I think S4 is a better Magnus, but if then he gets one of those heroes, his Puck is phenomenal. I think it plays very well into their playstyle too. Flashy plays, he kind of baited out a lot of spells, and early aggression.
All right, well, we'll see what they're going to be able to get, but of course their opponents are the ones that are going to decide what heroes they're going to want to remove from Na'Vi, and their opponents for this match are Tongfu.
And we're back with our friend Josh, and we're talking to King J of Tongfu ahead of your match with Na'Vi. How are you feeling right now?
问你打 Na'Vi 之前感觉如何？
感觉非常好，因为今天精神状态跟之前的病都已经完全消除了，所以今天状态非常好。
He says they feel really good, especially because earlier they had some sicknesses and whatnot, but today they've got past all that, so all of them, they feel in top shape.
You've been playing the game for many years now, and I'm curious what it feels like as a player to see Dota play get to this level, and not just with the international, but all over the world with so many people watching and playing.
说你作为一名比较资深的选手，然后能看到 Dota 2做到今天这个地步，就是全球这么多观众来看你们比赛，感觉如何？
感觉非常棒，因为之前的话，可能 Dota 1在国内可能会受关注度比较多一点，但 Dota 2的话，让我们中国的选手在世界上有更多的机会展露自己，所以我觉得非常棒。
He says, feels great. It's awesome to see that people all over the world are watching, and especially in China. Maybe in the past, more people focus on Dota 1, but with Dota 2, people in China are starting to pay attention too, because it's given Chinese players and teams such a huge stage to show themselves.
That's great. King J, thank you, and good luck today.
王娇 ，banana， 中国开封。
陈志豪，好，中国广州。周洋 ，King J， 中国上海。
张盼，木，中国武汉。
王兆辉，山生，中国湖南。
Tongfu, one of the teams representing China here, and so far they've had a great tournament, but let's talk about last year as well. Last year they actually finished up in 7th, 8th place, actually losing to DK, so already being in the upper bracket semi-finals, they've surpassed last year's performance, so they are definitely a better team this year already. If I was a new viewer and I didn't know much about Tongfu, because I don't watch the BTS stream, you know, because it's just amateur hour over there, you know, what would you want to be able to tell me about Tongfu going into this match before we throw it to the game?
Do you want to take that one, Vin, or should I?
You can go for it.
Well, Tongfu is really, really good in utilizing melee initiate heroes such as Panda, Clockwork Goblin. We've seen them jungle at Doombringer a lot as well, and those are some of the things that makes them stand out. They really, really want to put on a lot of aggression. We've seen a lot of these Chinese teams put a lot of emphasis on melee strength initiators, and that's something Tongfu just does really well.
Yeah, okay, well, that's sums it up pretty nicely for us, because actually the bans and picks are already on the way, so we're throwing straight to the game. So this is the upper bracket semi-final match. The winner of this will play Alliance. That will be, I believe, for tomorrow, but it's a huge game, a lot on the line. It's the best of 3. It's Tongfu versus Na'Vi. Best of luck to both teams. Over to the hall for the game.
Na'Vi versus Tongfu.
Na'Vi.
I can't wait for the match personally, and the thing about watching Na'Vi is unpredictability. You never really know what they're going to be bringing to the table, but Tongfu have kind of been feeling the same way. They've had some unconventional picks themselves, so both teams kind of well-versed, at least in terms of flexing their draft capabilities here so far at TI3. But Na'Vi, they start off with a Chen and a Rubik, so Kuro is going to get one of the heroes that he is absolutely famous for, and I don't know about you, but I love watching him play this hero.
Oh, man. Whenever you see Kuro on Rubik, he plays Rubik just a different way. It's something you can't quite put your finger on. He just has such a sense of the hero. He's always in the right position, and the way he builds the Rubik is always mobility-based. He always wants a mobility item that will allow him to make plays in ways that most players can't. And when you put that with the Chen, another hero, a playmaker in his own right, but in a different way, you put that hero in Puppy's hands, you have 2 extremely experienced players on 2 of the best heroes in their entire hero pool. Could not think of a better core for Na'Vi to lead off with.
I couldn't agree more, and the thing that's interesting here is just the way that the draft changes even between the series. For instance, the last series that we just had a chance to watch, we saw a lot of Alchemist, of course, and that hero has been predominant throughout the entire tournament, I would say, and just in terms of either sending a mid, being able to stop these kind of early game aggressive pushes. Of course, he still is available, but I'm kind of leaning towards Tongfu would probably be the ones to take him here, if not. But we can see Tongfu already banning out the puck as well, so that's another hero that Dendi has pretty good success with. I'm pretty sure they actually had 70-something% win rate on that hero whenever he plays it, so definitely not bad to take it out if you're Tongfu.
Absolutely, and you know, waiting to see what Dendi's going to be running out of that mid position. You know, he's really well known for a number of heroes. Been playing a lot of DK lately, and already with the Chen and the Rubik pickup, that's going to be something that Tongfu's going to have to be conscious of. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see them ban the DK here in this the 4th ban slot, just because of how well he would function in a push lineup with the Chen. And nope, they're actually going to take out the OD. So Na'Vi now going to have that open to them if they want. Obviously, the DK again, just a great core hero you can stick in mid. Tongfu has yet to show us their mid, but when you pick that DK before the enemy team picks their mid, sometimes they can counter pick it really effectively. But with the Shadow Demon and a Darkseer, those 2 heroes, as good as they aren't exactly, I mean, the Shadow Demon can roam really well, but it's going to be based on what Tongfu wants to do in the early game. Do they want to sit back and just kind of ease their way in, or are they going to start to pressure lanes very early? In the preliminary stages, you and I watched Tongfu a lot, and we learned there that they are very flexible in that regard.
Well, Tongfu have left themselves wide open. I think that's pretty much the only thing you can say in terms of their first 2. If you look at Darkseer and you think Na'Vi, do they want to go for the DK here? Do they want to try to go for that Death Poly sort of, we're going to push into your tier 1 towers, try to assume map control? They're actually going to go with a Mirana. So it looks like Funnick is going to get a chance to play that, and he definitely plays a spectacular one. But going back to Tongfu's draft for a second, it's amazing to have a Darkseer because of his versatility, and Shadow Demon is one of the supports who can not only rotate during the early game, but he makes a semi-good transition into the later game phases. I'd say he's sort of like a Crystal Maiden, less lane control, but he makes very, very good transitions into the mid-late game. And now Tongfu, they're actually going to go with a Spectre, and honestly, I like that quite a bit, just because Na'Vi, up until now, not a whole lot of damage. I mean, they have a chance.
Oh, hello!
There we go.
The big man makes an appearance, and there are people on their feet. Dendi Pudge gonna be joining us Here in Benaroya Hall, and yeah, I think that right there might be one of the biggest cheers we hear the entire series, just the pick.
I'm just saying, Melk's stats were correct. Maybe we need a new stat man, honestly, because he called it. He said, if he ever says you're going to enjoy the match, we're going to get a chance to see Pudge. And the thing about Pudge is, it fits Navi's style so well. They love playing aggressive. They love trying to get the map control early on. It actually goes fairly well with the Chen, because once you get those towers, just the looming threat of a Pudge being in fog, going for a hook, it forces you to play so defensively. And the thing is, against Tongfu's lineup right now, if any of those heroes gets hooked, it's very hard to save them. They don't have a whole lot of heroes who can react fast. They don't have any blink initiators to go in. They don't have like a Beastmaster to counter or anything. More or less, they have a team who is kind of all around. There's no initiator just yet, so we'll see what Tongfu's answer to this is.
I'll tell you what, man, if I'm Tongfu right now, I am fearing a Pudge that has a permanent smoke from Mirana every time it's off cooldown. How do you even begin to cope with it? I mean, just look at this lineup. Even before the Pudge pick came out, was going to point out, I mean, with the Spectre pickup, that's a hero who obviously has to farm and has to farm hard, can be a monster in the late game, but she does like to show up to fights early. You can build an aggressive lineup, and oftentimes should build an aggressive lineup around a Spectre just so she can have a little bit room, not only to farm, but to put aggression on whenever she haunts in, whenever she realities in after haunt. But now Na'Vi taking it to a whole new level. Again, you've got Chen, an innately aggressive hero. Rubik, as we talked about, played by Kuro, one of the most aggressive Rubik players on the planet. You're going to have Mirana, again, an innately aggressive hero, and a Pudge that's going to have a perma smoke coming up every time her ultimate's off cooldown. Tongfu, they're not going to be intimidated, not saying that, but looking at this, they have to be so concerned about what they're able to do to stabilize things in the first 20 minutes.
They're not allowed to make a whole lot of mistakes.
Yes.
That's more or less what Navi's lineup is meant for, because if they get going, it's going to be an unstoppable train, and it's very, very tough to come back from something like that. On the flip side, Tongfu have Jakiro, Darkseer, Shadow Demon, probably one of the best trifectas in terms of taking team fights, setting up ganks. Disruption into Ice Path is very easy to execute. You can get the big vacuums on and such as well. So Gyrocopter is going to be the last pick. I like this mainly because of the fact that Tongfu actually could have still taken this, because Gyrocopter could have very easily lane mid against the Pudge, and Rocket Barrage, when you get hooked, sometimes it's a little bit shaky if the Pudge is actually going to be able to get the kill, and you might be able to force him back. And of course, call down with Tongfu's team would have been a nightmare to deal with, but it looks like their last choice is going to be Clockwork. Another hero as well, Cogs and Vacuum, really potent combination, then you partner that with Shakiro's Macropyre. Tongfu have a very scary teamfight-oriented composition. Na'Vi, though, their pick potential and how scared sometimes you're going to have to play against their lineup, assuming that they can get these early game towers, it's going to be tough. This one's going to be really close to call.
Absolutely. I tell you what, it's going to be tough on the casters. Imagine how many hooks we're going to see by the time all's said and done. But yeah, I mean, taking a look at Tongfu's lineup, I 100% agree with you. These two lineups work in basically the same way, just in complete opposite fashions. Na'Vi is going to be predicated largely on playmakers from single positions. Going to be looking to hit arrows from Mirana. Going to be looking to hit the hooks from the Pudge, obviously. Going to need Kuro's Rubik to be on point, and rarely is it off point. Then you have the Gyrocopter, which does give them some much-needed magic damage, some much-needed DPS, and of course the safety belt that a Gyrocopter can be in the late game. Tongfu, though, like you said, they have a dream team of synergy, a dream team of just putting everything together in one beautiful chain of initiation, vacuum into Cogs with the wall and then the Ice Path and the whole thing. And if they can make that happen against Na'Vi, they're going to be able to take these fights very early as well. So this is a game that is either going to go very, very, I would imagine it's going to be a game that's going to go very, very late, or we're just going to see one team get rolling and the other will have no chance to recover. Looks like both teams are going to be occupying different parts of the map to begin. So we'll go ahead and run through our lineups. No surprise to see Puppy here on the Chen. Going to have Gyrocopter played by Havost, as mentioned. Kuroki on the Rubik, one of his favorite heroes. Phonic, of course, a phenomenal Mirana, will be handling her this time. And then the Pudge, going to be handled by Dindy on the other side of the river. We've got Hal playing on our Spectre, the Darkseer, going to be handled by King J. Saw him in the interview earlier. San Sheng will be playing our Shadow Demon Jakiro, played by Banana and the Clock. The other guy with the hooks, going to be played by Moo. The horn sounds, and we're underway for game one of this best-of-3 semifinal upper bracket matchup. Tongfu taking on Na'Vi.
I can't wait, man. I honestly can't wait. Every time I get to see a Dendy Pudge, you gotta love it, right? So Tongfu, during the early game, obviously looking to be as stable as possible, but they have a perfect lineup to do that. And obviously, Na'Vi are not contesting the top lane right now. Funnick is cutting down pretty much every tree because he doesn't like trees, I guess, and he, of course, is doing the Ancients. So it's going to work out pretty well for him. It's not ideal, but it's pretty much the only thing he can do. I think that the Gyrocopter pick, after thinking about it a bit more, it's even better than originally thought because it's one of the only heroes in Na'Vi who actually makes a BKB. And against Tongfu, you kind of really want a BKB against their Wombo combo style of play. And mid, we're going to have Clockwork versus the Pudge. This one's pretty even. The thing about melee heroes, and we just saw it right there, is the fact that Cogs is very, very annoying for Dendi. So I think Mu might actually be able to edge him out.
This mid matchup's really interesting because these are two heroes who obviously want to get a good start. Pudge does have some laning troubles against a lot of popular heroes that often wind up in this mid, and we can see Sanshing is here now just to help Mu out, just to try and keep Dendi down a little bit more than anticipated. Funnick, as you mentioned, he's doing his thing on the Priestess right up on the edge. But a Clockwork, and we talk about this all the time when you see a Clock, very often the hero winds up in an off lane. He can be very relevant so long as he does get active and is able to catch up in levels and gold eventually. But when he gets a mid matchup like this where he's actually going to be able to get some early farm, he's actually going to be able to get a very quick 6, he's going to have the option of staying here a little bit longer. Basically, I would imagine he's going to base his rotations almost entirely on when the Pudge decides to start roaming around as well. So he's going to be in a great shape to counter-initiate, not just on the Pudge, but on the team as a whole. So without a doubt, Tongfu is not going to be completely broken up about the way these lanes have worked out. They have free farm just the same as a Host.
Especially with a Spectre late game, it's very, very scary because at some point, those Haunt illusions are going to do absolute work to heroes like Chen, the Rubik especially. They don't have any innate escape mechanisms, and it gets to a point where just the Haunt itself can almost kill a support. So depending on how good a farm the Spectre is going to be getting in the top lane is going to be extremely important. And of course, you can say the same thing for the Gyrocopter. And Gyrocopter is more of a mid-game fighter. Nowadays, Spectres build for mid-game, but I think their innate ability isn't as good as what a Gyrocopter brings, especially with things like cooldowns. So we'll see how aggressive Tongfu want to play it. They have the capability of doing both. That's what makes their team great, and we are going to see a smoke mid.
There's a Cogs go down. Kuro's going to be there as well. There's Mu, the dual breath, catching him out, and Dendi draws first blood as the rest of the team arrives. Sanshing trying to make a run. There's a leap from Funnick. Funnick pursuing out. Ice Path misses. Dendi has a hook in 2 seconds, disrupts himself. Very well executed from Sanshing. Now the dual breath onto Kuro, slowing them down as they retreat. Looks like things will stabilize. Was just going to mention, with so many heroes hanging around for Na'Vi, and you knew that they were going to take a shot at Dendi sometime very soon whenever you just have how effective these gankers are in the Jakiro and in the Shadow Demon. Knew it was coming, but first blood goes the way of Na'Vi.
One nice thing about having the Mirana doing the Ancients is that she happened to be level 2. And even at level 1, you can technically get arrow because you know no one from Tongfu is really going to be messing with you over there anyway. And all you're doing is auto-attacking the Ancients. So he's so close that he can get there instantly, throw an arrow, turn it around, and get the first blood for Na'Vi. So pretty creative use of the hero, honestly. And Funnick actually gets like 1 lane creep of experience before he's forced back again to go back to his Ancients. But I really do feel like during the early game,
Gonna have a hook that connected Mu, and Dendi going toe-to-toe in the Thunderdome. Dendi's gonna have to run. Mu right on his tail, will get the kill. Here's Chen. Puppy trying to chase him out, unable to catch him. So 1 for 1, this mid matchup breaks even.
I was just mentioning, I think the early game matters a lot more for Na'Vi than it does for Tongfu, because Tongfu's team fight is always going to be so strong, and since there is only 1 hero on the side of Na'Vi that goes for the BKB, it's going to be tough. But Funnick going to get caught by Mu.
Not quick enough, able to leap to safety. Good thing too, Sanshing was right around the corner, so Funnick makes it back to safety. He'll go back to work on these Ancients.
And bottom lane looks like they're trying to pressure a tiny bit. And the thing about Tongfu's lineup as well is with the Darkseer, they can counter push just as well as somebody like Na'Vi. So looks like King J is going to be teleporting down, but he's only level 3 right now, so only level 2 Ion Shell. I don't think he's going to be able to stop the pressure that's coming out currently. And it looks like Na'Vi should be able to potentially push this tower.
He's made his way over, using his haste rune to run a little goalie, run a little defense, keep King A zoned out. They will pull back for the moment, but we'll see if they're going to try to get active and pushing the tower again. You see, Dendi's picked up a smoke. They're very possible he's not going to be hanging around too much longer. And yeah, it looks like they will go ahead and try to bring this down. The creeps this time, though, pulled back by King J, so we'll be able to delay it a little bit. We're at 5 minutes in. We got 1 kill apiece on the mid heroes, Clock and Pudge both. Pudge almost level 6, halfway there. Mu already level 6. He's a full level ahead at this point. The help he got from the supports really helping to hold Pudge down just a little bit.
the Pudge down is good in a sense, but Pudge is actually a hero who's fairly good from behind because as long as he gets levels, he doesn't necessarily care about the CS so much. It's all about landing the hooks. If you land the initiation, that's pretty much the only important thing that you have to do on the hero. And we've seen Dendi hooks before, and Dendi, we're going to have to trust this game for Na'Vi in terms of landing them. But Moo mid, he's definitely doing work here. He's 29-9 compared to Dendi, who's sitting at 20-4, and he is maxing battery assault here. Here we go mid.
Oh, there's the arrow to follow it up. Dendi's right there, and Moo will end up dropping for sure. That's another stack going to Dendi. Hal, though, has come in. He's going to try to secure the kill. Jakiro coming from the low ground. Can't get in range, and Hal taking a lot of damage. He's going to pull back. Ice Path does lock Dendi down, and the dual breath. Gonna be enough to force the big boy back at least a little while. Hal getting very greedy. Makes it away with less than 100 HP.
Actually still a really good kill. Even trading a 1-for-1, now Dendi's 7. He'll be able to either go back to base or apparently smoke up, and Puppy is guarding an invisibility rune down here for him, so they might go for Banana here.
Roll over, he's got his bottle of course, and he will go ahead and activate it. Gets the 1 free bottle charge after activating it. Gonna have to execute this if he does want to use it right now with very little health. We'll see if he's just gonna use it to maybe go for a little free damage. Nope, he's gonna bypass mid entirely. Looks like San Shing or whoever the unlucky soul happens to be occupying this top lane, gonna be the target. Got about half time left on the invis. Everywhere else on the map relatively quiet. The bottom tower is gonna take some creep damage, but we'll keep an eye on Dendi. Dendi trying to set up shop. San Shing, this is an awful place for him to be. He's just gonna walk up and dismember him. All he has to do, and didn't even have to throw a hook. There's a hook from Moo! Catches Dendi out, down he goes. Here comes Hal, but Funnick has Leap at his disposal, doesn't even have to use it, but yeah, you knew that was going to be a risk that he was taking, rolling out with the Invis rune. Of course, you can only bottle once after you activate the Invis, so he had to roll up with little health, and very good reaction. Moo totals another kill.
Trading the mid for support, I think Tongfu are going to be more than pleased with themselves for that one. So it's 3-3, and as I mentioned before, Na'Vi's early game, it's much more important because these heroes like Pudge, yeah, they can play from behind, but that doesn't necessarily mean you want to all the time, and Dendi's CS is still suffering pretty badly here, and if Moo is able to teleport and counter gank like that every time, Dendi used a lot of time walking from bottom rune all the way to top lane. And when you're mid and you're a Pudge, you do want to continue to get experience until you get to at least level 10, 11, 12, start getting some points in a flesh heap so you can actually tank up. But Na'Vi, of course, still doing pretty well. Havos is sitting at the top of the CS right now. He's 55 right now for, or 56 for 14, excuse me, so.
Moo on the low ground. Dendi makes his way over. Nope, not going to be able to catch him. He does have full range hooks, so range not so much of a problem. There's a smoke right off the courier. Gonna make his way back up to top. Kuro caught out with an ice path, and it looks like Banana actually got telekinesed up to the ward spot. Poor guy gonna have to wait on the TP. Hang on. Dendi. Oh, Hal is so low. Dendi doesn't see him. He might be able to get eyes on him. Is he gonna stop? He'll spot San Shing first. San Shing sees the big man. There's a disruption to buy time. The arrow south. Here comes Dendi. San Shing trying to TP away. Not gonna work. Another stack going to Dendi. Funny thing is, oh, hang on in bottom. We've got a fight that's broken out. They're trying to kill Banana, and they will get it. Moo shows his face, but decides against it. Crowd already getting behind one of the biggest fan favorite squads in the world. 6-3. Na'Vi doubling up Tongfu at this point.
Early game execution, man. That's pretty much all that matters for the team right now. And we got 3 people bottom. Looks like they might try to pressure the tier 1 here. The Darkseer is still kind of behind in levels. He's only level 6. He actually just hit level 6, and he even put a point into wall at that point. So Tongfu will be contesting this bottom tier 1. They even smoke up to do so, so a lot of influence going to be put down here. There is a call down, probably. Actually, 5 seconds left on the cooldown for Havos, so I think they are more than happy to take this fight.
No, there's a disruption to lead things off. That's on the Havos. Walls down already. Ice path right on top of it. Havos down to half health. Here comes the call down, though. The reinitiation. Puppy there trying to help out, but the damage output just too high. And the hook from Moo. Gonna seal the deal. Puppy trapped inside. Battery assault. There's a hook. Dendi showing up just to the south. Found San Shing with the Dragon Claw. Dendi gonna have his hook off cooldown in 1 second. Is he gonna toss it? There it is! Moo brought back to the high ground. He's got the Hail Bear Smasher to help him. Does he have the damage trapped inside? Kuro comes over to help. How? With a DD going to town. And Dindy might try to deny himself. Nope, kill goes to Hal. Now it's Kuro's turn. However, Habos back up. Ice Path walks Kuro down and cleaned up. Double kill for the carry of Tongfu. Hal gonna try to TP out. No, sir! Denied by Na'Vi. 11-7 as the fight finally reaches its conclusion. We're at 10.5 minutes in. Looking at the gold, we can see Na'Vi has opened up a bit of a lead. 1,500, just about 2,500 experience.
The crazy thing about this is think of the difference in yesterday's games that we did in comparison to this, the longest game in Dota 2 history, and now 18 kills at 11 minutes in. This is the kind of pace of game that I think that most people would probably want to see, especially when you're talking about teams like Na'Vi. But Tongfu, they get the deny on the bottom tier 1, so that's definitely good for them, not giving away any extra gold. Their Spectre now has drums, and of course on top of the phase boots, and she can go for the Radiance or maybe a Vitality booster. Burning actually did that in this previous series.
Jing flirting with disaster up here in the top lane, and Dindy inching his way. Oh my goodness! Oh, how? That's a bad timing. If nothing else, looks like there's some kind of an issue, obviously. The fine folks from Valve bouncing into the booth to make sure everything's squared away. And look at Dindy's face. Not any happier about it than the crowd happens to be. But right now, man, Na'Vi is looking great. They are really applying the game plan we knew they wanted to draft. They're making the map their own. You can tell what's happening with Tongfu now is reactionary Dota, not deliberate Dota. It's Na'Vi, the team who is really setting the pace so far.
And it's really nice to be able to force Tongfu to react, because if they ever get a chance to initiate with the Clockwork and the Jakiro and the Darkseer in position, they can take the fights really whenever they want, and that kind of AoE combo is devastating. To be honest, Puppey not going straight for the mech, it could end up hurting them a little bit just because of how much damage potential they actually do have in these engagements, but Na'Vi have just been executing so well. They always kind of know where Tongfu is going to be. I'd say the bottom fight that we just saw was the one exception to that, and it was a bit of a drawn-out fight where I would obviously say that Tongfu came out a tiny bit ahead just because they were able to deny the tower, but they still traded kills. And of course, fortuitous CD from Hao was cool too. But I mean, the game is still very, very even. The later the game goes, though, I think there's more opportunities for Tongfu to pull out these big fights. And the later the game goes too, we talk about all the time, when those fights actually happen, the impact is much greater.
No, I agree with you entirely. Like, when I look at Tongfu's lineup, they have so many heroes that just never really fall off. Like, if a Pudge gets behind, he's a hero who can start to feel like a little bit of dead weight. A Hook's always nice, but if he's not dominating the map, if he's not able to pick off solo kills on his own and doesn't have at least a couple of items, once you get into the late game, he can begin to feel a little bit irrelevant. You have a Chen. As good as Chen is, he does have a best buy date. Once you get past 40 minutes, his efficacy does begin to fall off a little bit. Hand of God's always amazing. Obviously, you get a mech up. Even if he can get a Scepter, then of course you can extend that time a little bit. But then you look at Tongfu's lineup. You have a Darkseer. Darkseer never falls off. He never gets bad. He's just as relevant at minute 61 as he is at minute 1. Shadow Demon, the same story. Jakiro maybe falls off just because BKBs come into play. His damage begins to kind of become irrelevant a bit. But then you have the Clockwork. Clockwork cogs work, they don't do as much relative damage, but they disrupt the fight the same way they do at minute 1 as they do at 61. So you have that Spectre, that late game monster through Dispersion, through Desolate, that just becomes a little too big to manage. And as good as the Gyrocopter happens to be, I just can't see Gyro out-carrying a Spectre with this kind of supporting cast that Tongfu has assembled around him.
Especially once you see that Radiance come up on the Spectre, that's where things really start to take a turn. Just that residual damage alone, between Haunt Images hitting you, the Radiance burn, if you actually target the Spectre as well, you're going to be talking about Dispersion on top of that. It can really deal a whole heck of a lot of damage, and because of the Shadow Demon, focusing down one hero isn't really that difficult if you're on the side of Tongfu. Of course, their forte isn't necessarily single target focus, but it can be. And you're also going to have the Shadow Demon's ultimate, of course, to be able to purge through the BKB to make sure that the Gyrocopter is not going to be able to stay in range to do his full extended damage. So of course it's still really early on. It's only 11.5 minutes into the game, and the first tower, even though it did get denied, it opens up the map a bit more for Na'Vi to start moving around. They want to prioritize going perhaps mid. Whenever they have Mirana ultimate, taking team fights is going to be to their advantage. Clearly it forces Tongfu to always have sentries down, and that can be really scary because in conjunction with smoke, and then you have Mirana ultimate on top of that. There are a lot of ways that Na'Vi can move around the map that I feel like Tongfu don't really have the same capability. They have a Clockwork for initiation and a Spectre, which is nice, but their supports for the most part aren't really that mobile. So you can get caught out of position really easily if you're Tongfu. But then again, if Tongfu are ready, they can react very well to tower pushes. You have a Clockwork TP in, you can hook, you can cog, and then you just have your Spectre use Haunt, and then the team fight pretty much goes from there. That's exactly what happened bottom, and that's why Na'Vi were actually forced so far back. But again, it was a bit of a dive by the Spectre. Ultimately, I think they'll probably worth it.
Taking a look back at the gyrocopter pick and how that's going to end up matching up with Spectre, another factor to take into account. Flat cannon, I mean, obviously that's what defines late game gyrocopter, being able to melt down supports in 2 or 3 shots. But just again, looking at Tongfu's lineup, they don't really have a super meltable lineup outside of the Shadow Demon. Darkseer tends to tank up as the game goes longer just by nature of how the hero works. Jakiro actually has really good strength gain for a support, so the later the game goes, he actually becomes much more survivable than he is early. Then you have the Clockwork. A Clockwork, of course, a hero that can survive, is built for survivability in many, many cases. So again, just to drive the point home, when you look at Na'Vi's lineup, it's a phenomenal lineup that's going to be very good for a very long time. But if you're I think they do have that feeling of comfort, that feeling of, okay, if things get out of control, let's just not let the Pudge take the game over. Let's play safe. Let's not get caught out by Mirana's ultimate. Let's go late.
Yep, exactly. And Tongfu, with that lineup, late is just as scary as it's going to be pretty much the entire game. Yeah, it looks off the mark, so unfortunate for Dendi.
Hook doesn't land. The crowd not too happy about it either. He did have help from Banana from behind if you wanted. Speaking of help, there's another hook that's going to be off. Kuro there to help him out, and looks like they're going to rotate over. Yeah, Banana just dropped to Sentry, and Dendi going to go fishing again. Elsewhere on the map, all's quiet, so we'll focus on the hero that we know everybody wants to watch, at least for the moment. He's going to have a couple of targets, maybe 3 if King J decides to make his way over. Here we go. Going to drop himself a lane ward. Very well placed, and just look at how terrified these two are. They are not coming anywhere near the reach of that hook.
For the time being, this is still a bit of a dangerous situation because, like I said, Tongfu can react to this so fast. The Spectre's bottom, but Hao has Haunt right now, so it could be a bit of a risk if Na'Vi want to dive. They clearly want the tower. This is one of the more important ones.
Hey, for Moo, there's going to be the Spectre Haunt. Both is caught out. Hao comes in, hits him with a Spectral Dagger. Mirana's ultimate has him invisible for now, and they're trying to track him down. Habos very little health, and the Cogs go down and knock him into the Roche pit. Habos goes to hide, and now they spotted him, and he's going to try to deny himself on Roshan. And not going to happen. Now the re-engagement as the arrow connects, but nothing there to follow it up. Up at top, looks like might have been a little trading of the paint, but not much else. So a very nice kill going the way of Tongfu, and he actually bought back.
That's a bit interesting. I thought when he bought back, he was just going to go top because he knew the Spectre didn't have Haunt, but he TP'd mid to farm, and I don't really know if that was necessary per se, but he did it anyway, and Dendi just being a man behind the tier 1 on the side of Tongfu's map, they're going to be forced out.
And Na'Vi really just basically pitching a 10 here in this top lane. They have been here for quite some time, Puppy there, and they're going to go ahead and send Dendi home. And let's see, can he do it? Oh, he got a creep! He got a creep. There he goes. Yep. Hang on, he should be coming by. Anyway, for those who don't know what he was attempting to do there, and hang on, Habos is engaged. Tanshin gonna be melted down. Hao, telekinesis and the follow-up. Hao's in trouble, will ends up dropping. A double kill goes to Habos. Moo had a hook, but knew it was a lost fight if he went in. He's gonna drop the Cogs to cover his escape, and Phonic jumps over them. Pounding away, he's gonna hook away, but there's Kuro. Kuro might be in trouble. Hook on Moo! Saving Kuro. Nobody ever said Dendi didn't have a heart. Bailing out Kuroki. They take down the tower as well. 15-8, Na'Vi rolling, and they're not about to abandon this top lane yet.
And the Spectre dying hurts Tongfu so much. They really need him to be alive, especially during those defense. But when you get caught out of position by a Rubik Gyro, the damage output is insane. He is maxing Rocket Barrage, or I should say it is maxed. So it's going to be doing a tremendous amount, especially when you're caught by yourself. And Tongfu just were a little bit out of position. And that's something that Na'Vi, we talked about, they can capitalize on.
He purged the courier. Here comes the arrow. Hook's going to be off the mark. Splits the wickets. King J disrupted to bail him out. Here he comes back out. Wall's going to go down and does not get it off. There's the death. Havost in trouble now. Call down, melting down Banana, and Chen got him home. Funnick is dominating indeed, and a hook from Dindy again. Finding yet another. Come in. No idea how much trouble he's in. Kuro stole Ice Path, threw it out and missed. Hao going to use Spectral Dagger to chase down Funnick. Funnick leaps away to safety. And Moo and Hao hanging around. There's the telekinesis. Will they engage? He's looking for a hook. There it is. Moo brought back in. Beautiful chain on the hook into the Ice Path. Dindy grilling the crowd and tallying the kills. Finding hooks every way he looks and getting help from Kuro. Dual Ice Path. There's going to be a disruption. Sanshing telekinesis back. Dindy. Whoa, nope, never mind. Hit a creep. Now he's in trouble. Slowed down, but Chen able to get him back home. Here's a TP going to land into a melting Ice Path. Na'Vi forced to pull back. Kuro heads south while the rest head to the west. Looks like they are going to pursue it out, at least for the moment. Banana going to be surged and going to look to find someone. Kuro going to be the target. Good angle, good Kuro locked down. Do they have the fall? That was a double Ice Path. And the hook right after the telekinesis. That's what we call an alley-oop, ladies and gentlemen. Dindy, the high-flying hook thrower, gonna chase. One more. Why not? Can't even call it fishing. It's like fishing with dynamite. Moo's gonna re-engage though. Dindy right on top of him, doing the damage. Tim blows the heel. King J's there. Ice Path locks him down. One kill from the Rot, and King J now on the run. Dindy with a hook up in 5 seconds. You better run, King J. He's not missing today.
Unbelievable performance out of Dindy this game. I think he's got like, what, 80-something% hook accuracy?
What a great arrow following up the homing missile. Gets the kill. Will be trading 1 for 1, though. In the meantime, though, Na'Vi doing work and bringing down another tier 1.
Well, we talked about momentum and how well Na'Vi work under those circumstances, and I think this is a perfect example. They start landing hooks, they start landing arrows, telekinesis works fantastic with in general, and stealing Ice Path, that's going to be like one of the best feelings in the world if you're a Rubik.
One more! Hello, Sanshing! Meet the Butcher! Dindy, at this point, we are 17 minutes into this match. He has 13 stacks on Flesh Heap.
And this is actually insane. Tongfu have absolutely no map control anymore in the top lane or their woods, and you can see how aggressively Na'Vi are warding this now. There's not really a whole lot that Tongfu can do, I think, in terms of fighting right now. They've just simply given away too many kills. I mean, 24 kills in less than 18 minutes into the game. Dindy is going to be nigh unkillable for a while, so problems now lie for Tongfu. How do you recover at this point? You really have to defend your tier 2 mid especially. You don't want to give Na'Vi anything else because they can just as easily go for Roshan with their Chen and try to go into a more turtley style, because if you look at CS, the Gyro's sitting at 109 where the Spectre's at 68, and it's this far into the game. So yeah, Na'Vi looking really good.
Helicopter has finished his BKB, will be going with the Helm of the Dominator right afterwards, so Havost definitely taking his time, in great shape. We switch over to the net worth, we can see he sits not just on top, but quite convincingly on top. Almost a full $2,000 ahead of Hao, and you know, at this stage of the game, once you get later, you'll see those gaps open up naturally, but at 2,000 ahead for him at this stage, not only has Dindy been playing amazing, Havost has somehow been managing to find farm everywhere he looks, and look at the gold graph. You're talking 5 digits short of 20 minutes. 500 gold per minute lead generated so far, much of it hooked out by Dindy.
I just want to say really quickly that the Ancienting Mirana has a Shadow Blade in phase at less than 19 minutes. He's 7-2 and 5, so Funnick has obviously had a spectacular performance as well. Tongfu are sitting in their jungle with 4, and then the Spectre's farming the safe lane. That's how you know a team is scared, when you're basically sitting all together and there's simply nothing you can do if you split up, because you know that Na'Vi have been playing aggressive this entire time, and here they go again.
Right there under cover of the Shadow Blade, going to be running a little bit of reconnaissance work. Whoa, comes up just short. The arrow connects nonetheless. They are going to try to follow it up, but looks like, yeah, a little too worried about it. No, we're going to have a reinitiation. Kuro's down on the backside of it, and Dindy forced draw. Tongfu finally finding a little bit of ground of their own. They're going to reinitiate. There's the Ice Path. Beautiful vacuum. Cooldown's going to connect as well. Havost there doing what damage he can. And Tongfu going to be forced to skitter away. Havost tallies another kill. Now the hook! Moo going to be dismembered, and mega kill streak. for Dendy, continuing to do work. Bit of an awkward fight. Na'Vi kind of got pincered a bit there, re-engaged on from the back. They lost a couple, but end up getting 3 in return.
Kind of flexing the power of Vos now and how farmed he actually is. He even has a gem on him right now, and with the BKB, Tongfu's lineup simply don't have the physical damage to deal with him yet. The Spectre needs more items. How right now? He's saving up for the Relic, he's at 2,700, but until he gets that damage, it's not going to matter. Yeah, how? Going to be able to barely make it away, so nice for Tongfu. They're not even giving up any towers. Like, Na'Vi haven't lost a single tier 1, and it's 20 minutes into the game with also 38 kills.
To take down a tier 1 whenever you got a Pudge running around your jungle the entire time. I don't think they, how long has it been since they actually crossed the river? It has been a long time. We're 20 minutes into this game, and at this point, really, Na'Vi just has all the pieces they need. Pudge just finished up his 4 staff, so he's going to have that extra bit of mobility. And of course, for a player like Dindy, loves those kind of items. He's going to be in his comfort zone. Got the arc boots already up, but more importantly, the mechanism up on Puppey. And this is where they can start to just slow push. They can switch gears if they really want to and just try to free the map up for Havos that way. But just knowing them, knowing Dindy, I would imagine, and Flonic for that matter, I would imagine they're going to want to keep playing the same style. Though for right now, we can see they are just kind of sitting back, hanging back at the moment. Dindy taking his time. He's got 2,200 health on the back of 14 stacks of Flesh Heap, and that's a scary thing. When we looked at him earlier, he only had 1 point in Flesh Heap. Now he has many more. We're going to have Havos taking a look at Hal here in mid. Homing missile on the way. He's got a lot of help behind him. And Na'Vi going to send a little bit of personnel, but just Dindy. There's a hook. Ooh, comes up just short.
Tongfu right now just sitting at their tier 2, just going, God, nobody get hooked, please, because as soon as that happens, it's going to be pretty much a lost fight. That's the problem, is like if somebody gets hooked on Tongfu, no one can help them except for maybe Mu. And if Mu goes in to help him, he doesn't have a 4-staff or anything, so he's also fully committed to that fight. And on their side of the map, they don't have their mech finished yet. King J does not have a mech, and it's 22 minutes in on a Darkseer. That is actually very, very slow considering how the game's been going. Of course, they've been fighting a lot too, and he's died 5 times.
Oh, another hook! This time, letting his best buddy, the Dark Troll Summoner, do the hard work. Controlled by Puppey, of course. Wandered him around behind the tower, netted down the Jakiro, and they're going to get a tier 2 because of it. Only 1 outer tier tower remains. Marana, by the way, has picked up a gem, so any hope of vision for Tongfu, a forlorn one.
This is the whole purpose of the lineup. You just assume map control. If you have to fall back on the gyrocopter to the late game, it's still going to be very, very potent against Tongfu's lineup. And it is a little bit execution based. Of course, you have to land the hooks, you have to land the arrows, but let's be honest, they've pretty much been landing them both the entire game. So they're looking really, really good here in game 1.
And Na'Vi going to hook up behind the creep wave, ready to lay into the last outer tier tower remaining. Looks like Tongfu, they're going to react. They're going to do it slowly. Yeah, they're not even going to try. They're going to maybe try to trade. They do manage to bring 1 down. First tower down for Na'Vi at 22 minutes, but that's going to be the last outer tier tower down for Tongfu at 23 minutes. And are they actually going to try to crack this? Darkseer on the other side has finished his mech, so there is an equalizer there. There's Kuro with the telekinesis, and the homing missile will connect. However, we actually got rocket flare, but there's a arrow. Shot, found no target. Tongfu really just, how can they hope to cope with this? I mean, Sanxing's way out of position. Yeah, Na'Vi's just so far ahead right now, they can afford to kind of mess around here at the tier 3. 1 big hook could change this game. And hell, couldn't he just change it, could end it. Tongfu playing so far back because they have to, and Avos has no problem sitting here using flat cannon to melt down the creeps. They've got the tier 3 down to half health. Arrow again going to be shot wide, but seriously, just look how far back they have to play just to be safe from all of the long-range potential of Na'Vi.
Normally, you would say that Tongfu's lineup is pretty good at turtling because you can walk up to the ramp and drop cogs, but if you do that, you run the risk of just getting blinked on by Rubik and dying to a hook. So you can't really even do that. Tongfu are sitting so far back that they're not even in range of creeps right now. Looks like Sansheng goes forward, though.
Disruption, and they tried to hook off of it. Mu, though, connects with just the illusion. Missed opportunity there for Tongfu. Dindy now up front, and he wants a hook, and he'll take tower shots to do it. King J found. Now they're going to make him engage through the wall. Here we go. Battle breaks out. Calldown's going to whip. Move. Catches Havos out, but that lifesteal doing the work they needed to do. And the rest of Tongfu forced back again. Hal tried to initiate in. Now the hand of God going to be blown. And the hook splits the wick. with vision, came up with nothing. The arrow doesn't connect either. He's way up there. Homing missile will maybe catch out. He's moving quick, but Funnick jumping in. There's a disruption. Kuro grabs Mu. Sanshing taking right-click damage. Havos going to be able to melt one down with Rocket Barrage. Double kill for Funnick. 3 are down for Na'Vi, for Tongfu. The mech off cooldown in 10 seconds. So no question, they're going to be able to hold this out and bring down a set of racks. No map control for Tongfu, soon to be one dead lane. With the death of these racks, there's the mech use. King J's there, might want to try something. Actually got caught out, got stunned out. And yeah, he's already down to half health. Here we go, TP's coming in. Hal might want to fight. King J eyeing it, they actually didn't get the melee racks. And Puppy sticking his nose out a bit. The Wildkin will pay the price. Na'Vi not abandoning the ship quite yet though. BKB's off cooldown in just 5 seconds for Havost. They may want to fight again. Dindy with 2,700 health after adding an Ogre Club to his inventory. He's working on that BKB. Mithril Hammer there as well, playing some man mode Dota, just wandering around in front of the tier 3s. And the arrow will connect on Mu. Rax goes down, Dindy can't get the shot. Ice Path locked him down anyways. A nice one, got 2 of them. Vonnik, just look how aggressive they are. Just running back, hit hook that time, came up short. They are in such control that they are the one dictating the pace and the positioning inside of Tongfu's base.
It's the threat of a Pudge, man. When a Pudge gets ahead, it is possibly one of the scariest heroes to play against. 1,300 range on Hook. You can't be anywhere near him. There's just nothing you can do about it. So when you walk into the base of Tongfu, you see like a Jakiro, a Clockwork, a Darkseer, you think, man, that's a pretty good base defense. But the reality is, you can't get close. You can't get close to use any of those abilities. Ice Path is probably the only one that you could potentially use and not get punished for it. But then, like I said, Kuro, he's got a Blink Dagger. So Na'Vi, they're going to be able to get Roshan. Vols can actually solo it if he wants to. It would take a while, but he does have a Satanic now, and his farm is absolutely absurd. This is one of a very old style of strategies where it's kind of 4 protect 1, but it's 4 kill everyone, and the other guy just gets farm.
Pretty much how it's working out, too. Dindy has tallied 16 stacks on his flesh heap so far. An absolute monster of this game, quite obviously. A lot of the, the bit players, though, have really had such an impact. The synergy between these players, Funnick chaining up the arrows, and Kuro, the alley-oops, telekinesing them right into Dindy's hooks. I mean, that's the kind of thing that just defines this squad, and really we're getting a first-class clinic on how to make teamwork work with a very hard-to-execute game plan. This has just been a great showing from them. Tongfu, just about 20,000 gold down now, and 20,000 experience, and yeah, this might be about their last chance, and even then, I mean, hell, the Radiance isn't even done on Spectre yet, has not even completed it. Hook gonna split the wickets again, Disruption, gonna catch one out, Ice Path is there, Opposed BKB's right out of it though, using that flat cannon to melt down the supports. Taking a lot of damage. I'm a little surprised Na'Vi didn't decide to take the Roshan before another Hook gonna miss. Didn't decide to take Roshan before taking a run at this tier 2, or excuse me, this mid tier 3.
It is a safer choice, obviously. Like going for Roshan and then going mid, you could just send in Havost auto attack the tower, and if he dies once, you just save your BKB and Satanic for the second life, and you can probably just win the fight based on that. But do they really even need it? I mean, they're massively ahead. It would take a very, very bad mistake coming out of Na'Vi for them to lose the next engagement. And they can slow siege the tower. They can just walk up and do what they're doing right now. And eventually, Tongfu is going to have to react in some way. Otherwise, they're just going to slowly lose their base. And they're smoked up, so they can't see for hooks. Like, they're not going to have any vision, so that's definitely a smart idea. But Dendy's still going to throw him anyway, because, as he would say, you miss every hook you don't throw.
Disruption to lead off, and the Force Staff gets him to the tail end of it. Tongfu wants to engage out, and the wall, and a hook on the Pudge. Vacuum misses, brought him out of it. Mu lofts behind, Puppy gonna be cleaned up, and Kuro caught out as well. Tongfu showing signs of life as Hal tallies a double kill, and the fight definitely going their way this time around. They needed that in the absolute worst way without some kind of a turnaround. Hook gonna find Banana. Jakiro once again suffering Dindy's wrath. There's a call down. Will catch Mu. The arrow, though, shot a smidgen off the mark. Even though Tongfu, again, showing us a pulse, it might just be a death rattle. Dindy he doesn't care. It's fine. Tower damage. Glyph it, don't care. Brings down to tier 3. Putting that meat tenderizer through its paces. Mu walks up now. Yeah, finally the hook's missed. Now he'll look to re-engage. Walked up and noped right out. Now we're going to have Havos caught out, could be through it. His damage output is good enough to sit in man mode. There's a disruption to try and save Moo. King J surrounding him, there's the heal. Havos four-staffed out, and Hal trying to find a target. Looked at Havos, looked at Punch, good arrow gonna lock down Moo, and the hook brings him back. Funnick trying to make a run, he's taking a lot of damage. Dismember on the Hal, they turn their attention to the carry, and down he goes. Dendy is indeed godlike. 36-13, wandering through the ice path, looking for another hook. Four staffs out, actually. Rare moment of Dendy not wanting a fight, but the end result gonna be the same. Nonetheless, down goes the second melee racks, and GG! Na'Vi getting the job done, my friend. The net worth, 5 of the top 6 in net worth by the time the GG was called. Oh, wearing the yellow and black. They are on their feet here in Seattle. A standing ovation, well-deserved and well-earned, as Na'Vi takes a phenomenal game one on the back of an outstanding performance from their star, Dindy.
Yeah, ever since the hook started landing, they really just never stopped. There were a handful here and there, but the ones that really mattered, he landed every single time. So Tong Fu, from about the 10-minute mark onward, they just didn't have any semblance of map control, even from the very beginning of the game. They went in, they tried to gank Dendy in middle lane. Funnick was there to land an arrow, and there was even a support coming in through Puppies. So they get the first blood, Dendy doesn't die, and then he just snowballs through then on out.
Well, the crowd's still electric here, but we got to throw it back to the desk. Don't worry, guys. Game 2 coming up for now. Let's throw it back to James and the crew and let them break it down.
Tong Fu, from about the 10-minute mark onward, they just didn't have any semblance of map control, even from the very beginning of the game. They went in, they tried to gank Dendy in middle lane. Funnick was there to land an arrow, and there was even a support coming in through Puppies. So they get the first blood, Dendy doesn't die, and then he just snowballs through then on out.
Well, the crowd's still electric here, but we got to throw it back to the desk. Don't worry, guys. Game 2 coming up for now. Let's throw it back to James and the crew and let them break it down.
Yeah, game 2 won't be far away, but what a game 1. Na'Vi, that's how you would intimidate your opponent in the upper bracket semi-finals. You turn out with Pudge, straight out of the bat, you hit so many hooks. Unbelievable. It's like, yeah, it's like that's the analysis of the game.
I think that was pretty much the best Pudge game I have ever seen, and I've seen quite a few of Na'Vi now.
And they were just shaking. Like, they could just run away a lot of the times, and they would just try and do these fancy moves and just get hooked every single time. He had some help with the Troll Netter and a little bit of a team, but really it was just a Dendy show. And again, we see this Potom with the Quelling Blade. She just sits around mid and can just arrow them in case. Wow, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's one of those skills. Like, I always feel that there's a couple of heroes that are particularly fun and good in terms of high risk, high reward, just because when they connect with their abilities, they make such a big difference in team fights. And 2 of them were in this game for Na'Vi. It's Pudge with the hook, and it's also Mirana with the arrow. You hit either one of those, it can change the whole kind of plan that the other team had in terms of how the team fight's going to go. So it's very scary to play against and also judge, and they did their best. Obviously, they did farm up well on the Spectre. Hal was playing it, I believe, unless I'm completely wrong, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, traditionally their lineup is pretty good for counter-initiating too. They can haunt in, they can clockwork hook in, they can vacuum into an ice path. They had so many things that could potentially stop a arrow initiate or hook initiate, but it just never really got to that point.
They just seemed rattled, and whenever their supports really showed, even at tier 2 towers, they would just get hooked by Dendy. I don't think Banana will ever like greet Dendy again. I think he hates him. I would. I think I predicted the Pudge pick, by the way, just to toot my own horn, and I'm going to do the easiest prediction of the tournament so far and say that Tong Fu's going to ban Pudge now, the same way we saw IG do last year. That was the recipe to success, just simply banning the Pudge.
I'm not convinced they're going to ban out Pudge. I think Na'Vi are happy with that one, and maybe come up with other ways to play.
I mean, it's always a possibility. When we're talking about Pudge in general, we look at Na'Vi and we say, okay, this hero is really, really good. However, we check out his statistics. We talk about him being 77%. And maybe someone new to the game says, okay, this hero is super overpowered because we just saw how much he dominated. I just want to point out that the rest of the scene combined, all the other players that have played Pudge in pro tournaments have in total 42% win rate with Pudge. That means that you have to be really, really good to actually make this hero work. Is it a hard hero to play, Malk?
No, I find him very easy as well. I'd never get to solo mid.
What about you, Ben?
He's pretty difficult to play, I would say. I mean, they didn't even have a Bane set up like they do normally.
Yep.
Yeah, well, okay, you're asking me if it's hard to play Pudge. Well, it depends if you want to win or lose, either way. I find it easy to click spells, but the outcome's not always fantastic. We have to also mention Kurokai and Puppy. Both of them had over 20 assists, so even though, of course, there was a lot of fighting going on, the whole team was involved, and, you know, Havost, you could just say, he had the time of his life in terms of the amount of freedom he had on the map, and just, you know, they could go aggressive. They went high ground without Aegis on him. They were very just comfortable, and it really showed like how dominant they were in game one, and also how that's going to affect Tong Fu, because I don't feel that you would expect that in a game one. Normally, when you come into a pro game as a professional team, you're like, right, this is what we know. This is our standard draft. And if we're better than the other team, which you would assume, you would always think you are, hopefully, you would say, okay, we'll win the standard game. You throw a Pudge in there, I still think, because we haven't seen Pudge enough with Na'Vi, it isn't really their standard game. Because if you hit the hooks, it can go great. If you don't, it's tricky, but maybe it is, since Bruno brought up the win ratio. Was it 77?
77%.
Yeah.
Not probably 78.
But I felt it was kind of risky by Na'Vi, but they are a bit
Well, you were here last year. You remember IG? They banned Pudge every game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
and as far as I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, IG won the tournament.
They kind of did, yeah. But you know what about that? If I was Tong Fu right now, I wouldn't be too concerned. Of course, you lost, and you lost pretty bad. But this is one of the rare games where you say, we lost because of a hero. Pudge was clearly the reason why they lost. And Pudge forces you to play in a different way and when you play against them. So if now they do as you say and they ban Pudge, they can say, okay, we can still play it exactly the same game, but without the worry of this hero that can snowball crazily out of control. And I think that if Tong Fu had the same lineup and they execute the same but without a hero as impactful as his Pudge, they can probably win.
Yeah, I think so too.
So what do you think Tong Fu should do going into game two?
Ban Pudge, first of all. Play their game. It worked for them so far. Get another strength initiator mid, get a Beastmaster or a DK mid.
I mean,
give any other hero to DK versus Pug is not a bad matchup for them.
I mean, to be honest, right? If I was captain of Tong Fu, which is potential, you know, I've hung out with the guys. They like me. I like them. I'd let them pick Pudge, and I'd just pick Axe and go mid. Would I win? Does Axe beat Pudge mid?
I don't.
Well, yeah.
Think so.
Honestly, I think he would, depending on the counter helix, obviously. But I think Axe stands a fair chance against the Pudge mid.
Genius, this guy.
It doesn't matter. You don't really need to win your lane if you're Pudge. Pudge is designed to lose the lane. If you trade even, you still win. If you're 2 kills below, you still win as long as you get level 7.
As Bruno said, he just needs 7. You saw Dendy, he just walked up to top lane and made sure that Funnick had the time of his life on the top lane. Suddenly you have an off-lane Potom that is farming freely on the off-lane. You have a Spectre that has to go into his jungle and farm. I think it's all about getting the 7 and nothing else.
All right, so guys, we're getting ready to go into game number 2. A quick round of who's going to win and why, if you want to.
Tong Fu is going to win this one because they want to win.
Oh, last game they just weren't trying. Malk?
I'm gonna go with Tong Fu simply because they banned Pudge, play their game, and Navi's like, yeah, we're overconfident now, and then Navi's gonna seal the entire thing up in game 3.
I think Na'Vi, if you ban out Pudge, you have Wisp, Bat Rider, plethora of other heroes that they could just crush with.
Yeah, and that's a great point as well, because just by playing it on the first round, if you really do rattle them to ban it out, you can get something potentially even more dangerous. So good points, guys. We'll see what happens. So let's go back to the hall for where game number 2 will start. It's AC and Draskell commentating. It's Na'Vi versus Tong Fu. Tong Fu need to win to have a chance to stay in the upper bracket and move on to the winners finals.
Na'Vi versus Tong Fu.
And we're back for game number 2 of this best of 3. Na'Vi and Tong Fu in the upper bracket semifinals. Draskell, tough to follow the act we saw in game number 1, and Tong Fu How do you begin to recover from that? Obviously, Tongfu experienced, talented at every position, but at the same time, how
they had a good late game hero. They had a solid game plan. I don't think there's any reason to be upset over any of the picking strategy involved in the last game. I think just come into this with a clear head and say, you know what, our game plan is not flawed. We can avoid this from happening again, and we can just take game 2.
But we can already see Na'Vi foregoing the Pudge pick. Not banned out in the first 2, so Tongfu might be scared of it, not that scared of it. But grabbing up the Chen and the Visage, 2 very solid core heroes. We saw some great play out of Puppey. You know, it's easy to get overshadowed whenever you have a Dindy Pudge on the map. But Puppey played phenomenal. He was there, his control was there, his micro was there. He wasn't needed quite as much as he might be in other matches just because of the standout performance coming out from Dindy. But now, pairing the Chen up with the Visage, going to give them a lot of mid-game punch. And a lot of ways they can build around that. You can build a team fight sort of a team around that if you want to do so, or you can just build a straight up push lineup around that if you want to do so. So the presence of both of those heroes on the map, so hard to deal with. Tongfu leading off with the Darkseer, no better core to get things going. We'll see what they want to pick up in second position. That's going to be an anti-mage.
Well, the AM is definitely a bit of a risk this early on. When you show an AM, there's kind of this feeling of you don't necessarily want to fight that much mid-game because he needs a minimum of 2 items, right? You need the Battle Fury and you need the Manta Style. Treads, of course, on top of that, but everybody pretty much knows that. So when you pick those kind of heroes, it does show your hand pretty early. You don't really fight that much. You go for more of a split pushing style, and Na'Vi already have shown a Chen and a Visage, so it's very easily punishable from Na'Vi in my opinion, and Tongfu of course know what they're doing. I'm not saying that it's just a complete outdraft already, but when you have AM and they are banning out Alchemist too, which I think is really smart by them to stop Na'Vi from having an even better mid game, because that's the point in the game where Na'Vi is really going to want to try to apply pressure. We'll see what kind of hero they're actually going to decide to pick up if you're Na'Vi, but the Lifestealer is out, the Alchemist is out, the Weaver is out. Those are 3 heroes that actually give anti-mage reasonable amounts of trouble, and Tongfu also now are going to be taking out the Gyrocopter. So they realize the inherent weakness of picking the AM so early on, and they're doing a really nice job of compensating.
I totally agree. Getting rid of those heroes, one that's still available that will be up there for Na'Vi if they want to go with it, that would fit very well into this is, of course, the K. You can run that hero mid, then still be able to grab a hero for Avos moving forward. Tongfu, grabbing the Anti-Mage out this early, like you said, you tip your hand. You know exactly what they're going to be up to. Yes, the lanes are still yet to take shape, but there's going to be a window of opportunity that Na'Vi can look to capitalize on with the Chen and the Visage pick. Maybe you pick up a DK just to give you that extra push power. If he has a decent start in mid, he's going to be able to contribute in a variety of ways. Then you can put Havos maybe even on a Spectre, a hero we've seen him excel at, that kind of a hero, and begin to run that kind of a lineup, run a 4 push, and then whenever a team fight breaks out, he can haunt in, and it's not a problem. So Na'Vi, like you said, very flexible in where they are. They actually take out the Enchantress here, so not wanting to see her on the board to counter the Chen.
Well, if you think about it, Chen is a jungler, of course. It's probably going to be defensive. Tongfu picked the AM because they assume that Na'Vi are already going to be going safe lane. And in that sense, you know, you want to do it because the AM's going to get a free lane and he can just get to the Battle Fury Manta a little bit faster. And you can see right now, it's like they're thinking about it. Dendy wants it. Not sure if he's going to get it. Hopefully, you know, I think people in the audience want to see that. But still haven't decided what Na'Vi is going to be picking for their mid or carry role just yet. But for Tongfu, the AM is still really nice because they don't have anything to deal with it yet, at least between their supports. And they're actually going to pick up a Windrunner, so we'll see if that's going to be Funnick, or I know Dendy has actually played it as well, mid multiple times, but we haven't seen what Tongfu are going to be fielding just yet for their mid.
Throughout the D2L Season 3, we saw Dindy play Windrunner a lot in mid-act. It was something he experimented with, and he really does excel at. That's a hero that really fits his playstyle. Again, we saw it with Pudge, and we see it every time he plays. He likes heroes that are playmakers, heroes that allow him to play a little wild, to play a little crazy, and just to try and put his individual skill on showcase. Windrunner with a 4-staff. Hell, last time I saw him play a Windrunner, he built a Blink Dagger and a 4-staff. To guarantee that every shackle was a 2-hero shackle. Tongfu going to answer that pick with a Rubik. Still very wide open in what they want to do. But again, you know, with the Anti-Mage, more than likely just going to try to pick a well-rounded, what you would call kind of prototypical lineup, while Na'Vi still has a lot of options. They can pull out a lot of gimmicks. They can do a lot of things with what they've already shown us.
I'm just curious what path they're going to take, because right now, I mean, between the three heroes that they have for Na'Vi, they have on paper a good strategy against an anti-mage in terms of taking map control, but they don't necessarily have the heroes to kill him. So there's going to reach a point in the game where they're going to have to directly address him, and they haven't picked anything yet that really does that. Sure, Shackle is nice, and Familiar Stun is nice, but let's be honest, if you get Familiar Stuns on the AM, you're either have the sickest micro ever, or something else has gone horribly wrong. So still, going to see the next pick coming out from Na'Vi here. I still feel as Tongfu's picks are still strong. I just want to know what the plan is for Na'Vi, because these heroes, they have a very specific set of goals during the early mid-game. Chen, you want to get towers, you want to get the map control. Visage is pretty much in the same boat, and he is kind of a hero you want to play aggressive with. You don't really want to sit on a Visage forever and not really do anything. He's very, very good lane versus lane, but since we already know that Na'Vi are probably not going to be laning directly against Tongfu anyway because of the Chen, that he's not going to get the opportunities. So Dendi, he's going to get his hands on a puck, which is definitely really good against Tongfu's lineup. You get your blink initiation, you get your ability to actually kill the AM, which they really needed, so we'll see if he actually goes for the max Waning Rift build. But all in all, really, really solid pick from Na'Vi.
I really like that. Gives them the range, the initiation they very much needed to have to really fit into a Chin-centric lineup. Being able to get all of your guns forward is one thing. Being able to march down the lane and start whittling away at a tower is one thing. But in the end, you want the enemy to not just be able to sit back, get in position, then march back out at you. You want to make it difficult for them, if not terrifying for them, to show their face behind their own tower. Puck, just his presence can do that, just because of how powerful Coil is, how powerful Waning Rift is, and of course that reach once he does get the Blink Dagger. And Windrunner and Puck, I suspect, are going to be very, very active together on this map. That's a great duo to try and track down an Anti-Mage. Lead off with the Silence, then you have the Shackle, so on and so forth. Puck actually can pursue an Anti-Mage pretty effectively early on and even into the mid-game. Windrunner, of course, with her innate mobility that comes with Windrun, and if she does end up building, say, a 4-staff, they're going to be able to be a genuine threat to an Anti-Mage, which most of the time feels pretty much invincible. So Na'Vi so far has shown us a core 4 that is going to be able to accomplish a set number of goals. Tongfu has to respond here, and really at this point, I feel like they just need some more punch. They've got a lot of utility. They've got a great late game carry. They've got Rubik and all that he gives you, and he is going to have some pretty good spells to steal. And of course, Darkseer, the team fight monster that he is. But as of right now, they're really lacking a bit in early to mid game damage. So that's going to be something I'm sure they want to shore up now.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much right on track with that. The one thing that kind of concerns me for Na'Vi is it's an anti-mage versus 4 intelligence heroes, right? So there's going to come a point where the Puck is not really going to be that effective. The Windrunner is going to have to go at least somewhat a semi-carry build. I would actually like to see something like a CK from Na'Vi, because CK is incredibly strong against AM during the mid-game. It gives them another stun, and it gives them a capability to actually take these fights. And after seeing the DK from Tongfu, I still think it would work well for them, because it gives you a hero who can actually sit on the front line, whereas right now Na'Vi have nothing of that sort. They don't have anybody who does a good job at soaking damage. I mean, honestly, Visage is probably the best one for them, and he's going to be in a support role, so it's not really that useful. But we're going to see what their choice is. I love the DK from Tongfu, by the way, because obviously they needed in the mid in the first place, and like Bruno was saying actually when they were doing the post game was Dragon Knight versus Puck, the DK doesn't really get stomped there. You know, he does well. He still manages to hit 6. It gives him more lockdown, the capability of pushing out lanes and such, which they actually have in pretty large force now. I mean, between Darkseer, Rubik, and DK, you can counter push really, really quickly. And we're talking once that AM gets a Battle Fury, Tongfu's ability to push out the lanes and get control of the map that way is actually going to be quite good.
I, like you, very much love the DK pick. It gives them even more late game viability, and of course the way he's going to be able to work with a Darkseer after the vacuum wall. Once he hits level 11, has his level 2 ulti, they'll have the splash damage on the dot at least for a little while. Breathe Fire, of course, very potent in magic damage early on. Gives them some much needed survivability. And are you kidding me? We're going to see a big bad bear named Ursa make an appearance, and yeah, I think this has been a fun series. Dindy Pudge game 1, and now host Ursa game 2.
Well, the Ursa is great for a lot of reasons. For the same reason I thought that CK would be nice is the same reason Ursa's nice, is because he explodes heroes. That's pretty much what he's built for. So instead of having a CK stun into Phantasm, you're going to have Overpower and Rage and just tear somebody apart immediately. And the nice thing about Ursa is that he doesn't necessarily care that much about armor. His damage output is still going to be tremendous, even on heroes like Dragon Knight, like the Anti-Mage. The one thing that's really important to note about picking the Ursa combination of Leshrac. They have Rubik stun, they have the DK stun, Leshrac has his Split Earth, they can surge people away, the AM has a blink. The coordination from Na'Vi is going to have to be there if they want to be able to lock him down and take these team fights, but if they can do so, the AM just disintegrates to the damage of an Ursa. I mean, no hero can really stand toe-to-toe with him.
The team is going to be rolling out. Looks like Na'Vi going to hook up as 5 and run towards the northernmost rune spot, Tongfu. Setting up a bit already. Let's see, yeah, looks like they're just going to poke their nose around a little. We'll run through the lineups very, very quickly. Going to have Chen played by Puppy for the 2nd game in a row. Havost will be farming up the Ursa Bear. Going to have Dindy playing on Puck, no surprise there. We're going to have Kuro playing on the Visage, and he's actually just about as good a Visage as he is Rubik, by the way. And, of course, Windrunner going to be handled by Funnick. On the other side of the river, we got Hao farming up the Anti-Mage. Darkseer, the Great Crusader, going to be played by King J. Rubik going to be handled by Sanxing. Dragon Knight played by Mu. And Leshrac going to be handled by Banana.
So I'm interested to see how the lanes are going to take shape here. Typically, a lot of supports walk around, they ward together just to prevent, level 1 skirmishes and giving away first blood or anything like that. But Puppy is still kind of sitting towards top, could just be scouting out the rune. I still have a feeling they're just going to go defensive because you can't really afford to put a Chen in the aggressive jungle with a Rubik and a Leshrac, because if he gets caught, he could very easily just die in that position. So I'm assuming that we're just going to see a typical tri-lane dodge. But this, for me, this is Navi's mid-game to take. That's pretty much where you want to make your stand. You want to get the Ursa, perhaps a Blink Dagger, phase boots. You can even get Roshan if you're lucky enough to get the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 bottom and take it away from Tongfu and manage to do well throughout the early and the mid game. So for them, it's all about execution, just like it was in the last game. Probably not as bad. When you have a hook and an arrow, it's a little bit, I think, harder and more pressure than the lineup that they have this game, but still, they do have to execute here.
Funnick going to be going to work back on the Ancients. Use Welling Blade to clear trees, like you said, will be a straight-up dodge, so most of the action will be taking place here in mid. So let's break down this matchup a bit. Now, something that Moo's got to be very, very conscious of. As soon as Dindy hits 6, he's going to have supports rotating the mid to try and gank him off of a coil. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So right now, as you said, and as Bruno had talked about, as good as Puck is and as good as Dindy is on Puck, this is not a lane that Moo should flat out lose. He will be taking some damage, will be having a bottle crow, and so on and so forth. But he's going to get the start he wants, which makes it all the more important for Na'Vi to begin prioritizing that lane when they can. Now, the movement of Puppy is going to be a major sticking point early on. How early is he going to try to make a run in mid? Is he going to try to make a run elsewhere? Is he going to just sit and try to rush up a quick mech so they can get things going with the Ursa after some good free farm down here from at bottom for Havost? They have many, many options. But again, Mu on the DK, you don't want a DK getting too good of a start. Don't want him getting a quick BKB or a Shadow Blade.
I think going for the quick tier 1 bottom is okay if you're Na'Vi, because like you were saying, when Dendy hits level 6, they can kill Mu very easily. You just drop the coil, you have a smoke up behind, your Chen's there, your Visage is there. It's more or less a free kill because of how much burst damage you have between those 3 individual heroes. So we'll see if that's going to be their choice. I think likewise, just holding the tower for a while and getting Havost up that quick blink, or Vlad's whatever choice he decides to make, is equally as good, just to make sure that you can stay in range to do the damage that you need to do during the early game skirmishes. But more movement out of Tongfu, kind of just babysitting this double damage here, and they're looking for Funnick. They know that he's doing the Ancients again, and this is something that they pretty much always do when they give him heroes like this. But nope, looks like Banana and Sansheng aren't actually going to walk that way. Or maybe they will.
D found Sansheng, going to be spotted by Funnick. They did have a ward down, so Funnick knew they were coming, gave him a little buy your leave as they rounded the corner. In mid here, Dindy and Mu continuing to go toe-to-toe. They're just about breaking even, 10 and 9 CS respectively. In the meantime, though, bottom lane, Na'Vi ready to start bringing down some buildings, and that's going to be responded to by Tongfu at top. Doesn't look like there's going to be either team, at least for the moment, looking to respond to this. The Wildkin, the Pied Piper leading the fellow creeps away, so that's going to be a guaranteed free tower. Funnick is rotating over, throws out a power shot just to try and make them think twice. The tower's at about half health. In the meantime, tier 1 bottom will be the first to drop, and Havost tallies that tower kill, first one in the back pocket of Na'Vi.
The other thing that's nice about taking this tower is, unlike the top tier 1 for Na'Vi, that tower is I mean, let's be honest, it's the least valuable tower in the game to take. So at least taking the bottom tier 1 for them means that Roshan is a little bit easier to get at some point. And that's always something that you're going to have to think about when you're against an Ursa, is how fast and how effectively he can actually kill that if you even lose one early game team fight. And the other thing that we were mentioning too before is that Dendi's almost 5. When he hits 6, Puppey can very easily make the transition with Kuro to that lane, go for kills, go for another tower. Although Tongfu do have the supports to actually rotate to that. Having a Rubik and having a Leshrac together, it's very good for counter initiation if you can TP to the tower when they go in on them. You can get double stuns off, maybe turn things around, but of course they do need money for that, and neither of them currently have much of it.
Very quiet early game. We're 4 minutes in. I've seen a little bit of harassment on both sides, but for the most part, nothing but a one-on-one battle here in mid. Puck and Moo. Definitely, and Moo's actually doing a little bit better than I anticipated. I mean, as you said, it's not like DK gets crushed there, but usually a Puck will begin to open up a gap by now. Instead, right on top of each other in terms of CS, experience, right on top of each other as well. And up atop, that tier 1 still stands. We'll see if they want to make a run at it or not. About 600 HP on it. Yeah, they're going to start trying to melt down these creeps and go ahead and bring it down. There's the phase boots done on Havost already, though. So once he gets 6, he'll be ready to fight very quickly.
Yeah, that's what you want out of your Ursa. You want him to be as active as soon as possible. Blink in by How on top.
And Dindy, gonna be an attempt gank in mid that Dindy is able to suss out and bounce away from. So a little bit of movement beginning to be seen on both sides. Hal will get the last hit on the tower atop, and now he's gonna go after Funnick one more time. But Wind Run, pretty good ability for dealing with melee damage. Then they're just gonna hang out and farm a little bit longer. So again, back here in mid, we're gonna see Moose spin a Dragon Tail on Dindy. Damage is decent, but no Breathe Fire to follow it up. And he's going to throw the coil, and Kuro's going to be there. A little bit of damage and first blood. Once again gathered by Na'Vi. Really beautiful play by Dindy that time. Throwing the coil out as he retreated because he knew he had help on the way. Kuro landing in, locking him down with the Grave Chill, and Puppey coming in to seal the deal with Test of Faith and a little bit of auto attack damage. Make it 1-0, Na'Vi leads.
I'm really surprised that Moo ended up committing that hard. Like, when he used his Dragon Tail, he didn't have enough for Breathe Fire anyway, so even if he wanted to go for the kill, there was simply no way he would have been able to. So we talked about that, I think, at least 2 times already, just the capability of you dying because the coil gets dropped, but...
I thought he was going to do that. That's why I had the camera on it. Nice little trick to refill the bottle. Chen sent Dindy home while he was had the orb in the air and he jaunted back. Over in top lane, Tongfu continued to play ultra aggressive. Funnick almost cornered around that time, and Hao got juked out, staring at the woods, not too happy about it, at least for the moment. So anticipating perhaps some movement back, just waiting on Blink to come off cooldown, and will be able to make it back to safety. Havost now finds himself an invis. This could get ugly very quickly for Moo if he's not very careful. Havost making his way up and waiting on Moo. Actually got singed a little bit as Moo came forward to try and CS with Breathe Fire. But yeah, Moo is suspicious. He sniffs a rat, or a bear more appropriately.
I think scared is an understatement. He straight up ran to his tier 2. He's like, I'm out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. The thing is, though, they will be able to dive him. And right now, the supports do not have TPs. So if they realize that, they could very easily just kill him again. But it doesn't look like Havos is actually going to stay towards mid. Sancheng and Banana are actually going to be the ones who are rotating over now. Between their stuns, they can stun lock Dandy to death, and his orb was just used. So if Moo wants to, he can use his ulti and stun to initiate.
Orb on cooldown now. Not for long, though. He's got another one up already. We can hear Ursa going to work. Puppey just continuing to farm up. He's got about 1,000 gold in the bank so far. Dindy has about 1,000 as well. We'll see if he wants to finish his boots right off. In the meantime, Funnick making good progress. He's already level 4.5. Here we go. Dindy could be in trouble. And I think Moo tipped his hat a little bit too much there. Way too aggressive. He was running directly at Dindy around the creep wave as soon as he showed his face. And Dindy recognizing, you know what, it's about that time. More than likely there's some support sitting up on the high ground waiting to do me harm.
Typically you can tell when the supports are missing because if they pull or not. Because if you're top lane and you're sitting there as a support, there's no reason to not pull if you don't plan on ganking. And if the pull never happens, and you're just like, okay, yeah, they're probably not there anymore. So very nice awareness. Of course, like you said, running at somebody is kind of an indicator of, hey, there's probably help nearby. So I'm just going to not stand here anymore. But still, not necessarily the most aggressive early game. I think that in the long run, Tongfu are probably going to come out a slight bit ahead because, again, how on the AM, he's going to be the story here for Tongfu. Can he get the amount of farm that he needs? How early is his Battle Fury going to be? And how much of the map can he actually take away from Na'Vi?
Medallion already done on Visage, so the core items coming out. And Moo going to be able to make it back to safety. Does get singed a little bit by it. Coil was spent, but no real follow-up. And it, yeah, just as kind of a FU measure, but Banana and Havo's going to catch him, just flat out ate him. What happened there? Banana, I think he just got deer in the headlights, man. He just got run upon and just blown up and did nothing about it, so make it 2-0. Now just look at this push coming out from the familiars, Dindy, and of course a couple of illusions. So Chen is beginning to move around a little bit, and Funnick looks like he's about ready to join the game as well. Here we go, TP gonna come in. And Tongfu in a defensive position. King J still in the jungle, just to the north. Hao is finding plenty of farm, by the way. We haven't really talked a lot about CS. 66, and we're at 9 minutes in, so his farm is actually kind of bonkers.
Yeah, his Battle Fury is probably going to be around 11 minutes, maybe even before that, if he keeps on the pace that he is right now. He has enough to buy, finish up the Perseverance if he wants to, or buy the other piece, but still, yeah, he's just going to go ahead and buy the Broadsword instead. And once he has that, actually, it's going to be like 10 minutes. He's only 500 away. So it is a very, very fast Battle Fury, and like I was saying, this is a stage in the game where you have to really start prioritizing kills, and they're going to go on Moo.
Moo caught out, throws out the Dragon Tail. Sanshing there to help out. Dindy's getting very low. There's the Coil, gonna catch two. And Dindy barely able to make it away. Has to be careful there. There were some creeps on him. They got him pretty low as well. Split Earth gonna be off the mark. Power shot does connect, but very little damage done. Funnick just level 5. Shackle does connect. No follow-up though, as Na'Vi just retreats back across the river. Very short stun on that Shackle, just level 1.
Yeah, Funnick's actually 5 though, which isn't too bad, considering what he actually had to do. The off-lane / ancienting Windrunner, maybe not the most effective early game, but yeah, in comparison, King J is level almost 9, and he's going to have a mech soon. So Tongfu definitely pulling pretty far ahead in that regard, and I'm kind of actually starting to worry for Na'Vi, because the Ursa to me hasn't really done anything just yet. He got 1 kill on a support, but that's about it. Now that the Blink's done on Dendy, this is the point where, like I was saying, they want to try to go for kills, they want to try to go for some map control, because you can't let AM have his tier 1s the whole game. You want to pressure him.
Tier 1 gonna take some more damage. Mech's now done on King J, so Darkseer getting a very important item for his team. We can see Puppy has really made next to no progress. He will be sending Dindy home. Let's see if he's gonna do the jaunt again. Behold! And there he is. Welcome back. Nothing. Only 2 kills tallied, both belonging to Na'Vi, and in an 11-minute game. Meantime, Funnick getting some much-needed free farm and experience in that top lane. Who's there with most of his team behind him? King J. You're almost roaring it out, and we'll swipe down the tower. That's going to be another tower going the way of Na'Vi. But you're right, I agree with you completely. This is exactly the time when this Ursa needs to get active. He's built for activity very early on with phase boots and the Vlad's up already. He's got a bonus 1,000 gold sitting in his bank as well. We take a look at the gold graph. We can see on the back of that about a 2,000 gold lead or 1,500 gold lead. A little less experience, actually quite a bit less experience. They're going to go ahead and smoke up though, and begin making their way through the jungle. Looking for a target. Unfortunately for them, Hal the only target not near a tower, and Tongfu's actually going to smoke up, so we're going to have a double smoke, and they very well may collide. They're moving now into occupying the territory Na'Vi was just in, and Na'Vi continuing to go headhunting. Funnick's there as well. Little do they know they're facing the wrong direction. They turn around, will find everything they want and more. Tongfu will be running up on Na'Vi. Should be spotting someone out. Puppy, the most likely. Yep, there it is. Pings come out. And there's the net just to slow him down. Na'Vi going to reset. Make sure they get their lineup facing the right direction. Dindy's making his way up under cover of an invis. Oh, Tongfu very grouped up here. This could be bad if they give him this opening. Behind him, but looks like Dindy taking his time, waiting for an opportunity. Moo's the one up front. King J right behind him. He is going to go ahead, use the Elder Dragon form. Na'Vi so far not willing. Now we're going to have an engagement as Moo has surged in. He's looking for a target for a Dragon Tail. Instead, just going to find Shin Creeps. There's the Visage Familiar stun. And spins it on the Satyr. So Na'Vi, Burning Tail. Dindy still has a little time on this invis. There's a power shot to scout it out. Trying to TP away. Oh, Coil. Just a little late. Hal right around the corner. If Dindy can get a Waning Rift off, he got him. He's silenced out, but no help coming from the rest of his team and able to blink across the chasm. So a lot of tension there, but no big fight.
And they're fighting over Roshan right now between Moo and Havos inside of the pit, and they know he's doing it, so here they come.
Moo and Havos going back and forth. Sansheng going to show up. There's beautiful initiation coming out of it, and they clean him up. Sansheng in trouble now. Mech's going to be used. Havos looking for another target. Split Earth off the mark. Mana Void, and one auto attack enough to bring him down. And Tongfu forced back out. Puppy's there, and the power shot from Funnick. Shot it Kobe style from downtown. And notches another kill. Tongfu finally finds their way onto the board, but it cost them a couple, and it's going to end up costing them the Roshan.
Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. Havos runs into the pit. Navi are sitting with 4 top. They have the invis on Dendi, and he uses his ultimate inside of the pit, which immediately alerts Tongfu that he's doing it, because why else would you just randomly ult like that? So Moo, he TPs to the tier 2 mid, walks straight into the pit, and tries to stop him, whereas I thought Tongfu would actually be able to win that fight. Banana actually missing a couple of stuns this game. That's the second time he's missed Havos and ended up getting him killed. So Navi obviously pulling out ahead, did force the Ursa to buy out, but all in all, I think Navi are going to be quite okay with that trade, considering the AM still needs more time. He can't fight yet. He is leading in CS right now, but he really needs his Manta style. He needs another item actually on top of that too, because even in a 4v5, he still feels pretty squishy. He doesn't even have over 1,000 health yet.
Look how continuing to make good progress on his items. He's sitting at 120 CS at 14 minutes. Get your head around that. 120 at 14 minutes. Hell, Havos is at 92, and that's pretty damn good for this time in the game, but still being quite outclassed by that Anti-Mage who benefited so much from the free farm and the early tower kills. 15 minutes in, we see the gold continuing to go the way of Na'Vi. Both teams kind of breaking apart now, looking to take a bit of a breather, but still anybody's game at this point. But I agree with the point you made earlier. There does come this moment, and it's pretty much now as we're beginning to get to the tail end of the early game, and during that transition in the mid game, you don't draft an Ursa to not be ultra active with him. The hero only really works when he gets ahead, stays ahead, and snowballs like hell. And Na'Vi gonna have to be getting a little bit more aggressive soon. Otherwise, Tongfu is gonna be happy to just trade towers and let Hao farm.
Yeah, they're doing what they can to try to create some space for him, but the thing is, Na'Vi are okay, I think, here, trading tier 1s, just because of the fact that if they have the map control and Tongfu don't, it's easier for them to continually apply pressure, whereas eventually the AM is going to have to back and not be able to split push that much. So I think it's favorable. They're actually going to probably do 2 for 1 here, as there's a double damage on Funnick, and they're going to be going on mid. But here come the TP reactions from Tongfu.
He's there, Sansheng looking for a target. Funnick able to win run away. We've got a split push at top as Havos did not abandon it. He's still showing his face in the lane, the rest of Na'Vi just to the south. Yeah, but he's going to go ahead and look to do some damage. Now, this puts Tongfu in an awkward situation. They know most of Na'Vi's in the jungle. If they come into this big open area behind this tier 2 top tower is so easy to get caught out in, especially by a hero like a Puck. It's so hard to spread out effectively, and yeah, they're not even going to try to contest this. And again, this is just by virtue of the lineup. So much range and so much kill potential on Na'Vi's lineup right now. They just give it away.
Yeah, I don't blame Tongfu for that, honestly. It's like, our AM can't fight yet, and they're grouping up as 5 with an Aegis. How do we stop this? So Na'Vi, they're reaching their timing window. It's less than 17 minutes in, and they're doing a significant chunk of damage to the tier 3s. There is no glyph, so if Na'Vi take a good fight, it could very easily turn into a Rax.
Nice dodge the split earth from Havos. See what Sansheng got power shot. Very nice spell for him to have stolen there. Aegis will be reclaimed in 3 minutes. So Havos definitely going to want to put it to use. And it doesn't look like Na'Vi has any interest whatsoever in abandoning this. However, they might be forced to, as Hao is split pushing bottom. Here we go. Havos going to engage on Moo. There's the initiation. 2-man coil out of Dendi. He's going to face shift. Havos catches King J. Walls there. Hand of God used, but will be able to make it away after a very nice telekinesis. However, Havos now being melted down. We'll have the Aegis pop. Just heard a Mana Void. Hao and Moo shackled together. They just don't have the damage follow-up. Havos looking for a target, being kited effectively. King J's there, and Dendi comes back in, silences them out, will jaunt away. Havos just could not find the damage he really wanted, and he's going to be sent home. And rest of Na'Vi able to withdraw. They ended up trading 1 for 1, support for support. There's going to be a Dragon Tail on Puppy, so he'll be blown up. And the reinitiation out of Dendi doesn't have coil. Doing what damage he can, jaunts away. Moo staying right on top of him. We're actually going to see the Windrunner tracked down by Hao. And now Dendi trying to get away. Nice Dragon Tail, and Dendi's going to die. That's a double kill for Moo. And that was an unmitigated disaster for Na'Vi. By the time all's said and done, Tong Fu has made up an immense amount of ground. Taking a look at the goal graph, it'll continue to drop. Yeah, the experience back into their favor now. And Na'Vi perhaps overextending and overstaying their welcome a little bit.
More than a perhaps. That was definitely an overextension, no doubt about it. Havosko's in there man mode before his BKB was even done. As we can see, he just finishes it right now. If he had one for that fight, probably would have been a different story, able to actually stick on a target, especially when how offensively blinks. That's the time where Ursa shines, because you know you can just walk in and deal the damage that you're meant to. But it didn't really happen that way. They controlled the Ursa very well during that fight. He got stunned multiple times and pretty much couldn't do anything. But I don't think that Na'Vi are going to be deterred too much, and more or less they can't be, because if they give the map back to Tong Fu, then the AM's just going to start doing what he does. And Na'Vi really aren't that well equipped to deal with split push.
Indy whiffs on the coil. Banana, just outside of range, looks like the tier 2 mid. Likely to be the next target, but with Dindy using that coil, it makes it so hard for him to take these fights. You know, again, just the threat of the coil is often just as good in terms of getting yourself into position as actually using the coil. I mean, obviously you want to connect with it, but it forces the enemy team to feel a little less confident about engaging en masse and getting into one of these big clustered kind of team fights. It makes them consider one extra thing they have to worry about. Not going to have it at their disposal for a while. Hao has done a phenomenal job of just always being in the right place. He's almost to his Manta style now, and Na'Vi just going to zone them out. And again, the range of heroes like Puck and Windrunner just makes it so hard. Nice shackle on Sanxing off of a creep, and Dindy engages in. Split Earth fails him out. BKB activated by Havost. King J gonna be blown up, and Tong Fu trying to hold their ground. And Phonic actually hanging around way too long, eating a lot of damage. There was a soul assumption stolen by the Rubik, does a little bit of damage on his way out, but in the end they take a kill. However, Hao manages to clear out that top lane as well, and his farm is just staggering. 175 CS, 175 CS right now for him, and we're at 20 minutes, Rascal, 20 minutes.
He's got his Manta done now if he wants to buy it, which is starting to get to that point where Na'Vi are going to have to just keep going. You can't stop if you're Na'Vi, because the DK and the AM in the late game, they're going to overpower the Ursa pretty easily. I mean, Ursa's going to get kited very hard, especially once a DK hits 16, even through BKB, because of course that Scotty effect that he just innately gets. And Mu also is going to have his BKB completely done, so if he gets that, I actually don't know how much longer Na'Vi's lineup is going to remain that relevant against Tong Fu.
12 kills split, and yeah, Hao at this point is really just out of control. His Manta's done, as you had said, and now more or less Na'Vi's under the gun. They have to make something happen. The towers are good, but there you go. They have to smoke. They have to try and assert their dominance over this jungle, and they're honestly going to have to start thinking about tier 3 soon. They do not want to allow those racks to stay standing, otherwise Hao is just going to be able to outmaneuver them. They have great range whenever they're facing all guns forward, but whenever they're trying to catch up with him, Windrunner and the Puck can make a good gank sort of a combination. But Havost, there we go. Sees Hao, but nothing he can do but a swipe, pat on the back on the way back home. Makes it back to bottom lane and goes back to farming.
His ability to stay out of the map this long is attributed to them not really contesting him during the early game. I mean, they did some. They applied a lot of pressure to mid, of course, and they took most of the outer tier towers, if not all of them. Of course, the only one still alive is the tier 1 bottom if you're Tong Fu. But Hao doesn't really have a whole lot of fear soon, because once he does end up getting his Manta, that means that Puck silence isn't even going to hold him in position anymore. He can just immediately Manta and blink away, which essentially makes it so you either need a Hex or a Shackle to actually kill him now. So his split push is going to become nigh unstoppable if you're Na'Vi, and I think they are starting to realize that. They're just kind of grouped up mid. They're starting to push in more. If you force the AM to actually fight you, that's a good thing, because it means that he's not on your side of the map going towards your safe lane tier 2.
And right now, down at bottom, it's exactly what he's doing. Laying into the tower now. You see a little bit of counting being done. Tong Fu, the rest of the team pulling back. Hao doing great damage to the tower. They are going to try to TP and do something about this, but he should have next to no problem getting out of here. Dindy spots him. Let's see if he can catch him out. Phonic's right there as well. He's going to blink across. He's looking for a shackle. Not going to be able to find it quite yet. The mobility just so huge. And Phonic taking a pursuit angle. Spots him out, and the shackle will connect. Hell was snuffed out. No follow-up. As mobile as Funnick had to be to make that happen at all, it also put him way far ahead of his teammates and unable to do the damage fast enough to really capitalize on it, but certainly scared the hell out of him, right?
I'm sure he was in a little bit of a panic mode right there, but this is what I was talking about. They can't directly kill him. They have to force him back, or they have to win a team fight so hard that they're able to do something like take the Rax or maybe Roshan, which is going to be up very, very shortly. But Tongfu is probably just going to contest it now. I think the AM is feeling comfortable enough to the point where he can actually go in, pop the Manta, go for kills. There's so much control for the Ursa right now, outside of course, if he's BKB'd, that he can maybe go in aggressively. But then again, this is a 9-second BKB on the Ursa, so let's see.
Position with King J. They're going to try to hold the tier 3. So far, relatively untouched. Another tower drops the Howl. And switching over to the GPM, 648 right now, his GPM at just 23 minutes into this game. His net worth is 50% higher than Ursa's, who's in second place. He's almost doubling his own mid, who has 8,400. I mean, he is just out of control. This Roshan should lead to a push on the tier 3, and it has to. If they don't make use of this Aegis and get a win, this lineup is just going to slip completely into irrelevancy.
One cool thing for Na'Vi is, of course, outside of the Aegis, Havost having a blink makes it so he can actually focus somebody pretty easily with the BKB. He can just go in, go for a kill, whether it be on the Rubik, maybe even the AM if he notices that Hao blinks. But speaking of Hao, he's just counter pushing. He's down here, he's already at Na'Vi's base. That makes it so hard to commit to a 5-man push, because by the time you get there, from middle, basically all the way to the base of Tongfu, there's a good chance your tier 3 might already be dead, and they don't even have a glyph. So Hao keeping his thing going, just doing the split push. He's got 4,600 gold now. He just straight up buys a BKB. So yeah, so much for being able to kill him.
Taking a look at the items of Tongfu, they're doing a great job of just picking up bits and pieces of items, bits and pieces of the plan to deal with the Ursa. I mean, obviously you've got Mu, who's innately tanky because of Dragon Blood, San Sheng. Not so much, but King J with a Ghost Scepter in his inventory. Annie can, of course, blink away anytime he wants. And Banana picking up a 4-staff, not just for himself, but to help out any teammate that Havost is trying to focus. So Tongfu has just done a really great job of managing this lineup. Na'Vi beginning to feel up there. He's going to engage on the Mu. BKB is going to be popped on both sides. Here comes King J. They're going to look to take a fight, or perhaps not. Both teams ran up, set low, and then turned around. Funnick going to be telekinesis back now. Howl's there, and Funnick cleaned up as Mu establishes a killing streak. They still trail in kills, but the gold has actually crossed the middle line back in favor of Tongfu, and the experience beginning to drop down even further south.
Yeah, this anime just paying off for Tongfu so hard now, because he's able to do whatever he wants by himself. Typically when you're in a position that you have a hero that can't be killed, you're able to farm the most dangerous spots, so Tongfu can use their supports or other heroes with not as good a mobility to farm safe areas. So your efficiency on the map increases tenfold. Whereas Na'Vi, they don't have a choice really anymore. They have to walk around as anywhere from 3 to 5. The only person who's able to stay alone at this stage is probably Dendi, just because of how good of an escape mechanism he has between the blink and orb and everything else that Puck offers. So the longer the game goes, Tongfu are just going to get farther ahead. Hao's farm is definitely not going to be slowing down anytime soon, and the more items he gets, the less likely I think it is for Na'Vi to actually be able to crack the base that easily. And even with the Aegis, they haven't even had a chance to, because Hao is just shoving side lanes so hard.
Hao already up to another 2,000 gold sitting in his bank, and right now Tongfu doesn't have to feel pressured to do anything. They can just sit back, guard their jungle, make sure Hao stays safe, because they know that it's Na'Vi that really does have the onus on them. It's an absolute necessity. They make something happen soon. Puppy is going to be buying, one would think, a Scepter. He's picked up the point booster, and certainly make him a little bit more survivable. A Scepter, I think, very necessary if they do intend to try and let this game drag out a little bit longer. Again, Chen, a hero who's always good, but a Scepter just increases the range of his viability in terms of time. We see the Ursa has picked up a Basher, which is certainly nice in terms of going one-on-one with that anti-mage. A little RNG love, never hurt nobody, if you ask Havost.
The Basher choice is really the only thing he could have done, because what else can he do against the AM if he BKBs? You have to make sure that you have something on your team to hold him in place, and up until he had that Basher, Na'Vi had nothing. So now he can actually blink in if he sees Hao is vulnerable and potentially go for a kill. But it's still really difficult. 1700 health isn't really that low anymore. Hao's getting tankier the longer the game goes on. He could honestly go for something like a Butterfly, I think. If he wants to, he can go Heart. It's the ultra safe choice, but Butterfly still is great against Ursa because obviously there's no MKB. And he's really the only threat to the AM at this stage. And having the BKB, of course, makes it so Puck silence doesn't matter anymore. Shackles you don't have to worry about. It's pretty much all Ursa that's going to have to stop him.
See, Tongfu did try to get aggressive. They went for a smoke, and Havo's trying to chase down Hao. Has no mana, though. Blinked up, but at least will be able to claim his own Aegis. But yeah, Tongfu just, and you know, they're beginning to tighten the net a little bit, just beginning to make Na'Vi feel a little bit more of a stranglehold. DK has picked up his Shadow Blade to go with his BKB, so his two big core items are done now. And again, it's easy to forget. I mean, we're just 28 minutes into this game. I mean, it's not an early game anymore, but certainly still not late, but it just feels so late, not because of the action. Relatively quiet game in that regard, only 13 kills, but Hao is just so big at this point that he feels like a late game Anti-Mage already. 3,800 gold in his inventory.
Yeah, his farm is actually insane. 326 last hits at 29 minutes in. Pretty decent, last time I checked. So Tongfu, they're smoked up. Oh, they're actually going to try to go around here.
Looking to pull a bit of a pincer, and Na'Vi could be caught out and punished so badly here. Let's see how they want to initiate it. They've got Banana up front. Here comes Moo. He's going to Shadow Blade in. Who's going to be the target of priority? There's the Surge, and picks out Kuro. Here we go. Going to jump in. Kuro already gone. Beautiful vacuum into the wall. They're going to blow the hand of God to try and keep the fight going. Havust is laying into Moo. He's able to get away, though. Sansheng surrounding him, as well as King J and Banana and Havust. Going to end up having his Aegis pop. In the meantime, Hao chasing down the rest of Na'Vi behind the fight. Dindy's back in, but Dindy will drop again. Havust taking the last of the damage. That's a triple kill for Hao. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, planning the strategy of Tongfu, just punishing what they knew was coming. They knew Na'Vi was going to have to try and push. They snuffed it out perfectly and executed it as well as anyone could have asked. 7-10, Tongfu leads in kills for the first time. Hao's out of control with 1,500 gold, and this tier 2 mid looks to be their next prize.
I don't think it's fair to use the kill lead or the gold lead to tell how far Tongfu actually are ahead in this game, just because their lineup, if they were able to make it in the early game and the mid game, remain stable and get to this stage, there was a very low chance that I think they could have lost. But they not only did that, but they managed to turn these fights and put Na'Vi in a position where, honestly, what can they do?
Tier 3. Gonna end up dropping. Hao just does not care. Has not even built like a heart or anything, but feels like he has. That's a long-range shackle. Boomerangs. And catches Hao, however. No engagement out from. They do manage to keep their racks up. Tongfu not wanting to get too far ahead of themselves. Roshan will be back up in just about 4 minutes, so one would imagine that'll be their next goal. Take a Roche, push a racks, and force a game 3. So, talking about Na'Vi, what can they do to get back into this? Really, they're in that uncomfortable situation where just going head-to-head with an Ursa, as good as the hero is, you know, again, it's that Best Buy date. Puppy, still playing a great game, but he's beginning to fall off a little bit. All of a sudden, the Visage doesn't feel nearly as dangerous as he did 10 minutes ago, and Havost, of course, with basically just mid-game items, nothing but a Vlad's, a Basher, and a Blink Dagger. There's no way he's going to be able to be nearly as relevant as Tongfu's Anti-Mage will be in the next few minutes, especially when he's getting so much help with Ancients. He's got 6,700 gold. He's going to run to the secret shop and just pick up an Eagle Song, so it will be the Butterfly.
Yeah, I figured it might be. The two choices, like Butterfly and Heart. Heart gives you a little bit less damage, but it gives you, well, a lot less damage actually, but it gives you the survivability against all types of damage. But since he has a BKB anyway, he doesn't really need it. He can just go for the Butterfly because, again, the Ursa is really the only damage threat that he has to worry about. And not only does he get the evasion from it, but he gets a lot more damage on his Manta as well. And his damage output is just going to go through the roof now. And after that, he might just go for the Basher, might just build a full Abyssal. I don't actually think he needs a Heart in this situation, because he already feels pretty much unkillable without even having the Butterfly finish. I mean, we saw the last engagement. They couldn't do anything to him, and Havos just spent most of the time trying to run and attack one person. And Ursa falls off in the sense that if you don't have a very big lead, you're not going to instantly kill anyone. You're going to get your full overpower off the hero, or probably be at about half health, and then your usefulness has pretty much been decided at that stage.
Tong Fu just continuing to wait out the Roshan respawn. Again, about 2 minutes, farming across the map and making sure they maintain map dominance in Na'Vi, knowing that really at this point the game's a little bit out of their control. Dendi trying to soak what he can. As a Hex really one of the big items that they have to have any hope of taking down this anti-mage. I mean, that's just going to have to be how it is. I mean, now that the butterfly's out, that creates a new set of problems all its own, but it's all going to begin and end with Dendi. Dendi has to execute, has to make sure he gets that Hex up at some point in the near future, but we're going to have an engagement here. Puppy caught out, and Havo clean up Rubik with just 2 swipes. Hao going to chase down 2 behind while Havos tries to chase down Banana, and Hao locked in place with a shackle. Now he's going to be coiled. He snaps it, but he was BKB, doesn't matter. So Havos gets a double kill after chasing down Banana elsewhere on the map. Na'Vi showing they still have a pulse and they're not scared of that anti-mage, at least not yet.
That was really close to being more kills actually, because Dendi had just finished his Hex before they went on that. And if he had gotten closer and been able to Hex the AM after the Shackle, they probably would have been able to kill Hao too. It depends on how close, I guess, Havos was in that situation. But regardless, 2 kills, gonna be nice for Na'Vi. They're trying to assert some kind of map control, and Hao's actually gonna TP back to base. Interesting choice. I figured he might actually stay out for a little while, but I suppose not being able to see anybody in the middle lane has alerted him a bit that something might be afoot.
Na'Vi smoked up, making their way through the secret shop area. Roche only a few seconds away from respawn. Looking to get themselves in a good position. They've got a very nice ward down right at the steps leading to the secret shop, so they're going to know from what angle Tong Fu comes. Unless they smoke, that's going to be the state of things. Oh, Havost. Own and caught out. He's going to have to run. He has a blink. Now we're going to have the engagement break out below. We're going to see a beautiful vacuum and caught 2. Havos laying into Banana, cleans him up. They're going to be able to mech through some of that damage though. Havos going to try to TP away. Nope. Telekinesis and brought down. Mega kill for Mu. And next, Roshan for Hao.
Na'Vi not looking so good right now. Roshan, like you said, going to be going their way. Hao is going to be the recipient of an Aegis or a Cheese. This is actually the 3rd Roshan, so this is tough for Na'Vi. I mean, their heroes just can't deal with AM anymore. They don't have enough. I mean, the Ursa needs something like an Abyssal Blade completely, and maybe something on top of that even to compete with Hao at this stage, and they just simply don't have it. So next push, Hao's going to have that cheese. He's got 4,000 gold, so whatever item choice he's going to make next. I'm kind of leaning towards the Basher, just so you can stick to the Ursa, don't have to worry about getting RNG'd or anything like that. But this game right now, it's all Tong Fu.
You look at the gold graph, we can see it's approaching 5 figures, but again, golden experience really only goes so far. It's all about composition, and Havost, unfortunately, had just had his time to shine came and went without a whole lot of shining being done, and just really well played so far from Tong Fu. Na'Vi, of course, with that standout performance in Game 1, now most likely going to be forced to go to a Game 3. And yeah, I mean, this is the Tong Fu we know. I mean, having watched them again as much as we did in the prelims, they do get, you know, we've seen them take some tough losses, but at the same time, they're just the team that when it comes to it, they are at their best whenever they can just sit back and methodically gain a lead. Na'Vi, perhaps the exact opposite. You know, a team that you feel like exceeds the most whenever they're out making plays, but this time around, just no plays to be found.
I'm kind of surprised actually, because Tong Fu, they picked the AM second, right? So you see the AM second, you say to yourself immediately, if you're Na'Vi, you've already your heroes, you say, okay, we got a Chen already, we got a Visage, we know we have a multitude of options, we know we can pressure, and they picked a lineup that could force the issue to a certain extent. But they had a Windrunner who wasn't really able to get anything accomplished. They don't have any other heroes who can split push. There's no Nature's Prophet or anything like that. They don't have any way of getting the map back. Once they lose the map, that's it. Like their only option really is smoke ganking, whereas Tong Fu, they have their Battle Fury AM who can force people to come to him in either 2 or 3 just to be able to stop him from doing anything, and that just gives room back to them. So they have things to fall back on, where I feel like Navi's lineup, it's not necessarily one-dimensional, but it has one specific goal, and if that goal isn't achieved, then basically you have this.
Tong Fu taking their time, clearing out the lanes, making sure they're all moving in the right direction. Na'Vi relegated, standing in the shadows of their Tier 3. Map control completely gone from them now. And even the DK beginning to feel just gigantic at this point. He's right behind the Ursa in terms of net worth, but in terms of what he's able to do with the gold he has, he's going to have his heart done very soon. He may well have the recipe on his way. Yeah, he does. Heart already done on him. He's going to be nigh impossible to bring down between the armor and everything else. Has a Shadow Blade as well, and He's actually going to be dropped off, and looks like the courier, Mr. Wizard, be taking that elsewhere.
Gonna get the Badger now, so how, with the attack speed that he has right now, he can pretty much stun lock somebody if he gets lucky. And like you said, DK with the heart, like, I don't think Tong Fu can actually lose all of their heroes. 3,000 HP on the Dragon Knight, 2,100 and a Butterfly on Mu, and here comes Tong Fu.
Fu just gonna rush down the racks, not worrying about backdoor protection. Funny gonna shoot the Shackle, beautiful Manta from Hal to dodge it out. And the glyph used to allow it to regen. Here come the creeps, they're only gonna work so long. And there you go. Bring it down, Shackle does latch, let's see if they can follow it up. No, wait, nope, they're gonna net him down. Now the Hex, can they get in? No, Force Staff's there, Havos jumped in, the Aegis is gone. And Havos, though, stunned out and chased down. He's gonna try to re-engage, doing good damage, but get the job done. Mana Void gonna clean things up. How is indeed wicked sick. The coil went off from Dending, but unfortunately nothing there to follow it. And with Chen and Windrunner down, Puck still up, Ursa's back up. Here we go, they're gonna try and chase it down. Mu jumps on Kuro, Hal going to town, beautiful splitter, caught all three, and look at the burst. 0-5 White puts the cherry on this game for Tong Fu. She's cold, and we're going to a game 3 here in our semifinals of the upper bracket at the International 2013. Na'Vi falls to Tong Fu, battling back and giving us another full series on the day. Such a well-played game, Draskell, very methodical, and they didn't give Na'Vi any openings to speak of. Na'Vi, you know, again, they made plays when they could. They were in the lead for a while, but as it came down the stretch,
for Na'Vi,
just too much for them.
So, looking ahead to game 3, man, can't wait to get things going, but until we do, how about we throw back to James and the crew at the desk.
Thanks, AC and Draskell. So there we have it. A 1-1 tied game. Na'Vi really didn't get what they wanted out of their lineup in terms of handling the anti-mage. They weren't able to put any early game pressure onto him at all. And Tong Fu, it was, to me, it felt like the game was just going their way from the get-go.
Yeah, they just capitalized on the fact that Na'Vi did a sort of weak lineup if they don't abuse the timing window they have, and they really couldn't get their gangs through or anything. And that's the weak point of Chen.
Where would you say the timing window was for Na'Vi, where they had to make something happen?
I'd say against a lineup like Tong Fu's, they'd have to go and dominate around the 20-minute mark and not make sure that Hao didn't farm up as much as he did.
Yeah. All right, Ben, what did you make of the match? Bruno?
We're going to see how, by this point we're 30 minutes into the game, the anti-mage is way too farm. The thing about the Ursa is that it's really nice, as we saw in the game that Liquid had against an EFC yesterday. It's a really strong hero, he can burst you down, but as time progresses, Na'Vi has nothing else to contest against the anti-mage, and anti-mage is kind of a counter to Ursa in the sense that it has so much mobility that Ursa cannot catch up with you, and the Dragon Knight is so tanky that even if you try and kill him, there's the rest of the team going out for you. Na'Vi had the game control for the first 10 to 15 minutes into the game. Dendi was making plays with the patch, but by the time anti-mage got something, we all knew that Tong Fu was going to take it. It was just a matter of when.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they picked Ursa. We haven't seen Ursa pick too much. I think Alliance have used it a couple of times.
Liquid as well.
Secure Roshan, and Liquid has used it with Wisp, but they kind of just pick Ursa. I don't think he's the best hero versus Anti-Mage because he doesn't have any lockdown. He wasn't able to complete his Abyssal Blade by the end of the game, and sure, they had a sheep, but Anti-Mage was just way too stacked. You definitely can't kill him in just one sheep, and I would like to see just a more well-put-together strategy. He just seems like it was just like thrown in there. For example, last game they had the Pudge Pot on, which they'd run a couple of times, some synergy there, but this one just didn't work out for them.
This game was the exact opposite of the first game. Basically, Na'Vi had the same amount of kills the first game, 10 minutes in, as the total amount of kills 30 minutes in this game. I think there was like 15 kills on the board by the 30-minute mark, and nothing had went Na'Vi's way. It was even, but Tong Fu was large in charge and way ahead of Na'Vi in all aspects of the game. I'm actually surprised Na'Vi withheld as long as they did.
Yeah, it felt like they had such a small chance to win. It was really something had to go huge in their favor, but unfortunately it wasn't able to do so. So talking about Tong Fu, obviously winning a game, that's got to be a pretty big deal here on stage. Bringing it to 1-1, is that going to help them in terms of confidence or in terms of being able to take one game versus Na'Vi? Are Tong Fu a team that can come up to the last game and throw a curveball at Na'Vi?
Definitely. I think this matchup in particular was very close from the get-go. Navi proved me wrong in the first game, but I'm glad that Tongfu struck back now and showed that they can actually play ball with them. Granted, Navi's lineup wasn't really as synergetic as the one we saw in the first game or in some of the other games we've seen in their first match against Orange, but I'd still tip my hat in favor of Navi, but I think Tongfu can definitely play ball, and I'm excited to see what they'll bring out this game, because they had a sort of standard lineup this game.
Yeah. It will be very interesting if what you guys might consider a very even match on paper in terms of the picks. I think that's what everybody really wants, because so far they've had a decent edge over their opponent. Obviously, you know, when you pick Pudge, it doesn't mean you're going to win a game. They played superb with that, but Na'Vi in game 2 weren't able to make anything happen. But before we get into game number 3, which we'll preview in a little moment, we're actually going to speak to Pyrian Flax, and apparently he's looting the secret shop.
Okay, hey, this is Pyrian Flax at the secret shop with Arsenio. Arsenio, you are the shopkeeper, are you not?
I am the shopkeeper.
And you guys have got some fantastic merchandise here this year. What kind of stuff did you have last year that you haven't, or that you've got this year that you didn't have last year?
I think one of the cool things that we have this year that we didn't have last year is the blind box micro plushies. We wanted to have a analog version of the crate system with the keys and the crates. So we wanted to have something special and try and experiment where people can have that experience in the real world. So we have 10 different designs and a bonus design that's really rare. And so that one is...
I believe that the really rare one is the wizard here that I have. The wizard. The shitty wizard, we'll say. Anyway, yeah.
All right, shitty wizard.
I actually got gypped, and I ended up with 7 pucks and 4 tide hunters. And I'm going to set up a trading stall here on a barrel. Is that cool?
I think trading, and that's one of the great things about this mechanic, is that we wanted people to be able to engage with each other and trade with each other and have an excuse to engage with another community member.
Great. I mean, I think everybody's very happy with the shop this year, so we look forward to seeing some more stuff maybe next year. You got some ideas for next year?
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that we did different this year, we brought on Team Liquid as a licensee, and we also want to reach out to some of the community contributors and work together with them to create merchandise. So the more that we can have the community involved in the production of merchandise and associated goods, the better.
Great. Thanks, Arsenio. And I'm going to set up my stall just over here, trading pucks. Okay. All right, take it easy. Thanks. So, I bought a load of those plushie ball things, and I got stiffed because I ended up with all these pucks, and I only want 1 puck, and I got all these tides as well. So these are the ones I've got, my GOTS that I'm going to keep, and these are the ones I'm going to trade. We're going to find anybody who's got extras that wants to trade, a spare. I've got pucks, I've got tides. Roll up, roll up. Pucks to trade. What do you got? I'll take a warlock for a puck. Let's trade it up. Is that? Let me see that. Is that a homemade Ursa? No. Hey, dude, did you get any doubles? Doubles? You got doubles? What is this?
It's a one-off prototype.
Is that a head crab?
It's a head crab. It's a happy head crab.
A signed Bloodseeker?
Kung Fu's turn to ban.
Look at this. That's worth $1 million. Yeah, I think I'm done.
Turn to ban.
A successful trading session. Maybe I'll catch up some more trading, some more horse trading later on. Thanks for watching.
Thanks there, Pyrian. I think there's only 11 plushies, but he bought more than 11 and then started trading them. So I'm not sure about the math there, Pyrian. But luckily, Pyrian gets to use real money at the secret shop because he never actually has enough gold when he's in game to purchase pretty much anything. But either way, it's nice to see him on camera. Also, though, the people that we do want to see, it's Na'Vi and Tongfu for game number 3. They're already in the game, so we'll go straight to what you want to say if there's anything interesting you guys have to say. So, you know, if you don't want to say anything, that's fine.
I'm done.
Okay, you're done.
Okay,
Bruno?
I have something interesting. I think Tongfu is going to win this because their matchup favors them against Na'Vi. Na'Vi likes to play Puck, Quop, these heroes that rely on killing squishes. And the 2 best heroes from Tongfu are Lifestealer for the carry and Dragonite for the mid. 2 very strong, very tanky heroes. So if they can't get ahead in the beginning like it happened in game 1, they will not be able to beat them.
I'm hoping for something new and exciting that's not just a plain Ursa without support. Hopefully another Pudge game from Dendy, but I think Na'Vi will take it home.
I too am looking for a good game. Good job, Ben. Yeah, so we're going to go straight to the game. So the winner of this, it's tied up 1-1. The winner will move into the winner bracket finals to play Alliance tomorrow, which also means they secured a top 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy the game. Best of luck to both teams. It's Na'Vi versus Tongfu.
Reserve time.
Welcome back to the floor of beautiful Benaroyo Hall. It's match point, Draskell. The upper bracket semifinals. Tong Fu taking on the fan favorite Na'Vi. Na'Vi put on a hell of a show in game one. Game two, Tong Fu methodically ground them down. And now again, it's midnight hour, at least for their upper bracket hopes. The winner of this set will move on to meet Alliance in the upper bracket finals. The loser, of course, not out yet, will drop down, but don't want to be in that lower bracket if they can help it. Looking back over the game one and game two, the strategies employed totally different, as they said at the analyst desk. The fact that Tong Fu very methodically just took apart Na'Vi's game plan, did not give them any openings in comparison to the high-flying, hook-throwing sort of an approach Na'Vi took in game one. Looking at it now, we can already see the bans and picks well underway. Darkseer Rubik, a very solid core as always coming out of Tong Fu. Chen and Alchemist coming out for Na'Vi.
I think what we've gathered from this is Tong Fu really likes Darkseer, and Na'Vi really like Chen. Pretty sure it's been all 3 games that we've actually seen those heroes together for each of those teams at least. So this game's going to be no exception. Alchemist to follow up the Chen, obviously very strong, versatile. Na'Vi's one of the teams, though, that typically doesn't run the Alchemist mid. A lot of other teams do, but Na'Vi more often than not just put Host on that role. They put him in the farming role, and Alchemist is one of those heroes that synergizes well with Chen in the fact that he is actually strong mid-game. If you give him a free lane and you don't contest him at all, then you know for sure that you're going to have darn near full inventory at 25 to 30 minutes. It's depending on what kind of build you go, whether it be Battle Fury or whether you want to go for something like a Shadow Blade. So Na'Vi still looking to play the aggressors here, I'm sure, whereas Tong Fu, they have about some of the most versatile picks you're ever going to see. And starting off with the Darkseer Rubik, it leaves them wide open for any array of strategies.
One of the things I love so much about seeing a Chen pick with an Alchemist is Alchemist takes a little pressure off of Chen in building that mech sometimes. But as you said, Na'Vi is one of those teams who doesn't traditionally do that. They do like to simply farm the hero up, let Havosa do his job, get a Shadow Blade, phase boots up very quickly, and start taking fights very early on. And of course, Chen, a hero that works great with that. Alchemist and his sustain, and that's really where the true synergy between the two heroes comes. Once Chen hits 6, once Alchemist hits 6, and they want to start taking fights, Chen's Hand of God allows them to draw out these fights. The regen built into Alchemist allows him to have a lot more survivability, especially if he gets an early BKB and decides to go that route as well. And this, on both sides, Tong Fu and Na'Vi feeling each other out have the option of reacting very quickly to whatever they see now as we come into the 3rd and 4th slot picks.
Well, it's interesting because Na'Vi, in the last game, they picked a strategy that they kind of had to execute really hard, but they also did the same thing in the first game. But here, there's a bit of a deviation already. When you pick an Alchemist, it automatically feels a bit safer because you have a hero that you know can at least pull its weight past like the 25-30 minute mark, which is really important. So maybe they're just picking a bit more safe because they know or respect Tong Fu enough to know that they're not always going to be able to just execute and have crazy Dendi Pudge games where he's able to just land hook after hook. What was it, something like 19 hooks landed in the first game? Yeah, it was completely out of control. So Na'Vi, I don't know what they're going to take here, honestly. There's a lot of choices for them. If they want to go super aggressive, that can definitely be something that plays their favor because Na'Vi, of course, one of the best aggressive teams in the world, but Puck's already banned. So that's going to be something that Dendi is not going to be able to get his hands on. And I think taking a Pudge is really, really risky in this situation when you already have a Rubik and a Darkseer, but the choice is actually going to be Nyx. And I like Nyx specifically because against Darkseer, it's quite good. Having mana burn against these types of heroes is really strong. Carapace is very annoying too because you just have 2 AoE abilities in the Ion Shell and the Vacuum, so you can be a huge disruption during these fights. And not only that, but if it's a support Nyx, he's going to get a lot of EXP here because the Chen's going to be jungling, he'll be free to pull, and Tong Fu right now don't look like they're going to be contesting. They're picking a Gyrocopter Rubik, which means that you're going to be able to split the experience really evenly between Na'Vi's Tri-Line. And they pick it! They took the Pudge! You can see Dendi smiling right now. He wanted it bad, and Puppy gave it to him.
Pudge making his 2nd appearance here in our upper bracket semifinal, and I'd say the crowd's pretty happy about it, not too upset with the Chansey pick, as you had explained how it would be Chansey, but there's the man. Going to be looking to replicate the performance he had in Game 1, and truly a performance to be remembered. It's one thing to have a performance like that in general, but to do it on this stage with this much at stake, truly ascending to a new level. So Tongfu, though, the good news is they've seen it now. It's not something that they just saw it. I'm sure they had, at least in the back of their head, had the idea that perhaps this could happen to them moving down the stretch in another game. I'm sure during their break they talked it over at least a little bit, and they're going to have some kind of game plan in mind to try and keep Na'Vi from doing what they did in game number 1.
Well, the thing about picking Pudge when they picked it is it's an inherent risk, not only because of the lineup of Tongfu, but because we haven't seen what Tongfu's mid's going to be yet. So we don't know what that Pudge matchup is going to be overall, but still one more ban from each team, so maybe they're going to ban out a hero that they don't want to put against Pudge, because even though, as Bruno stated before, he doesn't necessarily have to win his lane, there are just some heroes that you don't want to have to lane against if you're a Pudge. Queen of Pain probably being at the forefront of that, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the ban out here from Na'Vi or not. But Tongfu's lineup really, really strong. They, of course, have the Visage and the Rubik support cast, Darkseer to off lane, and the Gyrocopter to either carry, or he can actually go mid himself. We talked about that the last time we saw Pudge, actually, and the potential for him to go mid 1 versus 1 against that hero. So it looks like we're going to have to find out. But Na'Vi, whenever you see Pudge, whenever you see Chen, you know that Na'Vi's game plan could just be what it was in the first game. Play hyper aggression, look to open up room for that Alchemist, and this time the carry that they're picking is probably going to contribute, I think.
Just a smidge, I would imagine. One thing that, looking at the two lineups, other than everything you've already pointed out, Tongfu is a little light on crowd control. Really, they only have 2 abilities, one of which is insanely unreliable in the homing missile, but then you have telekinesis. Other than that, they don't have a lot of ways to lock heroes down. Compare that to Na'Vi with 2 nice AoE disables already in the Impale, and Alchemist if he's able to catch even more than 1 target with the Unstable Concoction. Then, of course, Pudge with the Dismembers. So Tongfu, most likely in this situation, needs to be looking for a hero with some kind of control. They need some way to put the brakes on Na'Vi when that hook does land, because you can't just bank on the idea that you're going to move so well and have such good vision that Pudge will never land a hook. Like, that's just not reality. It's not going to happen. So when those hooks do land, you need to have a way to again, put the brakes on that team fight that they're going to try to bring out. And there's some more CC. Windrunner picked up, a shackle shot added to the repertoire. A lot of ways for Na'Vi to start these fights.
The hook is going to be their only form of initiation. That's like the one thing that you have to be concerned with, because of course they banned Mirana, so Tongfu not going to give Funnick that hero, which was a big turning point, especially during the first blood that happened in game number 1 between these 2 teams. But this time they're only going to have really Dendi. The Nyx eventually, I'm sure, will get a Blink Dagger, which will be nice for him, but it's not going to be anytime soon. And Tongfu, they're going to go with a Doombringer, so it's going to be a Doom versus a Pudge mid, and this is an interesting matchup. Doom, obviously not the greatest base armor, but once he actually gets Doom, it's very easy to just shut out the Chen from a fight, or maybe even the Pudge if you don't want to have to worry about that. And of course, if you're doomed, you can't even use items, so it just completely takes away that huge amount of health offset that a Chen naturally gives you inside of your lineup. And when you have something like a call down vacuum combination, it's actually going to be very, very strong for them. So question is, who's actually going to be able to win the middle lane? Because Pudge versus Doom, for the first couple of levels, kind of have to give the advantage to the Pudge, because the Doom can't really effectively trade hits at that early stage in the game. But again, there's probably going to be a lot of movement coming out from both sides. I would imagine both lanes are going to be avoiding each other again, although I suppose Tongfu could potentially go aggressive here if they wanted to.
Both teams moving out as a pack of 5. Doesn't look like they're going to be heading to the same place anyway. We'll run through the lineups just so long. Yep, looks like they're going to go ahead and just take it easy. So starting on the side of Tongfu, Gyrocopter going to be farmed up by Hao. Going to have the Darkseer played by King J. Visage going to be handled by San Ching. Rubik played by Banana, and the Doom handled by Mu. On the side of Na'Vi, Chen going to be handled by Puppy. Once again, we'll have Alchemist farmed by Havost. The Nyx Assassin going to be played by Kuroki, and Funnick handling our red-headed Windrunner. But the man of the hour, the master of disaster, the Pudge, going to be played by Dendi for the 2nd time in this series. Just about ready to get underway, and both teams ultra cautious. Tongfu standing right on top of each other. They have Sit and Mu on up to the top lane. King J actually hanging around mid, at least for the moment. They are going to go on back in, but as the horn blows, we're ready to go. Game 3, match point. Na'Vi Vost spotted out, thought they were going to engage it. There's the haste rune, fortuitous haste rune, and he's able to make it away. Tong Fu with a bit of a missed opportunity, and Vost gonna run straight in a circle. Say hello to him one more time before ducking back under his tower. So Tong Fu with a bit of a missed opportunity. Up at top, we are going to see Moo setting up shop. Puppy's in that jungle, though. And Funnick there as well. Here in mid, already some rotation. Kuro going to show his face. King J against the Pudge. And there's a mana burn. Looks like he's just going to be hanging around just to try and help Dindy out, try to secure himself as much an advantage as possible. Havo's going to be under a lot of pressure down here on bottom as Tong Fu opts to run aggressively as well.
Yeah, I didn't want the Alchemist just getting a free lane, which I think is the right choice from Tong Fu, and putting King J mid against the Pudge. If you're a Darkseer versus a Pudge, you're always going to be able to shove the lane harder than he will, because in order to counter push, he has to use Rot, which obviously takes away from HP, so not really the best solution. But they do have the capability of keeping Kuro around middle lane just to allow Dendi to do well in the early game phases, but that puts a lot of emphasis on Dendi actually landing just as many hooks as he did in game number 1, if not more, because Kuro, unlike going to the safe lane to try to farm, he's not going to get any experience here, and if he does, he's taking away from somebody who needs it much more than him and the Pudge. So I feel as though these lanes currently working out quite well for Tong Fu. The only one that is probably not going to be going too favorably is Moo in this top lane on the Doombringer versus a Windrunner. This is pretty frustrating actually for him, and once the Puppy starts coming top with Kuro, the ganks are going to be very hard for him to avoid.
We can see Kuro already making his way up. Down at bottom, we are going to have Kuro, or Havost, engaged upon in first blood. Picked up by Tong Fu. Diving him under the tier 1. And you knew it was going to happen soon enough. Up at top, Na'Vi rotating Kuro up, looking to make something happen. And looking to put pressure on this Doom. Moo happy to just soak experience. Windrunner handled by Funnick. We can actually see Moo is leading in experience by almost a full level.
And this is really troublesome actually for Na'Vi. There's a lot of movement that they've had to use so far. They need to make something happen. Killing Moo would be ideal, but honestly, between those heroes, this Nyx doesn't have a stun yet. Like, he needs Impale, and he's not even halfway currently to level 2. And now Tranquil Boots completed on Moo as well, so everything for Tong Fu I think going well so far, but here comes the gank.
Oh, there's the mana burn. Puppy just doing some auto attacks, power shot. Moo walking his way back. The Ursa misses with the clap. And Moo chased all the way back into the woods, trying to eat himself up and hang on. He's got help. That's the Rubik. Still 3-on-2. Moo will end up dropping. There's a telekinesis on the Puppy. Can they catch him? No, he got Funnick. Funnick, though, when running out one auto attack, they're going to need at least one more. Funnick can't do it. Power shot, finally. Not just that kill, one of the hardest working Windrunners in the business. San Sheng. Now their Impale tries to disrupt his banana, and San Sheng are chasing him. And he's ducked into the woods just trying to hide. Has no TP. He has to know he's dead to rights. And just going to run out. Down at bottom, we're going to have another engagement, but we will see them finally track her down. And Tong Fu gets the return kill. Make it 2-1.
I think Funnick was dead there no matter what. I didn't think he would actually use the salve, because even if he does salve back to full, he has no TP and no mana. There's no way he's actually going to get out of that situation unless for some reason they decide to completely leave him alone. But on the upside, I guess Havos is left alone here for a little bit, so he's actually able to hit creeps for maybe the first time this game. He unfortunately actually has 11 CS right now, which is pretty impressive considering the start that he was up against in terms of hero matchup. But all in all, Tong Fu still looking pretty good. Dendi's actually tied in terms of overall CS with the highest on the map, which of course is the Gyrocopter now, but King J not able to push the lane that much, and Dendi actually doing pretty well here.
Dendi almost level 6, like you said, up pretty high. We are going to see a DD picked up here by King J. Tong Fu stabilizing things out. They've left the Gyro against Havos now. Gyro sitting at actually under-leveled by about a level, so certainly Havos going to feel fairly comfortable here, though he is going to be taking some abuse from the harassment. And now, though, San Sheng rotating his way back down. Kuro making his way back down as well. A lot of movement very early on in this game. 3 kills already in a 4.5-minute game. Windrunner almost level 5. Banana's working on level 4, almost halfway to level 6 for the Doom, but he is now level 6, so we'll see when he wants to start wandering around the map.
Really the key point is 7. That's when your hook is the longest. It's 200 range increase per level, and of course it does 90 more damage. So having dismembered is great, but I think he's probably just going to sit here until he manages to get 7, then potentially go to that bottom lane, maybe try to score a kill on Hao, maybe even try to help top. But the one cool thing for Na'Vi is that because of the tri-lane has kind of abandoned bottom, there's still one support here, but the Rubik has decided to move towards the top lane. That means that, again, Havos can farm, which is important, because if he can't farm in the situation, then they don't have anybody to fall back on during the mid-late game. Then he's even going for the max spraying concoction build.
King J and Pudge going back and forth, but both survive, make it away quite safely. They'll be able to bottle themselves back up. But already see Dindy getting a bit restless. And again, waiting to see when he is going to start to try and be that terror across the map. Tongfu just continuing to rotate around. And taking a look at Puppy, he's really been quite quiet all game. He's got 200 gold. He's just level 4 right now. Not too bad for 6 minutes into the game. Quicker he gets to 6, better off they'll be, obviously. But at some point, this just has that feeling in one of those games. And it might not necessarily be Na'Vi. There's just going to be a string of kills, and one of these teams is going to look to put the pressure on and just put the pedal to the metal and not let up.
Well, if you want any team to do that, it's going to have to be Na'Vi, because Na'Vi have that Chen, and it's really important to try to get some semblance of map control at an early stage in the game. And it's like a missed hook there, but Chen, he's level 4 right now, and once he gets 5, have to start trying to make something happen. Level 2 test of faith, of course, and then you're going to be able to get 2 creeps finally, which is pretty darn important once you're level 5. But I do like Alchemist against Gyrocopter in general, because once the Gyrocopter gets farm, once the Alchemist gets farm, what ends up happening is the way that Alchemist builds is he can actually focus. He goes for things like Basher, and the Gyrocopter can't necessarily burst him down just because of how innately tanky he is going to be. And again, because Alchemist has gone for a build that actually is built around fighting, I think it's actually going to be to their benefit, but we'll have to see. Haven't seen the Doom really do much of anything either.
King J, juked him. First hook of the match, thrown wide by Dindy. Very nice play by King J. Tough to hit a moving target as it is. Much tougher to hit one that happens to be surged.
Last time I checked, being hasted is pretty difficult to land a hook on. But Dendy's still looking for it, which is important. The thing is about Pudge, if you go and you try to apply pressure to the map, you're going to force people back no matter what. That's just the effect Pudge has. Oh, the hook!
Boom! Max Rage finds Hao! And gonna notch his first kill of the game. He shot that perfectly. Small opening between the creeps. He was standing right about here and caught him at max range on that hook. 2-2.
You know what was really interesting about that is he walked past a ward while he was going towards middle lane, and Hao was just like, nope, it's fine, I'm just gonna chill here, it's okay, everything's fine. And now Denny's actually gonna pick up a smoke too, so he's gonna continue to play this aggressive. And with Hao going mid and dying, they're actually leaving Havos completely uncontested now on the bottom lane.
You know, this is why these lineups work so well. We saw the same thing in game 1. Havos just left to his own devices, farmed up every item he needed, was way ahead. And it's the same effect now. You just Pudge is one of those heroes that changes the way the enemy has to approach the game. He will be sniffed out this time, though. Moo looking to get the Doom off of him. And nope, gonna get Funnick this time. There's a hook, bailing his buddy out. And Funnick happy to have the Butcher on his side. Tongfu with 3 at top now. Here in mid, we see King J has retaken his station against the assassin, who's certainly looking for levels. But you want to talk about some gank potential. How about once Dindy and Nyx begin to run together? Once he finds 6 and has Vendetta, he's going to be free vision.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about their lineup is they have great heroes for playing aggressive and trying to find those kills. And I'm sure with Na'Vi, we're going to be seeing a lot more of them. King J, though, he's working his way towards that mech. He's actually almost got it. He's got his headdress money right now. He just needs to buy the recipe. And that's going to let Tongfu pretty much group up and try to fight as 5. That's one thing that their lineup can do quite well. And King J going to get concoction here bottom, but I think he's going to be fine. Yeah, he's just going to surge away. But Tongfu's lineup, fighting 5 versus 5, if they doom the Chen, I think it's actually pretty reasonable for Tongfu to take some early game fights.
Looking for a hook, spotted a few, and hoping they come back. There is one creep, and yep, he'll take the gold. It's fine. He's going to be hitting hooks one way or the other. Both teams had a ward there, so both were very well aware of what was going on. We're coming up on 10 minutes now, and as you mentioned, Havos is playing a bit of catch-up. He's actually up to 37 CS, which is not bad at all. And Dindy continuing to just wander around, just patrolling the riverside. make something happen, and nope. Spotted out, and or just anticipated, or perhaps lucky from Visage. Either way, hook off the mark.
Yeah, he needs to start landing some of those because he, as it stands right now, no towers actually on the map at all have gone down. So when you start landing hooks and you have a Chen, it's nice because you can just make the quick rotation over and try to apply pressure. And we saw how scared Tongfu were of the Pudge after hooks started landing. There were people standing so far away from towers that they actually couldn't defend them anymore. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here. But again, Havos just free farming bottom. He's going to be able to get his Shadow Blade sometime soon. And he's gone for putting points into Greevil's Greed now. So he decided not to max the Unstable Concoction. As soon as he realized that his team was pressuring enough on the map to get him some farm, he decided to put points into it because why not, right? It just gives you so much extra income if you're down here and nobody's contesting you.
And then Sun Cheng gonna find a pick, and Havos snips it out. Very nice awareness there, and Kuro has his eyes on King J. Looks like he spent his full repertoire, unable to get the kill though. But yeah, they walked, whenever they came down, they walked right over that sentry, and he must have been watching very, very closely to have spotted them. 2-2, 11 minutes in. And Kuro going to be sent back home, but Tier 1 under a bit of pressure. We can see the game very close in terms of gold. The experience, though, slightly in favor of Na'Vi. Tops in net worth, though. 3 of the top 4 in net worth belonging to Tongfu.
It's one of the upsides to their lineup. Because of the fact that Na'Vi has to move around so much to make things happen, Tongfu have more of a reactionary team. And I think that's kind of been the theme for their lineups throughout this or not this tournament, but at least this particular matchup, is they're okay with the other team having a more aggressive lineup because their reactions are always strong, and they know that when they get to the later stages of the game, it's actually going to be easier for them to take the fights. Because as good as an Alchemist can be once he gets farm, a Doom can eliminate one hero from the fight straight away. That's pretty much the strength of the hero. And then you have things like Gyrocopter as a secondary, well, not secondary carry, but another hero who can be a core. And then you have things like Darkseer while in team fights. And again, only one hero on Na'Vi is making BKB. So against those kind of lineups, Darkseer remains relevant for a very, very long time. So I do feel like Tongfu are going to have a slight edge the longer the game goes. And of course, we're going to see Darkseer now finishing up the mech on King J.
Jay having the mech ready. That's probably going to be the word go for Tongfu. Invis on Dindy, though. Currently under cover of smoke. Will have the Invis if he wants it. He's going to have a lot of targets here. Does he have the firepower behind him is the question. Oh, he gets the Darkseer instead of the Rubik. Locks him down, but immediately has to bail out. No! What an impale! Caught the whole team. Vacuum back into the call down. Dindy biting up more than he can chew. He will be cleaned up. Now Puppy caught out in the middle of the fight. Moo makes it out just barely by the skin of his teeth. We're going to see the rest of the fight cleaned up by Tongfu. They don't lose a single hero. A lot of damage done. In the end, the hook just ill-advised. He hooked the hero out of an entire team and just didn't have enough behind him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That was like the worst hero to hook, actually. I mean, King J is pretty much the hardest person to kill with the mechanism. That is the one guy that you really don't want to get. So Tongfu, they get the tier 1 mid. And this is one of those things where you start to have to wonder. He has a Shadow Blade now, so he can actually start to contribute, but you really want things like level 2 Chemical Rage, and you want to make sure that you have your treads at least finished before you start contributing. But it's going to be very, very soon where he has to start fighting, because if things like that keep happening, you lose 3 heroes, you lose a tower, it's very easy for Navi's lineup to get behind, and once it's behind, you have to rely on pretty much the man himself, Dendy, to land some hooks.
See the gold beginning to go not super heavily, still a 13-minute game, 3,000 gold give or take. A decent enough lead in Tongfu, exactly. They're going to smoke up. They are not letting off the gas at all. They want to keep the pressure up and take these fights on their terms. Don't let Na'Vi do what they did in game 1. Don't let them. Havos uses the Shadow Blade. Sentry goes down, and Dust just to be safe. Vacuum back. Na'Vi on the other side of the trees. Can do nothing. But hook shot by Dindy, who has a haste rune. Big man is moving, and he's going to be able to try to pursue someone down here. And hook off cooldown in 1 second, and the familiar is actually blocking him.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Very nice control out of Tongfu there. They're going to try to take this tier 1. There's a shackle, does latch, and move. All the Visage familiars staying in the way, and he missed it. The timing would have lined up, but he missed the hook. And in the end, Tongfu, after picking off Havos, he's got Dismember! Chronic lockdown, walls down just in case. Rubik beating her down with a stick, keeping Funnick locked in place. Secures another kill, and Tong Fu is going to continue to push. They're not done. Mech still hasn't even been used. There's a hook. Howell brought all the way back to the base. Cleaned up by the Fountain. And now Puppy going to be caught out. King J re-engaged upon. Little skirmishes breaking out behind the tower. Good vacuum, and they're going to dust it as well. Now, Dindy getting back involved in front. Sansheng going to be dismembered and cleaned up. In the meantime, King J trying to TP away behind the fight. Shackle does not latch. We actually just saw the Chin Pudge combo at the International. That happened.
Yeah, now Havos is going to keep going on Moo. They want to go for this. Oh, no!
Oh! Hooked him back. The Impale's there to bail him out, though. Visage Familiar's trying to help out. Doom on Dindy will probably seal his fate. But Moo will be cleaned up as well. And Dindy denied himself.
He got denied by the Chin Free. Puppy was following him with a Satyr, yeah. He tried to wait it out with the Familiars to last it, but they just didn't do enough damage, so. Yeah, there you go.
The crowd, the clear rooting interest, 6-9. Tong Fu still in this game. In terms of gold, the experience has gone back in favor of Na'Vi, however. And the beautiful deny at the end especially, quite nice. But 16.5 minutes in. Anybody's game. Both teams playing ultra aggressive. Now, a hero we haven't talked a whole lot about that probably we should, just because of the matchup he was in with Moo, was Funnick. His role in this Windrunner is absolutely essential. He got a nice amount of experience. He's level 10. Be level 10 anyway. And his shackles are going to matter so much in terms of these fights. As we pointed out, Tong Fu has the superior one with the, at least right now, superior 5-on-5 team fight team. Play coming out of Funnick going to be absolutely essential if they're going to be able to deal with that whenever both teams do run into each other 5-on-5.
I think what's probably going to end up happening is Na'Vi are going to continue to play this aggressively. They really need to get towers. It's 17 minutes in with a Chen, and they haven't gotten any. I mean, they need to get at least one tier 1. Puppy is very close to the mech, which is going to be nice for them. And whereas Funnick, he was 1 versus 1 for a while, the rotation while helping Havos get farm hurt Funnick. So Funnick doesn't have his 4 staff yet, and he really needs it because when you get slowed down or they go in for the vacuum, you want to be able to 4 staff out immediately. Even helps with things like Rubik and Tong Fu. They're smoked up. They're looking for something here, but Na'Vi pretty much is 5-man farming their own Ancients, which is an interesting tactic, but looking at Tong Fu pushing top, I think Na'Vi's choice really is to just try to push mid.
They're going to rotate over to top, at least look like they are, sending a couple over. Dindy kind of hanging out at the moment. He's going to take a path less traveled. We'll spot a haste room. Very nice pickup for him. It looks like they want to contest this. The tower at about half health. They do have a glyph. Tong Fu in a very defensive position, as they must be against Dindy. And the coming in. They're going to be using the stun. Tong Fu in no position to engage off of it, though. Looks like they might just, they will just go ahead and abandon this as the Satyr gets their attention. Bad move. Moo going to beat him down, but now they're smoked up. Na'Vi to fight, wants to fight. They're going to walk right across the sentry, though. And here we go. Dindy, oh, he threw it late. Trying to do it again, and now they have to fall back. Trying to...
Oh, Banana's still hook.
Oh, the Rubik grabbing the hook, and now they're going to be able to do a little hook of their own. Going to be used, and the hook comes out. What a hook! Sansheng grabbed out. They're going to mech through it. The Havos is just going to town. He is doomed, though. Now going to be cleaned up. The call down connects on a couple. The rest of Tong Fu falling back. Another hook. Going to grab him back. But Dindy using that haste rune. Falling back for one trade that time. And Tong Fu is beginning to grind Na'Vi down a little bit. They got a 5-kill lead as we approach 20 minutes. They get the tower, hovering right around 5,000 gold to their advantage and bringing the experience back into line as well. Na'Vi definitely going to be feeling much more under the gun now. We're crossing that point Where, I mean, Havos right now is not in bad shape in terms of net worth. He's sitting at 6,500. He's right there with the gyro. The only one that's ahead really is Moo, though, on our Doom. He's got his Shadow Blade and his drums. But he's going to continue to just get bigger and bigger because of the way Devour works.
The longer the game goes, he's very similar to Alchemist. He's one of the better farmers in the game, so whatever his next item choice is going to be, I'm sure it's going to be fantastic for the team. The one thing that kind of bothers me about Na'Vi right now is that they're actually relying on things like fountain hooks to defend their tier 1s.
Yeah.
When you have to rely on stuff like that to be able to take fights, you're not necessarily in the greatest of positions, and we just had a good glimpse of what the Alchemist is not going to be able to do during team fights if the Doom decides to just doom him. Because Puppey died without even using his ultimate. I mean, Hand of God wasn't even popped. He still doesn't have his mech. It's 20 minutes in. So Tongfu, I think this is pretty much their game to lose right now. They have a pretty distinct advantage. They're going for Roshan. I don't think that Na'Vi can really do anything about this. If they walk down there, they need Pudge, right? And Dendi actually had to TP to the tier 2 mid, so he's not even going to be here in time. Free Roshan here for Tongfu.
Certainly making it an easier time. They will be in position if they want to engage off of that and see what he got. Got Acid Spray, not a bad steal for the Rubik there. Just now, phase boots are done on the Alchemist. Shadow Blade plus a Hyperstone coming out. Havos, so certainly building to try and get the job done right now. Needs that armor, needs a bit more survivability, but Tongfu, as you mentioned, just in such a great position right now. B done on How with his Aegis. Go, they're going to try it again, threw it late. You know, Na'Vi, every time they try something like that and it doesn't work, it's just more time that they have to sit back and know that they're 4-on-5, and all the more aggressive that Tongfu can play because they know Dendi has to make his way back to lane. He's not going to be TPing all that often. They almost caught up with a Havos there near the Ancients, but he's going to go ahead and grab them as Dendi waddles his way back to the front lines.
Like I said, it does waste time, but they kind of need it. I mean, they need to be able to just eliminate somebody from the fight, very similar to what Moo can do for Tongfu. So if he had been a little bit farther up, he would have been able to throw the hook, but the thing is there was a range creep in the way. Oh, there it is, yep.
Banana going for a ride on the Dendi Express. Welcome to the well. And 8-12 following that. That's twice now. Like, it's amazing. Well, they got the courier. They got the courier. That's certainly a nice pickoff. Well done there by Kuro. Up a bit of ground. And Na'Vi hanging in, doing what they can to free up space for Havos. Havos not quite maxed out Greevil's Greed yet. We actually see the Gyrocopter getting the kill on the Nyx Assassin, so they did manage to track him down. But Dendi's gonna do it again. Oh!
All close.
Fall our little guy back.
That one actual melee creep on Navi's side saved the Gyrocopter.
Traitor!
Now finished, actually, so Na'Vi now had an opportunity to maybe try to take a team fight, but it's just so hard for them because they're relying so much on Pudge, right? Like, whenever you pick this hero, it is pretty much your core, even though he doesn't function as a normal hero who gets farm. But if he doesn't have a good game, then he doesn't really bring you a whole lot. And his hooks have been pretty close, but you need better than close. You need to make sure that you're landing them, you're getting important heroes. If you can get a fountain hook on somebody like the Doom, on the Gyrocopter like we saw him do once before, then you can look to defend your towers. But if it does happen, Tongfu's team fight right now is just superior, and I don't really think that Na'Vi can take a straight up fight right now.
Completely agree. Trying it again. Nope. Hold down. Gonna catch two. Do they want to engage off of it? Looks like they might. Nope, thought better of it. Shackle shot. Gonna latch to one of the familiars, actually, that can still move. Able to follow it up. Here comes the Havos. Gonna throw it on Sansheng. What a vacuum into the wall. Hand of God used immediately to buy them time to retreat. Nice play from King J. The Hand of God allows Na'Vi to get out of harm's way. We're 24 minutes in, but things are beginning to feel rather untenable for Na'Vi. They have to shake things up, and they have to do it in a hurry.
There's a really significant goalie right now for Tongfu. It's just about 7,500, which at this point you can turn it around, yeah, but did Na'Vi have the tools to do it? I mean, you have a Windrunner who has a Force Staff, you have Pudge who basically has treads in an urn at this stage in the game, and the Alchemist really is the only hope for Na'Vi in terms of making it to that late game phase where you're going to be able to fight. But again, Tong Fu's draft it functions well against that kind of a lineup, because if you're only relying on one hero to carry, and the Alchemist needs to be the one who's huge, if you doom him, how does he carry his team in that fight? Like, how do you continue to fight if you can't use any abilities, even through BKB? I mean, it's a really tough situation for Na'Vi to be in. So they're going to keep relying on those hooks. Let's just hope Dendy has them.
And here we go. He's looking for one now. He's going to be telekinesed and actually sent home as he was trying to grab him, unable to do so. And for about the 15th time, going to have to walk back out to lane. I'm surprised Pudge isn't losing weight by now. He spent a lot of time walking from the base back out.
He's spent quite a bit actually going for these hooks, and the thing is, he can actually walk back out if he misses, but if he lands the hook and the fight starts, he can TP back to the tower. That's kind of what they did during the bottom fight. But Halo's going to try to TP out here. Oh man, it's going to be close.
Made it. Barely able to get away. Now Na'Vi though in position. They might try something. Dindy's going to try again. Can he? Got him that time. See you in the base, Moo. Welcome home. The post. Not that he needed to. Gives him a little assistance. And Dindy back up and ready to fight. Shows back up at the tier 2. Aegis reclaimed in 60 seconds. Trying to find another target. Those familiars. So problematic for him. That is what they do. Take a little bit of damage this time, but Dindy just man-moding and rushing right uphill. He's got Hal and Banana in front of him, just doesn't have the mobility, doesn't have the giddy up.
I have to force it. Whenever the Doom is dead, that's the one hero who can just shut out somebody completely, so that's when you want to try to go for it. But here we go again. Don't think he's going to get anyone this time.
Little late in throwing it. Meantime, though, this has freed things up for Havost. Down to tier 1. He's completed his Assault Cuirass. He has his Shadow Blade up now. And going to begin to feel a bit more like an Alchemist. So far, I mean, let's not lie, it's been the Dindy show. That's what we've all been watching. But Havost is going to end up being a big factor, a big influencing factor once he does manage to catch up. You know, taking a look at the net worth, he actually has surpassed Moo and is on top of the gyrocopter as well. So he already is going to be able to start standing and fighting a little bit more easily. And makes me wonder, I mean, now that he's a bit more relevant, and especially once he builds perhaps one more item, does there come a point where they just start saying, okay, we don't need to send Dindy home every single time he throws a hook. Let's just let him hook, blow someone up, and then try to engage into them 5-on-4 afterwards.
I think they're pretty much going to always have to send him back. I mean, just the way that their team functions right now. If you're relying on one hero, you need a fountain hook to turn back because, again, Halos he could just easily get doomed. And even if he gets sent home by the Chen, it doesn't matter. All Funnick getting caught mid.
Up the grab move, Funnick when running away. Beautiful impale, caught multiple targets. Here he comes back in. Vendetta plus power shot brings him down. Vacuum wall counter initiation. Calldown's going to connect. Havost in trouble, isolated away from his team, will be cleaned up. And again, Kuro comes in with the impale. Now he's telekinesis back. Double kill going the way of Sansheng this time. Hal showing off that BKB. Indy went for it again. Late on pulling the trigger. There's the Grave Chill on Puppy as he tries to retreat. Homing missile tracking down Funnick. Soul Assumption makes it a triple kill for Sansheng. Buyback out of Havost. He's going to get there just in time to see them turn tail and leave. The Tong Fu continues to pile it on. That makes it 16-10. And even though there's been a little bit of ground made up lately by Na'Vi, mostly on the back of Havost,
Dire's top tower has been
who's still in quite solid position.
Honestly, that initiation went as well as you could have asked it to. They killed Moo before he even got to cast Doom. I mean, that's exactly what you want if you're Na'Vi. You do not want that spell to be able to go off, and it still just didn't matter. Havost needs, honestly, I think a BKB at this point because the magic damage output on Tong Fu is way too high. He can't sustain through that, and even though technically you could still get doomed, you're not going to be taking a tremendous amount of damage, at least during the process. So we'll see what his next item choice is going to be. I think that Na'Vi are still kind of in it, but if they lose too many more small skirmishes like that, I think it might just become that kind of insurmountable lead where Tong Fu can pretty much do whatever they want and just run rampant all over the map. But Roshan going to be spawning here in about 2 minutes. Probably going to be the next choice for Tong Fu at least to try to push in. They can give Hao another Aegis if need be. And he's going to have a Butterfly soon too. So Alchemist not really anywhere near an MKB because he has to make a whole nother item first before he even starts it. It's kind of worrisome for Na'Vi right now.
Fu moving through the Radiant side jungle, trying to find themselves a target. Map control, not something Na'Vi can claim to possess anymore. They have 2 outer tier towers remaining in comparison to the 4 of Tong Fu, mid tier 2, top tier 2. At this point, Tong Fu can starve them out like this if they want. Just move into the jungle, occasionally bounce in the lane, and kill off Chin creeps. That certainly helps, as a stray Satyr spotted them out and will pay with his life. We're at 30 minutes right now, by the way, and Pudge only has 8 stacks on Flesh Heap. He had double that at 25 minutes last time. That just goes to highlight the difference, and he's going to go for it. Up, missed it. And it seems like their execution, let's call it what it is. It's been lacking for about the last 10 minutes or so.
That one was pretty hard because you couldn't see anything. I mean, it's nighttime. They don't have any wards at all. Tong Fu are pretty much dominating the map right now, but it's just a desperation move to try to get something back. And King J having a gem makes it so Na'Vi really aren't going to have vision ever unless there's a pretty big mistake made. But Puppy buys one of his own, so he buys a gem to try to de-ward and get his part of the map back, where Tong Fu have just littered his jungle with wards. Even the top lane, they even have a lane ward there as well. And with Roshan being up any second, this is the time where Na'Vi has to try to fight. The downside is that if they try for a fountain hook around Roshan, Dendy's not going to be able to TP right back to the fight. He needs to hit somebody very high priority, like the Gyrocopter. I think the Darkseer is also a good choice, and maybe the Doom.
Speaking of Doom, Assault Cuirass is going to be done just in time for the ensuing Roche fight. Right now, though, it looks like Tong Fu's not all that interested. Na'Vi necessarily having to play pretty defensive here. Tong Fu's actually just foregoing it. They've split back up into the jungle. I'm sure they'll make their way back down at some point, but for now, Na'Vi take shot scout and going to find that nobody's home. So they're going to go ahead and enjoy the luxuries of their own jungle, at least for a little while. Tong Fu continuing to just farm away. Havos still leads in net worth, but behind him, the next 3 in terms of net worth, all belonging to Tong Fu. So their items coming much more quickly and much more frequently.
That's pretty much the worry. The whole war of attrition definitely going Tong Fu's favor. Whenever you have full map control, it's just so much easier to get more gold. When Havos gets the BKB though, there is an opportunity for Na'Vi to possibly take a fight. And if it ends up being around Roshan, that could very easily turn the game for them. But alternatively, Tong Fu, like AC done on Doom, he's now level 15, almost 16. Level 3 Doom, man, that is just absolutely obnoxious. It does so much damage, especially. And even after that, if he wants to, he can go something like a Scepter. And Scepter, I think, would function well here just because, again, if you can shut out Havos forever just by walking next to him, I mean, the rest of Navi's lineup doesn't do that much damage. They're relying on the fountain to kill their heroes. So, yeah, troublesome still for Na'Vi. I feel like Tong Fu could very easily just go for Roshan here if they wanted to.
Fu continuing to stick together, very, very close. Not wanting to give Na'Vi an opportunity to do this, to smoke or to catch them out at a funny angle. Havos not caught with the smoke. He will be visible, but Visage familiars keeping an eye on the big man. They will go ahead and vacate, at least for the moment. Tong Fu is beginning to make their way down a bit. Meantime, though, Hao has completed his butterfly. Even more problems for Na'Vi and what Havos is going to be able to contribute.
Na'Vi right now smoked up. They know that Roshan's up. They want to try to make something happen. If they could possibly get this, they definitely would still be in the game. But I think if Tong Fu end up getting Roshan, it's going to be one of those situations where it's going to be that slow, kind of painful, we can't really do anything about this anymore, kind of a lose your rack situation. So Tong Fu playing it really passive, though. Maybe even a little bit too passive. I suppose, though, waiting the game out isn't going to do them any harm, per se. As long as they don't end up giving away the Roshan, I think they'll be fine.
Line hook came up wanting. Tong Fu able to spread themselves out adequately. Roshan still looks to be the goal. They're hanging out between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 on their side of the map. In the meantime, Na'Vi has pulled back all the way to their Tier 2, obviously fearing any kind of a reprisal. Indy isn't there, but actually beginning to become a much more slow and strategic match. And again, compare that to Game 1, where it was very hectic. Not to say there wasn't great strategy involved, but it was much more frantic, is probably the words. This time, Tong Fu just very patiently taking their lead, trying to hang on to it. And Havos, as you mentioned, his importance cannot be overstated. Now they're going to smoke. Now they're going to try and give the old okey doke the end around. And Funning knew it was coming. That's why he just checked behind him. And they're going to run right into each other. Here we go. Moo spots him out, and they know he's there. They had the gem. Moo in trouble. Kuro, there's a nice vacuum. Only caught 2. Call down's going to connect as well. How? Laying into the Mavos looking for a target right now. Stuck on San Sheng. The battle has broken up a bit. We just saw Dindy get sent home. And the rest of Na'Vi forced to spread out. Shackle doesn't lash, but it buys a little bit of time. Puppy might be in trouble. Blink off cooldown in 10 seconds, but will make it out of range before they can lock him down. 16, no deaths on either side there. Smoke, and they ran right into each other, but Na'Vi immediately breaking things up. Dindy, though, back on the prowl. Making his way through. We're going to hear the unstable concoction, and he's hoping to find someone. Havos going to end up exploding himself. Kaboom, but no targets to be found.
For just retreating back to their side of the map. I think for Tongfu, having Doom is pretty important, yeah. Nice attempt coming out from Dendy. Fortunately, not going to be successful. That fight was weird, though, because Mu walked in, and he doomed the Nyx. And I guess he didn't want the Impale to go off, which is okay, but I feel like Chen or Alchemist are pretty much the better choices. Even Pudge, I think, is okay, especially if he just turns on Rot or if he's, you know, being annoying and trying to get fountain hooked, I suppose. But the thing about dooming Chen is there's so much health that he gives his team. Level 2 Hand of God is 300 and Mech's 250, so that's 550 health on every single hero. Kuro didn't even die when he got doomed because the rest of Tongfu weren't close enough to follow up, and of course he got healed for a very large amount of health. So Mu just needs to make sure that he targets the right people with that, and I think team fights for them honestly shouldn't be too difficult.
Tongfu beginning to reassemble. Chen still alive and well. That may very likely change in the near future. And as you said, I mean, at this point, you know, we're at 36 minutes in. Can't help but feel like this Roshan, whenever it does occur, is going to be Na'Vi's real last chance to have a saving moment. It's going to be a Hail Mary pass, and they got to have it right now. Tongfu just trying to assert control of the pit, not committed to going in. Na'Vi with plenty of wards down on the edge of the river. Exactly what's going on. Staying spread out, at least at the moment. Big creep wave down the bottom will force a TP, though. They're going to see that. They're going to know Havost is not present. And here we go. Way in, medallion used. Dindy up on the high ground, but Havost not being there.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Be a very difficult fight. Closest place he can TP is the tier 2 mid. He's just going to farm for the moment. Yeah, they're just going to give it away. He just goes to Tongfu, and now charging back out. Dindy going to be spotted, and he gets, no, he doomed the Chen. That's a much better choice. Oh, he got him! He got him! Not going to follow it all the way because we got a battle to watch with Puppy. Trying to get away from it, going to be telekinesed back, and they will be able to get him as well.
Bury me beneath the tree.
So a 1-for-1 trade, and wow, Al still alive down there. Finally, managing to bring him down, so that Aegis goes to no use. The fountain hook, quite successful, and it feels like a breath of air. It's almost as if Na'Vi felt like they were drowning, and finally they're just able to break water and take a deep breath of air.
Saying, if they didn't have fountain damage, there is no way they would have been able to kill that gyrocopter. That was an absolutely insane play, and actually keeps them in the game. I mean, if that didn't happen, it would have been probably a Rax, I think, for Tongfu. And nonetheless, still Tongfu executed it well. They went in, they doomed the right target. It's just, man, if you get fountain hooked, even with an Aegis and a butterfly, you are not living through it.
He's continuing to find his farm. He's got his basher up, plus 1,200 gold aside. And Tongfu is once again spread out. Scythe device now complete on the Darkseer. Very important item. Being able to scythe either the Pudge or the Chen, as the case may be, though truth be told, they're not, I mean, Pudge just isn't in these fights for the most part. It's not like game 1 where he was hooking and then dismembering. He's hooking and either you go to the fountain or you're left and he's gone. See another engagement breakout. Oh, there we go, the hook, got him! On Xing taking the long ride to Shanghai. Welcome home. Gets another kill. Here we go. Kuro going to be caught out in the river at the same time. Force Staff tries to get him to safety. Does not have Carapace. Shackle shot almost perfect. Was perfect, but the Impale caught everyone as well. Kuro now with the Carapace. Counter initiation. Down goes the wall. That's just Havos chopping wood on Banana though. Gets the kill. Now he's going to have to go to work on King J. Here comes Dindy. Vacuum into the wall once again. He's dismembering. Mu going to town on him. Havos makes it a double kill. Now they're going to get another one. Na'Vi charging back out, and King J will make it a full 5-man wipe. He found that breath of air they needed with that one fountain hook. They're on their feet, they're chanting. All it took was one fountain hook. They found that breath of air. They found their pulse. They have found their way back into this game. Taking down the tier 2, charging at the tier 3. They're gonna have a few more seconds, 20 seconds until the gyro responds. We're gonna see Doom actually buy back, but not in time to prevent the tier 3 from dropping. And Havost, he's going for it. Havost believes. Gonna be telekinesed out. Now the counter initiation. Drop down. Moo catches Funnick and now caught out and a hook brings Hal back out. Havost going the toe on Moo. Hal is down. Moo and Host going toe to toe. Soul Assumption does nothing. Sansheng can do nothing. Force staff on Moo. Gets him back. Now they're gonna try to chase him. They got him. King J trying to find Funnick. Force staff to safety. In the meantime, Dindy still looking for yet another hook. Has it in 2 seconds. The creeps causing him some problems. The gem hasn't even been picked up yet. Players are going to drop, but it doesn't matter. They concede the melee racks. And Na'Vi, who seem to be out of options, seem to be at the point of generation, have fought their way not just back into this game, but back into the lead.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable play coming out of Na'Vi. The chase on Kuro, keeping him alive for so long and managing to turn that around. And they even get the bottom tier 1 in addition. They're going to be pushing into the tier 2. Tongfu just lost so much during those last engagements. It all starts back with the fountain hook onto Hao after they got the Aegis. It was so difficult for them to recover from that because they needed the gyro's damage. And Hao didn't get his BKB off before the dismember and the base push either, so he just immediately died. Kuro was able to get his damage out, so now they re-establish full map control, and now the shoes on the other foot. Tongfu sitting inside of their base. Another fountain hook attempt, not actually going to connect that time, but still, Tongfu, I can't believe this got turned around in them like that.
We're in an arena of people shocked at what Na'Vi has accomplished so far. The game ain't over, still a lot of Dota to be played. But the point of desperation they had reached, you know, fountain hook, when you lose every fight that you don't land a fountain hook at, tends to mean things are a little bit troublesome. And it looked as if Tongfu was ready to just slam that door completely. Again, that one big play and that big turnaround. King J caught with the shackle, doesn't latch. It looks like, yeah, managed to get shackle for himself. Very nice spell for Rubik to have stolen. Dindy goes fishing just to the left of Sansheng. And looks like Kuro poking his nose around. Roche gonna be up in about 4 minutes, give or take. But Na'Vi definitely playing more aggressive now. For the last 10 to 15 minutes, they did nothing but stick as 5 and sit more under their own tier 2s. But now on the enemy side of the river, they feel large and in charge.
I honestly am speechless. Like, the fact that they were able to turn it around in that fashion is nothing short of miraculous. And Havos almost having the MKB, that's going to be massive. Dendy doesn't actually even bother throwing out the hook that time. There's no one in range. So some D-wording being done inside the base of Tongfu as well, which is a good thing because you definitely don't want Dendy being able to see in there. And this is really, really bad now for Tongfu because whereas before their gyrocopter was quite far ahead, now he's not. Now he's actually behind, especially if you compare to the Alchemist. Havos has had such a long time to recover, and now he is almost, well, not almost doubling, but he's got around 7,000 more net worth in the gyrocopter. And with the MKB now finished, I don't know if Hao can really do anything anymore, at least in terms of those.
Havos for a while there looked to be perpetually behind just because of how well the gyro. How well the gyro can flash farm. Crowd excited to see the MKB pick up, nullifying. Dodge percentage on the butterfly, pings like crazy. This could be a fight that decides this game if they have an engagement outside of these tier 2s. Na'Vi spotted out by the familiars. We'll see Stun go out, and he's gonna go fishing and find Sansheng. Cleaned up, so immediately coming back out, and Kuro catches Banana. Shackle is there. Going to town, called out on Moo. Moo being dismembered, being locked down, being killed off, and Hal can't stand up to the damage. Havos has gone crazy. That's a double kill for the big man with the little man on his shoulders. Na'Vi, dare we speak it? Dare we desperate? A game that seemed to be out of control. Banana now caught out. There's the shackle off of the creep. Carapace is up and another kill for Havos. 5 are down. One set of racks is down. They're gonna go to work on the tier 3. Buybacks aren't coming out. Dare we think it? Could it be? Na'Vi bringing down the last remaining vestiges of hope for Tongfu. Tier 4s under assault. Kuro and Dindy. To farm the well if they dare come out. They think better of it and move on to the tier 3 bottom. It's gone. Now, the last racks, one's down. Can you say mega creeps? Na'Vi, he got him! One more! This is what you call one for the road!
Man, I cannot believe that they actually did it. Funnick's going to be running here as well, though, from Tongfu.
Vacuum back. Down, cleaned up. Pretty sure that's not what anyone here cares about. Tongfu. A phenomenal game, too. So well for so long here in game 3. Hook heard round the world, Draskell. That first hook that shut them down when they were pushing the last time. And we're going to see Puppy spotted out. He will be doomed. We're actually going to see Havos going to work now, getting a kill as well. Puppy, Dindy's there to try and help him, though. He's not doomed. Puppy trying to juke him around. And, yeah, keeping it on him. CMPL to follow it up. Puppy still alive. Mechs through him. GG! Na'Vi has snatched a berth in the upper bracket grand finals from the brink of defeat. Game that looked to have slipped away from them, and they shock the world. The capacity crowd here on the floor of Benaroya Hall. Arms are in the air, voices are raised. Standing ovation for the boys of Na'Vi.
Very well-deserved victory for Na'Vi. I mean, I think what we learned here is you can never count out a Dendy punch. Ever.
No, ever.
That found hook on How totally turned the game around for them. Absolutely brilliant performance coming out of Na'Vi, coming back from what I think many were thinking.
Tongfu, not out yet. We'll be dropping down to the lower bracket. Looking ahead, though, we'll let the boys back at James's desk break it down.
Thanks, AC and Draskell. Wow, that game is going down in history. I mean, I guess the only thing we can analyze is really the tactic to come back. But I just kind of imagined while Dendy and Havos were walking off stage, I just really hope Dendy was talking to him going, man, I can't believe we won that game that way. We're such a bunch of assholes.
Definitely. It was like the biggest robbery ever.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it was amazing, and it was, you know, it will go down in history because they had like such a small % chance to win after the early stages of the game, and they went for, we're going to have to insta-gib every hero. And it was really...
Can we call it the cheesiest thing we've ever seen? I mean, it's in the game. Yeah. Valve has specifically said they'll allow it. I disagree with it. I hate the fact that it's possible. I'm sure I have the support of 5 Tongfu players right now as well. I mean, it's fun, and it's in the rules, so...
Has your faith in Na'Vi been shaken, though, after this game? Do you think that it would have gone Na'Vi's way had it been an even draft?
Well, sorry, I was going to say it's even more impressive they're able to win. Like, my faith in them has gone up because they took something that maybe wasn't theirs to win and made it theirs. It was incredible.
To be fair, I mean, Alchemist against Gyrocopter as the game goes late. Alchemist is very good against 1v1, while Gyrocopter tries to deal more damage to everyone else. And, I mean, if the game was going longer, it would have been a clear victory for them. The reason the game got long enough was because of Fountain Hooks.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Well, you know, we'll talk about it. Yeah, we'll talk about it in a little bit as well. But for now, we're going to go over to Casey, who's got an interview of the winners from Na'Vi, and I believe it's Havost.
It is. It is indeed Havost. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're kind of buzzing a little bit, and I can't. What did it feel like for you?
It's a bit shaky moment. Like we almost lost, and the game was like very, very bad for us, but suddenly Chen Patch strategy worked some couple of times, and we won with good team fights and so on. By the way, Tongfu played really well, so we like made a lot of mistakes in early game, but this strategy is working already and always.
Everyone I was sitting with back here started going absolutely crazy when there was fountain hooking going on. That's another term that I've learned. That was impressive. At what point for you did you realize you had turned it around?
Well, we knew that they can't push us, so it's only like or this game will go 90 minutes, or we make some good moves like we did, and we finish it faster.
You're pretty animated in there. Do you get pretty amped up?
Well, this game was very wasting, so I should go take some rest.
You need a nap?
Yeah, and also I haven't slept a lot because I thought that I would like sleep till 12 p.m. But suddenly they said that you should be in the bus in 9:45 when we have game in 5 p.m. Like, it's not very good.
Well, I think it's a strategy that worked really well for you, so maybe you should not sleep for the next game against Alliance.
I think we should.
Thank you, and congratulations again. I am such a fan of hooking. Wait, that's not... You know what I mean? Hooking in the game.
Yeah, in the game.
Thank you. He got me. I like the... James, you're there, right?
Yeah, no, I'm you know, in-game hooking's allowed. There's a lot of gold available in that kind of business. You'll make a lot of friends online, Casey, I'm sure. What was I going to say? Yes. Damn it, Na'Vi, you were the guys that delayed my bus. I wondered why I have to wait an extra 15 minutes, because they were the